Chapter 1. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. The first thing Xianxia noticed was the ceiling. It was wrong. Hand-carved wooden beams crossed overhead in a lattice pattern that belonged to no apartment he'd ever rented, no hospital he'd ever visited, no building he'd ever entered in 26 years of living in modern Shanghai. The wood was old, not antique shop old, but genuinely aged, darkened by decades of incense smoke and lantern soot. Iron brackets held the beams together. No screws. No nails. Hand-forged iron brackets, hammered into shape by a blacksmith who'd probably never heard of electricity. His pulse hammered behind his eyes. Memories crashed through his skull in overlapping waves, two lives colliding like tectonic plates, grinding against each other until the fault lines blurred. A rain-slicked highway. Headlights reflecting off-wet asphalt. The crunch of metal folding inward, glass spraying across his lap, the steering wheel cracking his sternum, and then this ceiling. Young master? A round face appeared above him, belonging to a boy no older than 14. Wide eyes, flushed cheeks, hands wringing a damp cloth. Young master Xianxia, you're awake. Heaven and earth be praised, I'll fetch the physician immediately. The boy scrambled away before Xianxia could form a response. Footsteps clattered across wooden floorboards, a door slid open with a papery rasp, and then silence returned. Xianxia lay still. He breathed carefully, in through the nose, out through the mouth, the way his therapist had taught him during the anxiety episodes that plagued his late 20s. Except those lungs belonged to someone else now. These lungs were younger, shallower, accustomed to lazy breathing and minimal exertion. The dead boy's memories settled into place alongside his own, fitting together like mismatched puzzle pieces forced into the same frame. Xianxia, second son of patriarch Shen Guangfeng, head of the Shen family, a mid-tier noble house in the Jiama Empire. Cultivation rank, 3-star Doj. Age, 17. Cause of death, Doqi deviation during an unsupervised evening training session, 3 days ago. 3 days. He'd been a corpse for 3 days before whatever cosmic accident, divine prank, or karmic sentence dropped a dead accountant from Shanghai into this body. He sat up slowly. Every muscle protested, not with the sharp pain of injury, but with the dull weakness of a body that had spent 17 years doing as little as possible. The original Xianxia had been talented enough to reach 3-star Doj by this age, which placed him solidly in the mediocre for a noble family category. He'd coasted on expensive pills and family cultivation resources, never pushing himself, never sweating through the foundational exercises that would have built true strength. Xianxia flexed his fingers. Doqi stirred sluggishly in his dantian, a warm pool of energy that felt like holding a cup of lukewarm tea. Unimpressive. Barely functional. The spiritual equivalent of a sedan with 70,000 miles on it and a check engine light nobody bothered to read. Then the notification appeared. A translucent jade tablet materialized in the air before his eyes, glowing with soft azure light that cast no shadows on the walls. Characters formed on its surface in flowing script: reputation system, initialized host, Xianxia current reputation, 0, unknown, categories, respect, valor, compassion, wisdom, fear status, dormant, awaiting first witnessed action. He stared at it. He reached out tentatively and his fingers passed through the tablet's surface like smoke. Only I can see this, he realized. A system. A reputation tracking system in a cultivation world. And not just any cultivation world. The memories crystallized with nauseating clarity. The Jiama Empire. Misty Cloud sect on its sacred mountain. The Xiao family and their declining estate. Nalan Yanran, the proud genius disciple who'd broken her engagement 3 days ago by marching into the Xiao clan's hall and battle through the heavens. He was inside battle through the heavens. Xianxia pressed his palms against his face and breathed through the panic that clawed up his throat like a living thing. He'd read the novel. He'd watched the Donghua. He knew exactly what happened in this world: the rise of Xiao Yan, the fall of Misty Cloud sect, the wars that would consume entire continents. And he was a 3-star Doj from a mid-tier family, dropped into the middle of all of it with no combat experience, no connections, and a system that tracked how other people felt about him. The door slid open. The servant boy returned with an elderly man carrying a medicine box. Xianxia lowered his hands and forced the panic down into a locked room at the back of his mind. Whatever this was, reincarnation, transmigration, a dying brain's final hallucination, he was here now. And here had rules. Here had power systems and hierarchies and people who could shatter mountains with their bare hands. He needed to survive. He needed to grow. And if that jade tablet was any indication, he needed other people to notice him doing it. The physician pressed 2 fingers against Xianxia's wrist and frowned. Remarkable. The Doqi deviation that killed, that injured you should have left lasting meridian damage. But your channels are clear. Weak, but clear. I feel better than I should, Xianxia said carefully, testing the dead boy's voice. It came out steady, pitched slightly higher than his old voice. How long was I unconscious? 3 days, young master. Your father has been beside himself. 3 days. Long enough for word to spread that the Shen family's spare heir had nearly cultivated himself to death through carelessness. Long enough for the gossip to reach neighboring estates and rival clans. Long enough for someone to arrange a marriage. The jade tablet pulsed at the edge of his vision, patient and silent, waiting for him to earn his first point in a world that didn't yet know his name. Chapter 2. The Shen family estate sprawled across 12 acres of manicured gardens, training courtyards, and residential wings connected by covered walkways. It wasn't the largest noble compound in the Jia Ma Empire's eastern provinces. The Mu family's estate was 3 times the size, but it had an aging elegance that spoke of better generations. Stone lions flanked the main gate, their features softened by decades of rain. The maple trees lining the central path had been planted by Shen Tian's great-grandmother, their canopies now broad enough to shade entire courtyards. Shen Tian walked the ground slowly on the morning after his awakening, cataloging everything through the double lens of inherited memories and fresh eyes. The original owner had taken all of this for granted, the servants who bowed as he passed, the guards who straightened at their posts, the gardeners who pruned hedges into geometric precision. To him, it had been wallpaper. Background noise for a life spent avoiding effort. To the accountant from Shanghai who'd shared a 1-bedroom apartment with a leaking ceiling and a view of the building next door, it was staggering. Young master, please be careful. The servant boy, Xiao Lu, the memories supplied, hovered at his elbow like an anxious satellite. The physician said you should rest for at least another week. Walking is resting, Shen Tian said. Show me the training courtyard. Xiao Lu's eyebrows climbed. In the original Shen Tian's 17 years, he had never once asked to see the training courtyard voluntarily. The courtyard occupied the estate's eastern wing, a flat expanse of packed earth surrounded by weapon racks, striking posts, and stone meditation platforms. 2 family guards were sparring in the center, their dou qi flaring in controlled bursts of amber light. They were both dou shis, 1 rank above Shen Tian, and their movements carried the fluid confidence of men who trained daily. Shen Tian watched them from the courtyard's edge, studying the way dou qi reinforced their bodies. The guards fought with short spears, each thrust trailing a faint glow where energy coated the blade. When strikes connected with the wooden practice shields, the impact cracked like small thunder. This is real power, he thought. Not the abstract cultivation descriptions from novels, but flesh and blood men channeling energy through their meridians to enhance speed, strength, and durability. And they were mid-tier fighters at best. Impressive, aren't they? A deep voice said behind him. Shen Tian turned. The man who stood there was tall, broad-shouldered, and weathered in the way that mountains were weathered, still imposing despite the erosion. Gray streaked his temples, and his dark eyes carried the weight of responsibilities that never fully set down. He wore a patriarch's robe of deep blue silk, and the dou qi emanating from his body was leagues beyond the sparring guards. Shen Kuangfeng. His father. 6-star dou qi and head of the Shen family for 23 years. Father. The word felt strange on his tongue. His real father was a retired factory supervisor in Anhui who sent voice messages on WeChat every Sunday morning. This man was a stranger wearing a familiar title. You're up. Shen Kuangfeng's expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes scanned Shen Tian's face with the intensity of a man who'd spent 3 days wondering if he'd lost a second son. The physician said you'd need a week. I feel well enough to walk. You feel well enough to visit the training courtyard. A faint smile cracked the patriarch's composure. That's new. The words carried no malice, only the tired honesty of a father who'd watched his son waste potential for years. Shen Tian heard the subtext clearly. I gave up expecting effort from you long ago. I nearly died, Shen Tian said quietly. It changes your perspective. Shen Kuangfeng studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Walk with me. There are things we need to discuss. They walked through the estate's inner gardens, where stone pathways wound between koi ponds and flowering plum trees. Shen Kuangfeng spoke in the measured tones of a man delivering a briefing rather than a conversation. 3 days ago, Nalan Yanran of the Nalan family traveled to the Xiao clan's estate in Wutan City and formally broke her engagement to Xiao Yan, the Xiao family's 3rd young master. She did so publicly, with witnesses from half the eastern province's noble houses. Shen Tian kept his expression neutral. He knew this already, both from the novel and from the dead boy's memories, which included fragmented gossip overheard before the cultivation accident. The entire empire must be talking about it. They are. The Nalan family is embarrassed, not because they opposed the broken engagement, but because the spectacle drew attention they didn't want. A granddaughter who humiliates a declining family's heir in public suggests the Nalans are either cruel or careless. Neither is good for trade. And so they need a new engagement, Shen Tian said, connecting the dots with the precision of a man who'd spent 8 years analyzing financial statements. Quickly. With a family that's respectable enough to salvage their reputation but not so powerful that the arrangement looks like overcompensation. Shen Kuangfeng stopped walking. He turned to face his son with an expression Shen Tian couldn't fully read, surprise, reassessment, and something that might have been hope. You're betrothed to Nalan Yanran, the patriarch said. The ceremony is in 3 days. The jade tablet pulsed once at the edge of Shen Tian's vision. He ignored it. 3 days. 3 days to prepare for a meeting with one of the most talented young cultivators in the GMA Empire, a woman who had just walked away from one unwanted engagement and was being handed another. Does she know? Shen Tian asked. She was informed yesterday. I'm told she took the news with admirable composure. Which meant she'd been furious but too disciplined to show it. Shen Tian could already feel the shape of that first meeting, the ice, the resentment, the walls built from a lifetime of being treated as a political commodity. He also felt the first stirring of a plan. I'll prepare, he said. Thank you for telling me directly, father. Shen Guangfeng blinked. The original Shen Tian had never thanked him for anything. You're welcome. As Shen Tian walked back toward his quarters, a servant sweeping the pathway bowed deeply. Acting on instinct, or perhaps on the accountant's deeply ingrained habit of treating service workers like human beings, Shen Tian paused, nodded to the old man, and said, "Thank you for keeping the grounds so beautiful." The servant's eyes widened. He bowed again, deeper, a genuine smile creasing his weathered face. The jade tablet chimed softly. Reputation update, respect +5 source, genuine courtesy toward household staff, witnessed by 3 servants, 5 points. A pittance. But it was his first, and it told him something crucial about the system. It didn't reward grand gestures alone. It noticed the small things. The authentic things. Shen Tian smiled faintly and kept walking. 3 days until the engagement ceremony. 3 days to stop being a 3-star doge who died from his own laziness. He had work to do. Chapter 3. The Shen family library occupied a 2-story building near the estate's western wall, its shelves stacked with cultivation manuals, history scrolls, alchemical references, and administrative records spanning 4 generations. Dust motes drifted through slanted afternoon light. The librarian, an elderly doge named Uncle Feng who'd held the position for 30 years, nearly dropped his tea when Shen Tian walked through the door. Young master? Uncle Feng recovered quickly, setting down his cup. Is there something I can help you find? The Azure Firmament Art. The complete manual, not the training summary. Another pause. Uncle Feng retrieved a thick scroll from a locked cabinet, handling it with the reverence due to a family treasure. This is the original transcription from your great-grandfather's hand. Please be careful with it. Shen Tian carried the scroll to a reading desk and unrolled it with steady hands. The Azure Firmament Art, the Shen family's core cultivation method. He'd inherited fragments of understanding from the original body's memories, enough to know the basic circulation pattern and the first 3 stages of Do Qi refinement. But the dead boy had barely scratched the surface. As Shen Tian read, his accountant's mind began doing what it did best, identifying inefficiencies. The Azure Firmament Art circulated Do Qi through 12 primary meridians in a fixed sequence, drawing energy from the environment, refining it through the dantian, and redistributing it to strengthen the body. The sequence was elegant but conservative. It prioritized safety over speed, stability over power. Every pathway included redundant loops designed to prevent exactly the kind of deviation that had killed the original Shen Tian. But redundancy had a cost. The extra loops bled energy at every cycle. Shen Tian's rough calculations suggested the technique operated at roughly 60% efficiency, meaning 40% of the Do Qi drawn from the environment was wasted as heat and spiritual static during refinement. In accounting terms, it was a business running at 60% margin when optimized competitors hit 85%. He pulled a blank sheet of paper from the desk and began sketching meridian diagrams, marking the redundant pathways. Not to eliminate them, he wasn't suicidal enough to strip out safety mechanisms after the previous owner had literally died from a deviation, but to streamline them. Reduce 3 redundant loops to 2 in the non-critical pathways. Shorten the Do Qi travel distance between the 4th and 7th meridians by using a connecting channel the manual mentioned but classified as advanced. It was optimization, not revolution. The cultivation equivalent of consolidating 3 redundant accounting departments into 2. Uncle Feng watched from his desk with undisguised curiosity but said nothing. Shen Tian worked through the afternoon and into the evening, cross-referencing the manual's annotations with his predecessor's muscle memory. When the last candle burned low, he rolled up his notes, returned the original scroll, and retreated to his quarters. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate. The optimized circulation felt different immediately. Do Qi flowed through his meridians with less resistance, each cycle running cleaner and faster than the standard pattern. The warmth in his dantian built steadily instead of plateauing at the usual threshold. He could feel the energy accumulating, not in sudden bursts but in a consistent upward pressure, like water rising behind a dam. Hours passed. The moon crossed his window. Servants extinguished the courtyard lanterns. The estate fell silent. At some point after midnight, the dam broke. Do Qi surged through his meridians in a rush of heat and light. His body trembled as the energy consolidated, compressing in his dantian before expanding outward in a controlled wave. The sensation was unlike anything either of his lives had prepared him for, as if every cell in his body had been replaced with a slightly better version of itself. When the wave subsided, he opened his eyes. The world looked sharper. Colors were more vivid. He could hear a mouse scratching inside the wall 12 feet away. Cultivation breakthrough rank, 4-star Doge method, Azure Firmament Art, optimized variant, and beneath it, reputation update, wisdom plus 10 source, innovative cultivation insight, original methodological improvement. Xianxia exhaled slowly. 1 star in a single night of focused cultivation. The original owner had taken 3 months to advance from 2-star to 3-star, and that was with expensive pills. Optimization. The same principle that had made him the youngest senior auditor at his firm. Find the waste, cut the waste, let the system run at its true capacity. He looked at the Jade Tablet's summary. Total reputation points, 15. Category breakdown, respect, 5, wisdom, 10. Tier, unknown. The numbers were trivial, but the trajectory mattered more than the position. He was moving. 3-star to 4-star in one night. If the optimized circulation maintained this pace, he could push further before the engagement ceremony. He closed his eyes and began the next cycle, chasing the warmth deeper. Chapter 4. The Shen family caravan departed at dawn on the third day, 4 covered wagons, 12 mounted guards, and Patriarch Shen Kuangfeng riding at the head on a dappled gray horse. Shen Tian rode beside his father, his posture more comfortable in the saddle than the original owner's memories suggested it should be. The body was adapting to his mind's expectations, or perhaps the breakthrough to 4-star Doge had improved his coordination more than he'd realized. The road to the Nalan estate wound through rolling hills covered in autumn grass, past farming villages where peasants paused their work to watch the noble caravan pass. Shen Tian noted everything: the quality of the road, the health of the crops, the deference in the villagers' bows. These were people living under the Shen family's nominal protection, and most of them looked adequately fed. A low bar, but one that many noble houses in this world failed to clear. They'd been traveling for 2 hours when the second caravan appeared on the road ahead. It was larger than theirs, 6 wagons, 20 guards, and a young man riding at the front on a coal-black stallion. The young man was handsome in an angular, aggressive way, with sharp cheekbones and eyes that swept the Shen caravan with undisguised disdain. His do qi radiated outward in deliberate pulses, a dominance display that would be considered rude among equals and threatening among inferiors. 7-star Doge. Higher rank than Shen Tian by 3 stars, but still in the same major realm. Mu Chen, Shen Kuangfeng said quietly. The Mu family's eldest son. He was also pursuing an arrangement with the Nalans. Also pursuing. Past tense. Which meant the Shen family had won the bidding, and the Mu family's heir was riding toward them on a road with no witnesses beyond their respective guards. Mu Chen reined his stallion to a halt in the center of the road, forcing both caravans to stop. His guard spread outward in a casual formation that was anything but casual. Patriarch Shen. Mu Chen's voice carried the lazy confidence of a young man accustomed to being the strongest person in most rooms. And the young master himself. How touching, father and son riding together to collect the Shen family's consolation prize. Shen Kuangfeng's expression hardened. Young Master Mu. The road is wide enough for both our caravans. The road is wide enough for many things, Patriarch. I merely wanted to congratulate your son on his upcoming nuptials. Mu Chen's gaze shifted to Shen Tian, and his lip curled. Nalan Yanran, the most talented female cultivator in the eastern provinces, daughter of the Nalan family's bloodline, disciple of Misty Cloud sect, betrothed to a 4-star Doge who nearly died tripping over his own do qi. What a magnificent match. The guards on both sides tensed. Shen Kuangfeng's hand drifted toward the sword at his hip. Shen Tian felt the anger rise, hot and instinctive, and immediately clamped down on it. Anger was what Mu Chen wanted. A provocation that drew swords would give the Mu family grounds for a blood feud, and the Shen family couldn't afford one. Instead, he thought about spreadsheets, about the column labeled assets and the column labeled liabilities. Mu Chen was spending emotional capital for a return that only materialized if Shen Tian spent his in kind. Young Master Mu, Shen Tian said, keeping his voice mild. I appreciate the congratulations. I understand you were also interested in the arrangement. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed. Interested isn't the word I'd use. Then I apologize for mischaracterizing your position. Regardless, I hope there are no hard feelings. The Nalan family made their choice based on criteria I'm sure they considered carefully. He paused, then added with precise innocence, I'm told their selection process prioritized character alongside cultivation rank. Interesting approach, isn't it? Silence stretched. Several of the Shen family guards fought to keep straight faces. Mu Chen's jaw tightened as the implication landed. The Nalans had chosen the weaker cultivator because the stronger one's character was lacking. Enjoy the ceremony, Mu Chen said flatly. He wrenched his stallion's reins and spurred the animal forward, his caravan parting around the Shen wagons like water around stones. The Mu guards followed, several casting backward glances waited with hostility. When the dust settled, Shen Kuangfeng looked at his son with an expression that had shifted from protective fury to reluctant admiration. That was diplomatically handled. He wanted a fight. I gave him a headache instead. Cheaper for us. Reputation update. Respect plus 15 source. Diffusing hostile confrontation through wit before multiple witnesses. Merchant caravan observed exchange from roadside. Xianxia glanced to the side and noticed a group of traveling merchants who'd stopped their own wagon to watch the exchange from a safe distance. Witnesses. The system counted witnesses. He filed that away and urged his horse forward. The Nalan estate waited, and with it, a woman who had every reason to despise the arrangement he was walking into. Chapter 5. The Nalan estate made the Shen family compound look like a cottage. It sprawled across an entire hillside, white walls and blue-tiled roofs rising in tiered layers from a fortified gatehouse to a main hall that overlooked the valley below. Waterfalls cascaded down the natural rock formations that the estate had been built around, feeding into ornamental pools where spiritual fish the size of hunting dogs drifted beneath lily pads. The ambient Do-Chi density was noticeably higher. The Nalan family had invested generations of wealth into spirit-gathering formations that permeated the grounds. Guards in silver-trimmed armor flanked the main gate, their cultivation levels ranging from Do-J to Do-Shi. The weakest of them matched Shen Tian's rank. The strongest could have leveled the Shen family's estate in minutes. Patriarch Shen Kuangfeng and young master Shen Tian, the gate captain announced. The Nalan family welcomes you. They were escorted through courtyards of increasing grandeur, past training grounds where disciples of the Nalan household practice sword forms in synchronized rows. Shen Tian catalogued everything with the quiet intensity of an auditor examining a client's books, the quality of the equipment, the discipline of the retainers, the subtle power dynamics visible in which servants bowed to which elders. The receiving hall was vast, pillared, and occupied by a delegation that radiated both political authority and physical danger. At the center sat an ornate chair, empty. Beside it, an elderly man reclined on cushioned supports, his skin carrying an unhealthy gray pallor that spoke of chronic illness. Nalan Jia. The Nalan family patriarch. Shen Tian's inherited memories carried fragments of information. The old man had been a powerful Do Huang decades ago, but declining health had reduced him to an advisory role. Looking at him now with the system's heightened awareness, Shen Tian noticed something else. The grayness in Nalan Jia's complexion wasn't ordinary illness. Do-Chi moved through the old man's body in stuttering, uneven pulses, as if something was disrupting the flow at a fundamental level. Shen Tian had read enough cultivation manuals in the past 3 days to recognize the pattern. Soul poison. Slow-acting, deeply embedded, feeding on the victim's spiritual energy like a parasite. From his knowledge of the novel, he knew this poison would eventually become a major plot point. Xiao Yan would cure it as part of his rise to prominence. But that was years away. And Nalan Jia's condition looked worse than Shen Tian remembered from the story. He filed the observation away behind a calm expression as introductions were made. Nalan Jia studied him with eyes that were sharp despite the illness, a hawk's gaze in a weathered face. So you're Shen Kuangfeng's second son. The old man's voice was steady. You look healthier than reported. I was told you nearly died. I did die, Honorable Patriarch. The truth, technically. It clarified my priorities considerably. Nalan Jia's lips twitched. An honest young man. Rare among nobles. We'll see if the honesty survives the evening. A side door opened, and Shen Tian's breath stopped. Nalan Yanran entered the hall with the precise grace of someone who'd been trained in movement since childhood. She was beautiful, devastatingly so, with features that combined aristocratic sharpness and effortless elegance. Dark hair swept back into a practical knot. Eyes the color of deep water, clear and cold. A sword hung at her hip with the casual familiarity of an extension of her arm. But it was her expression that told the real story. Composed. Perfectly controlled. And underneath the composure, a resentment so tightly compressed it was nearly invisible, except to someone who'd spent 8 years reading people's financial documents and finding the fraud hidden between the lines. She hated this. Every molecule of her hated being here, being displayed, being traded from one engagement to another like livestock with a breeding pedigree. Young Master Shen Tian. Her voice was cool silk over steel. I'm told we're to be married. That's the arrangement, Shen Tian said. Whether it becomes a marriage is a different question. The hall went quiet. Nalan Jia's eyebrows rose. Shen Kuangfeng stiffened. Even the attending servants paused mid-step. Nalan Yanran's composure cracked, not with anger, but with confusion. Whatever she'd expected from the Shen family's mediocre second son, it wasn't that. Explain, she said. An arrangement is a contract between families. A marriage is a relationship between people. The first is happening in 3 days regardless of what either of us thinks about it. The second requires something contracts can't provide. He met her gaze steadily. I won't pretend this situation is what either of us would have chosen. I'd rather be honest about that than perform enthusiasm we'd both see through. The silence stretched for 5 heartbeats. Then Nalan Yanran's eyes narrowed, not with hostility, but with the sharp assessment of a swordswoman evaluating an unexpected opponent. You're more direct than your reputation suggests. My reputation was built by someone who's no longer here. I'm working on a new one. She studied him a moment longer, then turned and took her seat beside her grandfather without further comment. But Shen Tian caught the fractional softening at the corner of her mouth, not a smile, but the absence of the scowl she'd been preparing. It was a start. A hairline fracture in the wall, nothing more. But walls fell one crack at a time. Chapter 6. The engagement ceremony took place in the Nalan Estate Ceremonial Pavilion, an octagonal structure of white jade pillars and silk canopies, open to the sky, overlooking the valley. 300 guests filled the tiered seating. Nobles, merchants, military officials, and representatives from organizations whose names carried weight across the eastern provinces. Misty Cloud Sect had sent a delegation of 4 elders. Shen Tian stood at the central altar wearing formal robes of deep azure, the Shen family color, with silver embroidery tracing patterns along the sleeves. Across from him, Nalan Yanran wore white and gold, the Nalan colors complemented by a ceremonial hairpiece that must have cost more than Shen Tian's father earned in a year. She was stone-faced. Rigid. Following the ceremony's choreography with the mechanical precision of someone enduring dental work. The officiant, a Nalan family elder, led them through the ritual bows, the exchange of spiritual jade tokens, the sharing of cultivation tea. Each step was ancient, formalized, and empty. The crowd watched with the polite interest of people attending an event for the networking opportunities rather than the nuptials. When the ceremonial portion concluded and the guests began moving toward the banquet hall, Shen Tian intercepted Nalan Yanran at the pavilion's edge. Her bodyguard, a taciturn doshi named Steward Liu, shifted forward, but Yanran waved him back with a flick of her fingers. "If you're going to deliver a speech about our bright future together," she said, her voice pitched low enough that only he could hear, "save it. I've heard 3 versions already today and each one was worse than the last." "No speeches," Shen Tian said. "Just a statement. You set the pace. If you want formal distance, we maintain formal distance. If you want to pretend this arrangement doesn't exist outside of public appearances, I'll cooperate. If you eventually want something more, that's your decision to make, on your timeline, with no pressure from me." Yanran's jaw tightened. "Why?" "Because you had one engagement dictated to you by family politics and broke it at enormous personal cost. Having a second one forced on you 3 days later is cruel, and pretending otherwise would make me complicit in the cruelty. I'd rather be someone you can tolerate than someone you need to escape." She turned to face him fully. The afternoon light caught her eyes, and for a moment the icy composure wavered enough for him to see what lay beneath: exhaustion. She was tired. Tired of fighting arrangements, tired of being a chess piece, tired of bracing for the next indignity. "You're either the most calculating person I've met," she said slowly, "or the most naive. I haven't decided which is more dangerous. Take your time." She walked away toward the banquet without looking back. But she walked slower than she needed to, and when she reached the doorway, she paused, just for a breath, before entering. Reputation update: respect +50 source, honoring a betrothed's dignity and autonomy before noble witnesses, witnessed by ceremony attendants, milestone. Reputation tier, noticed, 100 RP, passive unlocked, heightened peripheral awareness, host senses now detect subtle environmental changes within a 30-foot radius. Shen Tian felt the passive activate like a lens clicking into focus. The world's edges sharpened. He could hear conversations happening 40 feet away as if the speakers were beside him. The scuff of a servant's shoe on stone. The rustle of silk as a guest shifted in their seat. The faint, almost imperceptible whisper of Do Chi emanating from the Misty Cloud Sect elders who were watching him from across the courtyard with expressions of clinical interest. 100 reputation points. The unknown threshold breached. And the path ahead was long, noticed was the second lowest tier, barely a step above anonymity. But the system had shown him something valuable: sincerity earned more than performance. 50 points from a single genuine interaction, compared to 5 points from casual courtesy. The return scaled with authenticity. He straightened his robes and walked into the banquet hall, where 300 people waited to judge whether the Shen family's mediocre heir was worth the paper his engagement contract was printed on. He intended to give them nothing definitive. Not yet. Let them underestimate, it was the only advantage he had. Chapter 7. Shen Tian slipped away from the banquet before the second round of toasts. The excuse was simple: too much spirit wine, needed fresh air, the dizziness from his recent recovery. Nobody questioned it. The mediocre young master leaving a party early fit perfectly with everyone's expectations. He moved through the Nalan Estate's outer grounds with the heightened awareness his new passive provided, skirting the guard patrols whose patrol patterns his Dojie senses could now track. The estate backed onto forested hills, and beyond those hills lay the road toward Wutan City and the Xiao family's territory. He didn't go that far. He didn't need to. An hour's walk brought him to a ridge overlooking a moonlit valley where a lone figure trained in the darkness. The figure moved with furious intensity, palm strikes that shattered practice stones, kicks that carved grooves in the earth, and beneath it all, a Do Chi signature that pulsed with suppressed rage and iron determination: Xiao Yan. The original protagonist. The young man who'd been publicly humiliated by Nalan Yanran's broken engagement and given a 3-year deadline to prove himself. 17 years old, formerly a prodigy reduced to a crippled 2-star Dojie, though Shen Tian knew the truth behind that fall. Yao Lao, the legendary Dozun pharmacist, was sealed in the ring on Xiao Yan's finger, secretly guiding his recovery. Shen Tian watched from the tree line for 20 minutes, tracking Xiao Yan's movements. The young man's form was rough but powerful, driven by a ferocity that turned every motion into an expression of defiance. He was already stronger than a 2-star doge should be. Yao Lao's influence was accelerating his recovery ahead of schedule. Good. Shen Tian reached into the pouch at his belt and withdrew a small cloth bundle, medicinal herbs he'd gathered from the Shen estate's garden that morning. Bone knitting root, spirit grass, and a pinch of azure lotus powder. Nothing rare enough to raise suspicion, but together they formed a recovery supplement that would speed muscle regeneration and meridian healing. He'd prepared it specifically for this moment. He placed the bundle on a flat rock at the edge of Xiao Yan's training clearing, weighted it with a stone so the wind wouldn't carry it away, and retreated into the trees. The reputation system remained silent. Anonymous acts earned nothing, no witnesses meant no reputation. That was by design. If the system had rewarded anonymous charity, it would have cheapened every public act by comparison. Shen Tian didn't mind. This wasn't about reputation. This was insurance. Xiao Yan was the main character of this world story. His growth was not just inevitable, it was necessary. The threats that would eventually descend on the Jia Ma Empire, the Hall of Souls, the Hun clan, forces that could erase entire sects, required Xiao Yan's power to counter. Anything Shen Tian could do to ensure the protagonist's rise was an investment in the world's survival. And there was a more personal reason. Shen Tian remembered reading Battle Through the Heavens as a college student, cheering for the underdog hero who'd been stripped of everything and fought his way back. Xiao Yan hadn't asked to be humiliated. He hadn't chosen to lose his cultivation. He'd been a kid dealt a bad hand, and he was playing it with everything he had. The least Shen Tian could do was make sure the hand improved. He retraced his steps to the Nalan estate, arriving in time to slip back into the banquet hall as the third round of toasts concluded. Nobody noticed his absence, nobody except a pair of cold, observant eyes watching from a balcony above, Nalan Yanran, who'd tracked his departure in return with the sharp attention of a woman who'd learned to notice everything men tried to hide. She didn't mention it. But she added another entry to her growing mental file on the confusing young man she'd been contracted to marry. Chapter 8. The morning after the banquet, Shen Tian found himself in the Nalan family library. It was magnificent. Where the Shen family's collection occupied a modest 2-story building, the Nalan library filled an entire wing of the estate, 4 floors of organized knowledge, from foundational cultivation manuals to advanced alchemical texts, historical records spanning centuries, and sealed sections requiring elder-level clearance. The ambient do-chi in the building was deliberately enhanced to preserve the older scrolls, giving the air a faint electric tang. Shen Tian had received permission from Nalan Jia the previous evening, after a brief conversation in which the old patriarch had seemed more amused than anything by the request. Most young men who marry into our family want access to the training grounds or the treasury, Nalan Jia had said. You want the library? I'm not sure if that's admirable or suspicious. Probably both, Shen Tian had answered honestly, earning a bark of laughter that dissolved into a wet cough. Now he sat at a reading desk on the library's second floor, surrounded by texts on alchemy fundamentals. The accountant in him had identified a critical weakness in his survival strategy. He had no secondary skill set. In a world where raw cultivation rank determined your position in the food chain, a 4-star doge with nothing else to offer was furniture. But an alchemist, even a mediocre one, commanded respect, resources, and political leverage that pure fighters could never match. The texts were dense, written in a scholarly register that required careful parsing. But the underlying principles weren't as alien as he'd expected. Alchemical refinement was fundamentally a process of identifying inputs, applying transformation through controlled energy, and producing outputs of higher value. The specifics involved do-chi manipulation, herbal recognition, spiritual fire control, and formation theory, but the logical skeleton was familiar to anyone who'd spent years optimizing financial processes. He was deep into a treatise on herb classification when a shadow fell across his desk. Nalan Yanran stood at the end of the aisle, arms crossed, watching him with the expression of a cat discovering a mouse in an unexpected location. You've been here since dawn, she said. It wasn't a question. The collection is remarkable. I could spend months in here. Most people say that about our training grounds. Most people aren't starting from 4-star doge with a body that tried to kill itself 2 weeks ago. I need every advantage I can find, and knowledge is cheaper than pills. Yanran's eyes flicked to the text spread across his desk. Alchemical foundations. Herb classification. Spiritual fire theory. She looked back at him. You're studying alchemy. Studying, not practicing. I don't have the spiritual fire control to attempt refinement yet. But understanding the theory costs nothing and might save someone's life later. Whose life? He almost said your grandfather's. But it was too soon for that. He barely understood the soul poison's mechanism, and making promises he couldn't keep would destroy any trust he'd begun to build. Anyone who needs it, he said instead. Yanran was quiet for a moment. Then she pulled out the chair across from him and sat down, crossing one leg over the other with the contained grace that seemed to accompany everything she did. "Ask me what you actually want to know," she said. "You've been circling around questions all morning. I can tell." Direct. He appreciated that. Misty Cloud sex cultivation methodology. Not the specific techniques, I know those are sect secrets and I'm not asking you to betray them. But the philosophy. The way the sect approaches Do-Chi refinement compared to the noble family traditions. Her eyebrows rose fractionally. That's a surprisingly well-framed question. I had time to think about it. What followed was the first real conversation between them, not the careful verbal fencing of the previous days, but an actual exchange of ideas. Yanran spoke about Misty Cloud sex emphasis on atmospheric Do-Chi absorption, drawing power from weather, altitude, and air currents, which gave their techniques an elegant fluidity but made them dependent on environmental conditions. Xianxia compared this with the Azure Firmament Art's internal focus approach, which was less spectacular but more consistent. They argued about the trade-offs. She challenged his assumption that consistency trumped peak performance. He challenged her assumption that environmental dependence was acceptable in a world where your enemies could attack during a sandstorm. By the time the library attendant arrived to announce the midday meal, 2 hours had passed. Yanran looked surprised at the elapsed time. "You listen," she said, standing. "Actually listen. Most men I've talked to about cultivation were just waiting for their turn to demonstrate how much they already knew. Listening is cheaper than talking and usually more profitable." The ghost of a smile crossed her face, there and gone, like a fish surfacing in dark water. She left without saying goodbye, which Xianxia was beginning to understand was her version of a warm farewell. He returned to his texts. The alchemy foundations were solid, but he'd need practical experience before any of it mattered. And there was a more pressing concern forming in the back of his mind. Nalan Yanran's soul poison. The pieces were connecting, the Hall of Soul's presence in the Jiama Empire, the slow-acting poison designed to drain a Do Huang's spiritual reserves, the timeline from the novel where the cure came late enough that Jia nearly died. He couldn't cure it. Not yet. But he might be able to understand it. And understanding was always the first step toward a solution. Chapter 9. Mu Chen arrived at the Nalan estate 3 days after the engagement ceremony, riding through the main gate with the casual arrogance of someone who considered invitations optional. He brought gifts, expensive ones. A chest of spirit stones. A bolt of Do-Chi imbued silk from the capital. A jade ornament carved in the shape of a cloud, clearly meant for Nalan Yanran personally. The gifts were excessive, inappropriate for someone who'd lost the engagement competition, and precisely calculated to communicate one message: the Mu family's wealth dwarfed the Shen family's, and Nalan Yanran had chosen poorly. Xianxia watched the gift-giving from a courtyard balcony, tracking the social dynamics with the detached precision of someone analyzing a hostile takeover bid. Mu Chen was performing for the Nalan household staff, the visiting merchants, anyone whose opinion might erode the engagement's legitimacy. Every smile was a weapon. Every gracious word was a knife wrapped in silk. Then came the challenge. "Young Master Xianxia." Mu Chen's voice carried across the courtyard with theatrical projection. "I understand you've been recovering from a cultivation accident. I hope you're well enough for a friendly exchange. My bodyguard Lu Bao has been restless on the journey and could use a sparring partner." Lu Bao stepped forward. He was thick-bodied, square-jawed, and radiated the steady pressure of a 1-star Do-Chi. A full major rank above Xianxia's 4-star Do-J. In cultivation terms, this was like asking a lightweight boxer to spar with a middleweight, technically possible, but the weight difference would show. 20 witnesses in the courtyard. Declining would look cowardly, accepting would likely end in a humiliating defeat that Mu Chen would spread across the province. Xianxia walked down the stairs to the courtyard and rolled his shoulders. "I'd welcome the practice. I hope Brother Lu isn't too harsh, I'm still healing." The deprecating tone was deliberate. "Set expectations low. Let the audience anticipate a slaughter. Then deliver something unexpected." Lu Bao settled into a fighting stance that screamed overconfidence, wide, dominant, designed to overwhelm with pressure rather than technique. He was used to fighting opponents who were afraid of him, and he expected Xianxia to be no different. The first exchange disabused him of that notion. Lu Bao surged forward with a heavy palm strike aimed at Xianxia's chest. Xianxia sidestepped, not gracefully, but efficiently, and let the blow pass within inches of his shoulder. The bodyguard's momentum carried him half a step too far, and Xianxia slid behind his guard to deliver a sharp elbow to the man's kidney. The blow landed clean. Lu Bao grunted and spun, surprised. His Do-Chi flared brighter, and the next attack came faster, a combination of strikes that would have overwhelmed Xianxia through sheer power, so Xianxia stopped trying to match power with power. He gave ground. Deliberately, systematically, he retreated across the courtyard, letting Lu Bao chase him. Each step was calculated. He moved toward the courtyard's eastern edge, where a raised stone border created a subtle change in footing that Lu Bao, focused on his prey, didn't register. 3 retreating steps. 4. Lu Bao's confidence grew with each meter of ground gained. He committed to a lunging strike that would have cracked Shen Tian's guard wide open. Shen Tian dropped low and swept his leg across the stone border. Lu Bao's leading foot caught the raised edge, just a 2-inch obstacle, but at his speed and commitment, 2 inches was enough. The bodyguard stumbled, his balance breaking for 1 critical second. Shen Tian drove his shoulder into Lu Bao's hip during that second, using leverage rather than strength to redirect the larger man's momentum. Lu Bao crashed sideways into a stone bench, his Do Chi flaring defensively to absorb the impact. Both fighters paused, breathing hard. Lu Bao was unhurt, the Do Chi's body was far too durable for the impacts to do real damage, but he was off balance and caught against furniture, while Shen Tian stood 3 paces away in a ready stance. Enough, Nalan Yanran's voice cut through the courtyard from his elevated observation seat. The old patriarch's tone carried the authority of a man who'd once shattered mountains. A fine display. The young master's tactical awareness is commendable. A draw. Not a victory, Lu Bao would have crushed him in a prolonged exchange, but a draw in a fight everyone expected him to lose in seconds. Mu Chen's expression could have curdled milk. Reputation update, Valor plus 30 source, standing against a superior opponent through tactical excellence, witnessed by courtyard attendants and guests, Shen Tian bowed to Lu Bao, who returned the bow with a grudging nod of respect. Fighters recognized other fighters, even when the gap between them was wide. As the crowd dispersed, Shen Tian caught Nalan Yanran watching from a balcony above. She hadn't been there when the spar started, she'd come to watch after the noise drew her attention. Her expression was unreadable. But she stayed on the balcony long after the courtyard emptied, staring at the stone bench Lu Bao had crashed into, her fingers tapping a slow rhythm on the railing. Chapter 10. Night fell over the Nalan estate in layers, the servants extinguishing lanterns in the outer courtyards first, then the inner halls, until only the guard posts and the main family quarters remained illuminated. Shen Tian sat cross-legged in his guest room, cultivating. The Azure Firmament Art's optimized circulation had become second nature over the past 3 days. Each cycle refined Do Chi faster, compressed it more efficiently, and pushed it deeper into his meridian network. The breakthrough from 3-star to 4-star had opened pathways that the original owner had never explored, and Shen Tian's analytical mind treated each pathway like a bottleneck in a process flow: identify, optimize, expand. The energy built steadily through the night. At some point past midnight, the familiar pressure peaked and broke. Cultivation breakthrough rank, 5-star Do J method, Azure Firmament Art, optimized variant. The advancement sent a pulse of warmth through his meridians that faded into a sustained clarity. His perception sharpened again, every advancement stacked on the previous one, and with the noticed tears heightened awareness on top, the world felt increasingly detailed. He could sense the Do Chi signatures of the guards patrolling the estate's perimeter, each one a distinct flavor of energy. He could feel the faint, disturbing dissonance of Nalan Yanran's poison cultivation 3 wings away, like a broken string in an otherwise tuned instrument. The Jade tablet displayed his updated status. Reputation, 105 RP tier, noticed categories, Respect, 85, Valor, 30, Wisdom, 20, Compassion, 0, Fear, 0 and a new notification, Resonance event approaching. Respect category threshold, 100 RP status, 85 100ths, approaching activation a resonance event. The system had mentioned these during initialization. When a single category reached a threshold, MC would gain a unique ability tied to that category. His respect was closest, needing only 15 more points. But more interesting was the pattern he was beginning to see. The system rewarded actions that were witnessed, genuine, and beneficial to others. It didn't care about cultivation breakthroughs. His advancement to 5-star Do J hadn't earned a single point. It cared about how people perceived him and what that perception was built on. In other words, the system measured character, not power. And character, compounded over time, created its own form of power, the kind that couldn't be stolen, suppressed, or broken. Meanwhile, in the privacy of her own quarters, Nalan Yanran sat at her writing desk composing a letter to her personal mate at Misty Cloud Sect. The letter was written in the clipped, analytical style she used for tactical assessments. The new fiancé is not what his file suggested. The Shen family's records paint a picture of mediocrity and laziness. The reality is more complicated. He reads alchemy texts for pleasure, diffused Mu Chen's provocation with 3 sentences, and fought Lu Bao, a Do Shi, to a standstill using nothing but terrain awareness and timing. He told me to set the pace of our relationship and has not once attempted to assert authority over me. She paused, brush hovering over the paper. He is either the most dangerous man I've met or the most decent. I cannot yet tell the difference, and that disturbs me more than either alternative. She sealed the letter and placed it in the dispatch tray for the morning hawk. Then she extinguished her candle and lay in darkness, staring at the ceiling, thinking about a young man who listened when she talked about cultivation theory and who'd walked into the hills alone the night of the banquet. She hadn't followed him. But she'd watched his direction long enough to know he'd gone toward Xiao Yan's territory. That particular mystery would keep. Chapter 11. The Jia Ma Empire's eastern capital, Wutan City, sat 3 hours' ride from the Nalan estate. Xianxia traveled there alone on the fourth day after the ceremony, carrying a modest purse of silver and a list of supplies he needed for continued cultivation research. The city was everything a medieval fantasy trading hub should be: crowded, noisy, fragrant with spices and street food, and humming with the low-frequency pulse of thousands of cultivators going about their daily lives. Merchant stalls lined the main thoroughfare, selling everything from common herbs to low-grade spirit weapons. Cultivators of varying ranks moved through the crowds, dojis and doshis making up the bulk, with the occasional doshi radiating enough pressure to clear a small space around them. Xianxia moved through the market district with his heightened senses fully engaged, cataloging prices, evaluating quality, and mapping the commercial infrastructure with the instinct of someone who'd audited supply chains for a living. He was examining a stall selling cultivation herbs when the shouting started. 3 men, broad-shouldered, rough-clothed, each carrying the crude dochi signature of low-star doges enhanced by aggression pills, were cornering a merchant near the alley entrance. The merchant was elderly, thin, with the weathered look of someone who'd spent decades on the road. His stall sold ink stones and calligraphy supplies, low-value goods, barely worth the effort of extortion. Monthly protection fee, the lead thug was saying, his voice carrying the bored cadence of routine intimidation. 50 silver. Pay up or the stall gets rearranged. The merchant's hands trembled. Please, sirs. My monthly earnings barely exceed 40 silver. 50 would leave nothing for, not our problem. The thug cracked his knuckles. Dochi flickered around his fists in a deliberately threatening display. Xianxia assessed the situation in 3 seconds. 3 low-star doges, weaker than him individually, but 3 on 1 was bad math for someone whose combat experience totaled 1 sparring match against a superior opponent. A direct confrontation would be messy and might end with him bleeding in an alley. But there were other tools. He walked toward the confrontation, adjusting his posture and expression into the casual authority of a young nobleman with places to be. His formal traveling robe still carried the Shen family crest, a mountain beneath 3 stars. Gentlemen. His voice cut through the thug's intimidation with the crispness of someone accustomed to commanding attention in boardrooms. I couldn't help noticing this establishment. Fei Lao's ink and calligraphy, isn't it? The thugs turned. The lead one sized him up, the noble robes, the family crest, the dochi signature that read as a 5-star doge. Not intimidating enough to back down from, but enough to pause. Who's asking? Xianxia. The Shen family maintains extensive trade relationships across the eastern province, and our records indicate that harassment of merchants under our commercial protection zone is reportable to the provincial magistrate's office. He paused, letting the silence stretch. I'm sure you're aware that the magistrate has been looking for excuses to crack down on street-level extortion ahead of the provincial review. I'd hate to provide him with one. It was a bluff. The Shen family had no commercial protection zone covering this part of the market, and Xianxia had no idea if the magistrate cared about street extortion. But the bluff was constructed from real components: the noble family name, the suggestion of legal authority, and the specific invocation of a review period that any criminal operating in the area would know about. The lead thug's eyes narrowed. He looked at his partners. They looked at the Shen family crest. Fine. The thug stepped back from the merchant's stall. No trouble from us. Just a friendly conversation. He jerked his head, and the 3 of them melted into the crowd. The merchant, Fei Lao, if the sign was accurate, sagged against his stall counter with visible relief. Young master, I don't know how to thank you. Those men have been collecting from me for 3 months. Report them to the city guard. The magistrate's review period is real, the guard is looking for easy arrests to pad their numbers. Yes. Yes, I'll do that. Fei Lao straightened, and something shifted in his posture. The trembling merchant was replaced by a steadier presence, someone who'd spent decades projecting weakness as a survival strategy. You handled that well. Most young nobles would have challenged them to a fight and wrecked my stall in the process. Fighting is expensive. Words are free. Fei Lao studied him with a shrewd gaze that carried more weight than a calligraphy merchant should have needed. Shen family. Your father is Shen Quangfeng? You know him? We've crossed paths. I'm a retired doshi, I traveled the trade routes for 20 years before settling here. Fei Lao reached under his counter and produced a business card, an actual printed card, which was surprisingly modern for this world. If the Shen family ever needs trade route intelligence or merchant contacts in the eastern province, I owe you a favor. Reputation update, compassion +20, respect +15 source, defending a merchant from extortion through non-violent intervention, witnessed by market crowd. Xianxia pocketed the card. A retired doshi with 20 years of trade route knowledge, that was worth infinitely more than the 50 silver the thugs had been demanding. Connections like Fei Lao were the invisible infrastructure that kept families afloat. The Shen family needed more of them. He completed his shopping, herbs, ink, blank journals for note-taking, and rode back to the Nalan estate with the satisfied feeling of a day that had produced returns far exceeding its investment. Chapter 12. Nalan Jia's condition worsened on the 5th day. Xianxia was in the library when the commotion reached him, servants running, the family physician rushing through the corridors with an expression of barely controlled alarm. He closed his book, followed the noise, and found himself standing outside the patriarch's chambers where Nalan Yanran was already waiting, her face tight with controlled fear. What happened? Xianxia asked. Grandfather collapsed during morning meditation. His do qi destabilized, the physicians say his meridians are degrading. Her voice was steady, but her hands were clenched at her sides. They don't know why. Xianxia knew why. He'd sensed the soul poison's signature since his first day at the estate, that stuttering, discordant pulse in Nalan Jie's do qi that no ordinary physician would recognize because soul poisons weren't taught in standard medical curricula. They were weapons of the Hall of Souls, designed to be undetectable by conventional means. He debated, briefly, whether to speak. Revealing his knowledge of the poison risked questions he couldn't answer. How did a 4-star doge from a mid-tier family recognize a soul-targeted toxin that most do huangs had never encountered? But the alternative was watching a man die slowly while possessing information that could help. May I examine him? Xianxia asked. Yanran's eyes narrowed. You're not a physician. No. But I've been studying alchemical texts for the past 5 days, including a treatise on soul-adjacent pathologies. Some of the symptom patterns match. She hesitated. Then she pushed the door open. Nalan Jia lay on his bed, skin gray, breathing labored. The family physician, a Dadoshi named Healer Wan, was running diagnostic techniques across the old man's meridian points, his expression increasingly frustrated. The degradation follows no pattern I can identify. It's as if something is consuming his spiritual energy from the inside, but I can find no parasite, no toxin, nothing. Because you're looking in the wrong place, Xianxia thought. He knelt beside the bed and extended his senses, not his do qi, which was too weak to probe a former do huang's body, but the heightened perception granted by the reputation systems noticed here, there. Deep beneath the surface of Nalan Jie's spiritual energy, a secondary pattern moved, not do qi, but something that mimicked it, a parasitic current feeding on the old man's soul essence. It was tiny, insidious, and perfectly camouflaged within the natural fluctuations of a declining cultivator's energy. Healer Wan, Xianxia said carefully. Have you checked for non-do qi contaminants? Something that operates on the soul level rather than the meridian level? The physician's head snapped toward him. Soul level? That would require a type of poison that, his face drained of color. That's impossible. Soul poisons are weapons of legend. No one in the Jiama Empire has access to, not no one, Xianxia said quietly. But that's a discussion for later. Right now, the priority is stabilization. He turned to the alchemical knowledge he'd been absorbing for 5 days straight. Soul poisons fed on spiritual energy, they couldn't be purged by conventional medicine because they existed in a different spectrum of the body's architecture. But they could be slowed. The key was reducing the poison's food supply without reducing the patient's cultivation, essentially putting the parasite on a diet while keeping the host alive. I need 3 things, Xianxia said. Spirit calming lotus root, crystal dew from high altitude formations, and powdered soul settling stone. Mixed in equal proportions and dissolved in the patient's medicinal tea. It won't cure the underlying condition, but it should create a spiritual buffer that the poison can't easily penetrate. Healer Wan stared at him. How do you know this? The Nalan Library has an excellent collection on soul-adjacent pathologies. I've been reading it obsessively since I arrived. True, technically. The library had provided the theoretical framework, his knowledge of the novel had provided the specific application. The ingredients were found within the Nalan estate's extensive stores. Xianxia prepared the mixture himself, measuring proportions with the precision that years of financial analysis had trained into his hands. The mixture was administered. Within an hour, Nalan Jie's breathing steadied, his color improved marginally, and the soul poison's parasitic feed rate slowed to a fraction of its previous intensity. This buys time, Xianxia told Yanran, who'd watched the entire process in rigid silence. Months, maybe. But it's not a cure. Curing this will require resources and expertise I don't currently possess. How long has he been poisoned? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Years, at a guess. The poison is designed to be gradual. By the time symptoms become visible, it's deeply entrenched. Who would do this? He met her eyes. I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. Reputation update, Wisdom plus 40 source, identifying and partially treating a previously undiagnosed soul-level poisoning, witnessed by Nalan family physician, Nalan Yanran, household staff. Nalan Yanran didn't thank him. She stood beside her grandfather's bed for a long time after Xianxia left, her fingers wrapped around the old man's weathered hand, her expression a complex architecture of gratitude, fear, and the first genuine trust she'd extended to anyone outside her family in years. Chapter 13. The Respect Resonance event triggered at breakfast. Xianxia was eating congee in the guest quarters when the jade tablet blazed with azure light, brighter than any previous notification, bright enough that he nearly dropped his spoon. Resonance event, respect, threshold reached, 100 RP, ability unlocked, weight of regard effect, spoken words carry enhanced persuasive influence. Listeners instinctively give greater consideration to the host's statements. This is not compulsion, it amplifies existing credibility rather than creating false trust. Effectiveness scales with the host's actual knowledge and sincerity. He felt it settle into his consciousness like a new sense, a subtle awareness of how his words landed on other people's minds. Not telepathy, not mind control, but a heightened connection between intention and reception. When he spoke with genuine conviction, others would feel that conviction more clearly. When he spoke with authority on subjects he actually understood, the authority would register more strongly. It was the charismatic equivalent of upgrading from standard definition to high definition. The content was the same, the clarity was enhanced. He tested it within the hour. The Shen family council meeting had been scheduled before his departure, a long-distance communication via messenger hawk and sealed letter. But Shen Guangfeng had forwarded the agenda, and Shen Tian had asked to participate through a written response. The key agenda item, Uncle Shen Wei's proposal to sell several minor landholdings to cover a short-term cash deficit caused by declining trade revenues. On paper, the proposal was reasonable. The properties generated minimal income and selling them would provide immediate liquidity. But Shen Tian's accountant instinct screamed trap. Selling assets during a downturn was almost always a mistake, and the specific properties Shen Wei had targeted shared a common feature: they bordered the Mu family's territory. Selling them would give the Mu's a territorial footprint that currently served as a buffer zone. He drafted his counterproposal that evening. Instead of selling, leverage the properties as collateral for a merchant consortium loan facilitated through Fei Lao's contacts. The loan would provide the same liquidity without sacrificing strategic assets, and the interest rate would be offset by redirecting trade volume through Fei Lao's network. The proposal was detailed, financially sound, and written with the weight of regard suffusing every carefully chosen word. The response came 3 days later via sealed hawk. His father's letter was brief: your proposal was adopted unanimously. Even your uncle withdrew his objection after reviewing the numbers. You have your mother's head for commerce. I am more proud than I can express. Reputation update, wisdom plus 15, respect plus 20 source, presenting a superior financial strategy that was adopted by family council, witnessed by Shen family elders via correspondence. Shen Tian read the letter twice. The mention of his mother, the original Shen Tian's mother, who died when he was young, stirred feelings that didn't entirely belong to him. The dead boy's grief, the accountant's empathy, and something new that was neither in both. He was becoming Shen Tian. Not playing a role, not inhabiting a borrowed body, becoming. The distinction mattered, and it frightened him more than any cultivation challenge had so far. He folded the letter and placed it in his travel case. Then he turned his attention to the more troubling detail buried in his father's message: even your uncle withdrew his objection. Shen Wei had backed down too easily. A man angling for the patriarch's seat wouldn't abandon a land grab strategy just because the numbers didn't work. He'd find another angle. The fact that he'd conceded without visible resistance suggested he was either genuinely convinced or playing a longer game. Shen Tian's empathic pulse: no, he didn't have that yet. That was a future ability. For now, he had only instinct and pattern recognition. Both told him Shen Wei was playing a longer game. And the question of who his uncle was playing it for was one that Shen Tian wasn't sure he wanted answered. Chapter 14. Misty cloud sects sat atop Yunlin Mountain like a temple built by gods who'd gotten bored with heaven and decided to redecorate. The mountain rose from the Jiama landscape like a fist punch through the earth's crust, its peak perpetually wreathed in white clouds that were not, as Shen Tian's enhanced senses confirmed, entirely natural. Do-chi formations embedded in the mountain's stone redirected atmospheric energy, creating a permanent cloud cover that served both aesthetic and practical purposes. The clouds concentrated ambient do-chi, making the entire mountain a cultivation accelerator. Shen Tian rode beside Nalan Yanran on the winding path up the mountainside, the switchback trail carved into living rock by generations of sect disciples. The air thinned but grew richer with each elevation gained, a paradox explained by the do-chi density replacing what oxygen lacked. You're quieter than usual, Yanran observed. She rode her horse with the casual confidence of someone who'd made this trip hundreds of times. I'm listening to the mountain. At her skeptical glance, he added, the do-chi here has a specific resonance, it's tuned to wind and cloud element techniques. I can feel it vibrating against my azure firmament art like two tuning forks at slightly different frequencies. Most people don't notice that until they've trained here for months. Most people aren't desperately trying to improve from a starting position of almost died from his own technique. The sect's main gate was a monumental archway of white stone, guarded by disciples in flowing robes whose cultivation levels ranged from doshi to doshi. Beyond the gate, the sect compound spread across the mountain's upper plateau, training halls, meditation pavilions, dormitories, and at the very peak, the sect master's residence, partially hidden by the eternal clouds. Disciples paused to watch as Shen Tian and Yanran rode through the compound. Most looked at Yanran with respect or admiration. Most looked at Shen Tian with curiosity that shaded quickly into dismissal. That's the fiancé? He heard one whisper. 5-star doje? My little brother hits harder than that. Nalan Yanran deserves better. What was her family thinking? Political marriage. He's probably got money. Definitely doesn't have talent. Shen let the words wash over him without reacting. His heightened awareness caught every whisper, every dismissive glance, every calculated slight. He catalogued each speaker's face, rank, and cultivation signature with the systematic patience of an auditor compiling a list of irregularities. Some of these disciples had genuine skill, he could tell by their movement economy, the precision of their do-chi control, the calluses on their hands from actual training. Others were coasting on the sex reputation, using their affiliation as a substitute for personal achievement. The ratio was roughly 60-40 in favor of the genuine ones, which was better than most institutions he'd analyzed in either life. They were received by a welcoming committee of 3 inner elders and, briefly, the sect master herself. Yun was tall, composed, and carried an aura of authority that went beyond her dozong cultivation. She greeted Nalan Yanran with genuine warmth and Shen Tian with polite assessment, her eyes measuring him the way a master craftsman evaluated raw material. Young Master Shen. Yanran speaks well of you. The words were carefully chosen, not praise, but acknowledgement that praise had been offered by someone whose judgment Yun trusted. Sect Master Yun is generous. I'm honored to visit. He bowed with precisely calibrated depth, respectful enough to show deference, not so deep as to appear servile. The weight of regard carried his sincerity without embellishment. Yun's expression didn't change, but her gaze lingered a moment longer than protocol required. Whatever she saw or sensed, she kept to herself. Enjoy your visit, young master. The mountain has much to teach those who are willing to listen. The tour lasted the afternoon. Yanran showed him the training grounds, the meditation halls, the sprawling herb gardens maintained by the alchemy division. Shen Tian absorbed everything with the intensity of a man memorizing an escape route, because in this world, knowledge of powerful institutions was the difference between being a guest and being a target. When they returned to the visitor quarters that evening, Yanran paused at her door and looked back at him. You didn't react to any of it, she said. The whispers. The mockery. Was I supposed to? Most men in your position would have tried to prove something. Challenge someone. Make a display. I'm 5-star Do-J in a compound full of Do-Shis and Do-Shis. Any display I made would prove exactly what they already believe. Better to let them keep believing it. You want them to underestimate you. I want to be underestimated right up until the moment it stops being useful. Yanran studied him for a long, waited moment. Then she said, very quietly, he's different from what I expected. He wasn't sure if she was talking to him or to herself. She closed her door before he could ask. Chapter 15. The gorge cut into Yunlin Mountain's eastern face like a scar in granite, a narrow ravine where water had carved through rock over millennia, creating a channel barely wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast. Mist pooled at its base, fed by underground springs that carried dissolved do-chi from the mountain's core. Shen Tian had found it during an early morning walk, following his enhanced senses toward an anomaly in the ambient energy. The gorge's do-chi was different from the sex-cultivated atmosphere, rawer, denser, carrying an elemental quality that resonated with the azure firmament art in a way the processed energy of the training grounds didn't. He settled into a cross-legged position on a flat stone at the gorge's base and began to cultivate. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The azure firmament art's optimized circulation drew in the gorge's raw do-chi like a bellows feeding a forge. The energy was wilder, harder to refine, but the sheer density compensated for the additional processing effort. Each cycle produced nearly double the refined do-chi of his normal sessions. More than that, the gorge's energy carried a harmonic that he'd never encountered. A secondary vibration that ran beneath the do-chi, subtle as a bass note beneath a melody. His technique responded to it like a key turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. Channels that the manual classified as dormant, advanced pathways marked do not attempt below do-chi, began to warm. The azure firmament art had a hidden compatibility with Yunlin Mountain's natural energy. His great-grandfather, who'd transcribed the original manual, had trained here before establishing the Shen family. The technique had been influenced by this mountain's specific energy signature, and the connection persisted across generations. Shen Tian pushed deeper, riding the harmonic, letting the gorge's energy guide his cultivation into pathways the manual hadn't explicitly taught. The sensation was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. He was flying without a map, trusting instinct over instruction. The breakthrough came at midday. Cultivation breakthrough rank, 6-star Do-J method, azure firmament art, optimized variant, mountain harmonic integration, 6 stars. 3 breakthroughs in less than 2 weeks, starting from a dead man's neglected foundation. The accountant in him knew the returns were unsustainable. Each subsequent star required exponentially more energy, and the do-chi barrier would demand a qualitative transformation that simple optimization couldn't provide. But for now, the momentum was exhilarating. He spent 2 more hours in the gorge, consolidating the breakthrough and mapping the dormant pathways that had activated. The azure firmament art was deeper than the manual suggested. His great-grandfather had transcribed a simplified version, either because the full technique was too dangerous for lesser cultivators or because he hadn't fully understood it himself. That mystery would keep. For now, 6-star Do-J was enough to be respectable without being threatening, strong enough to suggest potential, weak enough to avoid drawing the wrong kind of attention. He climbed out of the gorge and made his way back to the sect compound, arriving in time for the evening meal. Nobody had noticed his absence. The mediocre fiancé wandering the mountain paths was beneath the sect's attention. Exactly as he intended, but elsewhere, beneath the Shen family estate, in a chamber that the patriarch's records didn't acknowledge, Shen Wei sat before a communication array, a formation of dark jade and spirit stone that connected to a network no legitimate organization maintained. His face was illuminated by the array's sickly green light as he composed a coded message. Subject ST, unexpected development. Engagement proceeded. Subject demonstrates above predicted cognitive capability and interpersonal influence. Recommend continued observation. Priority, maintain cover. Phase 1 intel gathering continues. He sealed the message and sent it into the array's depths, where it traveled through channels that had been old when the Jia Ma Empire was young. The recipient's identity was something Shen Wei tried not to think about. The debt was the debt. And debts to the Hall of Souls were not the kind you could default on. Chapter 16. Nalan Yanran invited him to watch her train on the 7th morning of his visit to Misty Cloud Sect. The invitation arrived via a terse note slipped under his door, Eastern Training Platform. Sunrise. Come if you want. He went. The eastern platform jutted from the mountainside like a stage suspended above clouds. The sky below was a sea of white, pierced by distant peaks that rose like islands from fog. Yanran stood at the platform center in training clothes, simple white tunic and trousers, her hair tied back with a leather cord, her sword drawn. She didn't acknowledge his arrival. She began to move. The Misty Cloud sword art was, in Shen Tian's analytical assessment, the most beautiful martial technique he'd seen in either life. It didn't look like combat, it looked like calligraphy written in steel and light. Each stroke of the blade carved a precise arc through the morning air, trailing wisps of cloud element do qi that hung like brushstrokes in the mist. The forms flowed into each other without pause, building speed and intensity until Yanran was moving faster than his eyes could track, her blade a continuous blur of silver light. But his enhanced perception could still follow her feet. She completed the full sequence, 47 forms, in under 4 minutes, ending in a stance that left her sword extended toward the rising sun. She held it for 3 breaths, then sheathed the blade and turned to face him. Well? He considered his words carefully. The weight of regard would amplify whatever he said, and he wanted the amplification to carry truth rather than flattery. Your blade work is extraordinary. The upper body technique is flawless, each form transitions seamlessly, and your do qi integration with the strikes is precise to a degree I've never seen. But? Your footwork repeats a pattern. Forms 12 through 16 create a diagonal sequence, right forward, pivot, right back, left forward. It's consistent every time you run the set. An opponent who studied your pattern could predict your position during those 5 forms and exploit the moment between the pivot and the right back step, where your weight transfers to the rear foot and your forward guard opens for roughly a quarter second. The silence that followed was dense enough to feel. Yanran's expression cycled through surprise, disbelief, verification. She mentally replayed the sequence, her eyes tracking phantom movements, and finally, grudging acknowledgement. You caught a footwork vulnerability in a technique you've never practiced, after watching one demonstration. I've been studying movement patterns for days. The guards sparring at my family estate, the sect disciples training in the courtyard, even the way Mu Chen's bodyguard shifted his weight during our spar. Everybody has patterns. Yours are just harder to find. That's not cultivation knowledge. That's combat analysis, it's pattern recognition. My previous studies emphasized finding inefficiencies in complex systems. Combat forms are complex systems. She sheathed her sword fully and sat down on the platform's edge, legs dangling above the clouds. After a moment, she patted the stone beside her. He sat. You're going to be a problem, she said, without hostility. For whom? For everyone who's decided you're mediocre. The longer you stay quiet about what you can actually do, the harder the reckoning when it comes. She looked at him sidelong. And for me? Because I'm starting to respect you, and I wasn't planning to. I can stop being insightful if it makes things easier. Don't. It's the only interesting thing about this arrangement. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sun burn through the clouds, and Shen Tian filed away 2 realizations. 1, that Nalan Yanran's dynamic shifted when the conversation moved from personal to professional. She was most open when discussing the craft of combat, most guarded when discussing anything emotional. 2, that the quarter-second opening in her footwork was something he could help her fix, and fixing it together would build a bond that no arranged marriage contract could manufacture. He also noticed that their shoulders were almost touching, and that neither of them had moved away. Chapter 17. Shen Tian spent the following day arranging an anonymous gift for someone who would never know who sent it. The fire crystal was a palm-sized gem of compressed flame element do qi, valued at roughly 300 gold coins in the open market, a sum that would bankrupt most common cultivators but barely dented the Nalan family's generous hospitality fund, from which Shen Tian had been given a discretionary allowance. He purchased it through Fei Lao's merchant network, using a chain of intermediaries that would be impossible to trace back to the Shen family. The crystal was delivered to a small town called Stone Desert Town, placed in a merchant's inventory at a price that a talented but impoverished young cultivator could afford if he worked hard enough. The merchant was told the crystal was a consignment piece from an anonymous seller. Sell it at cost, keep a small commission, don't ask questions. Xiao Yan would pass through Stone Desert Town within the week. Xianxia knew this from the novel's geography and from intelligence he'd gathered through Fei Lao's network. The fire crystal would enhance Xiao Yan's flame element cultivation, accelerating a growth trajectory that the entire world would eventually depend on. The reputation system remained silent throughout the transaction. No witnesses. No recognition. Nothing. Shen Tian didn't care. This wasn't about reputation, this was about probability management. In a world where continent-ending threats were guaranteed to emerge within the next decade, the original protagonist's power was a strategic resource that needed to be cultivated as carefully as Shen Tian cultivated himself. Every herb, every crystal, every anonymous assist was an investment in a future where the world survived. There was also the quieter motivation, the one he didn't examine too closely. He'd read Xiao Yan's story. He'd watched a young man lose everything, talent, status, the girl he'd grown up expecting to marry, and claw his way back through sheer, grinding determination. The character had inspired him during a period of his own life when inspiration was scarce. Now that character was real, training alone in the mountains, nursing a grudge and a determination that would reshape the world. Shen Tian couldn't fight the fights that lay ahead for Xiao Yan. But he could ensure the young man entered those fights with better tools. He returned to the Nalan Estate's library and resumed his alchemy studies, the jade tablet quiet at the edge of his vision, the afternoon light falling across pages that might eventually teach him to save a dying old man. The system measured what the world saw. But the world didn't see everything worth doing. Chapter 18. The news arrived by royal courier, a sealed scroll bearing the Jiama crown insignia, delivered to the Nalan estate by a rider whose horse was lathered with exhaustion from the capital. Shen Tian was in the courtyard when the message was read aloud to the Nalan household's senior members. The content was concise and devastating. The Mu family had petitioned the Jiama Empire's royal court to invalidate the Shen-Nalan engagement, citing the Shen family's declining noble status and insufficient cultivation standing as grounds for dissolution under Imperial Marriage Code Article 17, which required engaged parties to maintain commensurate station. In practical terms, the Mu family was arguing that the Shen family was too weak and too poor to marry into the Nalan bloodline, and they were asking the crown to enforce that argument with legal authority. Shen Tian's first reaction was professional admiration. The petition was well constructed. Article 17 was real, rarely invoked, and specifically designed for situations where a declining family tried to punch above its weight through marriage alliances. The Mu family's lawyers had done their research. His second reaction was cold fury, compressed into the same locked room where he kept his panic. If the petition succeeded, the consequences cascaded. The engagement dissolved, the Shen-Nalan alliance collapsed, the Shen family's political position deteriorated further, and Mu Chen got another shot at the arrangement he'd lost. More importantly, Shen Tian would lose access to the Nalan library, the Misty Cloud sect connection, and the resources he needed to continue his cultivation trajectory. A minor court hearing has been scheduled in 5 days, the courier explained. Both families are required to present representatives. Shen Kuangfeng, informed by Emergency Hawk, sent a terse response. He would attend personally. But Shen Tian had a different idea. The hearing was a legal proceeding, not a military one. It required arguments, evidence, and persuasion, all tools that a former senior auditor wielded better than any swordsman. He spent the next 5 days preparing. The preparation was methodical, exhaustive, and drew on every skill from both his lives. He analyzed Article 17's text and found its ambiguities. The statute defined commensurate station without specifying whether the measurement was historical, current, or projected. He researched the Mu family's public finances through Fei Lao's merchant intelligence network and found irregularities, specifically, evidence of trade tax evasion through shell organizations in 2 provinces. He drafted his argument in 3 sections. First, a defense of the Shen family's standing based on projected trajectory rather than current position. Second, a legal challenge to the Mu family's standing to bring the petition. They weren't a party to the engagement and had no legal interest. And third, a nuclear option, the tax evasion evidence, held in reserve as a counterattack if the hearing turned hostile. Nalan Yanran watched his preparations with increasing interest. On the 4th day, she sat across from him in the library and said, "You're preparing for this hearing like a general preparing for a battle. The hearing is a battle. The weapons are just different. Can you win?" He met her gaze. "I can win if I'm allowed to present the case myself. No intermediaries, no family representative speaking on my behalf. The argument needs to come from me. You're a 5-star doge asking to represent a noble family in a royal court hearing. The judges will dismiss you before you finish your opening statement. Then I'll make my opening statement count." She studied him for a long moment, then pulled a sealed letter from her sleeve. "My grandfather wrote this after I told him about your plan. It's a formal endorsement from the Nalan family patriarch, granting you standing to speak on behalf of both families at the hearing. Xianxia took the letter. The seal was warm, the endorsement genuine. Nalan Jia, the man whose life Xianxia was working to save, had trusted him with his granddaughter's engagement and his family's reputation. The weight of that trust settled on his shoulders like a physical thing. "I won't waste this," he said. "I know," Yanran said. And for the first time, the words carried no caveat, no suspicion, no evaluation. Just certainty. Chapter 19. The hearing chamber in the Eastern Provincial Courthouse was designed to intimidate. Stone walls rose 30 feet to a vaulted ceiling. The judge's bench was elevated on a platform that required visitors to crane their necks upward, a deliberate architectural power play that positioned legal authority above human scale. 3 judges sat behind the bench, their cultivation auras radiating the subdued power of senior doshis who'd traded martial advancement for institutional authority. The gallery held 50 observers, nobles, merchants, officials, and curious citizens who'd heard that the Mu family was challenging one of the season's most talked about engagements. Mu Chen sat in the petitioners section with 2 lawyers and the smug expression of someone who considered the outcome predetermined. Xianxia stood at the respondent's podium in formal robes, Nalan Jia's endorsement letter displayed on the evidence table. His father sat behind him, face rigid with the controlled stress of a patriarch watching his family's future argued by his 17-year-old son. The petitioner claims, the lead judge read from the filing, that the Shen family's current noble status has declined below the threshold required by Imperial Marriage Code Article 17 for marriage into the Nalan bloodline. The petitioner requests dissolution of the engagement on these grounds. The Mu family's lead lawyer, a precise, gray-haired man with the cultivation aura of a former Do Ling, rose and delivered a practiced argument. The Shen family's trade revenues had declined 30% over 3 years. Their military contribution to the empire had diminished. Their cultivation average among family members had dropped below the provincial noble baseline. By every measurable metric, the Shen family's station was in freefall, and the engagement was a mismatch that Article 17 existed to prevent. The argument was solid. The data was accurate. The conclusion was reasonable. Xianxia rose to respond. Honorable judges. The weight of regard carried his opening words with a clarity that silenced the gallery's whispers. The petitioner's argument rests on a selective reading of Article 17. The statute requires commensurate station but does not specify the temporal frame of measurement. The petitioner has chosen the narrowest window, 3 years of declining metrics, while ignoring the Shen family's 200 years of consistent noble standing, our ongoing contributions to provincial infrastructure, and our recent strategic partnerships that project a reversal of the short-term decline within 2 fiscal cycles. He laid out the defense methodically, using financial projections backed by Fei Lao's trade intelligence. The Shen family's new merchant consortium partnerships would generate revenue growth starting next quarter. The cultivation average decline was attributable to the loss of 3 senior members to natural causes, a demographic correction that would resolve as younger members advanced. The judges listened. Their expressions shifted from perfunctory to engaged as the argument developed substance beyond standard legal rhetoric. Then Xianxia pivoted. However, the more fundamental question is whether the petitioner has standing to bring this challenge at all. The Mu family is not a party to the Shen Nalan engagement. They have no legal interest in its validity. Their petition is motivated not by concern for Article 17's integrity, but by the personal disappointment of their heir, young Master Mu Chen, who was passed over in favor of the Shen family's arrangement. Mu Chen's smug expression curdled. Furthermore, Xianxia continued, pulling a document from the evidence table. During the research necessitated by this hearing, my investigation uncovered information about the Mu family's own station that the court may find relevant. Specifically, evidence of systematic trade tax evasion through shell organizations in the Wei and Qing provinces over a period of 5 years, totaling an estimated deficit to the imperial treasury of approximately 18,000 gold. The chamber erupted. The lead judge hammered for order. Mu Chen's lawyers surged to their feet with objections. Mu Chen himself went white. Xianxia stood at the podium, calm as a man reading quarterly earnings, and waited for the noise to subside. I submit this evidence for the court's review. I would note that a family actively defrauding the imperial treasury may wish to reconsider drawing the court's attention to questions of noble standing. Their own might not survive the scrutiny. The lead judge, after reviewing the evidence and conferring with his colleagues, delivered a verdict that took less than 10 minutes. Petition denied. The Mu family was referred to the Imperial Tax Authority for investigation. Reputation update, wisdom plus 60, respect plus 80 source, presenting a successful legal defense incorporating financial analysis, procedural challenges, and strategic counter-evidence before a royal court, witnessed by 50 plus observers, milestone, reputation tier, recognized, 500 RP, passive enhancement, weight of regard strengthened, persuasive clarity now extends to written communications and formal documents. Xianxia gathered his papers while Mu Chen's lawyers hustled their client out of the chamber before the judges could ask follow-up questions about the tax evidence. In the gallery, merchants and nobles were already whispering, the story of the Shen family's mediocre heir dismantling the Mu family's petition would be across the province by nightfall. Outside the courthouse, Shen Guangfeng placed a hand on his son's shoulder and said nothing for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough. Your mother would have done the same thing. Exactly the same way. Shen Tian didn't trust himself to respond. He nodded, and they walked to their horses, and the afternoon sun was warm on the road home. Chapter 20. The night banquet at the Nalan estate celebrating the engagement's legal confirmation was, by the standards of the Jia Empire's eastern nobility, a significant social event. 300 guests, the same faces from the engagement ceremony plus 50 new attendees drawn by the courthouse drama, filled the main hall and its surrounding gardens. Spirit wine flowed. Musicians played compositions that blended Do-Chi harmonics with traditional instruments, creating melodies that resonated in the listeners' meridians as well as their ears. The food was extraordinary, dishes prepared by the Nalan household's alchemist chefs, each course infused with trace amounts of medicinal herbs that complemented the spirit wine's Do-Chi enhancing properties. Shen Tian moved through the banquet with practiced ease, accepting congratulations, deflecting compliments, and cataloging the room's political dynamics with the same methodical attention he brought to every social environment since arriving in this world. The court victory had shifted perceptions. Where nobles had previously assessed him as a placeholder fiancé, they now evaluated him as a player whose opening move had been unexpectedly strong. Good. Let them recalculate. Recalculation meant uncertainty, and uncertainty meant opportunity. He found Nalan Yanran on the terrace overlooking the moonlit valley, away from the banquet's noise. She was leaning against the stone railing with a cup of spirit wine in her hand, her formal robes replaced by a simpler outfit that suggested she'd escape the main event as soon as protocol allowed. The moon painted the valley in silver and shadow. Below, the mist that pooled between the hills glowed faintly with ambient Do-Chi, giving the landscape a dreamlike quality. You won, she said without turning. I argued a case. The evidence won. Don't be modest. It doesn't suit you. She took a sip of wine. Mu Chen's family will face a tax investigation because of what you presented. Their political position in the province will take years to recover. You didn't just defend the engagement, you dismantled a rival family's standing in a single afternoon. I exposed information that was already true. If their standing can't survive the truth, it wasn't standing worth having. She turned to face him. The moonlight caught her features at an angle that made the sharp lines softer, the guarded expression warmer, or perhaps the spirit wine was doing what spirit wine had always done to sharp edges throughout human history. You're not what they said you'd be, she said quietly. What did they say I'd be? Weak. Lazy. Another noble son writing his family name into a marriage he didn't deserve. She paused. My mate at Misty Cloud Sect told me to endure it for the family's sake. My grandfather told me it was strategic. My own assessment was that you'd be tolerable at best. And now? Now I think you're the most dangerous person in this province who doesn't have the cultivation rank to back it up. You fight with words instead of Do-Chi, and your words hit harder. She took another sip of wine, longer this time. Don't make me regret not fighting this arrangement. The words hung in the moonlit air between them, carrying weight beyond their surface meaning. She wasn't asking him to prove himself, he'd been doing that for 2 weeks straight. She was asking him to be what he'd already shown himself to be. Consistently. Permanently. Without the other shoe dropping. I'd rather earn your trust than demand your hand, Shen Tian said. The engagement is a contract. Trust is something else entirely, and it's the only thing between us that matters. Yanran looked at him. Really looked, not the evaluating glance of a swordswoman assessing a potential ally, but the unguarded gaze of a young woman seeing someone clearly for the first time. You mean that, she said. Not a question. Every word. She held his gaze for 3 heartbeats, then she looked away, back toward the moonlit valley, and something in the set of her shoulders changed, the rigid tension that she'd carried since the day they met relaxed by a single, barely perceptible degree. Then we'll see, she said. Together. They stood in silence, watching the moon climb higher above the valley, their shoulders close enough that Shen Tian could feel the warmth of her Do-Chi through the cool night air. Below the terrace, in the shadow of a decorative hedge, a figure watched them. The figure was dressed in black, not the theatrical black of a storybook assassin, but the practical dark clothing of someone whose profession demanded invisibility. A short crossbow hung at the figure's hip, loaded with a single bolt whose tip glistened with something viscous and wrong. The assassin waited. Patient. Professional. Calculating the angle, the distance, the optimal moment to strike when the guard's attention was focused on the banquet and the 2 young nobles on the terrace were too absorbed in each other to notice death approaching from below. The Mu family's petition had been denied. But Mu Chen's response to legal defeat was not more legal proceedings. The assassin's finger tightened on the crossbow's trigger mechanism, and the moonlight gleamed on the poison bolt's tip like a promise written in venom. Chapter 21. The assassin moved like smoke. Shen Tian felt it before he saw it, a prickling along the nape of his neck, the reputation system's perception passive firing like a struck bell. The banquet noise faded to a dull roar behind him as his awareness sharpened into something singular and cold. Time didn't slow, exactly, but the world's details clicked into sudden relief. The smell of wine in the night air, the lantern light painting the garden wall amber, the sound of silk rustling as someone shifted their weight 20 feet below. Then he saw it. A shadow detaching from the ornamental cypress. A silhouette that moved with the deliberate patience of someone who had done this before, who counted on the moment between perception and action being just long enough. A hand. A flick of fingers. Two thin shapes catching moonlight as they arced upward. Poisoned darts. Aimed at Nalan Yanran's exposed back. He didn't think. His body moved with an urgency that bypassed every rational circuit in his transmigrator's brain, every carefully cultivated instinct for calculation, every habit of analyzing before acting. He grabbed Yanran's shoulder and hauled her sideways, spinning her behind him in a movement that was pure, unfiltered reaction. The first dart hissed past her cheek close enough to stir a loose strand of hair against her jaw. The second buried itself in his left shoulder with a wet, meaty sound that he felt before the pain registered, a deep, wrong pressure followed by a spreading heat that told him the tip had gone and all the way. Down. He shoved her toward the stone railing even as his knees tried to buckle. Yanran didn't go down. Her sword was in her hand before he finished the word, a blur of steel and misty cloud do-chi that split the night air with the clean, decisive sound of a technique executed perfectly. She vaulted the terrace railing, robes streaming behind her like a war banner caught in a sudden wind, and dropped 12 feet onto the assassin with all the killing grace of a hunting falcon. The clash lasted 3 seconds. The assassin was good, do-chi level, fast hands, already reloading another dart with the practiced efficiency of a professional. But Nalan Yanran had been training under Yun Yun since she could hold a blade, and she was furious. Not the controlled fury of a practitioner channeling emotion into technique. The raw, white-hot fury of someone who'd spent the past hour standing on a terrace being quietly, incontrovertibly grateful to the man standing behind her, and who had just watched him take a dart that was meant for her spine. Her sword took the assassin through the throat. The body hit the ground with a sound that was too quiet for what it meant. The garden fell silent except for the distant noise of the banquet and the soft trickle of a decorative fountain. Then the pain in Xianxia's shoulder bloomed like a dark flower, and his vision tilted sideways. Valor plus 100, taking a lethal strike meant for another. The notification flickered across his dimming sight, golden text in a world going gray at the edges. He thought, absurdly, that he'd rather have had the 100 points in health. His legs stopped cooperating. He sat down heavily against the terrace railing, one hand pressing over the dart protruding from his shoulder, the other gripping cold stone for balance. The last thing he heard before unconsciousness claimed him was Yanran's voice, sharp, commanding, nothing like the girl on the terrace who'd been leaning almost imperceptibly toward him while they talked about the night sky. This was the voice of a misty cloud inner disciple who'd spent years learning how to make people move. She was shouting for the household guards, a physician, anyone with medical training, and her hand was pressed against his wound, warm and steady and unshaking, even as everything else went dark. She didn't let go. Chapter 22. He woke to the smell of medicinal paste and someone arguing outside his door. Told you, his body processed most of the toxin on its own. The dart was coated in blue scorpion venom, potent but not exotic. Another hour and it would have reached his heart, but his do-chi circulation fought it off. The physician's voice was professionally calm, calibrated to convey competence without admitting to the narrow margin. The boy has surprisingly robust meridians for how long until he can move? Yanran's voice. Tight. Controlled. The voice of someone who'd spent the night forcing themselves not to worry, and who had failed at approximately half of it. 3 days of bed rest. 7 before I'd recommend training. Fine. I'll tell him. The door opened. She entered carrying a tray of medicinal tea with the focused expression of someone performing a critical mission, both hands occupied, shoulders squared, jaw set at the angle that meant she'd already decided how this conversation was going to go. When she saw his eyes were open, something flickered across her face, relief, quickly compressed and locked away, before her features settled into their default sharp-edged composure. You're awake. Disappointed? Furious. She set the tray down harder than necessary. Tea sloshed in a small wave. What kind of idiot throws himself in front of a poisoned dart without armor, without a defensive technique, without even a basic do-chi barrier? The kind who noticed the dart was aimed at you. She pulled the chair beside his bed and sat in it with the spine-straight precision of a woman determined not to look like someone who'd been pacing the corridor for hours. Her hands were folded in her lap. Her expression was composed. Only her pulse, visible in the small hollow of her throat, gave away anything. The physician says 3 days. I heard him through the door. You were being loud. I was not being loud. You were projecting with the authority of a woman who spent her life giving orders to sect disciples. He tried to sit up. The shoulder protested immediately, not just the puncture wound but a deep muscular ache that radiated down his arm. He settled for shifting to a less uncomfortable angle against the pillows. How's the assassin? Dead. My sword does what swords are meant to do. She paused. I found a dart pouch on the body. 16 darts total. The venom was the same blue scorpion compound, a full vial worth. Whoever hired him expected to need more than 2 shots. They were targeting you. Clearly. Mu Chen. She didn't confirm it. Didn't deny it. We have no proof. Not yet. He looked at his bound shoulder. The bandaging was professional, tight, even, with no wasted material. She'd done it herself, or directed it so precisely it amounted to the same thing. Nalan Jia? He knows. He's. She searched for a word that wasn't frightened, didn't land on one. He's been visiting your room. When you were unconscious. Standing in the doorway and leaving without saying anything. Xianxia absorbed this. The old patriarch, standing in a doorway with his dou qi slowly failing, watching the boy who'd saved his granddaughter breathe through a poisoning. He'd have questions. A lot of questions. He's talking about formally adopting you into the Nalan family registry as a secondary heir, Yanran added. The gratitude is. Excessive doesn't cover it. He's operating on the arithmetic of what would have happened if you hadn't moved. That's excessive. You saved his granddaughter from assassination. Excessive is relative. She looked at the wall, then at him, then at the wall again, a cycle that meant she was marshalling something she didn't want to say badly. Don't do that again. Get poisoned? Put yourself between me and a weapon. I can fight my own battles, I know you can. I watched you kill a man in 3 seconds last night. He met her eyes and held them. But knowing you can protect yourself and being willing to watch you get hurt are two different things. I won't apologize for the second one. She held his gaze for a long moment. Something moved in her expression, not quite softening, more like a recalibration. Then she picked up the tea from the tray and held it to his lips with a gentleness that contradicted every sharp word she'd just spoken. Drink. It tastes terrible. It did. It tasted like pine bark and regret. He drank every drop. She came back every day for 3 days, arriving in the mornings with tea and in the evenings with the particular focused energy of someone who'd spent the intervening hours doing things that mattered and was still thinking about them. She never said anything tender. She criticized his color, too pale, his appetite, insufficient, his inability to sit still, counterproductive. She adjusted his pillows with the precision of a swordsmith honing a blade, 2 small taps on the left side, 1 on the right, never satisfied on the first attempt. On the 4th day, she brought him a book from the Nalan library. An advanced treatise on dou qi barrier techniques, the kind of text normally restricted to disciples with formal cultivation experience. She set it on the bed beside him without explanation. Learn this, she said. So next time you can block a dart like a civilized person instead of catching it with your body. He opened the book. The text was dense, technical, exactly what he needed. On the inside cover, in her elegant calligraphy, the brushstrokes practiced to precision, the ink dark and certain, she'd written 2 words. Thank you. Chapter 23. The investigation into the assassin yielded frustratingly little. Xianxia directed it from his sickbed for the first 2 days, then from a chair in the Nalan estate's private study while his shoulder healed and the blue scorpion venom finished clearing his system. Fei Lao was his primary intelligence asset. The retired merchant warrior had cleaned up considerably since Xianxia's market intervention, the old doshi sharpening back into something like his former capable self now that someone had given him purpose. Whoever hired this one knew what they were doing, Fei Lao reported during a private meeting 3 days after the assassination attempt. He sat across from Xianxia in the study, his tea going cold while he spread papers across the desk, courier logs, transaction fragments, the kind of evidence that told a story through its gaps. The money trail goes through 4 intermediaries. I've traced it to a shell trading company registered in the eastern provinces, but the company dissolved 3 days ago, same night as the attempt. 3 days. Preemptive dissolution to destroy the trail. Xianxia rubbed his still tender shoulder. The physician had cleared him for light activity, and he'd been abusing the definition of light ever since, mostly by sitting at desks and thinking, which he decided counted as sedentary. What do we know about the shell company? Registered 6 months ago. Capital contribution consistent with a mid-sized merchant house. The registration agent uses a form letter that I've seen associated with the Mu family's financial operations twice before in separate contexts. Fei Lao's expression was the careful neutral of a man presenting evidence rather than conclusions. I can't prove it was Mu Chen. But the signature patterns match. They tried to kill my fiancé at our own engagement banquet. The dart was aimed at her back, meant to look like it came from the garden rather than an invited guest. Xianxia stared at the papers. If I'd been 2 seconds slower, if I hadn't caught it with my shoulder, the story would have been a tragic accident. An unknown assassin from the garden. No clear culprit. Just a dead girl and a grieving family, and a broken engagement. And Mu Chen positioned to re-enter negotiations. You can't prove that reasoning in a court. I know. That's why I need solid evidence rather than a fast accusation. He looked at Fei Lao directly. Take 2 months. Do it quietly. I'd rather have proof airtight enough to close every exit before I move. The old merchant studied him with the evaluating gaze of someone who'd spent decades reading people across negotiating tables. You know, most young nobles in your position would be screaming for blood. The Mu family tried to kill your fiancé. They tried to kill me, Xianxia corrected. Yanran was the primary target but I'm the complication. The engagement is the inconvenience they're trying to remove. He sipped his tea, actual tea, not the medicinal nightmare Yanran kept sending from the family physician. Screaming for blood without proof makes me look desperate and gives the Mu family grounds to claim harassment. I'd rather build a case so complete that when I present it, the tribunal has no room for procedural objections. Wisdom plus 15, prioritizing strategic evidence gathering over emotional retaliation. The notification confirmed what his own judgment already knew. The system rarely rewarded impatience, and this situation called for patience like a locked door called for the right key. That night, back in the Nalan Estate's training courtyard under the stars, he resumed cultivation. The Azure Firmament Arts optimized circulation had settled into something approaching second nature over the past weeks, the pathways familiar, the energy flow smooth, the compression techniques building layer by efficient layer. 7-star Doge. The breakthrough came quietly during a session where the moon was bright and the estate was still. His Do Chi reservoir expanded cleanly, his meridians widened to accommodate the new density, and the energy flowing through his channels gained a quality he could only describe as sharper, more focused, faster to respond. He was approaching the Do Chi threshold. He could feel it now, a membrane stretched thin, the difference between his current state and the next qualitative transformation becoming physically perceptible during peak cultivation. He ran the barrier technique from Yanran's book after the advancement. The principles clicked into place faster now, the theory connecting to the denser Do Chi with greater ease. By the session's end, he could erect a basic shield in under 2 seconds. He'd never catch a dart with his shoulder again. Probably. The sound of footsteps on the courtyard stone made him look up. Yanran stood in the training grounds entrance, still in her evening robes, her sword absent for once. She'd been inside, clearly, not training. Just walking. Can't sleep? He said. I sleep fine. She sat on the bench along the courtyard wall. The one Lu Bao had crashed into what felt like a lifetime ago. What's your rank now? 7-star Doge. You were 3-star when you arrived. Something in her voice had shifted, not warmth, exactly, but a quality of attention that was different from assessment. That's 4 stars in less than a month. What are you doing differently? He considered the truth. The Azure Firmament Arts optimized pathways, modifications born from his engineering instincts and his deeper theoretical understanding of energy flow. Nothing he could share fully without explaining things he wasn't ready to explain. I've been refining my cultivation method. Working from theoretical principles rather than traditional forms. Who taught you to approach it that way? I taught myself. From texts. He paused. And from paying attention to the way experienced cultivators describe their internal states. You, specifically, you've been more useful than you probably realize. She looked at him sidelong. I haven't taught you anything. You've talked about cultivation philosophy in 4 separate conversations over the past 2 weeks. Each time, you described Misty Cloud techniques in terms of principles rather than forms, atmospheric resonance, energy harmonization, the relationship between intent and output. It changed how I think about my own method. A silence. The night air moved through the courtyard, carrying the scent of the flowering trees along the estate's southern wall. You analyze everything, she said finally. Not criticism, observation. It's usually productive. It's sometimes impressive. She stood, brushing imaginary dust from her robes. 7-star is good progress. Don't let it slow down. The world doesn't wait for gradualism. She left. He sat in the courtyard for another hour after that, thinking about what she'd said, about what she'd left unsaid, and let the training continue because the world, as she observed, didn't wait. Chapter 24. The petition to train at Misty Cloud Sect required 2 weeks of administrative navigation that would have baffled anyone who hadn't spent years tracking expense reports through bureaucratic labyrinths. Associate disciple status, Nalan Yanran explained as they climbed the mountain path toward the sect's outer gates on a morning so clear the distant plains were visible from the switchbacks. Her stride was comfortable on the steep terrain, this was home, every stone familiar. It's a provision for close family members of full disciples, betrothed count explicitly under the Charter's Third Amendment. You won't have access to the inner training halls or the sect's classified techniques, but the outer grounds, open lectures, and supervised sparring are available. Has anyone actually used this provision recently? Not in 40 years. The sect's public records list 3 historical cases, 2 siblings of senior disciples and 1 betrothed who visited for a single season before the engagement dissolved. She glanced sideways at him as the path narrowed between 2 rock faces worn smooth by centuries of pilgrim traffic. Most people in your position are content to use the sect's name for social elevation. They don't actually want to show up and work. I'm not most people. I'm aware. The sideways glance lingered a moment longer than necessary before she returned it to the path ahead. Yun will want to meet you herself. She approved the petition formally, but approvals and acceptances aren't the same thing with her. The gates loomed above them, massive stone pillars carved with clouds and swords in the Misty Cloud tradition, flanked by white-robed disciples whose Do Chi signatures read a solid Do Shis without straining. They straightened when they recognized Yanran, the formal posture carrying a respect that came from years of watching her train rather than from the directive of ceremony. Yun received them in her personal study at the mountain's highest habitable peak. The room was spare in the way that deliberate choices were spare: a desk with 2 chairs facing it, a sword rack along the east wall with 7 blades arranged by quality like a progression from simple to divine, and a single window that framed a piece of sky so blue and vast it felt like a statement of intent. The sect master herself was younger than Xianxia had expected, even knowing the BTTH timeline. Early 30s, with a composure so complete it had become a physical presence, still water, going deep. She assessed him without moving, and he had the distinct sensation of being measured against criteria he hadn't been given in advance. She didn't invite him to sit. He stood comfortably, hands at his sides, the posture of someone at ease with uncertainty. He knew this kind of interview. He'd conducted dozens of them on the other side. Xianxia. Her voice carried the quiet authority of someone who didn't need volume. You want access to my sex training facilities. I want to grow stronger, sect master. Your facilities are the best in the empire. The pairing is logical. Many people wish to grow stronger. Logic doesn't make them entitled to my sex resources. Her eyes, sharp, comprehensive, the kind that recorded rather than just observed, completed their sweep and settled. You're 7-star Doge. Competent for your age and circumstances, unremarkable by sex standards. Why should I extend this courtesy? Because I'll work harder than anyone you've seen come through the outer gates in a decade. And I'll cause no trouble doing it. Bold claim from someone who's been in my orbit for less than a month and has already survived an assassination attempt that killed the killer. Her tone was neutral. The information wasn't, she knew exactly what had happened at the banquet. Let me evaluate something more useful than your ambitions. Answer me this: a Misty Cloud disciple discovers that a close friend is selling sect technique scrolls to an outside party. The buyer is a known enemy of the sect. What does the disciple do? The silence after the question was calibrated. She was watching how he entered it, not just how he left. Xianxia considered. Not because the answer was unclear, but because the reasoning mattered more than the conclusion, and she was listening for the reasoning. Report the seller to sect authorities immediately, he said. Friendship doesn't override institutional loyalty when lives are at stake, and sect techniques in enemy hands is a lives at stake situation. But I'd request to be present during the questioning. Not to interfere, but to ensure fair treatment. And I'd ask the investigators to determine whether my friend was coerced before drawing final conclusions. He paused. People who betray institutions they genuinely care about usually have reasons beyond simple greed. Understanding those reasons prevents the next betrayal. Silence. Yun held the jade token on her desk without picking it up. You answered 3 questions at once, she said. Institutional duty. Personal loyalty reconciled with responsibility. And institutional learning over institutional punishment. She finally lifted the token and held it out. Outer training grounds, open lectures, and supervised sparring only. No restricted areas. No classified techniques. Treat every disciple with the same respect regardless of how they treat you. And do not embarrass my personal disciple. The pointed look at Yanran, who straightened imperceptibly. Welcome to Misty Cloud Sect, Associate Disciple Xianxia. He took the token. It was warm against his palm, resonating faintly with the formation energy woven into its jade, the sect's collective authority, compressed into a small flat rectangle. At the door, Yun's voice caught him. That answer was textbook perfect. Almost suspiciously so. I'll be watching to see if you mean it when the situation is real and the friend is someone you actually care about. He looked back. I always mean what I say, sect master. The words are the easy part. She studied him for one more beat. We'll see. They descended from the study wing toward the outer training terraces, Yanran walking beside him with the satisfaction of someone who'd predicted an outcome and was experiencing it. She liked you, Yanran said. Quietly, as if stating a weather observation. She did not like me. That's effectively the same thing. With Yun, neutrality is approval. Anything else is a problem. Chapter 25. Sect life was a revelation. The outer training grounds of Misty Cloud Sect occupied a series of terraced plateaus carved into the mountain's western face over centuries of careful construction, each level dedicated to a different aspect of development. The lowest terrace held the physical conditioning field, running tracks worn smooth by thousands of feet, obstacle courses that used the mountain terrain itself as engineering, weight training stations with enchanted stones that resisted Do-Chi augmented force. The middle levels housed sparring rings chalked onto the flat stone, formation practice areas marked with painted geometries, meditation pavilions open to the mountain wind. The highest accessible terrace was the wind platform, a broad exposed shelf where disciples practiced movement arts against the mountain's natural gales. Xianxia threw himself into training with the methodical intensity of a man who understood exactly how much ground he had to cover and was doing the math continuously. Most outer disciples ignored him in the specific way that signaled awareness rather than indifference, the carefully averted gaze, the conversations that paused when he approached, the evaluating looks that lasted a second too long. An associate disciple occupied a position below outer disciple on the sect's informal hierarchy, tolerated through the goodwill of a full disciple's patronage rather than earned standing. He caught the commentary in passing like leaves blown past a window. That's Nalan Yanran's fiancé. 7-star Doj. 7 stars? My cousin's youngest reached that at 15. The one who caught the poison dart. With his shoulder. Romantic or stupid? Both, probably. They're usually both. He let the assessments drift past him and focused on the work. The reputation system tracked the ambient noise passively, minor fluctuations, nothing worth notification. People's opinions were weather. What mattered was the soil beneath it. The exception was Luo Feng. Luo Feng was 9-star Doj on the verge of the first great threshold, with the build of someone whose ancestors had done physical labor for generations and the disposition of a golden retriever who'd learned to fight. He'd been with the sect for 6 years, advancing steadily without the flash that attracted senior disciples' attention. He trained because he loved training, competed because he loved competing, and judged people by the quality of their effort rather than the prestige of their lineage. He found Xianxia at the conditioning field on the second pre-dawn morning, when the training bell hadn't yet rung and the terraces were empty except for the two of them. "You're new." He fell into stride beside Xianxia on the track without invitation, matching pace immediately, the comfortable naturalness of someone who'd been running alone for years and found company a welcome development. Associate disciple? Yanran's betrothed? Xianxia. Luo Feng. Second cohort, outer disciples. Nobody important. The grin was wide and uncomplicated, the kind that didn't arrive as a performance. "You've been running since before the birds woke up. I saw you from the dormitory window on my way to the latrine. I have ground to make up." "Yeah, I heard." 7 stars. No judgment in the tone. Acknowledging a fact, not condemning it. "I was 8-star at your age. 6 months later I was 9. A year after that, still 9. Some stares take longer than others." He glanced sideways. "Want a sparring partner? I'm better at hitting things than talking, which is probably more useful anyway." They sparred that afternoon. Luo Feng was 2 sub-ranks above Xianxia and his combat experience was comprehensive. He fought with the controlled ferocity of someone who'd been drilling techniques daily for half a decade. But Xianxia's tactical perception, running constantly in the background, catalogued Luo Feng's patterns with the systematic interest of a man who had an engineer's relationship with how things worked. The spar ended with Luo Feng's fist 3 inches from Xianxia's nose, halted by a last-second azure firmament deflection that redirected the strike's force up and outward. The feedback rippled up both their arms. They stood in the afternoon light breathing hard. "You fight smart," Luo Feng said, working his wrist in a slow circle. "Like, annoyingly smart. You make me work for positions that should be automatic." "That's probably a compliment." "It is one." "Same time tomorrow?" Same time tomorrow became every day, as natural as the training bell. Within 2 weeks Luo Feng was the closest thing Xianxia had to a friend within the sect's walls, uncomplicated friendship, offered without agenda or calculation, the kind that was rarer than most people admitted. Through Luo Feng, Xianxia learned the texture of the sect's internal politics. The surface was a united institutional face. Beneath it, 2 currents pulled in opposing directions that had been pulling long enough to carve channels. Yun's camp believed in tradition's purpose: protect the Jiama Empire, educate practitioners, maintain the mountain as a source of stability in a region that changed with every generation of cultivators. They emphasized diplomacy, careful alliances, the kind of measured influence that lasted because it was built on genuine relationships. The Elder faction, 3 senior council members whose tenure predated Yun's appointment by decades, pushed for expansion. Military contracts with noble houses that would bring revenue and obligation in equal measure. Aggressive recruitment that would grow the sect's numbers faster than training quality could sustain. Their arguments were always practical in framing, always reasonable in individual components, always oriented toward making Misty Cloud larger and more powerful in ways that benefited the elders more than the disciples. Who coordinates them? Xianxia asked over dinner in the outer disciples' mess hall on a Tuesday evening when the tables were noisy enough to provide cover for conversation that didn't want witnesses. Luo Feng's chopstick slowed. He looked at his rice for a moment. "Nobody talks about it out loud," he said, lowering his voice to the register of someone who'd learned caution through consequences. "The older disciples say there's someone above the elders who doesn't appear in any official capacity. Someone who retired but didn't leave. Yun Shan." The chopstick stopped entirely. Luo Feng looked up. "I didn't say that name." "You didn't have to. I spent 3 days in the Nalan library before coming up here." Yun Shan retired as sect master 8 years ago citing health concerns. He maintains residential quarters on the Eastern Peak, attends elder council sessions in an advisory capacity under a provision he wrote himself before stepping down, and 3 of the 5 current senior elders were his personal appointments. Xianxia returned to his meal with the deliberate calm of someone stating facts rather than making accusations. "I just read what was available." "You research everything. Knowledge is the least expensive weapon in anyone's arsenal." Luo Feng set down his chopsticks entirely, leaned forward, and said with quiet intensity, "Be careful with that kind of talk. The mountain has ears that belong to people who don't like what they hear reported back to the people they answer to." Sound advice. Tian filed it under lessons that didn't need to be learned twice and finished his dinner. Chapter 26. 8-star Doje. The breakthrough came during a sparring session on the middle terrace in the flat afternoon light, and it wasn't quiet. His opponent was a 1-star doshi named Ren Guang, a disciple from the Elder Faction's cohort who had spent 2 weeks making pointed observations about the appropriate function of associate disciples, most of which involved the word place used with diminishing subtlety. He was talented. He was trained. And he was accustomed to rank difference doing most of his fighting for him, which meant he'd never fully developed the habit of watching for something unexpected from someone below him. You sure about this? Luo Feng asked from the sideline, watching Shen Tian roll his neck through its range of motion. He's a full major rank above you. The Do-Shi threshold changes everything, denser Do-Chi, reflexes that have been refined past the threshold effect. His casual strikes carry force your barriers will struggle with. I'm sure. That confident or that stubborn? Observations from a trained professional are rarely the same as confidence. He stepped onto the marked sparring circle. Take notes if you want. The signal was given. Ren Guang opened with a straightforward rush, overwhelming force, an immediate press designed to end things before the rank disadvantage could be compensated by anything clever. Standard Misty Cloud opening aggression, good footwork, clean technique, power that outpaced what the Azure Firmament art could meet head-on. But Shen Tian had spent 2 weeks on these terraces doing nothing but watching Misty Cloud disciples fight. Every training session he wasn't directly participating in, he was observing from whatever position gave the best sightline. The wisdom passive processed the patterns. This disciple favors his right side in combination sequences. That one's guard drops by 3 inches after the 3rd strike in any series. Ren Guang specifically had a footwork stutter when transitioning from offensive momentum to defensive repositioning, not obvious, barely perceptible, but consistent. He sidestepped the opening rush with efficiency rather than elegance, deflecting the second combination with minimal energy expenditure, and when Ren Guang's guard dropped after the 3rd strike, right on schedule, he drove a precisely targeted Azure Firmament strike into the gap below the other man's left arm. The impact sent a shockwave through the terrace stone. Ren Guang staggered backward, his Do-Chi barrier flickering, his eyes wide with the specific shock of someone who'd been hit cleanly by an opponent they'd already mentally defeated. In that moment of crystalline clarity, perfect execution, weeks of study vindicated by 3 seconds of application, Shen Tian felt his cultivation base shift beneath the fight like the ground deciding it wanted to be somewhere different. 8-star Doje. The energy swelled through his meridians with the abruptness of a tide that had been building just past the visible horizon. His next strike carried a quality that hadn't been there seconds ago, denser, faster to compress, hitting Ren Guang's recovered defense with a force that made the senior disciple's feet slide across the stone. 3 more exchanges. Each one tighter. Each one demonstrating that the mathematical gap between 7-star Doje and 1-star Doshi was narrower than the labels suggested, given sufficient technique advantage. The final exchange was a feint, left hand drawing Ren Guang's attention, right palm pressing a compressed Azure Firmament burst directly into the solar plexus. The force wasn't enough to damage a Doshi's reinforced body. It was enough to drive him 3 full steps backward into the terrace wall. Ren Guang slid down the stone and looked up from the ground with the expression of someone reassessing several assumptions simultaneously. Respect plus 50, defeating a higher-ranked opponent through superior technique before credible witnesses. Shen Tian extended a hand. Ren Guang stared at it for a beat, then took it without speaking. Fighters recognized other fighters, even when the situation complicated the acknowledgement. That evening, the murmur in the sect changed tone. The associate disciple took Ren Guang in the sparring ring. A full Doshi. Beat. His technique, it was like he already knew what Ren Guang was going to do before Ren Guang did. The stone of his reputation in the sect began to accumulate weight, slowly, the way mountains accumulated stone, one layer at a time, barely perceptible until you looked back from a distance and realized how much had been added. Nalan Yanran found him in the meditation pavilion afterward, sitting in the fading afternoon light with his eyes closed and his cultivation cycling through the new expanded pathways. She sat beside him without announcing herself, she moved quietly as a matter of habit, and the pavilion's ambient wind provided its own kind of cover. You couldn't have done that without an audience? She said. Her voice carried amusement underneath the rhetorical question, carefully contained but present. He picked the fight. I just finished it. She was quiet for a moment. Close enough that if he reached out, he could have touched her sleeve. The elders are talking about you. Elder Liang specifically. He watches your training sessions from the upper terrace now. Good. People who ignore you can't be managed. People who watch you can be understood. You're doing this on purpose. It wasn't a question. Shaking the tree to see what drops. He opened one eye. Is it working? She didn't answer immediately. Below them, in the training grounds, the daily rhythm of the sect continued, practice strikes, running forms, the percussive sounds of cultivators working their craft. Her fingers tapped a slow pattern on the pavilion railing. Be careful which branches you shake, she said finally. Some of them bite back. And the ones attached to old would bite hardest. She left without looking at him. He stayed in the pavilion until the sun touched the mountain's western rim, thinking about old wood and how it broke. Chapter 27. 3 days later, Xianxia slipped away from the sect under the formal pretext of a family visit to the capital. He didn't go to the capital. Xiao Yan's movements had never been easy to track with precision. The young man traveled with the erratic urgency of someone driven by Yao Lao's guidance toward opportunities that appeared and vanished without schedule. But Shen Tian had been feeding Fei Lao's merchant network specific queries for 3 weeks, a traveling cultivator, dark hair, intense eyes, purchasing cultivation supplies and asking local guides about natural energy accumulation points. The pattern pointed to a market town called King, 3 days hard ride southeast of the sect. He arrived on the second day, having pushed his horse past reasonable comfort. King was the kind of town that existed to facilitate other places, a trading post at the intersection of 2 regional routes, valuable to passing merchants and forgettable to anyone who didn't need what it sold. Beast material traders clustered near the eastern gate. Sheep inns offered beds that were clean if not comfortable. The market smelled of preserved herbs and the particular organic tang of beast carcasses processed for parts. Half a day of careful, indirect questions through the market district produced useful information. A young man traveling alone, the ring detail drew confirmation from 2 separate sources, both of whom noted it without being asked to specifically. He bought training weights and long-term rations, asked about elevated terrain with high natural energy density, and been pointed north by a merchant who knew the ridge trails. The North Ridge. Shen Tian rode there at dusk, suppressing his Do Chi signature to its minimum detectable level, moving with the caution of someone who knew exactly how awkward a direct encounter would be. 2 miles up the ridge, he found what the Canopy Art's atmospheric resonance had already suspected, a cave mouth partially obscured by undergrowth, radiating a Do Chi signature so old and compressed it was almost geological. Millennia of ambient energy pooling in the natural stone bowl of the cave's interior, accumulating layer by layer the way sediment accumulated in still water. It wasn't a major treasure by the novel's standards. But for a young cultivator grinding through the early ranks on willpower and Yao Lao's guidance, a few weeks of cultivation in that density would be like months in the open. He withdrew from the cave entrance without entering. He had no business claiming what wasn't his to claim. The next morning he hired Old Pan, a weathered hunter who supplemented his income by guiding off-trail travelers through terrain the maps didn't accurately represent. The conversation was brief, casual, and carefully constructed. Saw a young man heading up the north face yesterday evening, Shen Tian said, as one traveler mentioning an observation to another. If you cross paths with him, you might mention the cave near the third switchback. The one with the unusual moss growth, heavy, dark green, doesn't match the surrounding flora. I tried to explore it myself but the energy concentration made me dizzy. Probably needs someone with a more developed cultivation than mine. Old Pan shrugged with the equanimity of someone for whom unusual requests were normal Tuesday. Sure. I'll mention it if I see him. He paid fairly, more than fairly, and rode to the far ridge to wait. The next morning, from 300 meters of elevation and distance, he watched Old Pan intercept Xiao Yan on the trail below. The young man was lean, focused, carrying his sword with a grip that suggested he'd been sleeping lightly. He listened to Old Pan with the concentrated attention of someone filtering information for the relevant parts. He asked 2 short questions. He nodded once, and his direction changed toward the cave entrance. He never looked toward the ridge. Good. The best interventions left no evidence of an intervener. Shen Tian turned his horse back toward the mountain road and the longer way around to the sect. His shoulders still ached in cold weather. He thought about the cave and the young man walking toward it and the future that was, thread by thread, being woven different from the canon he remembered. The reputation system remained silent. Anonymous acts generated no points. The system required witnesses, recognized actions, the social currency of being seen doing something worth seeing. He'd stopped minding. The system measured character. Character preceded the measurement. Chapter 28. Shen Wei arrived at Misty Cloud Sect on a cold morning with 2 wagons of family supplies and a smile calibrated to project the exact warmth required for the occasion and no more. Shen Tian met his uncle at the outer gates with the pleasant neutrality of a nephew pleased by the visit. The supplies were genuine, winter grain, preserved foods, 2 cases of medicinal herbs that the family knew he'd want. The uncle was less so. Your father wanted the delivery handled by family rather than hired carts, Shen Wei said, dismounting with the careful movements of a man who would have preferred a sedan chair for the journey. He was 43, impeccably presented, with the Shen family's sharp bone structure arranged into an expression of mild, perpetual displeasure that Shen Tian now recognized as a default mode rather than a genuine response to circumstances. I also wanted to see how you're settling in. The family has invested considerable resources in your placement here. The training is exactly what I needed, Shen Tian said, and guided him toward the outer terraces. What followed was a tour conducted by a man who was simultaneously a welcoming host and an intelligence analyst in real time. His uncle's questions were casual, natural, embedded in the flow of conversation about the sect's architecture and history with the skilled invisibility of someone who had practiced this kind of gentle extraction over years. The grounds are remarkable. How far do the training areas extend? The western terraces are the main training area. The eastern approaches are restricted, mostly storage and administrative functions. Even for associate disciples? Especially for associate disciples. And the inner halls? I imagine you've seen something of them, given your connection to Yanran's training. Yanran trains privately. We share the outer terraces for joint sessions. A lie by omission, Yanran had shown him inner halls twice during off hours, trusting his discretion. But something about the question made the omission feel like wisdom rather than deception. The inner sections have never been part of my permitted access. They took tea in the visitors' pavilion, a gracious room with clear views of the outer disciples' training ground. Shen Wei continued his unhurried survey, Yun Yun's typical schedule, how often she left the mountain, which elders were accessible to family visitors, the composition of the gate watch rotation. Each question wrapped in reasonable context. Each one, assembled in sequence, building a map of the sect's security architecture. Shen Tian fed him half-truths with the precision of a chef measuring spices. Yun Yun's schedule was quite variable, she doesn't follow predictable patterns. The gate rotations changed frequently, I've never been able to memorize them. The elders were focused on their own work, I rarely see them outside formal lectures. Accurate in framing. Useless in practice. But inside, his mind was running the pattern analysis he'd been unable to stop since the day he'd woken up in this body, and the pattern was clear and cold and deeply unwelcome. His uncle was mapping the sect for someone who needed that map. The questions were too systematic, too specifically focused on entry points and personnel schedules and the gaps in institutional attention, to be the curiosity of a family elder checking on a nephew. Fear -10, being too accommodating to a potential threat. The notification stung with the accuracy of a well-aimed criticism. He was being reactive, feeding Shen Wei just enough to keep him engaged while providing nothing usable, which was correct tactics for an ambiguous situation but wrong in this specific instance where the situation was becoming less ambiguous with every question. After the wagons were unloaded and the pleasantries concluded and Shen Wei rode back down the mountain with the empty carts and one last lingering assessment of the gate fortifications, Shen Tian stood in the visitors' pavilion and thought for a long time. His uncle. His own blood. Mapping a sect he'd been invited to because of family trust. He pulled out the letter he'd been composing for his father and added 3 lines at the bottom in the family cipher. Uncle Wei visited today. His questions were wrong. Watch him carefully without letting him know he's being watched. I'll explain when I return for the winter break. The letter went out that evening with a trusted Nalan family messenger, doubled back through Fei Lao's network to ensure no interception. Some threads, once you noticed them, couldn't be unfollowed. Chapter 29. You want to take a beast clearing mission? Luo Feng said, staring at the assignment board in the outer disciples' hall. Together, not just us. Shen Tian indicated the far end of the hall, where Nalan Yanran was reviewing posted missions with the efficient assessment of someone who'd been doing this since before it was optional. The 3 of us. A doshi and 2 high-ranked doges for a class 3 nest should be manageable. Luo Feng processed this information with the particular expression of a man being asked to do something he knows will be interesting in unpredictable ways. You want to go on a mission with your fiance and your training partner. The mission is legitimate. The combination is practical. Will there be awkward silences? Almost certainly. I'm in. The beast nest was in the foothills of the magical Beast Mountain Range, a 2-day journey south by the trade road. A colony of ironback scorpions had been encroaching on a supply route for 3 weeks, and the villages along the route had formally petitioned the sect. Class 3 beasts were individually manageable for a doshi, genuinely dangerous in numbers, and perfectly suited to a team of Shen Tian's composition. The journey was everything Luo Feng had predicted. Yanran was professionally courteous with Luo Feng and warmly combative with Shen Tian, the dynamic that had developed between them, built on mutual respect and the specific pleasure of arguing with someone intelligent enough to be worth arguing with. She debated the optimal approach for beast clearing missions for 2 solid hours on the first day's ride, rejected his counterarguments on merit when they were inferior and modified her own positions when they were superior, and arrived at the foothills with a working plan that was better than either of them had started with. But when they reached the beast territory and the combat began, the awkwardness evaporated so completely it seemed like it had never existed. Ironback scorpions boiled from the nest entrance in a black tide, armored creatures the size of large dogs, their segmented tails loaded with paralytic toxin that worked through both physical contact and proximity vapor. They attacked in coordinated waves, and there were more of them than the mission briefing had estimated. Left flank. Shen Tian called, and Luo Feng was already moving, his heavy earth element Do Qi creating a combat style perfectly suited to area denial, wide, grounded strikes that cracked stone and shattered the scorpion's armor plating where direct force overwhelmed the chitinous defense. Yanran took the air. Her misty cloud movement arts allowed her to operate above the scorpion tide, sword blazing with compressed Do Qi, strikes targeting eye clusters and joint hinges where the creatures were anatomically vulnerable. She fought with an economy of movement that Shen Tian had been studying since their first shared training session, every technique serving multiple purposes, every repositioning creating options rather than just reacting to threats. Between them, he operated as the connective tissue. Luo Feng, 3 coming from your 4 o'clock, staying low to stay under your range, aim for the ground 3 feet ahead. Yanran, the large one behind the eastern boulder, is a nest guardian. She has a different attack pattern. Ignore her until the wave count drops below 30. I'll mark her position. His Azure Firmament techniques weren't spectacular by sex standards. Compressed bursts targeted joints and sensory organs, each strike calculated for effect rather than force. He fought the way an engineer designed a system, identifying the component with maximum leverage, applying precise force, moving to the next. The clearing took 4 hours. By the end of it, the hillside was littered with scorpion shells. All 3 cultivators were splattered with ichor that smelled like vinegar mixed with metal, and Luo Feng was grinning in the expansive way of a man who had deeply enjoyed himself. That was the best coordinated fight I've been in since I came to the sect, he said, working a stinger free from a crack in his bracer where it had lodged during the 3rd wave. You called every formation shift before it happened. How did you know where they'd move? Scorpions aren't strategic. Their attack decisions are driven by proximity, threat assessment based on energy output, and nest defense instinct in a specific hierarchy. Once you map those 3 behavioral drives, the swarm becomes a predictable system. You adapt to its logic rather than reacting to individual elements. You turned a swarm into a flowchart. All systems have flowcharts. Most people just don't bother to find them. Yanran was wiping her blade on a section of scorpion shell, her hair loosened from its pins, a smear of ichor across one cheek that she hadn't noticed. She looked less like the composed, contained person who'd received him at the Nalan estate and more like herself, whatever that meant, whatever layer under the careful presentation. She was breathing hard, and she was alive in the way that combat made people alive, and something in her expression when she looked at him had shifted toward a quality he hadn't seen before. You called my movements too, she said. Her voice was thoughtful rather than accusatory. You knew where I'd be before I committed to the position. You have patterns. Elegant ones, consistent ones. I've been watching you train for weeks, understanding your rhythm was natural once the foundation was there. She held his gaze for a moment. We fight well together, she said. And then she laughed. Not the controlled, composed expression of restrained amusement she usually permitted herself. Something from further down, bright and sudden and genuine, surprised out of her by the absurdity of standing in a field of dead scorpions covered in ichor, tired and alive and improbably glad about both. Luo Feng looked between them with the expression of a man recalibrating his read on a situation. I genuinely feel like I should give you 2 space. Don't be ridiculous, Yanran said. But her voice kept doing things around the edges that suggested she agreed with him. Chapter 30. The cave system went deeper than the mission briefing indicated. Standard protocol after a scorpion nest clearing required a tunnel sweep to confirm no queen remained and no secondary colony had been established in the deeper passages. Luo Feng took the upper branches, 3 tunnels that opened within the first 40 meters, while Xianxia and Yanran descended into the lower passages following a trace of residual do qi that pulsed faintly through the stone like a buried heartbeat. The tunnels narrowed, then widened, then narrowed again with the organic logic of geology that hadn't been influenced by anything human. Cold air moved upward from below, carrying the mineral smell of ancient stone and the faint overlay of something else, something that made Xianxia's cultivation sense register an alert before his conscious mind caught up. The passage widened into a chamber that stopped them both in their tracks. Someone had been here before. Long before, so long that the evidence of it had been compressed by time into something that resembled geology more than history. A natural cavern roughly 12 meters across, its walls lined with formations that were clearly artificial, do qi circulation patterns carved into the stone by chisels guided by hands that understood exactly what they were creating. The carvings amplified the cave's natural energy density, creating a feedback loop that had been accumulating ambient do qi for what Shen Tian estimated, based on the oxidation of the carved lines, as several hundred years. A meditation chamber. Ancient. Abandoned. Left to accumulate. In the center, on a stone pedestal worn smooth by centuries of groundwater, lay a jade slip. Yanran sensed the energy before he processed it fully. Her do qi perception was sharper for the kind of structured, cultivator-made formations that her training had tuned her to recognize, and her eyes widened with a quality of attention that he'd learned to read as genuine significance rather than polite interest. That jade slip has been absorbing ambient energy for. She trailed off, recalibrating the scale of what she was sensing. Whatever's recorded on it has been marinating in this chamber's concentrated field for a very long time. Shen Tian picked it up carefully. The dust that had accumulated on its surface over decades crumbled at his touch with the dry fragility of things that had not been disturbed in their proper time. The jade was warm. Warmer than the ambient temperature could account for, the stored information generating its own faint heat. He pressed his do qi into the slip. The contents bloomed. He stood very still for a long moment. Then he looked at his hands. Then at the slip. Then at his hands again, which seemed insufficient as a response. What is it? Yanran asked. Her voice carried the quality of someone who had seen this expression before on this face and knew it meant something significant. It's the original version of my family's cultivation method. He heard his own voice from a slight distance, the way you heard your own voice when something large was happening. The Azure Firmament Art, the technique the Shen family has practiced for generations, it's a derivative. A simplified copy, probably made 200 years ago when the original was too complex for available instruction. This is what it derived from. The Infinite Azure Canopy Art. The name arrived from the slip's contents like a key fitting a lock. Where the Azure Firmament Art was a river, carefully channeled, this was the ocean. The same fundamental principles, sky-aligned Do-Chi, atmospheric energy absorption, the cultivation philosophy of flowing with rather than forcing, but explored to depths that the family technique had never approached, its ceiling reduced from what this original achieved to what a simplified version of it could promise. How significant is it? Yanran asked. Her hand was on his arm without him noticing when it had arrived there. The Azure Firmament Art has a ceiling at Do Huang. He was still scanning the slip's contents, each volume unfolding as he processed it. 5 volumes, each corresponding to a philosophical breakthrough. The ceiling of the complete work was. He couldn't fully read the 5th volume yet. It required cultivation comprehension he hadn't yet developed. This doesn't have the ceiling I can see from here. By sect rules, she started. Any technique found during a mission belongs to the sect, he said it before she could, because it needed to be acknowledged to be properly weighed. She held his gaze. Then, with the deliberate decision of someone who had considered the next thing they were going to do and accepted its full weight, she reached out and closed his fingers around the jade slip. You found it in a scorpion cave during a routine clearing mission, she said. The chamber was already empty when we arrived. There was nothing here of note. Yanran, this is your family's legacy. The Shen family's original cultivation method belongs in Shen hands, not in a sect vault where it will be studied by scholars who have no connection to it and put away when they're done. Her fingers were warm on his. Don't make me regret this by wasting it. He tucked the jade slip into his inner robe. His heart was doing something irregular and he chose not to examine it too closely in the immediate term. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. Train. She released his hand and turned toward the passage back to the upper tunnels. And if anyone asks, the cave was empty. The cave was empty. Chapter 31. They returned to the sect with a clean mission report, a cart of scorpion shell and venom that represented a modest commercial yield, and the private knowledge of something that neither of them mentioned to anyone. Xianxia filed the mission with the precision of someone who had thought carefully about precisely what to include. Nest cleared, tunnel swept, queen not found, secondary passages explored and found empty. Each statement accurate by the definition he was applying to it. Luo Feng, who had been in the upper tunnels for the entirety of the deeper exploration, had nothing inconsistent to report. Yanran submitted her own mission account without a word exchanged between them about it. Their narratives aligned perfectly, the alignment of two people who trusted each other's judgment without needing to verify the details. His standing in the sect climbed another visible increment. A clean mission, completed efficiently and ahead of schedule by a team that should have struggled with the numbers, was the kind of credible performance that updated people's assessments without requiring any overt gesture from him. The real work happened in stolen hours. He studied the Infinite Azure Canopy Art's first volume by lantern light in the meditation pavilion during the hours between evening exercises and first watch. The volume dealt with atmospheric energy resonance, a concept the Azure Firmament Art referenced obliquely, treating it as a pleasant enhancement to standard cultivation. The Canopy Art treated it as the fundamental mechanism underlying everything else. Where the family technique drew energy from the surrounding air in a simple intake and compress circuit, the Canopy Art taught the practitioner to harmonize with the atmosphere rather than extracting from it. Not drawing energy like a pump pulling water, resonating with it, becoming part of the same system, so that the flow was natural rather than forced. The first practical effect was efficiency. His cultivation speed increased measurably within 3 days of beginning the integration. Where the Azure Firmament Art had been pushing energy through his pathways, the Canopy Art let it flow. The difference, he thought, was like the difference between rowing a boat and learning to sail. The fundamental achievement was the same, but the energy required to achieve it was radically different. Meanwhile, Luo Feng introduced him to an unexpected development. Elder Qin runs the alchemy hall, Luo Feng said, leading him through a courtyard where the air smelled of a dozen different herb compounds competing for dominance. He's one of the few elders who has no stake in the sect's political arguments. He cares about pills and plants and whether his apprentices are bothering to understand what they're doing or just following steps. I mentioned you'd been studying in the Nalan library, and he wants to meet you. Elder Qin was 70 with the sharpness of someone whose mind had never been distracted by the luxury of rest. His alchemy hall had the organized chaos of a space where genuine work was being done, not the careful arrangement of a teaching demonstration, but the accumulated detritus of real inquiry. He studied Shen Tian through spectacles that were probably habitual rather than necessary. The Nalan boy, Elder Qin announced, as if confirming an identification. Opinions about herbology, I'm told. Questions, Elder Qin. I was hoping you might have some answers. Ask one. The standard Do-Chi recovery pill formulation uses crushed moonpital as the binding agent. Moonpital has a documented mild energy dampening effect that reduces the pill's net efficiency by approximately 15% compared to its theoretical maximum. I found a reference suggesting Azure Lotus Stem could function as a substitute binder without the dampening. Has anyone tested the substitution? Elder Qin stared at him for precisely 5 seconds. Then he grabbed Shen Tian's arm with the grip of a man who had decided where the conversation was happening regardless of previous plans. Sit, he said, indicating a workbench. We're going to have a conversation. The conversation lasted 4 hours. Shen Tian's chemistry background from his previous life gave him a theoretical framework for understanding why certain compounds work that this world's alchemists, working from empirical tradition and intuitive refinement, had never formally systematized. He couldn't produce Do-Chi flames for actual refinement. Alchemy in this world required the cultivator's own fire for proper processing, but his theoretical insights generated hypotheses that Elder Qin tested against decades of accumulated practice data with increasing agitation. You can't make pills, Elder Qin summarized at the end of the 4 hours, looking simultaneously impressed and personally offended by this. But you understand why they work better than half my current apprentices. I want you in this hall 3 afternoons per week. I'd be honored, Elder. Don't be honored. Be useful. Honored is useless. Useful is what the work needs. Wisdom plus 25. Impressing a sect elder with genuine alchemical knowledge. Shen Tian left the alchemy hall with his third mentor, Fei Lao for strategic intelligence, Hai Badong's shadow for combat principles built from study of recorded techniques, and Elder Qin for the alchemical theory that was already proving to have military applications he was only beginning to map. The web of allies was growing. Each thread deliberate. Each connection genuine. Chapter 32. 9-Star Doje. The breakthrough arrived during a pre-dawn meditation session in the pavilion, when the mountain was quiet and the stars were the last light in the sky before the first light of dawn arrived to replace them. He sat cross-legged and felt the familiar pressure building at the apex of his cultivation, the familiar membrane of a threshold approaching, and then, cleanly, without the drama that attended his earlier advances, the boundary dissolved. One step from Doshi. The canopy art's integration had accelerated his cultivation beyond what the azure firmament art alone could have managed. The atmospheric resonance that the first volume described was genuinely present now in his cultivation, not theoretical, not aspirational, but operational. He didn't just sense the air around him during cultivation. He felt it as part of the same system he was part of. The Do-Chi he absorbed was less extracted and more received, the difference registered in how little resistance he encountered during each cycle. But Do-Chi required something different from acceleration, not more energy, denser energy. The qualitative transformation that separated a Do-J from a Do-Chi wasn't quantity but compression, and compression required a different kind of effort than accumulation. The Canopy Art's first volume addressed this explicitly. Atmospheric resonance created the conditions for natural compression, where external pressure was involved. The cultivator's energy compressed as a response rather than through force. The sky pressed down on the earth not through effort but through sheer presence and accumulated weight. He could feel the technique working at the theoretical level. The practical achievement would require time and the right conditions. Meanwhile, Yanran was advancing her own cultivation with the focus of someone who'd recently been reminded that the world contained people who wanted to kill her. She'd reached 5-star Do-Shi, ahead of even her own demanding training schedule, and her sword work in joint sessions had acquired a precision that made Shen Tian reconsider his definition of excellent. You're faster, he told her after a sparring session on the middle terrace. The transition between your third and fourth forms, that used to take 2 heartbeats. Now it's 1. You're paying very close attention to my forms. Professional interest. If I can predict your movement timing, an enemy can too. And yet. She sheathed her sword with a controlled flourish. You can't dodge my 4th form. Nobody can dodge your 4th form. It treats the laws of physics as suggestions. A real smile, brief but genuine. I've been training harder. Watching you grind through every session makes complacency feel obscene. She paused, selecting her next sentence with the deliberateness she brought to complex topics. Something's changed in your cultivation energy. It's cleaner than it was. Denser without being forced. The infinite azure canopy art, working changes she could detect without knowing their source. I've been refining my approach to energy compression. Working with the atmospheric resonance principles more deliberately. She accepted this. Trust had grown between them over weeks. She no longer interrogated his answers the way she had at the beginning, when she'd been mapping him as carefully as he'd been mapping her. That evening, the Inner Disciple announcement board displayed a new notice, formal Inner Disciple selection trial, to be held in 40 days. All outer disciples meeting minimum qualifications may register. Associate disciples may petition for inclusion pending sect master approval. Trial format, 3 stages. Full details at the mission hall. Shen Tian read it twice. Then he went to find Yun Yun. Chapter 33. You want to enter the Inner Disciple selection trial. Yun Yun's study had the specific quality of a room where important things were decided without ceremony. She set her brush down with the precise control of someone who never made accidental gestures. You're an associate disciple. The trial is designed for outer disciples who have spent years proving themselves within the sect's evaluative structure. The provision for associate disciple participation exists. Article 14, Section 3 of the sect's founding charter. You've memorized the charter. The relevant sections. She looked at him with the patient assessment of someone who had seen many kinds of ambition and was calibrating which kind this was. Why? Inner disciple status carries obligations, political visibility, and the scrutiny that comes with being recognized by institutional authority. An associate disciple here on family privilege can move through this mountain without anyone examining his motivations too closely. Why trade that for something that puts you under everyone's attention? The honest answer was three-layered. He needed the training access the inner status would unlock, he needed the political position within the sect to be useful in what was coming, and he needed to earn his place in a way that stood on its own merit regardless of the engagement that had gotten him here. He gave her the third layer, which was also true. I want to earn my position here rather than inhabit it by association. If I can't pass the trial on my own merits, I don't deserve what the status would give me. If I can, then everything I've built here since arriving is validated in a way that association never could be. Yun was quiet. The kind of quiet that was thinking rather than waiting for him to fill the space. You know that Mu Chen has cultivated relationships with certain members of the Outer Elder Council, she said, her voice dropping to the register of information shared, not disclosed. I have intelligence suggesting his family has been working toward sect influence for months. If you enter this trial, you will face opposition beyond the trial's design challenges. I'm aware of Mu Chen's sect connections. And you still want to enter. Avoiding a fight because it comes with complications is how you end up in a smaller life than you are capable of. She reached for a blank jade token and her official seal brush without looking away from him. Approved. But understand clearly, once you're registered, I extend no favoritism. You'll be evaluated by the same standards applied to every other candidate. Any exceptional treatment would undermine the point you just made. I wouldn't want it any other way. Good. I've found that people who claim not to want favoritism and mean it are considerably rarer than people who claim it. Outside Yun's study, the mountain wind carried the sounds of the sect at work, sparring rings ringing with strikes, formations humming with practice energy, voices calling combinations. 40 days. His body was the bottleneck. He needed doshi before the combat stages would be survivable. He learned through Luo Feng that evening, over dinner, that Mu Chen's interference was already operational. A cousin, Mu Lan, 6-star doshi, shadow aspect with a poison specialty, runner-up at the Eastern Province Youth Tournament, had been registered through an elder's personal recommendation. She had communicated one specific goal to the registration officials before the trial opened. Eliminate Shen Tian in the combat stages, Luo Feng said grimly. My contact in the registration office heard it directly. How good is she? Good enough that good is probably underselling it. 6-star doshi, shadow techniques that make visual tracking unreliable, poison component in her direct combat strikes that most defensive techniques aren't calibrated for. He looked at Shen Tian with the specific expression of a friend who was worried but had learned that expressing the worry directly was counterproductive. You're 9-star do-J. That's a qualitative rank difference plus 3 sublevels. 40 days, Shen Tian said. A lot changes in 40 days. Chapter 34. The training that followed was the hardest and most productive thing Shen Tian had done in either of his lives. He organized it with the systematic efficiency of someone who had spent years managing project timelines under resource constraints. The goal was doshi in 40 days and the ability to function against a 6-star doshi on the trial's combat stage. The path was structured, sequenced, and adjusted weekly based on the results of daily metrics. Mornings, the conditioning field. Running, load-bearing exercises with the enchanted weight stones, obstacle courses that built agility alongside strength. His modern earth understanding of exercise physiology informed the selection and progression in ways that this world's training traditions had never systematized. Recovery nutrition, rest intervals, the distinction between aerobic and anaerobic training objectives, small advantages that compounded. Mid-mornings, sparring with Luo Feng. Now a doshi since his own breakthrough 10 days after the mission, Luo Feng was both an invaluable training partner and a measuring stick. Each session mapped the gap. Each session narrowed it slightly. The process was slow and visible and exactly what was needed. Afternoons, 3 sessions per week in Elder Qin's Alchemy Hall, building theoretical foundations with combat applications becoming clearer as the weeks progressed. The remaining afternoons on the outer training ground, practicing the Azure Firmament techniques he was upgrading in real time as the Canopy Art integration deepened. Evenings, the Canopy Art's deeper work. Atmospheric resonance in meditative states, compressing the growing energy reserves toward the qualitative transformation that doshi required. Feeling the membrane thin. Threading through everything, like gold wire and steel, his sessions with Yanran, she had no formal mandate to teach him. He had no formal standing to ask. What they had built instead was the kind of arrangement that preceded friendship in people who were too honest with each other for friendship to form quickly, a mutual exchange that acknowledged both parties were getting something they needed. She taught him to move. Not misty cloud techniques, classified, unavailable, but the principles that made them work. Weight distribution in relation to the ground. Momentum as a resource to be spent rather than a force to be resisted. The difference between the air as an obstacle and the air as a partner. Her teaching had the crisp precision of someone who had been refining her understanding of her own movement for so long that she could articulate the components without losing the gestalt. He taught her to analyze the tactical habit of breaking down an opponent's fighting style in the first 3 exchanges as diagnostic data. The specific tells that betrayed technique choice before the technique executed. The habit of planning in trees rather than lines, not one response but a branching set of responses conditional on what the opponent chose next. You think like a chess player, she told him during one session, parrying a strike with a movement so economical it barely qualified as effort. Everything is calculation. And you fight like a poem. Everything is rhythm and beauty and intention. That is not a tactical observation. No. He looked at her. It's not. Their hands touched during a wrist-lock demonstration. The technique required contact. The contact lingered half a second longer than the technique required. Yanran's pulse, visible in her wrist, was faster than 4-star doshi exertion accounted for. Neither of them mentioned either fact. Again, she said. Your rotation was sloppy. It wasn't sloppy and they both knew it. The night before the trial, she was on the wind platform when he arrived, standing at its edge with the mountain gale pressing her robes and hair against her like a weather vane finding its true direction. The stars were brilliant, no moon, and no ambient light from any civilization that hadn't been invented yet. Can't sleep? He said. I'm not nervous. I didn't say you were. She turned to face him. The wind made her eyes look even brighter, or maybe that was just the starlight, or maybe he had stopped being objective about this particular face some time ago and hadn't noticed when. Don't lose yourself in all of it, she said. The politics, the enemies, the calculation. I've watched you build a position here from nothing, and you're brilliant at it. But somewhere inside all that strategy is the man who moved before he thought because a dart was flying at my back. Don't bury him under the rest. I won't. Good. She held his eyes for one long, charged moment, and he watched her start to say something else and decide against it. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be interesting. She walked away. The mountain kept the sentence she hadn't finished. He stayed on the platform for an hour after that, watching stars, thinking about all the things she almost said. Chapter 35. The inner disciple selection trial began at dawn with 64 candidates assembled before the sealed dimensions entrance at the mountain's eastern base. Yun addressed them briefly from the activation platform, flanked by the Elder Council in their formal robes. Her speech was economical, as her speeches always were, functional rather than inspiring, which was, in its own way, inspiring. 3 stages. Survival. Combat. Wisdom. Each measures something the others cannot. 20 of you will advance. The rest will return to the outer halls, better for the attempt. She activated the formation. Azure light swallowed the assembled candidates and deposited them somewhere else. Stage 1, the sealed forest. They materialized in a forest that existed in theoretical defiance of the mountain they'd just been standing on. Ancient trees with canopies broad enough to block out any sky, their trunks wider than houses, their bark textured like stone. The light was the particular amber of permanent shade, and the air was warm, moist, and thick with the energy signatures of a dozen species of spirit beast. 3 days, Yun's voice carried from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. The forest contains resources, hazards, and other candidates. Return to the central clearing when your jade token pulses. Those who fail to return are eliminated. 64 people moved. Most toward the sound of running water to the northwest. Xianxia moved southeast, away from the resource cluster and the violence it would attract, into the deep forest where the difficult terrain would filter for candidates willing to work harder for safety. The first day was preparation. He established camp on a defensible outcrop, spent 3 hours reading the forest's behavioral rhythms, the sounds that indicated beast movement, the plant species that signaled energy-dense soil, the ground moisture patterns that mapped drainage toward water sources that weren't the obvious ones, and deployed the basic alarm formations he'd learned from Elder Qin's hall. Basic formations were laughably primitive by formation master standards. They were completely adequate as an early warning system. The second morning, he found them by accident. 2 candidates from the outer disciples cohort, crouched behind a fallen tree in the posture of people who had exhausted the options between bad and worse. One was bleeding from her forearm, Wenshu, 3-star Doje, bright eyes currently dim with pain. Her companion Chen Yi was supporting her with the desperate focus of someone who had decided that leaving was not an available option. How long ago were you bitten? Shen asked, dropping from the rocks above them with enough warning to avoid being struck by defensive reflexes. An hour, Wenshu said. Her voice was thin. Maybe less. Thornvine serpent. The toxin spreads from the entry point inward, attacking peripheral nerve function first, then working toward the center. You have time if we start now. He was already reaching into his pack, where Elder Qin's practical chemistry lessons had resulted in a small medical kit organized by application scenario. Hold still. Chen Yi watched him work with the focused suspicion of someone who hadn't yet decided what category to put this in. Why are you helping us? We're competitors. Because helping you costs me 4 hours. Letting you die costs me my capacity to sleep. He applied the herbal poultice to the wound, Wen Shu hissed at the initial sting and then relaxed as the counteragent began working its way through the tissue. Besides, 20 positions from 64. The math isn't as brutal as people assume. He sat guard while Wen Shu slept off the toxin, his alarm formations covering the approaches. Chen Yi watched him through the recovery period with the specific expression of someone revising a mental model they'd been comfortable with. You're Shen Tian, Chen Yi said, 3 hours into the wait. The associate disciple. Yanran's fiancé. The outer disciples say you're only here because of her. What do you think? Chen Yi looked at the poultice on his friend's arm. At the formations covering their perimeter. At the man sitting watch with his back to a tree and his eyes moving in the systematic sweep of someone who had done this before. I think the outer disciples are wrong. Compassion plus 40, aiding trial competitors without expectation of reciprocal benefit on the third morning. All 3 of them walked into the central clearing together. Chapter 36. Stage 2, the Combat Gauntlet. 47 candidates had survived the forest's 3 days. The central arena was stone-carved and ancient, rimmed with elevated platforms where the Elder Council sat in judgment above the energy barrier that contained the combat stage. The formation that managed trial matches had been refined over generations, impartial, incorruptible, and specifically designed to prevent the kind of intervention that political connections usually attempted. 3 consecutive matches, Yun Yun announced. Randomized opponents. Victory advances. Defeat eliminates. Rest periods between matches are minimal. The randomization array pulsed. Pairs appeared on floating jade tablets. Shen Tian's first opponent, a 5-star doge with a spear and the confidence of someone who relied on reach. The spear was a significant tactical advantage, its effective range meant he had to breach that range to fight, and breaching created exposure. He analyzed the opening stance while walking to his position. Overconfident planning of the rear foot. Spear grip too high on the shaft for maximum control at close quarters. The space closing technique would need to be committed and unpredictable. 90 seconds. The match ended when he slipped inside the spear's effective range on a diagonal entry that the static rear foot stance couldn't accommodate and delivered a palm strike to the solar plexus. His second opponent was Chen Yi. They looked at each other across the arena. Chen Yi bowed formally, the bow of a man who had been given something and hadn't forgotten it. No hard feelings, Chen Yi said. None. Show me everything. Chen Yi was better than his listed credentials suggested, a solid 4-star doge with earth element techniques that gave him defensive options beyond what his attack profile suggested. The match lasted 5 minutes, technical and honest, and ended when Shen Tian's pattern analysis identified a rotation in Chen Yi's guard that repeated on a 7-exchange cycle. Feint into the 6th rotation, pivot on the 7th, Azure Firmament strike through the exposed gap. He helped Chen Yi up. Your guard rotation has a pattern. 7 exchanges, consistent. Randomize it. I didn't know that, Chen Yi said, with genuine surprise. Now you do. It'll cost someone else a match someday. The third match. The one that had been coming since Luo Feng had described Mulan's trial registration. She entered the arena with the economical precision of someone who treated the approach as part of the combat, no wasted movement, no performative display, all calculation. Tall, lean, angular, with the Mu family's sharp genetic stamp and eyes that held the cold assessment of someone who had decided what they were going to do before the signal was given. Her shadow aspect Do Chi was immediately visible, a dark shimmer around her frame that wasn't quite black and wasn't quite transparent, the visual signature of a cultivation line that operated in the space between light and its absence. Shen Tian. She didn't bow. My cousin sends his regards. Tell Mu Chen I said hello. After I'm done here. The signal. The match began. She was fast in the specific way that shadow aspect cultivation made fast, not just quick reactions but visual ambiguity, her outline blurring at the edges of her technique so that tracking her approach was 2 steps slower than it should have been. Her opening 3-strike combination was textbook precision, high, low, center, delivered at a speed that his barrier took significant energy to deflect even at her range. The second exchange drove him backward. The third cracked his guard and earned her a scoring hit that sent him sliding across the stone. He tasted blood and kept working. The wisdom passive was running continuously, cataloging every detail. The shadow aspect Do Chi flickered at the moment before each technique committed, a half-second telegraph that the visual blurring was designed to mask. Mulan's combinations always came in 3, never more, because the shadow technique's compression required a recovery beat every 4th beat. Her footwork favored counterclockwise rotation when she sensed her defense being tested. Perfect form. Perfect execution. Patterned in ways that only became visible after 6 exchanges of paying attention. Then the poison arrived. A chemical burn spreading from the impact point, not a technique, an applied toxin, contact delivered through her palm's striking surface. Dark energy eating at his Do Chi circulation. His vision blurred. In the stands, Yanran's grip on the railing went white. The blue scorpion venom from weeks ago had built something in his system, not immunity, not enough for that, but a resistance that meant the toxin was disrupting his circulation rather than shutting it down entirely. His meridians fought back. The disruption created turbulence. Turbulence. The Azure Firmament Art treated turbulence as a flaw to be corrected. The Infinite Azure Canopy Art's atmospheric resonance had shown him that weather used turbulence to generate power. Storms were born from disrupted air currents meeting each other. Lightning struck where pressure differentials became extreme. He stopped fighting the toxin. Instead, he channeled it through the Canopy Art's pathways, let the disruption flow into the atmospheric resonance circuits where it hit the compression threshold. The energy that erupted from his body was visible across the arena. Azure light burst outward in a ring that rattled the stone beneath their feet. His Do Chi, turbulent and wild and suddenly pressurized by the toxin's accidental contribution to the compression conditions, achieved what weeks of deliberate cultivation had been building toward. Do Chi. He broke through mid-combat, using his enemy's weapon as the catalyst for his own transformation. The qualitative compression that Do Chi required had come not from peaceful meditation but from the pressure of a fight for survival, exactly the conditions the Canopy Art's philosophy of sky weight suggested would work. Mulan lunged for a finishing strike, her professional instincts recognizing the window of instability before his new rank stabilized. She was fast. She was also 2 seconds too slow. He caught her fist with a grip backed by Do Chi density for the first time. The contact point became a channel, his fresh, turbulent energy surging through it and disrupting her shadow technique's coherence at the source. Shadows required maintained concentration. Disrupted cultivation broke that concentration. 3 rapid strikes, each exploiting the openings her disrupted defense created. And then the Azure Prison, his own developed technique, a cage of compressed Do Chi that locked around a target's limbs and core, immobilizing through sustained pressure. Against a 6-star Do Chi it should have lasted seconds. His Do Chi was wild, newly compressed, still carrying the converted energy of her own poison. The prison snapped shut and held. Mulan froze. Her eyes burned with a fury that had no outlet. Yield, he said. I'll kill you for this. The prison compresses if you don't yield. Make a decision. She yielded. The arena erupted in noise that took 3 seconds to sort itself into the components of human reaction: surprise, excitement, the specific kind of sustained appreciation that an unexpected upset generated in any competitive context. Valor plus 80, overcoming a higher-ranked opponent and contact poison through mid-combat adaptation breakthrough. Do Chi, qualitative Do Chi compression achieved. He released the prison. Offered a hand. She slapped it away and walked, her shadow aspect Do Chi crackling, leaving the arena without looking back. In the stands, Yanran's death grip on the railing finally relaxed. Beside her, Luo Feng was making sounds that might have been cheering. Chapter 37. Stage 3, The Wisdom Trial. 22 candidates. A circular chamber of stone rings, each ring inscribed with formation patterns that Shen Tian recognized immediately, not from cultivation training but from his previous life. The rings were a locking mechanism, multi-layered, designed to be solved. The mechanism has 7 layers, Yun Yun explained from above. The solution exists. Understanding is required. He stood back while most candidates attacked the problem with Do Chi, applying force to rotate the rings through trial and error. It worked for the outer layers, where the patterns were simple enough that random exploration found alignments by luck. Shen Tian looked at the rings as a system. The inscriptions weren't decorative and they weren't arbitrary. They were a logical language with rules, the same kind of constraint satisfaction architecture that showed up in advanced mathematics, in circuit design, in any complex system where multiple variables had to satisfy multiple simultaneous conditions. A 3-dimensional constraint propagation problem. A Sudoku in stone. He worked from the center outward, backward from the pillar's energy signature to determine what final configuration was required, then propagating those constraints outward through each ring's relationship with its neighbors. Each ring's valid positions were constrained by the rings adjacent to it. The constraints propagated, each solution narrowed the next ring's options. 11 minutes. He stepped back from the completed mechanism as the central pillar unlocked with a sound like crystalline harmony. The next fastest candidate took 23 minutes. Wisdom plus 60, solving a formation puzzle through systematic logical analysis. The final rankings appeared. 4th place, Shen Tian. 2nd place, Nalan Yanran. He found her in the corridor after the posting. She'd scored highest in combat, 3rd in wisdom, 2nd overall. Her expression was assessing rather than celebratory. 4th. The breakthrough instability cost you in the combat stages. Your Do Chi was uncontrolled for the first 30 seconds after advancing. I know. I need to stabilize before trusting that rank in serious combat. You should have been higher. She paused. Something shifted to a different register, softer, less evaluative. Congratulations. You should have been first. What happened to your survival score? She looked away, then back. I spent time in the forest tracking a spirit beast that had been circling a camp perimeter in the southeast zone. That would be my camp, he said, slowly. The beast was annoying me, it had been doing it for 12 hours. He stared at her. She didn't stare back. She looked at a point somewhere over his left shoulder with the expression of a person who had committed to a version of events and was sticking to it. He smiled. She didn't smile back, but her mouth did something in the corners that it hadn't been doing before. Reputation tier advanced, recognized respected, 2000 plus RP, new passive unlocked, aura of regard, allies within close proximity fight with enhanced focus and coordination. The new passive settled into his awareness like a warm current extending outward from his core. Subtle. Ambient. A field of subtle enhancement that sharpened the minds and steadied the nerves of those nearby, not control, not manipulation, but amplification. The people around him became slightly more than they were in isolation. He wondered whether the trial's second-place finisher had been fighting slightly better than her natural ceiling for weeks, or whether what was between them was entirely its own and existed independent of any system. He hoped it was the second. Chapter 38. The celebration in the Outer Disciples' Hall lasted most of an evening and was infiltrated by politics from its first hour. Xianxia circulated with the practiced ease of someone who had learned to treat social events as environments to be read rather than escaped. The aura of regard, newly activated, changed the texture of every interaction. People relaxed slightly around him, conversations opened more easily, the hesitation that social uncertainty usually generated was muted. He noticed it without leaning on it. Luo Feng had placed 8th, which he celebrated with the unaffected enthusiasm of a man for whom 8th was everything he'd worked for and exactly what he'd hoped. The bear hug lasted longer than strictly necessary. Inner disciples. Do you know what this means? Better training facilities? Better food. The inner disciples' mess is actual seasoning. Real pepper. The outer hall pepper is decorative. Mu Chen arrived through a side door that his status as an elder guest technically permitted. His movement through the hall was the specific movement of a man who wanted his approach noticed and his arrival to register as a statement. Shenqian. The smile arrived on schedule, weapon rather than expression. 4th place. Impressive for an associate disciple starting from 7-star Doje. Thank you. How's Mulan? Recalibrating. The smile hardened at the edges. That poison technique you survived should have been decisive. A shadow blight toxin applied directly through contact has a success rate over 90% against opponents at your rank. I'm curious how you developed resistance. Natural constitution. He sipped his tea with the deliberate calm of someone who had been waiting for this conversation. Luck. Mu Chen leaned in. His voice dropped to the register of information shared between two people who understood each other without witnesses. Your luck is running out, Shen Tian. The court hearing, the trial, my family has been tolerating the Shen family's presumption because your engagement made you inconvenient to attack directly. But alliances shift. Resources change hands. And people who rise too fast tend to create enemies that outlast the circumstances that created them. The threat dangled, carefully constructed. Not explicit enough to constitute a reportable statement. Precisely specific enough to leave no ambiguity about what it meant. Shen Tian let the weight of regard settle over the moment, not the intimidation aspect, not yet, but the steady, unruffled presence of someone who had already done the math on this conversation before it started. Mu Chen. Your cousin used a contact-applied toxin in a sect trial. The Misty Cloud Tournament Code, Article 7, prohibits the use of externally derived toxins in direct competitive combat, toxins that require external sourcing rather than self-generated Do-Chi production. Shadow Blight requires harvesting from Shadow Blight spiders. External source. The penalty for violation is expulsion from the sect, formal family censure, and a lifetime ban from sect-affiliated events. The hall's ambient noise continued around them. To any observer they were two people talking at a celebration, drinks in hand. Mu Chen's face had gone very still. I could report this to the elders tonight, Shen Tian continued. Or you could leave this banquet, return to your family estate, and spend some time considering whether the resources you've committed to this particular grudge are worth what it costs you to continue it. You're threatening me. I'm giving you information about a legal matter. What you do with information is your own business. Fear plus 30, establishing deterrence through strategic leverage. Mu Chen stood rigid through a count of 10. Then he turned and walked away with the spine-stiff precision of a man controlling every motion because he didn't trust any of them to be natural. His hands, at his sides, were fists. Luo Feng materialized at Shen Tian's elbow. Was that Mu Chen leaving early with what appears to be steam coming off his head? He had other commitments. You had that evidence the entire time. Since the trial. Why didn't you report it? Because a threat held is more useful than a threat spent. As long as I have the evidence, Mu Chen has to account for it in every decision he makes about moving against me. If I'd reported it, the consequence would be over and he'd be free to plan his next move without that particular cost on the ledger. He drained his tea. Leverage is a renewable resource if you're careful not to use it all at once. Luo Feng stared at him for a long moment. You are genuinely terrifying, you know that? I prefer strategic. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Chapter 39. The discovery came through fragments. The kind of assembly that never presented a complete picture until you had enough pieces to recognize what you were building. Fei Lao's quarterly intelligence report arrived through the secure messenger channel, a quarterly that had taken 6 weeks of patient assembly because the information was scattered and the connections were buried. The Mu family's financial records showed payments to a courier service operating between the capital and the eastern provinces. The same corridor where the assassination's money trail had gone cold. A sealed letter from his father. In the family cipher, Uncle Wei has been meeting with people who don't appear in any known registry. Followed him to a tea house. His companions carry concealed weapons and use a dialect from the northern border. Shen translated the cipher and read it twice before filing it. His own observation, Shen Wei's questions during the sect visit, mapped against what an intelligence operation targeting Misty Cloud sect would need. Entry approach vulnerability. Personnel schedules. Elder accessibility. The specific information that would allow a third party to plan either infiltration or targeted violence. 3 fragments. Each circumstantial alone. Together, they outlined something that had the shape of a coordinated operation with multiple actors and resources that exceeded what a mid-tier noble house's grudge should have been able to sustain. Shen Wei was the connection point. His uncle was the junction between the Mu family's external pressure and whatever larger force was supplying the coordination and resources. He composed his response to his father with the precision required for information that might be intercepted. In the family cipher, don't confront him. Don't alter your routine. Document everything, contacts, dates, any message traffic you can observe without being seen observing. The full picture will become clear. I'll address it when I return for the winter break. He sealed it, added 3 additional layers of cipher for the sensitive sections, and sent it through Fei Lao's network rather than the standard messenger route. On a different track entirely, he arranged a small logistics maneuver. Xiao Yan was moving again, heading south toward the capital with a legitimate merchant caravan. The caravan's planned route ran through Greenwood Pass, where Fei Lao's network had flagged a bandit operation that had been disrupting traffic for 2 months. Low-level, Do-J rank at best, but numerous and experienced at ambush. An anonymous message, relayed through a traveler at an inn who relayed it to the caravan master through a public notice board. Greenwood Pass is compromised. Bandits operating in organized shifts since last month. River Road is longer but clear. At current timing, the extra day is worth the safety. The caravan would reroute. On the River Road, they would pass through a town where a retired alchemist sold cultivation pills at prices that a budget-constrained young traveler could actually afford. The pills weren't exceptional, mid-grade, reliably produced, but they were legitimate, undiluted, and exactly the kind of steady cultivation support that compounds over weeks into something meaningful. The system remained silent. Anonymous acts generated no reputation, and he'd stopped expecting them to. He watched the messenger depart from Fei Lao's warehouse toward the inn where the traveler would pick up the forwarded message, and thought about the difference between strategy and care, and whether they were as distinct as the category labels suggested. Chapter 40. The rooftop of the Inner Disciples residential hall offered the best unobstructed view on Misty Cloud Mountain. Shen had found it during his second week as an Inner Disciple, a flat maintenance area accessible through a hatch that nobody locked because nobody else had found a reason to use it. The view justified every cold weather visit. The Jiama Valley spread below like a map come to life, cities glittering in their own small illuminations against the larger darkness, the magical Beast Mountain range occupying the western horizon like a wall between what was known and what was not. He came here to think. To organize the threads that multiplied with each passing week. To remember that the world he was navigating was, for all its danger, genuinely beautiful in a way his modern Earth had been unable to manage without the benefit of industrial light pollution. Tonight, he wasn't alone. He heard the maintenance hatch before she cleared it, a specific sequence of movement sounds that his perception passive had catalogued weeks ago. He didn't turn. Your spot, he said. Nalan Yanran stepped onto the rooftop behind him and stopped, taking in the view with the expression of someone confirming that what they remembered and what they saw were still in agreement. I've been coming here since I was 14. Then I found your spot. She sat beside him without the usual hesitation that had preceded proximity over the first weeks. The distance between them had been narrowing by increments, each one small enough to be deniable if you were paying selective attention. She sat close enough that if the wind moved in the right direction, her sleeve would brush his arm. I can't sleep, she said. The trial aftermath. The adrenaline takes days to fully metabolize even after the immediate events settle. No. Not that. She drew her knees up, wrapped her arms around them. The gesture made her look different, not younger exactly, but less armored. I've been thinking about before. Before you. Before the engagement. He waited, which was a choice. Waiting was active in the way that the right silence was active. When I broke the engagement with Xiao Yan, I thought I was being brave, she said. Her voice had the quality of someone saying something that had been carried too long to carry easily. Choosing my own path. Rejecting an arrangement made without my knowledge. Everyone said it was brave. Was it? It was frightened, mostly. Afraid that marrying someone my grandfather chose meant I'd spend the rest of my cultivation life as an addendum to someone else's name. She paused. The wind moved through the mountain silence. But I handled a legitimate fear by going to the Xiao family hall and humiliating a boy who'd done nothing wrong. I made him look weak in front of everyone he cared about because I was too focused on what the action would do for me to consider what it would do to him. He's managing, Xianxia said. From what I've been able to gather. That's not the point. The point is that I chose to handle my fear through someone else's humiliation. And I've been carrying that since. She looked at him. The mountain wind and the starlight and the person who had been watching the whole time and hadn't tried to use any of it. And then my grandfather arranged another engagement, and I thought, here we go again. Another political transaction. Another man who'll see me as an alliance, a resource, a stepping stone. But you weren't that, she said it simply. You gave me time when I needed it. You earned your position instead of claiming it. You caught a dart aimed at my back and then apologized for bleeding on the terrace. I didn't apologize for that. You should have. It was a good dress, he laughed. She smiled, a real one, brief and bright, surprised out of her by the absurdity of the moment. The wind wrapped around them both. I don't know what I feel about you, she said. There's gratitude and respect and something I don't have a clean name for that shows up when you're analyzing my sword forms or arguing with Elder Chin or helping people you have no obligation to help. She leaned her head against his shoulder. The contact was light, deliberate, testing the sky for its reaction. The sky held. Whatever it is, it's real. Not arranged. Mine. He sat very still, not wanting to do anything that would remind her to be careful. Yours, he said quietly. They stayed on the rooftop while the moon crossed the meridian. Her head on his shoulder. His hand, slowly and carefully, finding hers. The wind. The stars. The valley below, lit by its small domestic fires. Then a messenger hawk screamed across the sky. It circled twice and dove toward the inner disciples' hall, a red tagged cylinder at its leg. Red, emergency. Yanran was on her feet before it landed, moving with the reflexes of someone for whom the shift from stillness to full alert required no transition. She caught the hawk from the air, unrolled the scroll, read it. She read it again. Her face went white in the starlight. He was beside her instantly. She handed him the scroll. Her hands were steady, but her voice cracked on a single fault line that all the training in the world couldn't fully armor. It's my grandfather. The poison has accelerated. The physicians say he has days. Maybe hours. He read the clinical language and heard the desperation underneath it. Soul poison progression past secondary containment. Neural deterioration cascading. All treatment protocols exhausted. Nalan Yanran was dying. We leave now, he said. Meet me at the gate in 10 minutes. She grabbed his arm. Can you help him? The alchemy knowledge, the formations, I don't know, he said honestly. But I know more now than I did when I first tried to stabilize him. And I won't stop trying until I've run out of options. He met her eyes. 10 minutes. She held his gaze for a beat, fear and trust and something fiercer than both of them sharing the same space, and then she was gone into the wind. Xianxia stood on the rooftop alone. The hawk had settled on the eve with the unconcerned posture of a creature that had delivered its message and considered its part complete. The scroll was crumpled in his fist, Nalan Yanran's soul poison. The Hall of Souls, moving through the Jiama Empire like something beneath the water, visible only by what it disturbed on the surface. A man he'd come to respect and the granddaughter whose face had gone white in the starlight. He had days. Maybe hours. He went to pack. Chapter 41. They rode through the night. The mountain paths down from misty cloud sect were treacherous in darkness, switchbacks carved into sheer cliff faces, narrowing to single rider width where the stone had crumbled, but Yanran navigated them with the blind confidence of someone who'd traveled these routes since childhood. Xianxia followed her horse's tail through the pre-dawn murk, his mind churning through every relevant piece of medical knowledge 2 lifetimes had given him. Soul poison. Not a standard toxin, something that attacked the spiritual essence directly, degrading the connections between consciousness and body. In BTTH lore, these poisons were Hall of Souls specialties, designed to weaken targets before soul extraction. The fact that Nalan Yanran had survived this long was testament to the old man's formidable will and the stabilizing formation Xianxia had improvised weeks ago, but formations bought time. They didn't cure. They reached the Nalan estate at dawn. The gates were open, servants rushing between buildings with the controlled panic of a household in crisis. A physician met them in the courtyard, gray-faced, sleepless, already shaking his head. His soul fire has dimmed to a flicker. The containment formation you established has slowed the progression, young Master Shen, but the poison has breached the secondary meridian network. It's consuming his spiritual reserves faster than we can replenish them. Take me to him. Nalan Yanran's chambers smelled of medicinal incense and the sharp, wrong scent of spiritual decay, like ozone mixed with rotting flowers. The old patriarch lay on his bed, skin gray, breathing shallow, the faintest pulse of do qi flickering around his chest like a candle in a hurricane. The stabilizing formation Xianxia had placed weeks ago was still active, its energy lines glowing faintly on the floor around the bed. But the formation's central node was cracked, overwhelmed by the poison's acceleration. Xianxia knelt beside the bed and pressed 2 fingers to Nalan Yanran's wrist. The old man's pulse was thready, irregular, skipping beats where the soul poison disrupted the connection between physical and spiritual. He closed his eyes. Extended his do qi perception inward, tracing the poison's pathways through Nalan Yanran's body. It was worse than he'd feared. The soul poison had metastasized. What had been a single point of infection in the central spiritual nexus had spread to 7 secondary nodes, each one generating its own degradation cascade. The containment formation could hold 1 node. 7 was impossible without a complete redesign. I need materials, he said, opening his eyes. Azure spirit stones, 6, no fewer than grade 3 purity. Moonpetal extract, concentrated. Silver threading needles. And every text on formation theory your library holds. The servant scrambled. Yanran stood in the doorway, watching. Her face was carved from marble, every emotion locked behind a wall of discipline so perfect it was itself a form of suffering. Can you save him? She asked. He looked at her. He owed her honesty. I can't cure the poison. The cure requires a heavenly flame-infused pill, tier 7 alchemy at minimum. Nobody in the Jia Ma Empire can produce that. He paused. But I can redesign the containment formation. The original was a single node system. I need to build a 7-node array that suppresses each infection point simultaneously. If it works, it'll stabilize him. By months, maybe longer. Months. It's not a cure, Yanran. But it's time. And time is what we need. She nodded once. Turned to the servants. Everything he needs, now. Xianxia worked through the day and into the night. The formation redesign drew on everything he'd learned from Elder Qin, the Nalan library, and his own engineering instincts. Formation theory in this world was sophisticated but traditional. Practitioners followed established patterns, refining incrementally rather than innovating fundamentally. Xianxia approached it the way he'd approached circuit design in his past life, from first principles. Each node needed to match the resonance frequency of its corresponding infection point. The frequencies were different, the poison had mutated as it spread, adapting to the body's unique spiritual signature. Measuring each frequency required extending his Do Qi perception into Nalan Jia's spiritual network with surgical precision, mapping the poison's characteristics at 7 distinct locations. It was exhausting. His Do Qi reserves, newly compressed to Do Qi density, drained faster than he could replenish. Twice he had to stop, meditate for 20 minutes, and resume. By midnight, the formation was complete. 7 nodes, interconnected by energy lines that formed a 3-dimensional lattice around Nalan Jia's bed, each node tuned to its specific infection frequency. He activated the array 1 node at a time, adjusting, calibrating, feeling the feedback through his fingertips. The 7th node locked into place. Nalan Jia's breathing steadied. His pulse strengthened. The gray tinge in his skin retreated to something merely pallid. The soul fire behind his eyes, barely a spark an hour ago, strengthened to a small, steady flame. Not cured. But contained. Stabilized. Held in suspension by a formation that should never have worked, designed by a man who had no business being this good at formation theory after 2 months of study. Wisdom plus 40, innovating a complex medical formation under extreme pressure. Respect plus 100, saving the Nalan patriarch from imminent death. The Nalan family physician checked Nalan Jia's vitals with shaking hands. His soul fire is stable. The degradation has stopped. How? The formation needs maintenance every 72 hours. I'll teach your best formation specialist to perform the calibration. Xianxia stood, and the room swayed. He caught himself on the bedpost. And someone should. Yanran caught him before he fell. Her arms around his waist, her shoulder under his arm, bearing his weight with the matter-of-fact strength of a woman who could carry a grown man and was annoyed about it. You need to sleep, she said. I need to teach the calibration, sleep first. Calibration tomorrow. If you collapse, you're useless to everyone. She walked him to the guest chambers. Deposited him on the bed. Pulled the blanket over him with the brisk efficiency of a field medic. Thank you, she said at the door. Her voice cracked on the second word. For my grandfather. For everything. He's family, Xianxia murmured. Or he will be. She stood in the doorway for a long moment, silhouetted against the lamp-lit corridor. Then she closed the door, and he heard her footsteps move away, not toward her own chambers, but back toward her grandfather's room. Standing guard. Keeping vigil. He slept like the dead. Chapter 42. 3 days of monitoring confirmed the formation's effectiveness. Nalan Jia's soulfire stabilized at approximately 30% of its healthy state, diminished, but sustainable. The 7-node containment array suppressed the poison's progression completely, maintaining equilibrium through constant low-level energy expenditure. The formation drew power from the Azure Spirit Stones, which would need replacement every 3 months. 6 months, Xianxia estimated during a meeting with the Nalan family's inner circle. Yanran sat to his right, her uncle Nalan Su, the family's current administrator, sat across from them, flanked by the head physician and the house steward. The formation will hold for 6 months with regular maintenance. After that, the poison will begin adapting to the containment frequencies and will need to recalibrate. And recalibration buys us? Nalan Su asked. Another 6 months. Possibly more, depending on how aggressively the poison adapts. But recalibration is harder each time. There's a limit. What's the actual cure? A heavenly flame-infused soul-cleansing pill. Tier 7 Alchemy Minimum. The Nalan family's alchemist connections are good, but this is beyond anyone in the Jiama Empire. The room went quiet. Tier 7 alchemy was the domain of legends, practitioners who could manipulate heavenly flames, the rarest and most dangerous energy sources in existence. There's one possibility, Xianxia said carefully. The Alchemist Guild's annual symposium draws practitioners from across the continent. A Tier 7 alchemist attending the symposium might be persuaded to take the commission, for the right price and the right approach. He didn't mention Yao Lao. He didn't mention Xiao Yan. The connection between them and the cure he couldn't reveal without exposing knowledge he shouldn't possess. But he knew the timeline. Xiao Yan was growing. Yao Lao was recovering. Eventually, the original protagonist's path would bring him into contact with the Nalan family. It had happened in the original BTTH storyline. All Shen Tian needed to do was keep Nalan Jia alive long enough for that intersection to occur. Respect plus 100, reputation soars within the Nalan family for saving their patriarch. The ripple effects extended beyond the estate walls. Word spread through the capital's noble circles. The Shen family's son, the one who'd won the legal battle and placed fourth in the Misty Cloud trial, had now saved Nalan Jia from death through innovative formation work. The reputation system tracked the cascading reactions. Wisdom plus 30, recognized by the capital's formation practitioners as an innovator. Respect plus 40, noble families acknowledged the Shen-Nalan alliance's deepening value. The numbers climbed. Shen Tian watched them with a detachment that would have surprised his earlier self. The points mattered less than the relationships behind them. Nalan Jia was alive. Yanran's family was intact. The alliance that protected the Shen family was stronger. That was worth more than any number. Chapter 43. In the privacy of his guest chambers, Shen Tian mapped the future. The cure for Nalan Jia required Yao Lao's alchemy. Yao Lao traveled with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's path, if it followed the broad strokes of the BTTH timeline, would eventually bring him to the Jiama Alchemist Guild, where his talent would be recognized, his reputation would grow, and he'd be positioned to cure Nalan Jia as a demonstration of his extraordinary skill. But eventually was vague. The timeline had already shifted. Shen Tian's interventions had altered resource distributions, travel routes, and the political landscape. He couldn't count on events playing out exactly as he remembered from the novel. He needed to ensure the intersection happened. Without interfering directly. Without revealing what he knew. The plan formed in layers, like a formation array. Layer 1, ensure Xiao Yan reached the Alchemist Guild. Through Fei Lao's merchant network, Shen Tian arranged for rumors to reach the trade routes Xiao Yan frequented, whispers about the guild's open talent assessment, the prizes available, the opportunities for young alchemists without formal backing. Breadcrumbs on a trail that led toward the destination Xiao Yan needed to reach. Layer 2, establish a connection between the Nalan family and the guild that would create a natural context for Xiao Yan's involvement. Shen Tian suggested to Nalan Su that the family sponsor an alchemy competition at the guild, a generous donation in exchange for the guild's commitment to researching soul poison treatments. The sponsorship would put Nalan Jia's condition on the guild's radar. When Xiao Yan arrived and demonstrated his abilities, the connection would form organically. Layer 3, buy time. The formation held. But Shen Tian needed more. He began researching supplementary treatments, herbal compounds that strengthen soulfire, meditation techniques that reinforce spiritual resilience, anything that would extend Nalan Jia's window of survival. You're plotting something. Yanran appeared in his doorway. She'd been watching him work for the past 10 minutes, he'd felt her presence through the aura of regard passive but hadn't interrupted his concentration. I'm always plotting something. This is different. You have your planning face. I have a planning face? You get a crease between your eyebrows and your mouth goes flat. It's very serious and slightly ridiculous. She entered and sat on the edge of his desk, moving his notes aside with the casual familiarity of someone who no longer maintained formal boundaries. Talk to me, he told her the parts he could share. The Alchemist Guild strategy. The supplementary treatments. The 6-month timeline. And the parts you're not telling me? She asked. He paused. She was perceptive, dangerously so. There are factors I can't control and connections I can't explain without sounding insane. But the short version is, I believe a solution exists, and I believe the right person will appear to provide it if we create the right conditions. That sounds like faith. It sounds like strategic patience. She studied him. You're the strangest man I've ever met, Shen Tian. You fight like a tactician, study like a scholar, and plan like a prophet. Sometimes I wonder if you can see the future. He forced his expression to remain neutral. Just patterns. The future is just patterns, if you look hard enough. She held his gaze for a beat too long, then slid off the desk. I trust you. Whatever you're planning, I trust you. The words landed in his chest like an anchor finding the seabed. Heavy and stabilizing and exactly what he needed. Chapter 44. The Jiama Regional Tournament was the Empire's largest martial event, a biennial spectacle that drew fighters from every province, noble house, and military unit in the territory. Held in the capital's grand arena, a colossal stone structure that seated 20,000, It was equal parts sporting event, political theater, and social season. The prizes were substantial. First place received a selection of rare medicinal ingredients, including several that Xianxia needed for Nalan Yanran's supplementary treatments, along with a royal audience, a formal title, and enough gold to fund a small army. More importantly, the tournament was a stage. A place to build reputation on a national scale. Xianxia registered on the first day of open enrollment, listing his rank as 1-star doshi. The registration clerk barely glanced up. Bracket? Open division. Family affiliation? Shen family, Jiama capital. Sect affiliation? Misty Cloud sect, inner disciple. That got a raised eyebrow. You'll be in pool 7. Preliminary rounds start in 3 days. Don't die. He spent the intervening days training. The infinite azure canopy art's atmospheric resonance was evolving, each meditation session pulled more ambient energy, and his do-chi compressed further, gaining density and control. 3-star doshi was within reach, maybe another week of focused cultivation. But he didn't have a week. He had 3 days. He pushed. Pushed harder than he had since the proving ground trial, channeling every scrap of ambient energy the canopy art could capture, compressing and refining until his meridians ached with the strain. On the second night, in a rented meditation chamber at the capital's public cultivation hall, he felt the barrier between 1-star and 2-star thin to nothing. 3-star doshi by tournament day. The breakthrough happened on the morning of the prelims, during his final meditation session. The compression cascaded, 2nd star, a moment of equilibrium, then the 3rd star cracking open like a dawn horizon. His do-chi surged, azure tinted, carrying the faintest hint of atmospheric electricity. 3-star doshi. Not because he'd been born with exceptional talent, but because he'd found the original version of his family's technique and driven it with the relentless focus of a man running out of time. He opened his eyes. The grand arena waited. Chapter 45. The capital's market district was a study in controlled chaos, merchants shouting prices, cultivators browsing weapon stalls, street food vendors producing smells that could stop a charging dough beast. Xianxia waded through it on his way to the tournament registration confirmation, cataloging faces, prices, and the subtle do-chi signatures that marked this crowd as significantly more dangerous than any he'd encountered in the provinces. The old man sat on a bench outside a tea shop, wrapped in a gray merchant's robe that had seen better decades. His beard was impressive, a white cascade that reached his belt, and his expression suggested the entire world was an ongoing personal insult. But beneath the grumpy exterior, beneath the merchant's disguise, beneath the seals and suppressions layered like winter coats, Xianxia's do-chi perception caught the faintest whisper of something immense. Like catching the echo of a thunderstorm from 3 valleys away. Do Huang. Sealed. Suppressed. But unmistakable to someone who knew what to look for. Hai Badong. The Icy Emperor. Once one of the Jiama Empire's strongest practitioners, now reduced by some curse or seal to a fraction of his former power, hiding in plain sight as a bitter old merchant. Xianxia sat on the bench beside him without asking permission. The tea here is terrible. I know it's terrible. I've been drinking it for 6 years. The old man glared at him with the intensity of someone who'd honed glaring into an art form. Do I know you? No. But the bench looked comfortable and you looked interesting. I'm not interesting. I'm a merchant. Go away. A merchant who carries himself like a fighter, sits with his back to the wall, and radiates the suppressed energy signature of someone who used to shake the earth when they walked. Xianxia poured himself tea from the pot on the small table. It was, indeed, terrible. Relax. I'm not here to expose you or extort you. I just wanted to buy you better tea. Hai Badong's glare intensified. Then, slowly, it shifted to something else, suspicion layered over curiosity, with a foundation of grudging amusement. You can sense my real cultivation? Not precisely. Just enough to know you're not what you appear. And that doesn't frighten you? An old man who's hiding a Do Huang cultivation base should terrify a 3-star doshi. You've been sitting on this bench for 6 years drinking bad tea. If you wanted to hurt people, you'd have done it already. Xianxia sipped the tea. Grimaced. What I see is someone who's been alone too long and is too stubborn to admit he misses having someone to talk to. Silence. The market noise filled the space between them. You're an arrogant brat, Hai Badong said. I've been told. But you're not wrong about the tea. The old man stood, joints cracking. There's a place 2 streets over that doesn't taste like dishwater. You're buying. They talked for 3 hours. Xianxia didn't push. Didn't probe for details about the seal or the circumstances of Hai Badong's fall. Instead, he talked strategy, tournament tactics, combat theory, the practical applications of do-chi manipulation at various ranks, subjects that let the old man engage his expertise without touching his wounds. Hai Badong was a wealth of knowledge. Decades of high-level combat experience, compressed into observations and principles that no sect or academy could teach. He spoke about fighting the way a master painter spoke about color, with intimate, instinctive understanding that transcended formal technique. You're entering the tournament? Hai Badong asked, halfway through their second pot of superior tea. Preliminary rounds tomorrow. Humph. You fight like a thinker. All pattern recognition and economy of motion. It'll work against anyone who fights by rote. But the upper brackets will have instinct fighters, people who don't follow patterns because they react faster than they think. How do you handle that? I haven't figured that out yet. At least you're honest. The old man leaned back. Come back after your first round. If you survive, I might give you advice. If you don't survive, well, I'll drink to your memory. That's the most comforting thing anyone's said to me today. Get used to disappointment, brat. But when Shen Tian left, Hai Badong was almost smiling. Chapter 46. The tournament could wait one more day. Shen Tian's formation maintenance for Nalan Jia required a specific herb, frozen soul grass, a rare plant that grew only in high altitude, high toxicity environments where the ambient energy was dense enough to kill most vegetation. The Qingshan Mountains, 3 days' ride northeast of the capital, held several known growth sites. He rode alone, covering the distance in 2 days of hard travel. The mountains rose from the plains like stone teeth, their upper reaches shrouded in perpetual mist that glowed faintly with concentrated do qi. The higher he climbed, the denser the energy became, and the more dangerous. The frozen soul grass grew in a valley near the fourth peak, surrounded by a natural poison miasma that discouraged casual harvesting. Shen Tian entered the miasma with cloth wrapped over his nose and mouth, his do qi barrier filtering the worst of the toxins. It wasn't comfortable, but Elder Qin's training had taught him the basics of toxin-resistant energy cycling. He found the grass. He also found something else. The clearing at the valley's heart was a killing field. Dead magical beasts lay in a rough circle, 6 of them, ranging from Class 2 to Class 3, their bodies unmarked by wounds. No cuts. No burns. No physical trauma of any kind. They'd simply died. As if life itself had been drained from their flesh. And in the center of the circle of corpses, a young woman sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, shaking. She was thin, the kind of thin that spoke of weeks without proper meals. Her clothing was rough, homespun, torn in several places. Her hair was dark and tangled, falling over her face in unwashed curtains. But what struck Shen Tian first was the aura. It was beautiful and horrible. A halo of poisonous energy surrounded her, invisible to the naked eye but blazingly obvious to do qi perception. It pulsed with her heartbeat, extending several feet in every direction, and everything within its radius was dead or dying. The grass beneath her was brown. The stones were pitted. The air itself tasted wrong. The woeful poison body. One of the most feared and pitied constitutions in the do qi continent. A body that generated lethal poison passively, uncontrollably, killing everything and everyone nearby. The original BTTH described it as a curse and a weapon, a constitution that, if fully developed, could poison entire cities, but whose bearer was condemned to absolute isolation. Xiao Yan. The little doctor. She looked up when she heard him approach. Her eyes were large, dark, rimmed with exhaustion and terror. She scrambled backward, pressing against a boulder. Stay away. Her voice cracked. Don't come closer, I'll kill you. I kill everything. Just, please stay away. Shen Tian stopped. 10 feet between them, the poison aura brushed against his do qi barrier, corrosive and insistent, and he felt his barrier erode slightly under the contact. Most people would have run. A sensible person would have run. His compassion stat was the highest of his 5 categories. The reputation system's passive influence made him resistant to the instinctive revulsion that the woeful poison body triggered, the primal fear response that made most cultivators treat its bearers as monsters rather than people. He sat down on the poison ground. Cross-legged. Calm. When did you last eat? He asked. She stared at him. The question was so far from what she'd expected that it bypassed her fear entirely. 3 days. Maybe 4. He opened his travel pack. Dried meat, journey bread, a flask of clean water. He placed them on the ground between them and slid them toward her with a gentle push of do qi, keeping them within her reach. Eat. We can talk after. Didn't you hear me? I kill everything I touch. The poison, it's in my skin, my breath, everything. Those beasts came too close and they just died. I heard you. I also noticed that the food isn't dissolving, which means your passive emission has a range limit. And I noticed that your aura fluctuates with your emotional state. It extended when you panicked, but it's contracting now that you're confused instead of afraid. Which suggests your poison output isn't truly uncontrollable. It's responsive to your mental state. She stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. You're analyzing my curse? I'm observing a phenomenon. Curses are just conditions that nobody's bothered to understand yet. Compassion plus 80, approaching a woeful poison body bearer with empathy and knowledge she ate. Slowly at first, then with the desperate speed of someone who'd been starving. He watched without comment, maintaining his do qi barrier, adjusting its frequency to better resist the poison aura's erosive effects. When she finished, she wiped her mouth with a shaking hand. Why aren't you afraid of me? Because you're a person, not a weapon. You didn't choose this body any more than you chose the color of your eyes. Being afraid of you for something you can't control would be like being afraid of the sky for raining, she cried. Quietly, without drama, the way someone cries when they've been alone so long that they've forgotten how to make sound while doing it. Tears cut clean tracks through the grime on her cheeks. Xianxia waited. He didn't offer comfort, not because he didn't want to, but because touching her might actually kill him, and dying heroically would help nobody. I'll come back, he said when her tears slowed. I need to return to the capital for the tournament, but I'll come back in a week with supplies, books, and something I've been thinking about since I first read about the woeful poison body. Your constitution isn't a curse that can't be managed. It's a power that no one ever taught you to control. You've read about people like me? I've studied a great deal. And I promise you, you're not alone anymore. She looked at him with the raw, terrified hope of a drowning person seeing a rope. What's your name? She whispered. Xianxia. She nodded, committing it to memory like a prayer. People call me the little doctor. From the village where I used to heal people, before. She gestured at the dead beasts. Before this. I'll see you in a week, little doctor. Try to eat regularly. And try, when you're calm, when the fear isn't driving everything, try to feel the boundary of your aura. Not to suppress it. Just to feel where it ends. Awareness is the first step toward control. He left the valley with the frozen soul grass in his pack and the image of her eyes, dark, desperate, clinging to the first kindness she'd received in months, burned into his memory. Chapter 47. He returned in 6 days. Not 7. He couldn't wait. The Qingshan Mountains were unchanged, the same mist, the same dense energy, the same poison valley. But the clearing at its heart had shifted subtly. The circle of dead beasts had been dragged to the periphery. A rough shelter of branches and stones had been constructed against the boulder where she'd been hiding. And the woman sitting before it, though still thin and exhausted, had an expression that wasn't pure fear. It was waiting. Someone who'd been waiting for something she wasn't sure would come. When she saw him crest the ridge with 2 packs instead of 1, she stood. The relief on her face was a wound. You came back. I said I would. He descended into the clearing, noting that the poison aura had contracted since his last visit, a tighter radius, more contained. She'd been practicing awareness. How are you? I haven't died. That's more than I usually hope for. A pause. The ghost of dark humor. She was still in there, the healer, the doctor, the woman who'd once helped others before her own body betrayed her. I tried what you said. Feeling the boundary. It's hard. Like trying to hold water in my hands. That's normal. Control is a muscle. It strengthens with use. He unpacked his supplies. Food, a month's worth of dried provisions, supplemented by fresh fruit and vegetables from the capital market. Clean water in sealed containers. 2 changes of clothing. A bedroll. And books. 3 volumes on poison theory from Elder Qin's personal collection, carefully selected for relevance. A treatise on Do-Qi body cultivation that addressed unusual constitutions. And a slim manuscript Xianxia had written himself over the past 5 days, compiling every scrap of information he could find about the woeful poison body into a practical guide for self-management. She held the manuscript like it was sacred text. You wrote this? For me? The existing literature treats the woeful poison body as a catastrophe to be feared, not a condition to be understood. I disagree. He sat across from her, maintaining safe distance. Your body generates poison through specialized meridians that run parallel to your normal Do-Qi pathways. The poison production is linked to your emotional and physical state. Stress increases output, calm reduces it. The key isn't suppression. It's regulation. He spent 4 hours teaching her. The exercises were adapted from techniques he'd studied in Elder Qin's alchemy hall, methods for handling toxic materials through controlled Do-Qi manipulation. He modified them for internal rather than external application, creating a system of breathing patterns and energy cycling that channeled her poison production through deliberate pathways instead of letting it radiate freely. It was slow. Painful. Her control wavered constantly, the poison aura expanding and contracting like a breathing creature. But by the 4th hour, she could maintain a 2-foot containment radius while calm. 2 feet instead of 6. Progress. I touched a leaf, she said, voice trembling. After you left. I was practicing the boundary awareness, and I managed to contract the aura enough to touch a leaf on that bush. She pointed to a scraggly plant at the clearing's edge. It didn't die. Not immediately. It took about 3 minutes. That's excellent. 3 minutes to kill a leaf. Most people can touch things forever without murdering them. Most people haven't been dealing with what you're dealing with. 3 minutes is a foundation. We'll build on it. She looked at the manuscript in her hands. At the provisions. At the books. Then at him, with an expression he recognized from his engineering days, the look of someone presented with evidence that challenged their deepest assumptions about the world. Why? She asked. Why help me? You don't know me. You owe me nothing, and this, she gestured at the supplies, the books, the hours of teaching, this is significant. These aren't the actions of someone being casually kind. This is investment. Because you deserve better than dying alone in a valley, surrounded by creatures you killed by accident. Because your body isn't a death sentence, it's a power that nobody taught you to control, and that failure belongs to the world, not to you. He met her eyes. And because I know what it's like to feel like your existence is an accident. To wake up in a body you didn't choose and try to make something meaningful out of it. She couldn't know what he meant. Not really. But something in his tone reached her, the authenticity that the weight of regard amplified but didn't create. Xianxia, she said. She repeated it quietly, the way she'd said it the first time. Like a prayer. Like a name she was memorizing against the possibility that she'd need to remember something good when everything else was dark. Thank you. I'll be back. Every week, as long as the tournament schedule allows. Read the books. Practice the exercises. And eat. She almost smiled. It didn't quite make it to her mouth, but it reached her eyes. It was enough. Chapter 48. The frozen soul grass worked perfectly. Shen Tian infused it into Nalan Jia's formation array during his 72-hour maintenance cycle, and the herb's soul-strengthening properties bolstered the containment by roughly 15%. Not a cure, but a meaningful improvement. Nalan Jia could now sit up in bed, take light meals, and hold short conversations. The boy's done more for me than 20 years of physicians, the old patriarch told Yanran during one of his lucid periods. Either marry him quickly or I'll adopt him outright. Grandfather. I'm dying, girl. I'll say what I please. The conversation shifted to lighter things, and Shen Tian excused himself to find Yanran on the estate's garden terrace afterward. She was staring at the ornamental pond with an expression that mixed relief, worry, and something tender. He's better, she said. For the first time in months, he sounds like himself. The frozen soul grass helps, but it's a supplement, not a solution. I need to find more, regular supply, and there are additional compounds that could strengthen the effect. Where did you find the grass? Qingshan Mountains. The poison valley near the fourth peak. That's deep wilderness. Dangerous territory. She turned to face him. You went alone? I wasn't entirely alone. He chose his words carefully. I found someone there. A young woman. She's cursed with a condition that makes her dangerous to be near, but it's not her fault. She's been living alone in the mountains, afraid of hurting people, starving. Yanran's expression shifted. Not to suspicion, to something more complex. What kind of condition? A poisonous body constitution. Her presence kills living things within a radius she can't fully control. I've been teaching her management techniques. She's making progress. You're helping her. Yes. Because you're incapable of walking past someone who needs help without stopping. It's a character flaw. She studied him. The evening light caught her features in warm gold, and for a moment she looked not like a warrior or a politician's granddaughter but simply like a young woman trying to understand the man she was slowly, cautiously falling for. Bring her here, Yanran said. He blinked. What? The mountains are no place for someone who's afraid and alone. If she can manage her condition well enough to travel safely, bring her to the estate. We have space, resources, and she stopped. Reconsidered her words. I remember what it felt like to be defined by other people's decisions. To be treated as a thing instead of a person. If this girl is going through something similar, she shouldn't have to go through it alone. Shen Tian looked at Nalan Yanran, the proud, cold, untouchable woman he'd met at an engagement ceremony weeks ago, and saw someone whose compassion ran deeper than her defenses. Thank you, Yanran. Don't thank me. Just make sure she doesn't poison the fish pond, he laughed. She didn't. But her eyes were warm. Chapter 49. The return trip to the Qingshan Mountains was faster this time. He knew the route, the terrain, and the optimal paths through the poison valley. He arrived to find the little doctor transformed. Not physically, she was still thin, still hunted looking, still wrapped in that lethal aura. But she was sitting upright instead of curled in a defensive ball. The books he'd brought were spread around her shelter, pages marked with strips of torn fabric. The exercises she'd been practicing had compressed her aura to a consistent 18-inch radius. And she was touching things. He watched from the ridge as she carefully, deliberately placed her palm flat on a boulder. Held it. Counted under her breath. Lifted it. The boulder's surface was faintly discolored but intact. No corrosion. No damage. 30 seconds of safe contact. You've been practicing, he called down. She looked up. The fear was still there, probably always would be, but it shared space with something else now. Determination. Direction. Purpose. Your manuscript is remarkable, she said as he descended. The section on emotional regulation and poison output correlation, I tested it. You're right. When I achieve genuine calm, not just forced stillness but actual peace, the output drops by 60%. The problem is achieving genuine calm when your body is a weapon. Progress, not perfection. You say that a lot. Because it's true a lot. He unpacked new supplies. This time he'd brought something special, a tent made of do-chi resistant fabric, treated with compounds from Elder Qin's alchemy hall that would resist the corrosive effects of her aura. It wouldn't last forever, but it would give her proper shelter. A tent, she said, touching the fabric with cautious fingers. It held. You brought me a tent. Everyone deserves a roof. He spent the day teaching her advanced techniques. The basic awareness exercises had done their job. She understood her aura's boundaries and the relationship between emotion and output. Now he introduced active control, the ability to consciously direct the poison's flow through her meridians, channeling it rather than letting it radiate freely. Think of your poison pathways like a river system, he explained. Right now, the river is flooding, overflowing its banks in every direction. We're not trying to dam the river. That's impossible and dangerous. We're trying to deepen the channels so the water flows where you want it to, not wherever it pleases. She concentrated. Her brow furrowed. The aura contracted, then bulged, then contracted again. It's like trying to flex a muscle I didn't know I had, she said through gritted teeth. Exactly like that. And like any muscle, it responds to repetition. By evening, she'd achieved something neither of them expected. For 12 seconds, 12 consecutive seconds, she'd pulled her poison aura completely inside her skin. For 12 seconds, she was safe to touch. She stared at her hands. Normal hands. Bare skin that wasn't killing the air around it. 12 seconds, she whispered. 12 seconds more than yesterday. She looked at him. The firelight, he'd built a small campfire outside her aura's range, played across her face, illuminating features that were finer than he'd initially noticed beneath the grime and malnutrition. Delicate bone structure. Intelligent eyes. A mouth that remembered how to smile even if it was out of practice. Xianxia, she said his name the way she always did, carefully, with weight. Your body isn't a curse. It's a power that no one taught you to control. She was quoting his own words back to him. When you said that, did you mean it? Or was it just something kind to tell a frightened girl? I meant every word. And I'll prove it. The woeful poison body isn't just a passive death aura, it's a cultivation constitution with offensive and defensive applications that most people never explore because they're too busy being terrified. Once your control is stable enough, I want to help you develop those applications. Turn the thing that frightens you into the thing that protects you. She was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. An owl called from somewhere in the dark mountains. I'd like that, she said softly. I'd like that very much. Chapter 50. The GMA Regional Tournament's preliminary rounds were a meat grinder. 128 fighters. 7 brackets. Each bracket producing a single champion for the quarterfinal stage. The format was simple and brutal, sequential single elimination, with fights every 2 hours, giving competitors minimal recovery time between matches. Shenqian's Pool 7 was heavy with mid-ranked doshi fighters, soldiers, mercenaries, noble house retainers, and a handful of independent cultivators who fought for prize money and reputation. The average level was 3 to 4-star doshi, with a few 5 stars lurking in the upper seed positions. His first match was against a mercenary named Dao Feng, a weathered 4-star doshi with a broadsword and the scarred forearms of someone who'd spent more time fighting than training. Dao Feng fought the way most mercenaries fought, efficiently, ruthlessly, with no wasted movement and no concern for aesthetics. Shen Tian met efficiency with analysis. Dao Feng's broadsword style was powerful but linear, each strike committed to a single arc, making his attack pattern readable after the first 3 exchanges. The Wisdom passive cataloged the pattern in real time, and by the 6th exchange, Shen Tian was anticipating each strike a full second before it arrived. He ended it with an Azure Firmament technique that few in the audience had seen before, a compressed Do Chi pulse that he'd developed during sect training, invisible until impact, targeting the wrist of Dao Feng's sword hand. The mercenary's grip broke. The broadsword flew from his fingers and embedded itself in the arena wall. Yield, Shen Tian said. Dao Feng looked at his empty hand. Looked at his sword, still quivering in the stone. Nodded. Match 2, a noble house retainer, 5-star doshi, flashy technique set, poor fundamentals. Shen Tian took 3 strikes to his barriers, testing the man's defenses, identified the gap in his footwork, and exploited it in a single decisive combination. Match 3, a military scout, 4-star doshi, excellent speed but predictable rhythm. Shen Tian broke his rhythm with an irregular attack pattern and finished with the Azure Prison. The scout struggled for 8 seconds before yielding. Each match taught the commentators and the crowd the same lesson. Shen Tian didn't fight with power. He fought with understanding. Every opponent was a puzzle, and he solved puzzles faster than they could adjust. Valor plus 60, demonstrating consistent tactical superiority through 3 consecutive tournament victories. The whispers began. The Shen family's second son. Inner disciple of Misty Cloud sect. 3-star doshi? He fights above his rank. That technique, the invisible pulse. I've never seen anything like it. Did you see his eyes during the fights? It's like he's reading a book nobody else can see. In the stands, Nalan Yanran watched with folded arms and an expression of carefully maintained neutrality that fooled absolutely no one. Chapter 51. Between tournament rounds, the mountain called. He rode to the Qingshan Valley on his rest day, arriving in the late afternoon to find the little doctor waiting at the valley's edge, not in the clearing, but at the upper ridge, where the poison miasma was thinnest. She'd climbed out of the valley. I wanted to see the sunset, she explained, and the simple normalcy of the desire, the ordinary human wish to watch the sun go down, hit Shen Tian harder than any combat technique. Her control had improved remarkably. The poison aura held at 12 inches, barely more than skin deep. Her eyes were clearer, her posture straighter, and she'd gained enough weight from regular meals that the gauntness in her cheeks had softened. "Watch," she said, and extended her hand toward a mountain flower growing between two rocks. She touched it. Held it. The flower trembled. Its petals curled slightly at the edges. But it lived. 5 seconds. 10. 15. She released it after 20 seconds, and the flower was discolored but alive. Alive. 20 seconds, she breathed. I can touch living things for 20 seconds without killing them. That's extraordinary progress. 2 weeks ago, contact was measured in single digits. I've been doing the exercises from your manuscript for 6 hours a day. The emotional regulation techniques are the key. When I'm truly calm, truly at peace, the poison production drops dramatically. The problem is sustaining that state. She looked at him. I find it easier when I'm thinking about your visits. The statement was offered without artifice. She wasn't flirting, she'd been isolated too long for social games. She was stating a fact, the way a scientist reports experimental results. It landed in his chest all the same. I brought more books, he said, redirecting gently. And I wanted to ask you something. Ask. What's your name? Your real name. Not what the villagers called you. She was quiet for a moment. The sunset painted the mountains in amber and rose. Xiao Yan, she said. So softly he almost missed it. My name is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. He let the name settle into his awareness. It's a beautiful name. Nobody's used it in a long time. The villagers just called me the little doctor because I healed their injuries. Then the poison awoke and they didn't call me anything anymore. They just ran. He wanted to touch her shoulder. To offer the simple human comfort of contact. But her aura, even at 12 inches, would corrode his do-qi barrier within seconds of sustained contact. The irony was cruel, a woman who needed human touch more than anything, cursed to kill through the same. I'll use your real name, he said. If you'll let me. I'd like that. She turned the name over in her mouth, reacquainting herself with it. Xiao Yan. Yes. That's who I am. They watched the sunset together. Two people separated by 12 inches of lethal air, sharing the same view of a world that was bigger and more beautiful than either of their problems. Chapter 52. The quarterfinals transformed the tournament from a regional event into a national spectacle. The grand arena filled to capacity, 20,000 spectators packed into stone tiers, noble boxes draped in house colors, food vendors working overtime, and a palpable electric charge in the air that had nothing to do with do-qi. The 8 remaining fighters represented the Empire's best below the Do-Ling threshold. Shen Tian's quarterfinal opponent was Captain Ge Lin of the Royal Military Guard, a 5-star do-shi with iron gray hair cropped close to his skull, a military bearing that could have been carved from granite, and a reputation as the Royal Guard's finest close combat specialist under 30. Shen Tian. Ge Lin offered a formal martial salute before the match, right fist to left palm, a bow from the waist. I watched your preliminary fights. You're the real article. I've been looking forward to this. The honor is mine, Captain, your record speaks for itself. Let's skip the pleasantries and find out who's better. The match began. Ge Lin was everything the preliminary opponents weren't. His technique was military, refined by the Royal Guard's brutal training program, which prioritized practical lethality over artistic form. Every strike served a purpose. Every guard transitioned smoothly into a counter. His footwork was relentless, advancing constantly, maintaining pressure like a siege engine. For the first time in the tournament, Shen Tian was on the defensive. The wisdom passive churned, analyzing Ge Lin's patterns. But the military style was designed to resist analysis. The Royal Guard trained their fighters to vary their combinations randomly, breaking the predictable rhythms that analytical fighters exploited. 1-star do-shi versus 5-star. The raw power difference was significant. Ge Lin's strikes hit harder, his do-qi barriers were denser, and his stamina pool was substantially larger. But Shen Tian had 3 advantages. First, the infinite azure canopy art. His do-qi, cycling through atmospheric resonance pathways, recovered faster than standard circulation methods. Where Ge Lin's energy depleted linearly, Shen Tian's ambient absorption partially offset his expenditure. Second, the aura of regard. Even in a solo fight, the passive's enhanced focus benefit applied to himself. His mind was clearer, his reactions sharper, his tactical processing slightly faster than his rank should allow. Third, adaptability. Ge Lin's style resisted pattern analysis, but it was still a style, a framework of principles that governed his choices. Shen Tian couldn't predict individual techniques, but he could predict decision-making tendencies. When pressed, Ge Lin favored direct counters. When given space, he attacked the shortest line. When his opponent retreated, he advanced without hesitation. Xianxia used these tendencies against him. He retreated deliberately, drawing Ge Lin into aggressive pursuit. Then he stopped retreating. The sudden shift caught Ge Lin mid-advance, and Xianxia exploited the half-second of transition with a combination that borrowed from Yanran's movement principles: fluid, angular, striking from vectors the military style didn't typically defend. Ge Lin blocked 2 of 3 strikes. The third, a rising palm aimed at the chin, carrying compressed do chi, clipped his jaw and sent him staggering. The arena roared. Ge Lin recovered instantly. Professional. Disciplined. But his eyes had changed, the polite respect replaced by the focused intensity of a man who'd realized he was in a real fight. The next 4 minutes were the tournament's finest combat. Ge Lin unleashed his full repertoire: military combinations, do chi enhanced strikes that cratered the arena floor, a body hardening technique that turned his skin iron gray and reduced the effectiveness of Xianxia's precision strikes. Xianxia responded with everything he had. Azure firmament techniques enhanced by canopy art principles. The Azure prison, which Ge Lin shattered through sheer power. Barrier techniques from Yanran's book. And finally, desperation inspiring innovation, a move he'd never practiced, born from combining his atmospheric resonance with his combat instincts. He pulled moisture from the air. The canopy art's atmospheric connection gave him influence over ambient energy, which included the moisture in the air around him. He couldn't control water, he was nowhere near powerful enough for elemental manipulation. But he could create a thin mist in a localized area, reducing visibility for exactly the fraction of a second he needed. The mist bloomed between them. Ge Lin's vision blurred. Xianxia moved through the haze, not where Ge Lin expected, but 2 feet to the left, and delivered a strike sequence that hit shoulder, ribs, and solar plexus in rapid succession. Ge Lin went to one knee. His iron skin technique flickered. Blood at the corner of his mouth. The crowd held its breath. Ge Lin looked up. Met Xianxia's eyes. And then he did something that surprised everyone in the arena. He smiled. I yield. The captain stood, wiped the blood from his lip, and offered his hand. Not the formal martial salute, an open hand. A gesture between equals. That missed technique, he said as they shook. I've never seen anything like it. Honestly, neither had I until about 6 seconds ago. A laugh. Warm, genuine, the laugh of a warrior who'd found someone worthy. You're going to go far, Xianxia. Very far. Respect plus 70, earning a renowned warrior's public respect through superior skill. The arena's cheers washed over them both. Chapter 53. Mu Chen's entry into the tournament hadn't been expected. The Mu family's young master had been conspicuously absent from the preliminaries, his bracket had been on the opposite side of the draw, and Xianxia's attention had been focused on his own matches. But when the quarterfinal results were posted and the semifinal brackets revealed, there was Mu Chen's name in the other half of the draw. 2-star Doshi. An improvement from his previous rank, but not natural improvement. Xianxia recognized the signs of pill-enhanced cultivation in the slightly irregular quality of Mu Chen's do chi. Expensive pills. Forced advancement. The kind of shortcut that gave you raw power but left gaps in your foundation. His fights had been brutal. Not skillful, brutal. Heavy do chi attacks, Mu family wealth funding equipment advantages that most competitors couldn't match, and a willingness to inflict punishment that crossed the line from combat into cruelty. 2 of his opponents had been carried from the arena on stretchers. He's buying his way to the top, Luo Feng muttered, watching Mu Chen's quarterfinal from the spectator section. Those gauntlets he's wearing, dragon scale gauntlets, Do Wang level equipment. His family's spending a fortune to put him in the finals. The equipment is legal under tournament rules, Xianxia noted. No restriction on personal gear below Do Huang grade. Legal isn't the same as right. No. But it does mean I can't use it against him procedurally. Luo Feng glanced at him. You think you'll face him in the semis? If the brackets hold, one of us will be in semifinal 1 and the other in semifinal 2. If we both win, the final is Xianxia versus Mu Chen. He paused. He's been building toward this. Every investment, every pill, every piece of equipment, it's all aimed at me. Then you'd better win the semifinal. Mu Chen's quarterfinal match ended with his opponent unconscious and bleeding from 3 separate impact points. The crowd's cheers were mixed with uneasy murmurs. The tournament judges exchanged glances but called no foul. Excessive force was discouraged but not prohibited. In his luxury box above the arena, Mu Chen caught Xianxia's eyes across the distance. His smile was a blade. The message was clear, the semifinal was a formality. The real fight was coming. Chapter 54. The night before the semifinals, 2 worlds collided. Xianxia was reviewing his combat notes in his tournament quarters, a small, functional room in the competitor's dormitory, when a knock came at the door. Soft. Hesitant. Not Yanran's knock, firm, decisive, or Luo Feng's, enthusiastic bordering on percussive. He opened the door. The little doctor stood in the corridor, wrapped head to toe in concealing robes, heavy fabric treated with the Do-Chi-resistant compounds he'd provided, a hood pulled low over her face, gloves on her hands. Through the fabric layers, her poison aura was contained to a tight envelope around her body, invisible to casual observation but humming at the edge of Shen Tian's perception. "I wanted to watch you fight," she said. Her voice was small. "I know it's dangerous, me being around people, but I've been practicing. The aura is controlled. I can maintain containment for hours now." He should have been alarmed. The capital was crowded, and even a momentary lapse in her control could be catastrophic. But the look in her eyes, visible even beneath the hood's shadow, was the look of someone who'd been alone so long that the idea of watching another person do something extraordinary was worth any risk. "Come in," he said. "Let me adjust your containment robes." He reinforced the fabric's Do-Chi resistance with additional compounds from his supplies, adding a layer of formation work that Elder Qin would have grudgingly approved. By the time he finished, the concealing robes were a functional containment suit, not perfect, but sufficient for controlled public exposure. "Stay in the spectator section," he told her. "Upper tiers, where the crowd is thinnest. If you feel the aura fluctuating, leave immediately. Don't hesitate, don't try to fix it, just leave." "I understand. And eat something before the match. There's a food stall on the arena's east side that makes decent rice bowls." A sound escaped her, half laugh, half disbelief. "You're worried about whether I've eaten." "I'm always worried about whether you've eaten." They were interrupted by footsteps in the corridor. Yanran's footsteps, unmistakable, precise, carrying the weight of Misty Cloud movement training. She appeared around the corner and stopped. Her gaze moved from Shen Tian to the robed figure in his doorway, and her Do-Chi perception, sharper than most, honed by years of combat training, swept over the little doctor with surgical precision. The air changed. Yanran didn't speak. But her body language shifted from relaxed to alert, the way a swordsman's hand moved to their hilt without conscious thought. She could feel the danger emanating from beneath those robes, the deadly aura, suppressed but present, like a coiled serpent beneath a cloth. "Yanran," Shen Tian said carefully. "This is the woman I told you about. From the Qingshan Mountains. The poisonous body." Yanran's voice was neutral. Too neutral. "Her name is Xiao Yan. She came to watch the tournament." The two women looked at each other. The little doctor lowered her hood slightly, not fully, but enough to show her face. The delicate features. The dark, wary eyes. The vulnerability of someone who expected rejection as a default condition. Yanran's expression was unreadable for a long moment. Then something softened, not her guard, exactly, but the harshness behind it. "The spectator section can be overwhelming for someone unused to crowds," Yanran said. "I have a private viewing alcove reserved for Nalan family use. You're welcome to watch from there." The little doctor blinked. Whatever she'd expected from Shen Tian's fiancé, it wasn't this. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm doing it for practical reasons. If your containment fails in a packed crowd, dozens could be hurt. In a private alcove, the risk is contained." She paused. "Also, I want to see if you're worth his time." The words were sharp, but the delivery was measured. This wasn't hostility, it was assessment. Nalan Yanran evaluating a variable in the equation of Shen Tian's life. The little doctor met her gaze. "I am," she said quietly. "Worth his time. He gave me a chance when no one else would. I won't waste it." Something passed between them, not warmth, not yet, but recognition. Two women who understood what it meant to be defined by things beyond their control, looking at each other and seeing a mirror neither had expected. "The match starts at midday," Yanran said. "I'll show you to the alcove." She turned and walked away. The little doctor followed. Shen Tian watched them go, feeling like he'd just witnessed the opening moves of a chess game that would take months to play out. He returned to his combat notes. The semifinal was in 12 hours. Mu Chen was waiting. Everything else could wait. Chapter 55. Semifinal 1, Shen Tian vs Mu Chen. The grand arena was electric. 20,000 spectators leaned forward in their seats. The commentators, a pair of retired Do Ling warriors hired by the tournament committee, had been building anticipation since dawn. "Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is more than a semifinal match. This is the culmination of a rivalry that has played out across courtrooms, sect trials, and noble halls. Shen Tian, the Shen family's second son, inner disciple of Misty Cloud sect, the tactician who fights above his rank. Versus Mu Chen, scion of the Mu family, bearer of the dragon scale gauntlets, the man who has bulldozed through this tournament with overwhelming force." Mu Chen entered the arena from the east gate, flanked by attendants who fell away at the boundary line. He dressed for the occasion, combat robes trimmed in the Mu family's crimson and gold, the dragon scale gauntlets glinting on his fists like the claws of a predator. Shen Tian entered from the west gate. No attendants. No special equipment. Just his training robes and the azure firmament art humming through his meridians. They faced each other across the arena floor. 20 feet of stone between them. "Any last words?" Mu Chen asked, loud enough for the front rows to hear. "Just one observation." Xianxia settled into his stance, feet shoulder width, weight balanced, hands open and ready. Your gauntlets are impressive. But they're calibrated for a 3-star doshi's energy output. You're a 2-star. Which means they're going to strain your meridians if you push them to full power. Mu Chen's smile flickered. Just for an instant. Begin. The judge called. Mu Chen attacked immediately. The dragon scale gauntlets amplified his do chi by at least 40%, turning his already powerful strikes into concussive hammers that cratered the arena floor. His opening rush was a 3-hit combination: left cross, right uppercut, double-fisted overhead slam, each one carrying enough force to shatter a stone wall. Shen Tian didn't block. He dodged. The footwork Yanran had drilled into him proved its worth. He moved through the gaps in Mu Chen's assault like water through fingers, each step calculated to maintain distance while preserving counterattack angles. Mu Chen's fury intensified. He'd spent months preparing for this: pills, equipment, training, all aimed at overwhelming Shen Tian with superior force. And the bastard wouldn't stand still long enough to be overwhelmed. Fight me! Mu Chen roared, driving a gauntleted fist into the arena floor where Shen Tian had been standing a heartbeat earlier. The impact sent cracks radiating across the stone. Stop running and fight. I am fighting. Shen Tian was behind him. A palm strike to the kidney, precise, carrying compressed do chi. Mu Chen staggered. You're just not enjoying it. The crowd's laughter stung worse than the strike. Mu Chen pivoted. His technique shifted, the wild aggression replaced by something more controlled, more dangerous. The Mu family's actual martial training, which he'd been hiding beneath the gauntlet's raw power. A flowing combination style that used the gauntlet's weight as momentum anchors, each strike chaining into the next through rotational force. It was better. Significantly better. Shen Tian was forced onto the defensive for real this time, using barriers and evasion to weather a storm of heavy strikes that left the air humming. Then Mu Chen played his hidden card. Concealed in the gauntlet's finger joints, microneedles, coated in a do chi disrupting compound. Not quite poison, the substance was technically classified as an energy interference catalyst, but close enough to the line that the tournament judges would need a formal petition to investigate. The first needle caught Shen Tian's forearm during a block. A tiny sting, barely noticeable in the combat's intensity. But the compound entered his meridians and immediately began scrambling his do chi circulation. His next technique faltered. The canopy art's atmospheric resonance stuttered. His barriers thinned. Mu Chen saw the opening and drove forward, gauntlets blazing, a triumphant snarl twisting his features. The second needle hit Shen Tian's shoulder. The third grazed his hip. Each one injected more of the disrupting compound, and his do chi coherence degraded further. Feel that? Mu Chen hissed between strikes. That's what happens when you rely on technique instead of power. Technique can be disrupted. Power can't. The crowd was growing uneasy. Something was wrong with Shen Tian's fighting. His usual fluidity had become jerky, inconsistent, his techniques misfiring as the compound scrambled his circulation. In the private viewing alcove, Yanran's knuckles were white on the railing. The little doctor, beside her, had her hands pressed together in an unconscious prayer. Shen Tian staggered. His vision blurred. The compound was targeting his meridians specifically, designed to disrupt the kind of precise energy manipulation he relied on. But Mu Chen had made an error. The same error his cousin Mu Lan had made in the sect trial. The compound disrupted do chi circulation. It created turbulence and interference. And the infinite azure canopy art, uniquely among all cultivation techniques Shen Tian knew, used turbulence as fuel. He stopped fighting the disruption. Let it cascade through his meridians. Let the compound do its worst, churning his do chi into chaotic interference patterns. Then he fed those patterns into the canopy art's atmospheric resonance circuits. The result wasn't as dramatic as his breakthrough against Mu Lan. He was already a doshi, there was no rank threshold to shatter. But the disrupted energy, converted through the canopy art's unique properties, surged back through his meridians as a wild, crackling force that burned the compound from his system in a single violent pulse. Blue-white lightning arced across his skin. Mu Chen's eyes went wide. He leapt backward, but Shen Tian was already moving, not with his usual precision but with something raw, something fueled by pain and converted chaos. The azure prison deployed. Not the clean, surgical version he'd used in previous fights, this one was jagged, crackling, woven from disrupted energy that made it unpredictable and hard to counter. It wrapped around Mu Chen's arms and torso, locking the dragon scale gauntlets in place, preventing the hand movements needed for his martial techniques. Mu Chen struggled. His gauntlets amplified his strength, straining against the prison. The energy cage buckled. Shen Tian poured everything he had into maintaining it. Not technique. Not calculation. Just will, the raw, furious determination of a man who refused to lose to someone who fought dirty. Yield, he said through gritted teeth. Never. The prison cracked. Mu Chen's right gauntlet broke through. He cocked his fist for a finishing blow. Shen Tian did the only thing he could. He stepped inside the punch's arc, inside Mu Chen's guard, and drove his palm into the center of Mu Chen's chest with every remaining scrap of Do Chi in his body. Not a technique. Not a named art. Just compressed energy, delivered point blank, with the weight of a man who refused to fall. Mu Chen flew backward. 10 feet, 20. Hit the arena wall with a sound like a cannon shot. The dragon scale gauntlets sparked and went dark, their energy circuits overloaded. He didn't get up. The arena was silent for 3 heartbeats. Then it detonated. Valor plus 100, overcoming sabotage and equipment disadvantage through adaptation and will respect plus 100. Victory in a nationally witnessed bout against a superior equipped opponent. The judge checked Mu Chen's condition. Unconscious but alive. Victory, Xianxia. In the viewing alcove, Yanran released a breath she'd been holding for 2 minutes. The little doctor's hand slowly unclenched. Xianxia stood alone in the center of the arena, swaying slightly, his Do Chi reserves nearly empty, his meridians aching from the disrupting compound's after effects. He bowed to the crowd with the careful dignity of a man who was definitely not going to pass out in front of 20,000 people. Then he walked off the arena floor, found a quiet corner of the competitor's corridor, and sat down very hard on the stone floor. That, he said to nobody in particular, was closer than I'd like. Chapter 56. Semi-Final 2 introduced a variable Shen Tian hadn't anticipated. The masked fighter appeared in the arena wearing a face covering of dark silk and combat robes without any family or faction identification. The tournament's open registration policy allowed anonymous entry, a provision designed to let independent cultivators compete without political complications, but it was rarely used at this level. She moved like smoke. The match, against a 5-star Do Chi from a northern province, lasted 4 minutes. Her Do Chi was shadow element, deep purple, operating through techniques Shen Tian had never seen. She didn't attack directly. Instead, her shadows infiltrated her opponent's defenses from impossible angles, bypassing barriers, disrupting footing, creating openings that she exploited with clinical efficiency. 6-star Do Chi. At least. The quality of her energy was denser than her opponent's, and her technique showed the kind of refinement that came from years of intensive training under a master. Ying Mei, the tournament clerk, had recorded at registration. No family name. No faction affiliation. Shen Tian watched the match from the competitor's area, his empathic pulse. No, he didn't have that yet. His wisdom passive worked overtime instead, cataloging her movement patterns, her technique structure, her combat preferences. But what caught his attention most wasn't her fighting style. It was her body language between techniques. The slight hesitation before committing to attacks. The way her eyes, visible above the silk mask, flickered toward the VIP section at irregular intervals. She was afraid. Not of her opponent, of someone watching. The match ended with her opponent on the ground, shadow element tendrils pinning his limbs. Clean. Efficient. No excessive force. The crowd applauded, but the applause was uneasy. The masked fighter's shadows carried an unsettling quality that made people's skin crawl. The final will be Shen Tian versus Ying Mei, the announcer declared. Tomorrow at noon. Shen Tian spent the evening recovering and preparing. His meridians were still tender from Mu Chen's disrupting compound, but the infinite azure canopy art's regenerative properties were repairing the damage at an accelerated rate. At the tournament quarters, he reviewed everything he knew about shadow element Do Chi. It was rare, one in several hundred cultivators manifested it naturally, and it operated differently from standard elemental affinities. Shadow Do Chi was relational, not absolute. It existed in contrast to light, grew stronger in darkness, and could infiltrate gaps in energy barriers that were invisible to most detection methods. Countering it required either overwhelming light element energy or a defensive technique with no gaps. He had neither, but he had the canopy art's atmospheric perception. And atmosphere was everywhere, including in the gaps between light and shadow. He meditated late into the night, searching for a solution. By dawn, he had a theory. Whether it would work in practice was a question only the arena could answer. Chapter 57. The day of the final brought a breakthrough he hadn't expected. Shen Tian was meditating in his quarters, cycling the infinite azure canopy art through his recovery routines, when his Do Chi reached a density threshold he'd been approaching for days. The compression cascaded, a familiar sensation now, the energy folding in on itself, becoming denser and more potent. 4-star Do Chi. 5-star Do Chi. The double breakthrough hit like a wave. His meridians expanded, his Do Chi reservoir deepened, and the atmospheric resonance of the canopy art intensified to a level that made the air in his room vibrate faintly. But the breakthrough was accompanied by something else. Something new. Compassion resonance event triggered compassion category. 500 RP threshold reached new ability unlocked. Empathic pulse description. Once per hour, MC can sense the emotional states of all beings within a 30-foot radius. Detects fear, sincerity, deception, and emotional distress. Duration, 10 seconds. Not telepathy, emotional resonance only. The ability settled into his awareness like a new sense, dormant until activated, but ready. He could feel its parameters, a pulse of compassion-attuned Do Chi that would radiate outward, bouncing off the emotional signatures of nearby individuals and returning as impressions. He tested it immediately, activating the empathic pulse in his quarters. The pulse swept outward, passed through the dormitory walls, and returned with a wash of emotional data. The competitor 2 rooms over, anxiety and determination. Pre-match nerves. The cleaning woman in the corridor, tiredness and mild contentment. The steady hum of routine work. And from somewhere in the arena's upper levels, fear. Not the ordinary fear of a spectator watching violence, but deep, structural fear. The fear of someone who lived under constant threat. It matched the direction of the VIP section. Xianxia's mind raced. The masked fighter, Ying Mei, had shown that same quality of fear during her semi-final match. Fear directed not at her opponent but at someone watching from the VIP area. Someone was controlling her. Forcing her to fight. Using fear as a leash. He dressed for the final with a new purpose. Winning the tournament still mattered, the prizes, the reputation, the resources for Nalan Jia. But now there was something else at stake. Chapter 58. The final of the GMA regional tournament filled the grand arena to bursting. Xianxia entered from the west gate. Ying Mei entered from the east, her dark silk mask in place, her shadow element Do Qi shimmering around her like a living cloak. The arena floor between them was scarred from previous matches, cratered, cracked, still bearing the impressions of Mu Chen's gauntlet strikes. Fighters ready? Xianxia nodded. Ying Mei inclined her head. Begin. She attacked immediately, shadows erupting from her feet, spreading across the arena floor in a dark tide that sought to engulf his position. The technique was masterful, the shadow tendrils moving with independent intelligence, probing his defenses from 6 directions simultaneously. Xianxia deployed the counter he'd prepared. The canopy art's atmospheric perception didn't just sense the air, it sensed everything in the air. Including the interaction between light and shadow. By cycling his Do Qi through atmospheric resonance at a specific frequency, he could detect shadow element energy before it materialized, tracking its approach through the subtle changes it created in ambient air pressure. He dodged the first wave. Deflected the second. The third caught his ankle and pulled, trying to drag him off balance, and he responded with a compressed burst of atmospheric Do Qi that disrupted the shadow's cohesion. Ying Mei pressed harder. Her shadow techniques were extraordinary, living darkness that struck from impossible angles, reformed when shattered, and adapted to his defenses in real time. She was fast, skilled, and fighting with the desperate intensity of someone who couldn't afford to lose. 2 minutes in, their combat styles had equalized. His atmospheric perception countered her shadow infiltration. Her adaptive techniques countered his pattern analysis. They were evenly matched in a way that produced spectacular combat, the arena floor erupting in storms of azure and purple energy as they traded blows. Then he activated the empathic pulse. The emotional data washed over him mid-combat. Ying Mei's emotional state blazed like a bonfire: fear, desperation, resolve, and beneath it all, buried deep, almost extinguished, hope. The hope of someone who'd been praying for a way out. He read the fear's direction. Her emotional terror wasn't pointed at him, it was oriented toward the VIP section, upper left quadrant. Someone sitting there had absolute power over her, and the fear was a chain that controlled every move she made. The person who enslaved her. An audience member who could punish her if she lost, or if she won in the wrong way. Xianxia made a decision. He created an opening. Deliberately. A gap in his defense that a skilled fighter would recognize as an invitation. Ying Mei drove through it. Her shadow strike hit his barrier at full force, staggering him backward. She followed with a combination that would have finished most opponents. He leaned close. Close enough for his whisper to reach her ears beneath the clash of Do Qi. I know you're being forced. I can feel it. Her technique stuttered. Her eyes, visible above the mask, went wide. The person in the VIP section. They're controlling you through fear. You don't have to fight for them. You don't understand, she whispered back, her shadow tendrils still attacking on autopilot while her mind reeled. He'll kill my sister. If I disobey, if I lose wrong, if I, fight me for real. He blocked her automated attack, creating distance. Not for him. Not for fear. Fight me because you're a warrior and this is the final of the biggest tournament in the Empire. Whatever happens after, I'll help you. You can't promise that. I just did. She stared at him through the combat. The shadows around her flickered, uncertain, reflecting their creator's emotional turmoil. The crowd saw 2 fighters paused in a momentary standoff. They didn't see the conversation beneath. Real? She whispered. Real. Something shifted in her eyes. The fear didn't vanish, it couldn't, not with her sister's life at stake. But alongside the fear, a coal of defiance ignited. Old. Buried. Almost forgotten. She chose. Her shadow techniques exploded outward with a power and creativity that hadn't been present in any of her previous matches. The desperate, controlled fighting of a slave was replaced by the fierce, beautiful combat of a woman fighting for herself. The final became a spectacle. Shadow and sky clashed across every inch of the arena. Ying Mei's liberated technique was staggering, shadow constructs that formed weapons, armor, wings. She took to the air on shadow-formed platforms, raining attacks from above while her ground-level shadows harried Xianxia's flanks. He responded with everything the canopy art could produce. Atmospheric manipulation on a scale he'd never attempted, wind bursts, moisture barriers, pressure waves that disrupted shadow formations. His Do Qi sang through atmospheric resonance circuits, pulling power from the very air. The match lasted 12 minutes. The longest final in tournament history. It ended when Xianxia found the gap, not in her defense, but in her shadow element Do Qi's recovery cycle. A 3-second window where her shadows thinned, vulnerable. He struck with a technique he'd never used before, Azure Canopy Descent, a falling palm strike that carried the weight of compressed atmosphere, landing like a small thunderclap. Yingmei hit the ground. Her shadows flickered and dissolved. She lay still for 2 heartbeats, then raised one hand in the universal gesture of surrender. The arena erupted in the loudest ovation Xianxia had ever heard. He helped her up. As their hands connected, she pressed something into his palm, a folded piece of paper, hidden in her glove. "The person who enslaved me," she breathed. "He serves the Hall of Souls. Thank you, Xianxia. Thank you." She vanished into the competitor's corridor before he could respond. By the time the guards checked the VIP section at his request, the seat she'd been looking at was empty. Xianxia unfolded the paper. A name. An address. And 2 words, "They're coming." He tucked it into his robes as the victory ceremony began. Chapter 59. The ceremony was spectacle condensed into ceremony. Xianxia stood on the winner's platform in the grand arena center, the afternoon sun blazing overhead, 20,000 people on their feet. The tournament director, a rotund, cheerful Do Ling named Marshal Feng, presented the prizes with the rehearsed enthusiasm of a man who'd done this 12 times. First place, Shen Tian of the Shen family, inner disciple of Misty Cloud sect. The tournament's youngest champion in 17 years. Your prizes, a selection of rare medicinal ingredients from the royal repository, including, the marshal paused for dramatic effect, a single stalk of Emperor's Jade Root, a celestial dewdrop crystal, and the complete Moon Fire Herb collection. Shen Tian's heart hammered. The Emperor's Jade Root. A soul-strengthening reagent of extraordinary potency. Combined with the celestial dewdrop crystal, it could enhance Nalan Yanran's containment formation by orders of magnitude. Additionally, by royal decree, you are awarded the title Rising Star of Jia Ma, an honor recognizing exceptional promise in service to the empire. And a royal audience with His Majesty, to be scheduled at your mutual convenience. He accepted the prizes with a bow. The jade token containing his new title was warm, humming with official Do Qi signatures that validated its authenticity. In the stands, 3 women watched. Nalan Yanran, in the Nalan family's reserve section, her face composed into dignified pride that wouldn't have fooled anyone who knew her. Her hands, hidden in her lap, were clenched with the residual tension of someone who'd spent an hour watching the person she cared about get hit. The little doctor, in the private viewing alcove, her hood drawn forward, watching through the gap with eyes that shone. She'd eaten the rice bowl he'd recommended. It had been good. And somewhere in the crowd, if she'd stayed, Yingmei. The masked fighter whose real battle was just beginning. Reputation tier, approaching renowned, estimated 8,000 plus RP, the rising star of Jia Ma. The man who fought above his rank, who turned poison into power, who won the tournament through brains and will rather than birth and privilege. After the ceremony, Shen Tian found his way to the competitor's corridor. His body ached, the compound's after effects from the Mu Chen fight compounded with the sheer energy expenditure of the final, but his mind was clear. The paper Yingmei had given him. A name. An address. And they're coming. The Hall of Souls. He added the paper to his growing intelligence file and went to find Yanran. There were prizes to process, a grandfather to treat, and a conversation about a poisonous girl in a mountain valley that he was running out of excuses to delay. Chapter 60. The Nalan estate was quiet when they returned. Shen Tian applied the tournament's medicinal prizes immediately. The Emperor's Jade Root, prepared according to Elder Qin's formulations, amplified the containment formation's soul-strengthening field by 300%. Nalan Jia's condition stabilized at a level that, for the first time, the physicians described as sustainable rather than declining. The old man could walk short distances now. He attended family meals. He laughed at his own jokes. The shadow of death had receded to the room's far corner, still present but no longer pressing. Another year, Shen Tian estimated. The formation, the Jade Root compound, and the supplementary treatments combined should hold for at least 12 more months. Possibly longer. Nalan Jia, sitting in the garden with a blanket across his knees, looked at his granddaughter's fiancé with the watery-eyed gratitude of a man who'd expected to die and found himself living instead. You've given me time I didn't deserve, boy. Everyone deserves time, Elder Nalan, come here. The old man gripped Shen Tian's hand with surprising strength. Listen to me carefully. I've lived long enough to know quality when I see it. And you, Shen Tian, are the rarest kind, a good man who's also clever enough to survive being good. Take care of my granddaughter. Not because it's your obligation, but because she deserves someone who sees her as a person, not a prize. I promise. Good. Now go talk to her. She's been pacing the eastern garden for 20 minutes, and if she wears a trench in my stone path, I'll send you the repair bill. He found Yanran in the eastern garden, not pacing but standing motionless beside the ornamental pond, staring at the koi with the intensity of someone who was definitely not seeing fish. Yanran. She turned. The garden lanterns caught her features, the strong jaw, the sharp eyes, the mouth that could cut or comfort depending on her mood. Right now, it was said in a line that could have meant anything. Who is she to you? Yanran asked. No preamble. No circling. The question she'd been carrying since the tournament, since seeing the little doctor in Xianxia's doorway, since watching another woman's concern mirror her own during his fights. She's someone who needs help. Someone who was abandoned by the world because of a condition she didn't choose. That's what you said before. I'm asking what she is to you. Not what she needs. What she is. He was quiet for a moment. The koi circled lazily in the pond. The lantern swayed in a breeze that carried jasmine and the faint medicinal smell of Nalan Yanran's compounds. She's becoming someone I care about, he said. I can't define it more precisely than that. It's not the same as what I feel for you. What I feel for you is, he stopped. Reorganized. You never needed saving, Yanran. You're the strongest person I know. What we have, whatever it is between equals. She needs me in a way you don't. And I can't walk away from that. I'm not asking you to walk away from her. He looked at her. Really looked. I'm asking you to be honest with me, she said. About what's happening, about what you feel, about everything. I'm not a porcelain vase that'll shatter if you tell me the truth. I'm a misty cloud disciple who carries a sword to dinner and kills assassins between courses. I can handle complexity. You're handling this much better than I expected. Don't push your luck. But the line of her mouth softened. I told you on the terrace, whatever this is between us, it's mine. It's real. A girl in the mountains doesn't change that. It doesn't, he agreed. She stepped closer. The garden lanterns made her eyes luminous. Then prove it. She kissed him. Not the tentative, testing kiss of two people exploring uncertain ground. A real kiss, deliberate, sure, claiming and offered simultaneously. Her hand on his jaw, pulling him down to her height. His hand finding the curve of her waist, drawing her closer. The garden. The lanterns. The koi. The jasmine. The world narrowing to the space between two people who'd spent weeks building trust and were finally spending some of it. When they separated, she was smiling. Not her public smile, her real one, which was smaller and slightly crooked and devastating. Don't make me regret this, Xianxia. I won't. And don't get stabbed again. I'm running out of good dresses to stain with your blood, he laughed. She kissed his cheek, quick, proprietorial, and walked away, her footsteps light on the garden stones. He stood by the pond, touching his lips, processing the fact that his heart was hammering harder than it had during any of the tournament fights. Behind the garden wall, watching through a window he thought no one could see, a shadow moved. Shen Wei raised a jade communication talisman to his lips. The boy is becoming too influential. Move to phase 2. The message vanished into the night. In the guest chambers, preparing for sleep, Shen Tian felt the faintest tremor of wrongness through the aura of regard, a dissonance in the estate's emotional field, like a wrong note in a familiar song. He dismissed it as tournament fatigue. He shouldn't have. Chapter 61. The tournament's aftermath lingered over Jiama Empire like incense smoke, dispersing slowly, leaving traces on everything it touched. 3 weeks had passed since the final match. 3 weeks of celebration banquets and congratulatory visits and the particular exhaustion that came not from battle but from being celebrated after one. Shen Tian had smiled through 47 formal dinners, deflected 212 questions about his cultivation techniques, and accepted the polite attention of families who had ignored the Shen name for decades until their patriarch discovered that ignoring it now would look foolish in retrospect. He sat in the study of the Nalan estate's guest wing on the morning of the 22nd day and looked at the numbers arrayed before him. Reputation, 8,347 RP. 3 categories passed their secondary thresholds. The aura of regard passive was operating at full efficiency, people around him settled, paid closer attention, lowered their voices in ways that had nothing to do with conscious choice. It unsettled him, if he was honest. Influence without performance felt like borrowed authority. He was recording the observation when Yanran appeared in the doorway without knocking. You've been avoiding the victory celebration breakfast for the 3rd morning in a row, she said. She was already dressed, sword at her hip, her morning practice clothes exchanged for something that said she expected to spend the day outside the estate. Her hair was bound with the same silver cord she'd used since the tournament. He'd noticed she didn't return it to the ornate box her mother kept sending over. I've been working. You've been hiding. He set down the brush. Is there a functional difference, from your grandmother's perspective? Grandmother's perspective is that you won the tournament and should be spending your time in visible proximity to the family. Specifically to me. The engagements she's fielding from families trying to renegotiate social positioning require a very visible betrothal to anchor. She crossed the room and looked at his papers. How many times have you read that report? 4. And I keep arriving at the same conclusion, which is that Fei Lao's intelligence on the Hall of Souls movement is either 3 weeks old or was edited before it reached me, and I can't tell which. Yanran sat on the edge of the desk, not because there were no chairs but because he'd noticed she preferred the higher position in conversation, and he'd stopped moving the chair that would have corrected it. Show me. He showed her. The report detailed 6 confirmed soul harvesting incidents across 3 cities in the outer reaches of Jiama's territory, cultivators found dead, their souls extracted with what the report described as considerable precision. What bothered him wasn't the incidents themselves. It was the pattern. Each target had been solitary, isolated from family networks, and at ranks between 2-star and 4-star doshi. Not powerful enough to be dangerous to a serious cultivator. Not weak enough to be opportunistic. They're practicing, Yanran said. He looked at her. That's exactly it. They're practicing. Someone is refining a technique on targets they can afford to lose, building toward a larger application. Larger meaning this is preparation for something much worse. He rolled the report and set it aside. The timing is what concerns me. 6 incidents in 3 weeks, all immediately post-tournament when everyone's attention has been on celebrations and political repositioning. Someone chose this window deliberately. She was quiet for a moment. Outside, the morning birds shifted in the courtyard trees. From somewhere deeper in the estate came the sound of Nalan Yanran's physician making his daily rounds, the particular shuffle of an old man who carried expensive instruments. Grandfather's been better, she said. He walked in the garden for 40 minutes yesterday without stopping. I know. I watched. You watched from the roof. The roof has better sight lines. She looked at him with an expression that was equal parts exasperation and something warmer. You counted his steps, didn't you? 43 steps before the first pause. 61 total. Both better than the week before. He picked up a new brush. The Emperor's Jade Root compound is working. But it won't last indefinitely. We have perhaps 11 months before the stabilizing effect begins to diminish. We need a longer solution. Which requires resources we don't currently have. Which requires resources, cultivation advancement, and access to materials that are currently in the hands of people who have no particular reason to give them to us. He paused. Which means we need to give them reasons. Yanran studied his profile, the careful stillness of his face when he was thinking past the immediate problem to the shapes behind it. She'd learned to read that stillness in the weeks since the tournament. He wasn't gone when he looked like that. He was present, fully, just operating at a depth that his expression didn't advertise. What are you planning? She asked. Nothing yet. Gathering information. He looked at her directly. But I think the next 3 months are going to be significantly less calm than the last 3 weeks. He was more right than even he anticipated. The first serious disruption came not from the Hall of Souls but from within the Shen family itself. A letter arrived that afternoon by courier, formal, sealed with the family elder council crest, bearing the particular rigid calligraphy of Shen Liang, the eldest of the secondary branch. Shen Tian read it twice, then set it flat on the desk and stared at the far wall for several minutes. The elder council had called a family assembly for the following week. The stated purpose was review of family direction and leadership accountability. He knew exactly what it was. A no-confidence motion. Aimed at his father. He sent a response to his father that evening by Hawk, then spent the night constructing the argument he was going to need to make. He didn't sleep until the 4th hour before dawn. The argument was built from the same material as his intelligence assessments, not what he believed but what he could demonstrate, not what he wanted the outcome to be but what he could make the outcome look like to someone whose prior beliefs were working against him. Elder Shen Liang was not a foolish man. That was the core difficulty. Foolish men could be managed with simple misdirection, but an intelligent man required an argument that was actually better than his. He thought about what Shen Liang actually feared. Not failure, the elder had lived through sufficient failures to have made peace with the category. What Shen Liang feared was irrelevance. The specific terror of a capable man watching his branch's significance decline while the primary branch occupied positions it hadn't earned in his estimation. The no-confidence motion was not about his father's judgment. It was about Shen Liang's need to assert that his judgment mattered. You couldn't argue against a man's need for significance. But you could redirect what significance looked like. He wrote 3 different versions of the opening argument before settling on the one that began not with defense but with acknowledgement, acknowledging that the secondary branch's concerns were legitimate and that the primary branch had, in specific documented ways, underperformed against the territory's potential. The acknowledgement would disarm Shen Liang's expectation of defensiveness and create the specific opening he needed to reframe the entire session as a discussion of strategy rather than accountability. By the time he set down the brush, the argument was complete. It was, he thought, the best case he'd ever constructed. He hoped it would be sufficient. Chapter 62. The Shen family assembly hall had not changed in the 40 years since its last significant renovation. The wood was old, not artfully aged but genuinely elderly, carrying the weight of decisions that had shaped an unmade fortunes. The elder council occupied the raised semicircle of seats at the hall's head. The primary family members sat in arranged rows below. The secondary branches ranged along the walls. Xianxia arrived from Nalan estate with his father, who looked thinner than when they'd parted after the tournament and considerably more tired. "How long have you known?" Xianxia asked, low, as they walked from the carriage. "A week. I didn't want to call you away from the Nalans." "You should have." His father glanced at him. "You're not the one who needs to make the case here. This is a family matter. Family matters are my matters. And if Elder Shen Liang is going to use your support of my engagement to Yanran as evidence of poor judgment, I should be the one to answer for it." His father was quiet for a step. "He's going to use more than that." He learned what more than that meant as soon as the session opened. Elder Shen Liang was 70 years old, 4-star Do Wang, and had spent the last 2 decades watching the primary branch maintain a political position he believed the secondary branch had earned. His argument was organized, measured, and built from a careful selection of facts: the primary branch's declining trading position over the previous 5 years, the political decision to betroth Shen Tian to Nalan Yanran over 3 stronger candidates from more established families, the considerable risk and expense of Shen Tian's training at Misty Cloud sect, and the troubling irregularity of a betrothal to a Misty Cloud disciple who had shown, at the tournament, unusual connections to figures of uncertain origin and affiliation. The little doctor. He was using the little doctor as evidence of poor judgment. Shen Tian sat with his hands flat on his thighs and listened through all of it. His father's defense was honest and inadequate, honest because his father had never learned to lie convincingly, inadequate because the truth, without context, was not compelling. Yes, the trading position had declined. Yes, the Nalan betrothal had been unconventional. Yes, Shen Tian had unusual associates. When his father finished, there was a pause. The elder council leaned in conference. "If I may speak." Shen Tian stood. Elder Shen Liang turned to look at him with the controlled expression of a man who had not expected to be challenged directly. "The assembly is the assembly is about my betrothal and my cultivation choices, Elder Shen Liang. If you're going to use my decisions as evidence against my father, I have the right to explain those decisions." A murmur ran through the hall. One of the other elders, old Shen Guang, who had said nothing through the session, made a small gesture. "Let him speak." He spoke for 20 minutes. Not arguing. Explaining. The trading position decline was real, but it predated his father's leadership and was a structural consequence of Luoshang Guild expansion, which any competent analysis of market data would confirm. He produced the analysis, prepared the night before. The Nalan betrothal, he explained the strategic value of connection to a Misty Cloud disciple and, delicately, precisely, the political position that connection had already yielded, including a level of intelligence on Hall of Souls movement that no other GMA family currently possessed. The little doctor, he described her cultivation potential and medical expertise without revealing details that weren't his to reveal, and pointed out that a cultivator capable of treating Do Zong level injuries was an asset, not a liability. For each point, he had documentation. For each document, he had an explanation. For each explanation, he had a question that the elder council would have to answer if they dismissed it. It took him 20 minutes to reverse the session's momentum. The no confidence motion failed, 7 votes against, 4-4. Elder Shen Liang looked at Shen Tian with an expression that had moved past hostility into something more careful. Assessment. The look of a man recalibrating a threat estimate. Shen Tian met his gaze for exactly as long as courtesy required, then turned to his father. "The trading position analysis is yours to use as you see fit. I'll send you updated projections every month." His father said nothing for a moment. Then, "You prepared all that last night?" "I prepared the structure last night. The data took another 2 hours." "You're..." His father paused again, searching. "Frightening, sometimes. You know that." "I know." Wisdom plus 35 RP registered in the periphery of his awareness. He was past caring about the individual increments, they were measurements of something that had already happened, not causes of it. He filed the notation and walked out into the afternoon light, where a hawk was waiting in the courtyard with a message he'd been dreading. Chapter 63. The message was from Fei Lao, his information broker in the city's 3rd district. It was short. Fei Lao was many things, and verbose was not among them. 4 sentences. The Hall of Souls had activated a deep cover agent in the city. The agent's handler was operating under the cover identity of a trading house accountant. The Hall's interest was specifically in cultivators connected to GMA's defense structure. And, the sentence he read 3 times before the implications fully landed, the deep cover agent had been in position for at least 18 months. 18 months was before the betrothal. Before the Misty Cloud petition. Before the tournament. Someone had been watching the Shen family, and by extension, watching him, since before he became anyone worth watching. He found Yanran in the Nalan Estate's practice courtyard, running forms with the precise economy of someone who used drilling not for improvement but for thought. He waited until she finished the sequence before speaking. "I need to tell you something." She sheathed the blade and turned. Read his face. How bad? Uncertain. Potentially significant. He handed her the message. She read it. He watched her expression move from neutral to alert to the particular focused stillness she wore when she was thinking through implications. 18 months. That's not opportunistic. That's strategic. Yes. They've been cataloging Jia Ma's defense capabilities from inside the city's commercial structure. An accountant can access supply chain records, movement schedules, financial patterns. She stopped. They could map which noble families have combat-capable members and how those members are provisioned. The tournament gave them complete current data on everyone who competed, which means they now have accurate cultivation assessments on every significant fighter in the Empire, plus the political relationships between them. He paused. I've been trying to work out what they're building toward. I think it's a coordinated strike, not the preliminary harvesting we've seen, but something targeting multiple locations simultaneously, timed to when the defense network is most stretched. The summer trading season. 3 months out. Half the city's merchant families send their guard cohorts with the caravans. My estimation as well. She looked at him. You need to bring this to the Defense Council. I need more than one broker's message to bring to the Defense Council. I need corroboration. He took the message back. I have 3 weeks before the information will be stale. I need to use them. What he did with those 3 weeks would later be described, by the people who knew what had actually happened, as the most methodical and unglamorous piece of intelligence work in the Empire's recent history. He traded favors, cross-referenced guild records, interviewed 3 separate mid-rank information brokers with carefully separated datasets so none of them realized he was correlating their reports, and spent more time than he would ever admit sitting in the 3rd District tea house watching a mild-mannered accountant with soft hands and careful eyes conduct business. The accountant's name, as carried on his trading house registration, was Chen Bei. His cultivation was expertly concealed beneath a suppression technique. The effort of concealment itself was distinctive, a specific flavor of wrongness that the aura of regard registered as an emotion, the particular tension of a person who spent every waking moment performing a self that was not themselves. He was Doshi. Possibly higher. Someone had gone to considerable expense to place him here. On the 18th day, Xianxia sat across from him in the tea house. Chapter 64. The accountant looked up from his ledger. He showed no recognition. No alarm. Just the polite attention of a professional interrupted mid-calculation. Mr. Chen. Xianxia set a cup of tea on the edge of his table, a courtesy, not an offering. I believe you know who I am. Young Master Shen. The man's voice was pleasant. Nothing in his face moved. A pleasure. I handled the Shen family's secondary warehouse accounts 3 years ago, before the restructuring. I didn't expect you to remember. I didn't, until recently. He smiled. A genuine smile, which was actually the most unsettling thing he could deploy in this situation, and he knew it. I've been reviewing old records. Thorough records. You're quite good at your work. The accountant's eyes moved, just slightly, a micro-calculation, the involuntary assessment of someone trying to determine exactly how much this conversation threatened. You're too kind. I want to give you an opportunity, Shen said pleasantly. Not a threat. An opportunity. The information you've been collecting for the past 18 months would be significantly more valuable to Jia Ma's defense structure than to the organization you currently serve. The organization you currently serve tends to discard its assets when they become liabilities. I've reviewed their operational history. The pattern is consistent. Silence. The tea house's ambient noise, conversations, teacups, a merchant arguing softly with his partner, continued undisturbed around them. I don't know what you're referring to, the accountant said. Of course not. He stood. Left a payment for his tea in the courtesy cup. When you change your mind, my message address is the Nalan Estate guest wing. I'll hold the option open for 10 days. He paused. The organization you serve has already begun Phase 2 of whatever they're planning. When Phase 2 concludes, the people who enabled Phase 1 tend not to survive long enough to report success. Think about that. He walked out into the afternoon light. The accountant, the Hall of Souls operative, came to the Nalan Estate 6 days later. He had a great deal to say. What he said confirmed most of what Shen Tian had suspected and added several details he hadn't. The Hall was planning a coordinated strike on 11 targets across Jia Ma Empire during the summer festival season. The targets weren't random, they were specifically the 7 noble families with the strongest cultivation bloodlines, plus the royal court's 3 senior military advisors, plus 1 additional target he listed last, with the particular flatness of someone delivering news they expected to land hard. The Nalan family estate, the man said. Elder Nalan Jia specifically. The Hall's assessment is that his soul, weakened by the existing condition, will yield a substantially stronger harvest than a healthy elder. Shen Tian was quiet for exactly 3 seconds. What's the timeline on the Nalan target? First night of the summer festival. 7 weeks from today. He nodded. Thanked the operative with the careful courtesy he extended to everyone who gave him useful intelligence. Arranged for Fei Lao to escort the man to a location outside the city with a new identity and enough resources to start over somewhere the Hall's reach didn't extend. Then he sat alone in the study for a long time. 7 weeks. He was currently a 2-star doshi, adequate for most encounters, grossly insufficient for what was coming. He needed to close the gap between his current capability and the level required to defend the estate against Hall of Souls operatives who would be trained for exactly this kind of attack. He needed to be significantly better than he was. He pulled out his cultivation journal and started a new page. Chapter 65. The weeks that followed had a particular quality that Xianxia recognized from the periods before major examinations in his past, a compression of time, where each day felt both too short and exhausting in a way that sleep couldn't fully repair. He trained during the early morning hours before the estate woke. He met with Yanran for joint sessions in the late morning. He spent the afternoons building the intelligence case he needed to bring to the defense council. He spent the evenings reviewing his cultivation progress with the dispassionate eye of someone tracking inventory. 2-star doshi. 3-star. The Infinite Azure Canopy Art's second volume was beginning to integrate properly, the core circulation pathways had stabilized, and the supplementary meridians he'd been forcing open in careful increments were holding their width without collapse. The ancient technique's density was extraordinary. He could feel the difference between it and the Azure Firmament art in the way he could feel the difference between a river and a canal. Both moved water, but one did it with the force of something that had always known where it was going. 3-star. 3.5, which wasn't a formal subdivision but which his own body registered as a distinct stage. 4-star. The 4th star cracked open on the morning of the 3rd week in a practice session with Yanran that had been going poorly. He'd been trying to refine his footwork to match her movement style and kept anticipating wrong, his projection of where she'd be consistently half a beat behind where she actually was. The frustration was useful. The breakthrough came when he stopped trying to predict her and started trying to understand the principle beneath her movement, not where she would go but why, the logic of her body's efficiency, the minimum expenditure elegance that made her combat so difficult to counter. Understanding the principle. He realized he'd been doing that in every domain: cultivation, intelligence work, interpersonal navigation, and that the canopy art seemed specifically designed to amplify that approach. The second volume's central metaphor was sky reading, the cultivation of awareness so comprehensive that action became obvious rather than calculated. He broke through to 4-star during the form where he finally moved with Yanran instead of against her, matching her without mirroring, complementary rather than reactive. She stopped the session immediately. Yes. She looked at him with the specific expression she wore when something surprised her. That was 4-star. 4.5, actually. The initial breakthrough tends to overshoot. He was breathing harder than the session warranted. The energy surge of a rank jump always came with a physiological cost. Give me a moment. She handed him water without being asked. They stood in the morning practice yard, the city waking up around the estate walls, both of them still and breathing. I have something to tell you, she said. He looked at her. I advanced 3 days ago. She said it without particular ceremony, which told him she'd been waiting for the right moment rather than being casual about it. Do Ling. 3rd star. Do Ling. He recalibrated her combat capability estimate instantly, 3 stars above his current position, which meant she was now operating at a level that left his cultivation support role far behind. She was his partner in the actual sense, someone who could stand in the same fight and not require protection. Something in his chest that had been quietly tense since the tournament released itself. Congratulations. Don't look relieved. I am relieved. I've been worried about what happens if we face something significant before I close the gap enough to be useful. She gave him the look. You've been useful at 2-star doshi. Don't underestimate the canopy art's defensive applications. I've been useful in supplementary roles. That's different from being useful as a combatant. He paused. How do you feel at Do Ling? She considered. Larger, she said finally. Like I've been operating in a room and stepped outside. She flexed her hand, watching the faint blue energy signature of her cultivation gather at her fingertips and dissipate. My father reached Do Ling at 32. My mother at 28. She was 21. She didn't say it, but the math was there. Your cultivation development has been accelerating since you started at Misty Cloud. The pace isn't surprising given the technique you're running. Is that your clinical assessment, or are you trying to say you're proud of me without actually saying it? Both, he didn't say. It's an accurate observation. She shook her head, smiling in the specific way that meant she'd decided not to push the conversation and had filed her conclusion separately. He was learning to read her files. That afternoon, he took his complete intelligence package to the Jia Defense Council. Chapter 66. The Defense Council occupied a chamber in the Royal Palace's administrative wing, a room of deliberate impermanence. Its maps and reports rotated regularly to prevent the accumulation of outdated context. The council itself was 3 members: Grand Commander Yi Chen, who handled military operations, Liaison Advisor Liu Wei, who managed the Noble Family Network, and First Scholar Hai Badong, who consulted on matters requiring cultivator-specific expertise. Hai Badong, Shen Tian had learned through careful investigation, was not what he appeared. The official record listed him as a 3-star Do Ling advisor with a specialty in ice attribute cultivation techniques. The truth, discoverable through a careful reading of the operational history and some comparative energy signature analysis during one of Hai Badong's public demonstrations, was that the man was a sealed Do Huang operating under a suppression talisman. Why a Do Huang would be operating as a Do Ling advisor was something Shen Tian had not yet worked out. He filed it under significant irregularity, unknown motivation, and chose to work around it rather than through it. He presented his intelligence package to the full council. The Hall of Souls timeline. The 11 targets. The coordinated strike plan. The methodology, how he'd obtained each piece of data, with the source credibility ratings he'd developed for each information broker. He answered questions for over an hour, and the questions were good, the kind of detailed interrogation that came from people who understood intelligence work and were taking it seriously. Grand Commander Yi Chen leaned back in his chair at the end of the session. He was a short man with the specific gravity of someone who'd spent decades earning respect through competence. How confident are you in the timeline? The primary source is a turned operative who provided verifiable detail on operational structure. Secondary corroboration from 3 independent brokers, none of whom knew they were being cross-referenced. Confidence level, 78%. The timeline could shift by plus or minus 1 week. The target list I'd put at 90%. The Nalan family estate. Yes. The commander looked at Hai Badong. Some kind of communication passed between them that Shen Tian couldn't quite read, a weight of shared history. Hai Badong was looking at the table. Young Master Shen, Hai Badong said, how do you assess the Hall of Souls combat capability in the context of this strike? Specifically, what level of cultivator would they deploy for a target like Elder Nalan? Based on their operational pattern, high-value targets, specifically targets they've assessed as having both strategic value and reduced defensive capability, receive at minimum a Do Ling level operative, and potentially a Do Wang for a target they expect resistance on. He paused. Elder Nalan is known to be gravely ill. They may assume the estate's defense will be minimal. I expect them to send a Do Wang at the very least. And your current cultivation is 4-star Do Shi, he said it without apology. Which is insufficient to engage a Do Wang directly. I'm aware of this. I'm also aware that the estate's standing defensive capabilities are limited. The Nalan family's priority has been treatment resources, not combat training. He met the advisor's eyes. I'm asking the Defense Council to provide either advance intelligence on the operatives assigned to the Nalan target, or supplementary defensive support. Ideally both. Hai Badong looked at him for a long moment with an expression that reminded Shen Tian, for no reason he could clearly articulate, of a person standing at the edge of a decision they'd been postponing. I'll look into the supplementary support option, the advisor said. Walking out of the council chamber, Shen Tian made a note in his journal, Hai Badong, sealed cultivation, undisclosed motivation. Possibly useful. Treat with trust proportional to demonstrated alignment. He had no way of knowing, yet, exactly how useful. The afternoon light on the palace's administrative courtyard was the specific gold of early summer, warm without being oppressive, the kind of light that made the city look better than it was and worse problems look manageable. He stood in it for a moment and assembled his priorities. The Nalan estate needed to know about the attack timeline. His father needed to know about the Hall of Souls city presence. The Defense Council needed a complete written version of what he'd presented verbally. Fei Lao needed new tasking in light of what the turned operative had provided. He had approximately 4 weeks before the timeline became critical. He began with his father. The letter he wrote that afternoon was the most careful thing he'd written since the family assembly argument, not because the content was complex, but because his father was the kind of person who read between lines and would read anything that wasn't explicitly stated as what he'd assumed it left out. He had to say exactly what he meant without the omissions that would be filled with fear and without the completeness that would produce paralysis. He used 6 drafts and arrived at something that was honest and contained. His father would worry. His father would also act rather than freeze. That was the correct outcome. He sent it that evening. The hawk returned at midnight with a 2-line response, I understand. I trust you. Tell me what you need from the family. He sat with that for a long time before sleeping. Trust was a specific kind of resource. He'd been building it with everyone in his network for months. Receiving it was still occasionally surprising. Chapter 67. The family assembly's aftermath was still reverberating through the Shen household when the next blow arrived. It came on a quiet evening, the kind of evening that seemed, in retrospect, designed to lower defenses. Warm air, summer insects beginning to emerge, the Nalan estate's lanterns lit for the family dinner that Nalan Jia had declared mandatory for morale and because my physician says sitting with people I love is better medicine than whatever he's charging me for. The old man sat at the table's head with the specific contentment of someone who knew he was on borrowed time and had decided to spend it well. Shen Wei arrived at the Shen estate that same evening. The notification reached Shen Tian by hawk during the dinner's second course, his father's brief, careful message, your uncle is here. Come when you can. He excused himself with a quiet word to Yanran. She read the message without asking, because he showed it to her. Her expression didn't change, but her hand touched the hilt of her sword briefly, involuntary, the gesture of someone who had learned to categorize certain names as threat indicators. The Shen estate was 3 districts away. He arrived to find his father and uncle in the formal reception hall, seated across a table with the particular stillness of 2 men who had stopped talking when they heard his footsteps. Shen Wei looked unchanged, the same measured effect, the same careful presentation of mild warmth over an interior he'd always kept opaque. Xianxia had spent months learning to read the gap between people's exterior and interior, and Shen Wei had always been the hardest to read. Not because the man was empty but because whatever was there was very carefully insulated. Nephew. Shen Wei smiled. I heard about the family assembly. Very impressive. Very thorough. Uncle. He sat. What brings you back to the city? Family concerns. There are matters I wanted to discuss with your father. A pause with intent. And with you. I've been hearing some interesting things about your recent activities. Meetings with information brokers. Visits to the Defense Council. His eyes moved, steady and pleasant. You've become quite the young statesman. I've been protecting the family's interests. Of course. Of course. Shen Wei nodded. I'm simply wondering if some of your methods might be creating more attention than is comfortable. The Hall of Souls, for example. Going to the Defense Council with intelligence about Hall of Souls activities is, well, it's bold. Some might say provocative. Shen Tian watched him. The aura of regard was reading something, not an emotion exactly, more a structural quality. The feeling of a surface with something different underneath. Like standing on ice. Protecting the Nalan family from a Hall of Souls strike seems like a reasonable response to a Hall of Souls strike, he said pleasantly. Absolutely. Absolutely. Another smile. I'm just saying, some organizations have long memories. And your father's household. Shen Wei glanced at Shen Tian's father with the particular concern of someone highlighting a vulnerability they themselves had identified, is not positioned to absorb significant retaliation. It wasn't a threat. It was shaped like a caution. But the ice beneath was cracking in a very specific direction. Uncle, Shen Tian said, I appreciate the concern. Is there something specific you came to discuss, or is this a general visit? General visit. A brief pause. Family is important. One should know where one's family members stand. And where they're looking. After Shen Wei left, late, after his father had gone to bed, Shen Tian sat in the reception hall with the lamp burning low and added to the intelligence file he'd been building since the Misty Cloud visit. The file now had a section labeled, SW, Possible Hall of Souls Affiliate. Evidence, Behavioral Pattern, Access Profile, Visit Timing Relative to Hall of Souls Operational Escalation, Specific Knowledge of Defense Council Visit that was not public record. That last point was what confirmed it. The Defense Council meeting had been private. 3 people in the room and 2 administrative clerks. There was no public record and no reason for a family member to know about it. Someone had told Shen Wei. Chapter 68. He didn't confront his uncle. Not yet. Evidence of access was not evidence of affiliation, it was a pointer, not a conclusion, and he'd watched too many intelligent people destroy useful intelligence by acting on incomplete conclusions. Instead, he watched. He also trained. 5-star doshi cracked open 3 days later during an underwater meditation session he'd added to his morning practice, a technique from the 2nd volume of the Canopy Art that used pressure to accelerate meridian expansion. The water clarity he'd developed over weeks of practice finally matched the principle he'd been chasing, stillness as amplification rather than stillness as an action. 5-star. Accelerating. He could feel the 3rd volume of the Canopy Art beginning to activate at the edges, the technique's internal logic responding to his cultivation level crossing a threshold he hadn't known was there. He was running breath cycles in the pre-dawn courtyard when Yanran appeared from the main house wrapped in a practice robe, hair loose, carrying 2 cups of tea with the aggressive calm of someone who had made a decision. Sit, she said. He sat. She handed him the tea. She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, and drank her own tea in silence for several minutes. The city was quiet. The first birds were beginning to think about singing. He had been monitoring the city's cultivation landscape for 3 hours, running the sky reading sense in slow rotations through the Nalan Estates quarter and the surrounding districts. The technique was new enough that extended use still produced a specific fatigue, not cultivation depletion but the particular tiredness of a perception sense that was learning its own range. He filed the observation for the cultivation journal and let the rotation rest. The morning was genuinely quiet. Whatever was coming, it was not coming today. That was the thing about intelligence work that he'd had to learn to accept. The gap between knowing a threat existed and experiencing the threat's arrival was not a period of safety. It was a period of preparation that felt like waiting and had to be treated differently from waiting, or it produced exactly the inaction that waiting produced. He'd been filling the gap with training, infrastructure, and the specific cultivation of the relationships that were going to matter when the gap closed. Yanran's shoulder was warm against his. The tea was what it was. The city was beginning to wake up around the estate walls and the gradual way of places that had decided to exist. I've been thinking about my father, she said. He waited. He was a Doling at 28. He died at 30. A Hall of Souls raid on a trade convoy, I was 4. I don't actually remember him. Just images. She drank more tea. Grandfather has always been the one. She stopped. Started over. If the hall takes him, they won't. You can't promise that. I can work toward it. That's what I'm doing. He set down his cup. I have a defense counsel allocation for supplementary support on the estate defense. Hai Badong is sourcing it. And he paused. There's something I should tell you. About Shen Wei. He told her. Carefully, exactly, with the same precision he used when presenting intelligence to professionals. She listened without interrupting, which was how he knew she was taking it seriously. Yanran interrupted casual conversation constantly. She only went still when the content was genuinely significant. So he's an informant, she said when he finished. Possibly. Likely. I want to confirm before I act on it. How long? A week. Maybe less. He paused. I need you to know, in case something moves faster than I expect. If I'm right about him, Phase 2, whatever Shen Wei called it, is already in motion. And some of it is aimed at your grandfather. She was looking at the brightening sky. Her jaw was set. He'd learned to read the difference between her various forms of controlled emotion. This one was grief that had decided to be useful rather than indulgent. He recognized it because he'd made the same conversion himself. What can I do? She asked. Be prepared for a conversation that ends badly. And, he hesitated. Don't tell your grandmother about Shen Wei yet. If she reacts, and he's watching, it'll close the window I need. Yanran turned to look at him. You're asking me to sit on intelligence that affects my family. I'm asking you to trust my timeline. A long pause. The first bird sang. The city breathed. 2 weeks, she said. Then I'd tell grandmother regardless. Fair. They finished their tea. She went back inside. He stayed in the courtyard, watching the sky lighten, and added her to his mental list of people he was responsible for keeping alive. The list was getting longer. He found he didn't mind. Chapter 69. The confirmation arrived not through surveillance but through an act of violence. Xianxia had been at the Shen estate for a family dinner, a routine gathering, the kind his father maintained with determined regularity to counter the secondary branch's political erosion. 12 family members at a long table, the food unremarkable, the conversation a careful performance of normalcy. He'd been sitting across from Shen Wei for 2 hours, maintaining the polite surface of family relations while watching with everything the aura of regard gave him. The meal ended. The guests dispersed. He was walking through the estate's eastern corridor toward the guest wing when he heard the sound, not loud, almost nothing, the specific near silence of a blade drawn by someone who'd practiced drawing quietly. He was already turning when the blade descended. Not for his heart. For the back of his neck, the precise angle of someone who knew where the cultivation meridians concentrated. He threw himself sideways. The blade scored his shoulder. Pain arrived, immediate, sharp, and accompanied by something else, a cold spreading sensation that was very specifically not from the cut itself. Soul-disrupting toxin. Specialized. The kind that interfered with the energy pathway's ability to circulate cultivation essence. He landed in a combat stance, one hand pressed to the shoulder wound, and looked at his attacker. Shen Wei. Not the careful, pleasant man of the family dinners. The mask had come off completely, the face underneath was cold and professional and entirely unsurprised to be seen. He was holding a narrow blade with the specific grip of someone trained for close quarters work, and his cultivation presence, which he'd kept suppressed for every interaction Shen Tian could remember, was now visible at its true level. 3-star Do Wang. The toxin was spreading. He could feel it interfering with his meridian pathways, slowing his circulation, dragging at his cultivation access like sand in the gears of something that needed to move fast. You've been getting close to things that need to stay obscured, Shen Wei said. Not an explanation. More like an administrative note, the way a man might explain why a document had to be destroyed. I know. He kept his voice level. His shoulder was burning. Your Hall of Souls. I'm a consultant to several interested parties, including the organization planning to harvest Nalan Jia. Something moved across Shen Wei's face, not guilt, but something adjacent to it. The faint discomfort of a professional who'd been required to work on targets that complicated the cleanness of their methodology. It's business, Shen Wei said. Nothing personal. My grandfather-in-law's soul being harvested is personal. Stop thinking about it. This is where, he moved. Not toward Shen Wei. Away, fast, around the corner, through the corridor's archway into the wider hall. The toxin was slowing him. He could feel the degradation in his reaction time, the thickness of his movements. His cultivation was fighting it but losing ground. He needed to reach the main hall. He needed witnesses. He was 3 steps from the hall entrance when Shen Wei caught up. Chapter 70. The fight was brief and deeply unequal. Shen Wei was Do Wang. Shen Tian was 5-star Do Shi with a soul-disrupting toxin interfering with his cultivation pathways. The gap was significant. The outcome was not uncertain. What changed the calculation was not his own capability. He had one advantage: he knew the estate's layout, he knew its personnel patterns, and he knew that shouting in the East Wing at this hour would bring his father's 3 senior guards from the armory, all Do Shi, none capable of stopping a Do Wang alone but collectively enough to prevent the clean, witness-free elimination Shen Wei needed. He shouted. Then he turned and fought. The Canopy Art's defensive applications were better than his combat applications at this stage, and he'd spent specific hours on them precisely because he'd anticipated situations where fighting back wasn't the point, surviving long enough for the situation to change was. He gave ground in controlled increments, used the Azure Prison technique as disruption rather than containment, and tried to keep Shen Wei's attention on him rather than on the fact that the shouting was bringing people. He took 2 more hits. Neither was the next strike Shen Wei was aiming for. One scored across his ribs, the distinctive burn of the toxin compound reinforcing the wound. One hit his arm with the blunt energy of a Do Wang strike that left the limb numb and only barely functional. The guards arrived. Then his father. The situation changed. Shen Wei assessed 3 guards, his brother's face, and the specific quality of Shen Tian's controlled silence with professional speed. He made a calculation. He lowered the blade. "This is a misunderstanding," he said, to no one in particular. "It's not," Shen Tian said. He was pressed against the wall, shoulder and ribs bleeding, left arm barely responsive. "Father. He's Hall of Souls. The blade is coated with a soul-disrupting compound. And he has information about an imminent attack on the Nalan estate." He held his father's eyes. "All of this needs to go to the Defense Council immediately. Tonight." His father looked between his brother and his son for a moment that felt much longer than it was. Then he stepped back and said to the guards, "Secure him." Shen Wei didn't fight. He'd been in operational situations long enough to know when a scenario had gone past recoverable, and there was nothing in his posture as the guards restrained him that looked like a man who'd lost. He looked like a man filing information. Calculating next steps. Already thinking past the current moment. Shen Tian watched him with the aura of regard active and felt the particular chill of it, the recognition that this man's arrest was not a conclusion but a new opening in whatever game was actually being played. His associates, he told the guards. If he has a communication talisman on him, secure it before he can activate it. Don't let him touch anything. They found the talisman. A jade chip, half the size of his thumb, already warm, it had been activated recently. Whatever message it had sent was already sent. He sat down against the wall because his legs were suggesting he should, and waited for the physician his father had sent for, and thought about what Phase 2 actually entailed now that its first element had failed. The toxin took 3 days to clear fully. During those 3 days, he dictated his complete intelligence file on Shen Wei to his father's chief clerk and had it delivered to Hai Badong at the Defense Council. The interrogation of Shen Wei began on the 2nd day and yielded significant intelligence on the Hall's network structure, cell assignments, communication protocols, handler identities. The interrogators were thorough and Shen Wei, calculating that cooperation might purchase something, was forthcoming in the way of a man who's decided to sell a commodity he's no longer positioned to keep. The critical piece was Protector Wu. Chapter 71. The Hall of Souls assigned operational oversight of Jiama territory to a Dozong ranked enforcer who operated under the designation Protector Wu. This was not publicly known information. Shen Wei had known it. The Defense Council, when presented with the intelligence, confirmed it through 3 separate channels. A Dozong. In Jiama Empire's current configuration, Dozong ranked above every non-royal combatant except possibly Yun Shan of the Misty Cloud sect, whose true cultivation level was the subject of careful official uncertainty. The Defense Council had 1 sealed Do Huang in Hai Badong. That was the full extent of their high-level combat resources. Shen Tian sat with this information for a full day before arriving at the conclusion that the only way to survive a Dozong's attention was to make Protector Wu's cost calculation unfavorable, to make attacking the Shen and Nalan families more expensive, in operational terms, than the intelligence and soul harvest value they represented. The mechanism for that was visibility. You couldn't become expensive enough to ignore through combat capability, not at their current levels. But you could become expensive through connection, become sufficiently tied to the Empire's defense structure that attacking you required attacking the structure itself. He brought this analysis to Grand Commander Yi Chen. "You're proposing to formalize the Jiama Defense Alliance," the commander said. "I'm proposing to formalize the existing informal cooperation network between the noble families and the royal court, add a formal intelligence sharing structure, and create a mutual defense protocol that makes any Hall of Souls attack on a member family an attack on the alliance as a whole." He set down his documentation. The framework already exists. Every family on this list has already committed resources informally to the defense effort. Formalizing it costs nothing and makes the entire structure significantly harder to attack piecemeal. Yi Chen studied the documentation. He was the kind of man who made decisions by reading faces as much as documents, and Shen Tian had learned to show him the right face, not ambitious, not political, simply competent and concerned about the concrete problem. The timing is fast. The Hall of Souls timeline is 7 weeks. 5 now. 5 now. Yes. The commander looked at Hai Badong, who had been quiet through the meeting. "Your assessment?" Hai Badong was looking at Shen Tian with an expression Shen Tian still couldn't fully read. "The intelligence is sound. The proposal has merit. I have one concern." He turned to Xianxia directly. Protector Wu is not going to be deterred by an alliance framework. He's an enforcer. His mandate is operational, not strategic. When Phase 2 moves toward its primary objectives, Wu will be sent to remove the specific individuals who disrupted Phase 1's preparation. I'm aware. Are you? Because the individual who disrupted Phase 1 most significantly is sitting across this table from me. Silence in the council chamber. The maps on the walls, the reports arrayed on the table, all the machinery of institutional response to an institutional threat, and at the center of it, a 21-year-old with 4 months of formal intelligence work and a healing shoulder wound. I'm aware, Xianxia said again. I'm working on the personal dimension of the problem separately. He was. 5 weeks wasn't enough time to reach Do Wang. But there might be enough time to reach Do Shi and the specific defensive capabilities he'd been developing in the Canopy Art's 3rd volume. He left the council chamber and went immediately to train. Chapter 72. The Iron Lady arrived in the 6th week. Her name, as far as anyone could determine, was Li Shui. Her cultivation level was Do Ling, 3 stars, confirmed by the cultivator assessors Yu Chen had placed in observation positions around the city. She arrived alone, which was the detail that was most frightening, because a Do Ling who arrived alone to attack a major estate was a Do Ling who was confident in her ability to complete the task without backup. The attack came at midday, unconventional, deliberately so. Nighttime attacks on estates were expected and defended. Midday raids were not, because the social cost of being seen attacking a prominent family in clear daylight was high enough that most rational actors would calculate against it. The Iron Lady was not calculating against it. She came through the gate of the Shen estate with the specific momentum of someone who had done detailed reconnaissance and knew exactly which 3 guards to remove first to create the widest access point. She was fast, Do Ling fast, which was a category of speed that didn't fully register as motion until the thing she'd been moving to accomplish was already half done. Xianxia wasn't in the main hall when she arrived. He was in the courtyard. She reached him in 60 seconds. The first exchange established the parameters clearly. She was significantly stronger, significantly faster, and operating with a purpose, not to kill him, he realized after the second exchange, but to extract him. She wanted him mobile and captured, not dead. Which meant the hall had different plans for him than simple elimination. They wanted information about what he'd told the defense council, probably. Or wanted to use him as leverage. That knowledge was the only advantage he had. He fought to get away rather than to win. The Canopy Art's defensive architecture, the Azure Prison, the layered barrier technique he'd been developing from the 3rd volume, bought him seconds in increments. He was not winning. He took a strike to the right arm that went through his barrier, and the arm went structural. The bone had bent, not snapped cleanly, which was somehow more painful than a clean break would have been. He ran the math on his available cultivation reserves with the arm effectively removed from service and arrived at a number he didn't like. He needed to end this. Not by fighting harder. By changing the situation. He drew the Iron Lady toward the estate's eastern wall, which was the oldest section, which he'd identified 3 months ago during his initial security assessment as having a specific structural weakness at the 3rd foundation stone from the left corner. He'd noted it as a liability. He'd never expected to use it as a weapon. He hit the foundation stone with the full output of his available cultivation, not a combat technique, just raw force directed at the precise weak point of an old structure. The wall section gave. Not catastrophically, it was still a solid estate wall, not a paper screen, but it went from vertical to 45 degrees in approximately 1 second and brought a significant quantity of old stone and mortar down on the space where the Iron Lady had been standing. She cleared it. Of course she cleared it. But the clearing cost her a moment, and that moment was the difference. His father arrived at the eastern wall with 6 guards and a Do Shi senior retainer at the sound of the collapse. The Iron Lady assessed the new situation. Made her calculation. Withdrew. Xianxia sat down in the rubble of the estate wall, holding his bent arm against his chest with carefully focused cultivation keeping the pain from interfering with his thinking, and listed the things he knew. The hall had decided to move against him personally. The timeline was now faster. And the Iron Lady Li Shui was almost certainly going to report back and request a higher level response. You need a physician, his father said, crouching beside him. Yes. And I need a message sent to Hai Badong. Tonight. He looked at his father, who was looking at the damage to his estate wall with the face of a man absorbing a great deal of information at once. I'm sorry about the wall. His father was quiet for a moment. The wall can be repaired, he said. Chapter 73. The physician set the arm. The setting was precise and well done and incredibly unpleasant, and the cultivation channel blockage caused by the fracture's pressure on the surrounding meridians would take 2 weeks to fully clear. He kept the arm immobilized and worked around it. You adapted, or you failed, and failing wasn't an option when the timeline was 4 weeks. Hai Badong arrived that evening. He sat across the room from Shen Tian's bed with the particular gravity of a man who had been present at many bedsides and had learned to carry that particular weight without adding to it. The Iron Lady, he said. Li Shui. She's one of Protector Wu's direct subordinates. If he sent her, it means the hall has accelerated their timeline. They don't want to wait for Phase 2's full deployment, they want to remove you as an intelligence disruption now, then proceed. Which means the summer festival attack has moved forward. 3 weeks. Possibly 2. Xianxia absorbed this. Can the Nalan estate be moved to a defended location? Not without Elder Nalan. And Elder Nalan can't travel. Yes. He looked at the ceiling. Then we defend in place. Hai Badong was quiet. What? Xianxia asked. There's something I should tell you. The advisor paused, the deliberate pause of someone choosing to do something they've been choosing against for a long time. My cultivation is not what the official record states. I know. A beat. You know. You're a sealed Do Huang. The suppression technique is good but not perfect. The energy signature shows a specific compression at the Do Huang threshold that reads differently from natural Do Ling on a careful assessment. He kept his tone entirely neutral. I've known for approximately 6 weeks. I've been uncertain about your motivation for the concealment. Hai Badong looked at him for a long moment with an expression that Shen Tian couldn't categorize, somewhere between appreciation and the specific look of a person who had been surprised and needed a moment to adjust their operating assumptions. The concealment, he said finally, is a long story involving an old promise and a situation I made worse by trying to make better. He shifted in his chair. The relevant point is that if the Hall sends a high-level operative against the Nalan estate, I can respond at a level that was not on their estimation sheet. A Do Huang response to an assault they've planned expecting Do Ling resistance. Yes. Shen Tian was quiet for 3 seconds. Then, we'll keep your cultivation level off the Defense Council's formal documentation. Use it only if necessary. If they don't know you're the asset, they can't plan around it. Hai Badong studied him. You're 19 years old. 21. Still. Does the age change the strategy's validity? No. The older man almost smiled. No, it doesn't. He rose to leave. Rest. The arm will interfere with your cultivation efficiency less if you don't try to push through the blockage too fast. I know. A pause. Hai Badong. The old promise and the situation you made worse. If there's anything in that story that creates risk for this operation, I need to know. The advisor paused at the door. It doesn't create risk. It creates motivation. He left. Shen Tian lay in the dark and thought about Hai Badong and Yanran and Nalan Jia and the Shen family and the specific weight of being the connecting tissue between all of them, and decided that he was going to break through to Dadoshi before the Hall arrived if he had to train through the entire 2 weeks of the arm's recovery. He very nearly did. Chapter 74. 6-star Doshi in the first week. The arm was a complication but not a barrier. The canopy art's internal circulation could run on reduced meridian capacity without losing the technique's essential architecture. He adjusted his training focus to the pathways that didn't run through the damaged region and found, unexpectedly, that the constraint improved his precision. You learned to read what was available when you couldn't simply push more force through the problem. Yanran visited every evening. She sat in the chair Hai Badong had used, with considerably better posture, and reported on her own training in the intelligence developments and the small domestic operations of the Nalan estate. He found these visits were the most productive part of his day. She was an honest observer, and the intelligence picture she assembled from her own network of contacts and her misty cloud connections consistently caught things he'd missed from his more systematic approach. Xiao Yan is coming, she said on the 5th evening. He looked at her. I received a message from his mentor's old contact at the Misty Cloud Academy. He's heading to the Jiama territory. She set down the tea she'd been holding. For the duel. The 3-year duel. The one she'd agreed to when Xiao Yan's engagement was dissolved. Prove your advancement or acknowledge the gap. 3 years had passed. Are you ready? He asked. She was quiet for a moment. I'm stronger than I was. But I don't know how much he's advanced. The reports out of the Black Corner region are, she paused. He's been through things that accelerate cultivation in ways I don't fully understand. If he's stronger than you? She looked at him directly. Then he's stronger than me. The duel was an honest assessment, not a contest for possession. I agreed to acknowledge the result either way. And if you lose? Then I lose. Her jaw was set. I'm not fragile about losing to someone better, Shen Tian. I care about whether the loss is honest. He nodded. He'd known this, but it was worth hearing confirmed. I want to be there. Obviously. Not for the obvious reasons. I want to observe Xiao Yan's combat method. He and I have, he paused. History. She looked at him with the specific expression she wore when he was being deliberately oblique. What kind of history? The anonymous kind. He smiled. I'll explain later. She shook her head with the patience of someone who had accepted that there were depths of operation in this man that she was still actively mapping. Later, she agreed. 7-star Doshi. 8-star, cracking open at the end of the first week with a particular sensation of a door that had been pushing back finally giving way, not violently but completely, swinging open in one movement as if it had been waiting for precisely the right pressure. He sat in the fractured light of the Dadoshi threshold and felt the 3rd volume of the canopy art activate fully. Not Dadoshi. 1-star Dadoshi. The gap he'd cross over the next several days. But the third volume, the technique's architecture for this rank, was running now at full specification, and what it showed him was extraordinary. Sky reading. Not metaphorical. Actual. The ability to sense cultivation signatures at extended range, to read the emotional resonance of distant presences, to feel the approach of trained killers in the way you felt weather change before the storm clouds formed. He sat up straighter. He could feel something coming. Not toward him. Toward the city. 2 days later, Xiao Yan arrived. His cultivation was Dadoshi, 4 stars, advancing rapidly. His combat capability was considerably higher than his rank suggested, which confirmed everything Shen Tian had inferred from the incomplete reports. But the thing that struck him, when he observed Xiao Yan from a distance as the young man moved through the city toward the Misty Cloud sect connection point, was how alone the kid looked. Moving with purpose, carrying everything in his own hands, with no network around him, no structure supporting him. Brilliant and isolated and completely unsupported. He understood that feeling more than he would have admitted aloud. Chapter 75. The Valor Resonance event arrived in the middle of the second week, which Shen Tian had not expected. He was in the Nalan estate courtyard running a defensive practice sequence when the notification registered, not gradually, not with the slow accumulation he'd come to expect from reputation growth, but with a sudden crystallizing quality, like water turning to ice. Valor category, 1100 RP. Resonance threshold crossed. The ability that emerged from it was labeled in the system's notation as unyielding stand. He spent 20 minutes documenting the ability's parameters before the implications fully landed. Unyielding stand operated as follows: when he chose to hold a position rather than retreat, consciously, deliberately, accepting the risk of not giving ground, his defensive cultivation amplified by a multiplier that scaled with the threat level of what he was holding against. The greater the incoming force, the stronger his defensive response. Retreat would break the effect immediately. Standing held it and built it. The ability had an obvious weakness: it required him to take hits in order to build the defensive response. It was a technique for someone who was willing to be hurt. He looked at his healed arm and thought about that. It was also, he realized, exactly what he'd been doing for most of the past year without a system classification for it. Standing in places where retreat was easier. Holding positions when moving would have been smarter tactically. He'd been running the ability's underlying principle before the system had formalized it. The question was whether formalizing it would make it effective enough to matter against a Do Zong. He didn't think so. But effective against a Do Ling? Possibly. Against a Do Wang, with Hai Ba Dong's sealed cultivation available as backup, and Yanran at Do Ling 3rd star? Possibly. Dadoshi broke through on the morning of the day Xiao Yan reached the Misty Cloud sect. He felt it from across the city, not Xiao Yan's breakthrough specifically, but the specific emotional resonance of someone arriving somewhere they'd been building toward for 3 years. Resolution. Not happiness. Something more complex. The weight of what a long journey felt like when you finally reached its stated destination. 2-star Dadoshi by the end of the day. The Canopy Art's 3rd volume running fully, the sky reading sense extended in all directions, and somewhere in the middle of that extended awareness, through the specific dissonance of the aura of regard filtered through his new cultivation sensitivity, he felt the wrongness coiling at the Misty Cloud sect's northern perimeter. Yun Shan. He'd never been entirely certain about Yun Shan. The sect leader's cultivation was Do Zong, established, broadly acknowledged, the keystone of Misty Cloud's institutional authority. The politics of the sect's internal division between Yun Yun's reformist faction and the elder conservative bloc had been the background structure of his Misty Cloud training months. He'd filed Yun Shan as possible threat, insufficient evidence, monitor. What the aura of regard was registering now, across the distance, was not ambiguity. It was the specific cold purposefulness of someone implementing a plan they'd been holding in reserve for a long time. He sent a message to Yanran by Hawk: "How long until the duel?" Her response came within the hour: "Tomorrow morning." "Why?" "I'll be there." Front row. Chapter 76. The duel was held in the Misty Cloud sect's outer practice field, not the inner sanctum, which told its own story about how Yun Shan was managing the symbolism of Xiao Yan's presence. Publicly acknowledged, publicly visible, impossible to eliminate without the kind of scene that would generate exactly the institutional pressure Yun Shan was currently trying to avoid. Shen Tian stood in the observation area with perhaps 200 other cultivators and watched. Yanran fought with everything she had. That was the first thing he registered and catalogued, not holding back, not managing her image, not fighting to a planned conclusion. She was genuinely trying to win. Every technique she'd developed over 3 years of Misty Cloud training, every advancement from Doshi to Do Ling to her current 3-star position, deployed in clean sequence against someone who had also developed significantly and whose cultivation method was something he'd never seen before. Xiao Yan fought with fire. Not metaphorically, his cultivation technique involved a specific energy characteristic that produced heat in his strikes, a warmth Shen Tian could detect even from the observation area through the sky reading sense. It was distinctive. It was powerful. It was not what Yanran had planned for. She adapted. He watched her adapt in real time, reading Xiao Yan's patterns, adjusting her footwork, trying to take the exchange to a range where his fire affinity was less decisive. She was clever. She was good, she lost. Narrowly. The final exchange went to Xiao Yan on a technique Shen Tian filed immediately as probably a heavenly flame application, something fundamentally beyond cultivation rank in its category, the kind of inheritance grade method that changed the fundamental parameters of every engagement. Yanran landed on one knee. She stayed there for exactly the count of 3 breaths. Then she stood, and her face was the face of a person who had done something hard and was deciding how to carry it. "You're stronger," she said to Xiao Yan. "You are too," he said. And he meant it. Shen Tian could read that much from the observation area. What happened next moved faster than expected. Yun Shan appeared. Not in person, through sect elder intermediaries, with the specific scripted efficiency of a coordinated plan. The announcement: Xiao Yan was to be detained for questioning regarding illegal cultivation method acquisition and unauthorized entry of sect territory. The lies were obvious. Transparent. The kind of lies deployed when deterrence rather than truth was the goal. Xiao Yan's posture changed, from post-duel exhaustion to a very different quality of alertness. He was calculating exits. Shen Tian recognized the specific look, someone running the same kind of threat assessment he ran himself, arriving at the conclusion that the official channels were not going to help here. He moved. Not conspicuously. He didn't announce himself or draw attention. He simply positioned himself in the corridor that connected the outer practice field to the sect's secondary access routes, and he opened the hidden mechanism that Luo Feng had shown him during their training months, a maintenance passage, used by groundskeepers, which ran beneath the wall section between the practice area and the outside road. It was barely wide enough to walk single file and smelled of old stone and stored fertilizer. He propped the access panel open with a cultivation reinforced wedge. Then he returned to the observation area. 3 minutes later, Xiao Yan was gone. The elder intermediaries were searching the practice field with increasing noise and decreasing professionalism. Shen Tian watched the search from the observation area with the specific stillness of someone who had no idea what had happened. Chapter 77. He left the Misty Cloud sect grounds without incident and took the long route back toward the city, which happened to pass near the maintenance passage's exit point. Xiao Yan was there, sitting on a stone at the road's verge, looking at the escape route with an expression that was trying to process a great deal of information very quickly. They looked at each other. "You open the passage," Xiao Yan said. "Not a question. I know that passage," Shen Tian said. "I used it for groundskeeper access during my training months. You opened it 3 minutes before I needed it. Coincidental timing." Xiao Yan studied him. His eyes were the specific color of someone who'd spent time in firelight, and the assessment they were running was considerably sharper than his age suggested. He'd been in places that had removed the softness from his judgment. "You also sent me a message 14 months ago routing me around a bandit position between Wutan City and the East Road." Shen Tian said nothing. "And someone told Old Pan about a cave with unusually dense energy concentration near the Misty Cloud's northern boundary. Old Pan doesn't normally share that kind of intelligence." He was pointed. "Old Pan is a generous man. Someone was being a guardian angel," Xiao Yan said. "And they were very careful about not being identified. I've been trying to work it out for 6 months." He paused. "Why?" "The real question. Not who, but why." Shen Tian looked at the road. "The city in the distance. The afternoon light on the mountain slopes. Because someone in your situation, capable, without institutional support, carrying something significant, tends to be removed before they can develop that capability. The people who benefit from capable individuals staying weak have more resources than the capable individuals. The intervention cost was low. The potential return was," he paused, "unknown. But the type of person who fights their way back from being abandoned tends to be worth betting on." Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment. "You bet on me without knowing me. I gathered data first. Then bet." Another pause. Then, unexpectedly, "Thank you." He nodded. They walked in silence for a while. "Yun Shan's going to make another attempt," Xiao Yan said finally. "He won't accept the failed detention as a conclusion. He'll move more directly. I know. I've been building toward the conversation with the Defense Council for weeks." He glanced at Xiao Yan. "Your presence here, the fact that he moved against you at all, confirms something I've suspected. Yun Shan's alliance with the Hall of Souls is operational, not theoretical. The detention attempt was a Hall of Souls request, not a sect decision." Xiao Yan stopped walking. "You know about the Hall of Souls connection. I've suspected since my training months. I confirmed it last week." He produced the specific segment of Shen Wei's intelligence file that related to Yun Shan. He'd made a copy precisely for this eventuality. "Your name appears in their operational documentation as a priority disruption target. Someone told them about you before you arrived." Xiao Yan took the document. Read it with the focus of someone who had learned to read official documents in the same way Shen Tian had, not for what they said but for what the saying of it implied. "What are you doing with this?" he asked. building the case that Yun Shan needs to be removed from his institutional position before he completes whatever he's been building toward. I can't make that case alone. The sect's internal politics, Yun, Xiao Yan said. Yes. The conversation that followed was the most direct exchange Shen Tian had had in weeks. They walked for an hour, trading information and analysis with the specific efficiency of two people who had discovered, mid-conversation, that they were working toward compatible conclusions from different angles. There were things Xiao Yan knew that Shen Tian didn't. There were things Shen Tian had mapped that Xiao Yan hadn't been positioned to see. By the time they separated, they had the outline of a working plan. Chapter 78. The plan required access to Yun, which required getting past the sect's administrative structure, which Yun Shan had carefully arranged to limit direct contact between the sect master and outside parties during what he was framing internally as a sect security period. The framing was transparent. The effect was not. Shen Tian spent 2 days working through the problem before arriving at the simplest solution, Luo Feng, who had remained a Misty Cloud disciple with access to the inner compound, who had been watching the sect's internal deterioration with increasing alarm, who was, when Shen Tian contacted him with a carefully worded message, ready to facilitate contact with Yun through the sect's internal communication structure. The meeting with Yun happened in the third-floor receiving room of the Misty Cloud Administration building, in the early morning when the building was empty of observation. She arrived in ordinary disciple robes, which was itself a political statement about how carefully she was moving. He told her what he knew. All of it, the Hall of Souls connection, the intelligence from Shen Wei's interrogation, the specific operational details that linked Yun Shan's recent decisions to the Hall's regional strategy. He set the documentation on the table between them and let her read it in silence. She read for 20 minutes. He waited. When she finished, she set the documents down and looked at him with an expression that was one of the most complex things he'd read, with the aura of regard, active, grief, and anger, and the specific exhaustion of someone who had been hoping they were wrong and had now run out of reasons to maintain the hope. How long? She asked. His relationship with the Hall? Based on the operational timeline, at minimum 3 years. Possibly longer. He's been using the sect's institutional resources and reputation to provide legitimacy and coverage to Hall operations, yes. She was quiet. Her hands were very still on the documentation. What do you need from me? She asked. When the moment comes to make the case to the sect's Elder Council, the moment when Yun Shan moves overtly enough that the evidence is unignorable, I need you to be the voice that makes it. You have the credibility. The elders who follow Yun Shan do so because they believe he represents the sect's stability. If the case against him is made by you, with documentation, it undercuts that argument entirely. And if the Elder Council doesn't listen? Then we need Xiao Yan. Which is a larger conversation. He paused. But I don't think it will come to that. Yun Shan's position is built on institutional respect. Remove the institutional respect and the position collapses. His actual combat capability is what it is, but Do Zong can't fight an entire sect that's decided he's a traitor. She looked at the documentation for a long moment. You're asking me to betray someone who raised me. I'm asking you to protect the institution he's been betraying. A long silence. Then, I'll do it. When the time comes. She looked at him directly. Be careful, Shen Tian. He knows you're doing this. The detention attempt on Xiao Yan was partly aimed at you. Removing Xiao Yan removes your strongest external ally. I know. He's not going to wait much longer. Neither am I. He walked back into the morning light with the feeling of an event horizon approaching, that specific gravity of a situation that had been building for months and was now close enough to feel. Empathic pulse. He'd used the aura of regard's emotion reading capacity cautiously, but he used it now, standing in the open air outside the Misty Cloud sect gates, and extended it in the direction of the sect's inner sanctum. Cold rage, the specific temperature of a powerful person who had identified a threat and was preparing a response that would be decisive and final. Yun Shan knew he was out of time. Chapter 79. The coup attempt came 4 days later, which was 2 days sooner than Shen Tian had estimated. Yun Shan moved with the efficiency of someone who had planned this in detail before the immediate crisis had forced it. Elder Council session called on administrative grounds, Yun summoned and then detained on arrival, the sect's communication channels locked down to prevent outside notification. The internal announcement described it as a temporary administrative stabilization pending review of the sect master's recent decision-making. Shen Tian received the notification through Luo Feng's emergency signal, a specific hawk that Luo Feng had prepared for exactly this contingency. The hawk arrived at the Nalan estate at mid-morning. He was out the door within 2 minutes. He didn't go directly to the Misty Cloud sect. He went to Xiao Yan first. They had 30 minutes of conversation that covered the full situation and settled on a division of effort. Xiao Yan would handle the direct confrontation that only he was positioned to manage, given his specific abilities. Shen Tian would handle everything that required navigation of the sect's internal structure, the Elder Council, the documentation, the political architecture of making the coup's exposure land correctly. You're the one who built the case, Xiao Yan said. I'm the one who can fight Yun Shan directly if it comes to that. It will probably come to that. Yes. A pause. I know. Not afraid. Resolute. The tone of someone who has been carrying a specific purpose for 3 years and has arrived at the place where it has to be exercised. The entry to the Misty Cloud sect for an uninvited visitor during a lockdown administrative period was not straightforward. Xianxia used the maintenance passage, his reliable standby. He brought the full documentation package and Luo Feng's insider access. He used the 3 hours while Xiao Yan made his direct approach to systematically reach the 4 elder council members whose support for Yun Shan was institutional rather than personal, the ones who followed him because he represented stability, not because they were personally loyal. Elder Qin, the Alchemy Hall director. Elder Chen, the formation specialist. Elder Mai, records. Elder Lu, the outer disciple program head. He made the same argument to each one, in 20 minutes or less, tailored to what each person valued: the Hall of Souls connection, the betrayal of what the sect represented, and most importantly the documentation that made the argument not an allegation but an evidenced conclusion. By the time Xiao Yan's presence in the inner compound created the public confrontation that forced the Elder Council into session, Shen Tian had 4 votes prepared. The session was chaotic. Yun Shan's faction had the initial momentum, the session was on his ground, in his building, and his allies were organized. But documentation is difficult to argue against when it's specific and sourced and corroborated, and the 4 elders who'd already reviewed it were not going to be moved by institutional pressure alone. The session lasted 3 hours. Shen Tian spent most of it outside the chamber, available to be called in as a witness, and used the time to extend the sky reading sense through the building and listen. At the end, Yun Shan walked out of the chamber with the specific movement of a man who had lost an argument and decided the argument was irrelevant. He was going to fight. Shen Tian sent Xiao Yan a single word message: now. Chapter 80. The fight between Xiao Yan and Yun Shan lasted 2 hours and covered most of the Misty Cloud sect's inner compound. Shen Tian watched the parts he could see and tracked the rest through the sky reading sense, documenting the cultivation method exchanges and energy signature shifts in the clinical part of his mind that kept running analysis regardless of emotional context. He was not in the fight. He was not capable of being in the fight. Dozong was 4 ranks above his current position, and participating directly would have accomplished nothing except adding a casualty. What he did instead was manage the external situation, keeping the sect's panicked disciples from interfering in ways that would complicate the engagement, coordinating with Luo Feng on the civilian evacuation from the inner compound structures that the battle's energy discharges were threatening, and maintaining communication with Hai Badong at the Defense Council, who had arrived at the outer perimeter with 3 Do Wang combat specialists and was waiting for an indication of what was needed. Yun was released during the battle's second hour, when the elder faction watching the fight had collectively decided that Yun Shan's combat performance confirmed rather than undermined the documentation case. She arrived at the outer coordination position with the controlled calm of a person who had been running strategies in her head during her detention and was ready to execute. The sect is going to need a formal leadership transition document, she said. I have a draft. He produced it from the documentation package. It requires 3 elder signatures and the sect master's seal. 2 of the 4 elders who, Elder Qin and Elder Chen. Yes. I've known about their positions since your meeting with them. She almost smiled. You're not the only one with information networks. He handed her the draft. The seal is in the sect master's study. I know where the seal is. She left. He coordinated. The battle in the inner compound reached its conclusion. He felt it through the sky reading sense before he saw it, a specific quality of resolution, the way a storm felt the moment before the rain finally came. He found Xiao Yan sitting on the steps of the inner compound's main hall afterward, looking at his hands. Not injured, or rather, injured but not seriously, in the way a person was injured after 2 hours of Dozong combat that they had survived. The fatigue was profound. It's done? Shen Tian asked. He's gone. The Hall of Souls portal, he had one prepared. He used it. Xiao Yan looked up. He got away. Yes. He sat on the step beside him. The institutional situation is handled. The physical threat he represents, he paused. We'll deal with that when it comes back. It will come back. Everything comes back. That's not a reason to not handle the immediate problem. He looked at the compound around them, disciples moving carefully through the aftermath, the elder council emerging from the building behind them with a formalized document and the specific look of people who had done something they couldn't undo and were making peace with it. Yun has the transition documentation. The sect's going to hold. Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment. Then, you've been doing this the whole time. The infrastructure. The political case. The documentation. You had this prepared before I arrived. I had the framework prepared. The execution required your presence. He looked at Xiao Yan directly. Some problems require someone who can fight Dozong. I couldn't do that. And I couldn't do, Xiao Yan gestured at the documentation, the network, the entire architecture of the political solution, any of that. So we're complementary. A pause, then Xiao Yan laughed, the genuine, slightly surprised laugh of someone who had not expected to find something funny at this moment. Complementary, he repeated. Sure. They sat in the aftermath quiet for a while. Xianxia extended the sky reading sense outward, tasting the emotional residue of the day, the sex particular quality of exhausted relief, Yun's controlled grief and determination, Luo Feng's satisfaction. And further out, beyond the sect grounds, beyond the city perimeter, the specific cold quality he was learning to associate with Hall of Soul's operational presence. Moving away. Retreating. Regrouping. He filed a note, Protector Wu. Current status, withdrawn. Reason, today's outcome confirms GMA resistance more organized than assessed. Will request authorization for higher level response. The note completed itself in his mind, the authorization request was going up the Hall of Souls chain. Whatever came down from that chain was going to be targeting him by name. 3-star Dadoshi. The Canopy Arts third volume fully integrated. His cultivation advanced, his network intact, his position established. And somewhere in the hall's operational structure, a shadow with a Do Zong's power writing his name in a report, he had a specific window between now and whatever came next. He intended to use every hour of it. Xiao Yan, departing the Misty Cloud sex grounds in the aftermath, paused at the outer gate. Where are you going now? Back to the valley. There are things that need attention. The little doctor, Xiao Yan said. Not an accusation. An observation from someone who had developed the habit of direct observation and applied it without filtering. Among others. He paused. She's developing something significant. The woeful poison body's chaos energy has been sublimating into a detection field rather than expressing as uncontrolled toxicity. The technique she's building is, I don't have adequate category for it yet. You've been thinking about it for a while. I've been thinking about how to support its development without directing it. The technique has to be hers. If I'm too involved in its architecture, it becomes partly mine and loses the specific quality that makes it extraordinary. He looked at Xiao Yan. The cultivation equivalent of raising children, perhaps. You can create conditions but you can't do the growing for them. Xiao Yan studied him with the firelit eyes that had been assessing things accurately since they'd first met. You're protective of the people in your network. I'm protective of people. The network is what the protection looks like organized. A pause. You know the hall is going to keep coming. Yes. And eventually they're going to send something I can't help with from the Black Corner region. I know. He met Xiao Yan's gaze. That's why I'm building the structure to hold without you. You're not the keystone. You're the option I keep available for when the keystone needs backup. Xiao Yan was quiet for a long moment. Then, that's simultaneously insulting and more reassuring than anything you could have said. Yes. They parted at the mountain's lower access road. He watched Xiao Yan go and thought about the specific weight of someone who was going to matter, in ways he couldn't fully see yet, and the patience required to let what needed to develop do so on its own timeline. The valley was 2 hours south. He walked toward it through the afternoon light and used the sky reading sense to check on Protector Wu's last known approach vector. Nothing. Clean air. Time. He walked faster. That evening in the valley, he sat with his cultivation journal for an hour and wrote the fullest accounting he'd yet produced of what 3-star Dadoshi felt like from the inside. Not for any practical purpose, the Canopy Arts architecture was documented in the technique's own notation, and he'd been maintaining a technical cultivation log since the second volume. This was something different, the record of what the cultivation advancement felt like as a lived experience rather than a progression metric. The sky reading sense, fully integrated at the third volume specification, gave him a quality of awareness that he was still learning to process. Every person in the valley was present to him as a signature, not thoughts, not intimate detail, but the specific quality of their cultivation and their emotional state in the way the wind was present, ambient, always there, readable without requiring deliberate effort. He'd been careful about this. The line between awareness and intrusion was a line he'd thought about since the aura of regard had first shown him what people felt in his presence. He wrote, the sky reading sense is not surveillance. The data it provides is not privileged information about people who have not consented to being read. It is what all advanced perception techniques provide, the ability to understand one's environment more completely. The ethical constraint is the same as it is for all perception. What you perceive, you are responsible for using in ways that honor the people the perception is about. He read the line back. Decided it was accurate, added, Yanran would tell me to stop being philosophical and go to sleep. She would be right. He went to sleep. Chapter 81. 6 months changed everything and nothing simultaneously. Shen Tian stood on the observation platform above the Shen family's protected valley compound, watching the dawn light move across the Jiama Empire's patchwork of farmlands and forests, and took inventory with the methodical dispassion he'd developed into something approaching habit. Cultivation, 7-star Dadoshi. The third volume of the Infinite Azure Canopy art running at full integration, the sky reading sense now extended in a radius that covered the entire valley and its approaches. His combat capability had advanced significantly beyond what the rank number suggested. The Canopy Art's architectural emphasis on depth over breadth meant each star advancement consolidated what came before rather than simply adding new output. He was, by his own estimate, capable of holding a brief exchange with a low-star Do Ling. Brief. Not winning, but surviving long enough to change the situation. Reputation, 12,340 RP, firmly within the renowned tier. The categories had balanced differently than he'd expected. Wisdom had outpaced valor, which had surprised him until he'd stopped to count the number of problems he'd solved through information rather than confrontation. The aura of regard passive had evolved at the 10,000 threshold into something more refined, not just presence but legibility. People didn't just feel him when he walked into a room. They read him, automatically, as someone whose judgment was worth trusting. It was occasionally useful. More often it was simply heavy. The Empire, worse than 6 months ago in measurable ways that no formal document had yet chosen to measure. 19 confirmed Hall of Souls soul harvesting attacks in the past 6 months. The number was itself a lie. 19 confirmed meant considerably more unconfirmed, which meant the Hall was getting better at hiding its work. The targets had evolved upward in cultivation rank, which meant the Hall's operational confidence was growing. A year ago, they targeted 2-star and 3-star Doshi. Now they were successfully harvesting Do Ling cultivators. Someone below cleared their throat. He looked down. Yanran was in the training courtyard, already in practice clothes, watching him with the specific expression she wore when she'd been patient for what she considered long enough. The inventory can wait, she said. It's done. He came down the platform stairs. I was finishing. You've been up there since before dawn. There's a great deal to take inventory of. She handed him tea. He took it. They stood in the early light and she watched the valley, and he watched her watching it, and there was something in the morning that felt almost ordinary, domestic in a way that the past 6 months had not been, and that he was learning to value precisely because of its contrast with everything that surrounded it. The Defense Council meeting is at noon, she said. I know. And after that, the Alliance expansion presentation. Qingyuan City has been requesting formal protection status for 3 weeks. Today is when we tell them yes or not yet. She turned to look at him. And is it yes? He thought about the resources, the defensive coverage, the existing commitment load. Probably yes. With conditions. She nodded. I'll come. You don't have to. I know. A pause. I want to. The Qingyuan city commander is a Do Wang who fought in the border conflicts 15 years ago. He spent the last 3 weeks assessing whether you're someone worth standing behind or someone worth waiting on. My presence adds a misty cloud endorsement to whatever case you make. He looked at her. You've been thinking about this. I think about things. Occasionally. She finished her tea. Now eat something before we go. You're running a cultivation drain from the sky reading all night and you need food, not tea. He ate something. They went to the Defense Council. The morning was ordinary, in the way that only the best mornings before difficult days could manage to be. On the carriage ride to the Royal Palace, Yanran reviewed the intelligence summary he'd prepared the night before. She had a habit of annotating, not corrections, exactly, but marginal observations that reflected a different angle on the same data. The annotations were consistently more useful than the data they were annotating. The soul harvesting technique's refinement, she said, not looking up from the document. You've classified this as preparation for a scaled application. But the refinement trajectory suggests something more specific. They're not building toward a general technique. They're building toward a specific target type. He looked at her. What target type? The rank progression in the targets, 2-star Doshi to 3-star to 4-star to Do Ling, it's not testing the limits of the technique's capability. It's building the calibration required for a specific rank. She set the document down. What rank yields the most useful soul essence for the Hall's purpose? He thought about what he knew of the Hall of Souls' operational logic. The soul harvesting technique didn't value all souls equally. The cultivation essence bound to a soul at death was what the Hall used, and cultivation essence had qualitative variation based on the techniques employed in building it. Not all Do Wang's souls were equivalent. The specific quality the Hall valued was, Do Zong, he said. Or someone with a Do Zong's accumulation who can't defend at that level. She met his eyes. Someone who is Do Zong equivalent in cultivation essence, but whose defensive capability is compromised. A pause. Someone who has been ill for years and whose cultivation has been partially consumed by a soul poison compound. The carriage was quiet for several seconds. They're not practicing for a scaled attack, he said. They're practicing for a precision extraction. A single high-quality target. The other attacks are calibration runs. He sat with this. Revised the intelligence picture entirely. The implications were not smaller, they were worse, because a precision operation was harder to predict and harder to defend against than a scaled attack. He revised the Defense Council presentation during the remaining 15 minutes of the journey. Yanran watched him revise and didn't say anything, because the revision was obvious once the framing was correct and adding commentary would not have made it more obvious. When they arrived, he presented the corrected picture. The Council's response was different from what he'd planned for, more focused, more alarmed, more useful. Better preparation, because the actual threat had been identified rather than a projected version of it. He added a note to the intelligence file afterward. Primary analysis value comes from Yanran's cross-referencing. My systematic approach builds the picture. Her pattern recognition completes it. Consider all future analysis sessions as joint work rather than solo work with review. He showed her the note. She read it. Didn't say anything. But she kept it. Chapter 82. The Jia Ma Defense Alliance's formal session was held in the Royal Court's expanded war chamber, a room that had been constructed for ceremonial use and was now being employed for its first practical purpose. 23 family representatives, the Royal Court's senior military staff, 3 Misty Cloud delegates sent by Yun Yun, and at the end of the table's right wing, Shen Tian in his capacity as newly appointed strategic advisor. The appointment had come 2 months ago and still felt strange in ways he chose not to examine closely. He'd spent considerable effort constructing a network that operated best with him as a node rather than a head, influence through information, position through demonstrated value, authority lent rather than possessed. Strategic advisor was an official rank with a title and a seat at the table. It had arrived because he was the most complete intelligence picture on Hall of Souls operations in the Empire, and the people who needed that intelligence had run out of reasons to maintain the pretense that the source wasn't the most appropriate advisor. He accepted it. Adjusted his methods accordingly. Used the seat the way he used every position, as a platform for the work rather than as the work itself. The session was long. The Empire's defense situation required long sessions. He presented the consolidated intelligence picture, 19 confirmed attacks, 8 of which had been anticipated and partially defended, 11 of which had not. The attendance in the room was the most concentrated collection of decision-making power in Jia Ma, and he used the hour of presentation to push what the data actually said rather than what people wanted to hear. The Hall of Souls is accelerating its operational tempo, he said, midway through. This is not sustainable for them. The soul harvesting technique they're using requires significant recovery time per operative, which means acceleration now implies a fixed deployment schedule. They're building towards something specific. He looked at the assembled faces. Based on the operational pattern and the target escalation, I estimate 12 to 16 weeks before a major coordinated event, not the small raids we've seen, but a simultaneous multi-city attack designed to harvest significant quantities of high-rank cultivation essence in a single operation. Silence in the chamber. The specific silence of a room full of people absorbing something they don't want to accept. Grand Commander Yi Chen spoke first. Recommendation? Formalize the Qingyuan defensive perimeter as the Alliance's outer ring. Move 3 of the current patrol rotations to advance interdiction positions along the Empire's northeast corridor, that's the route all 11 successful attacks used. And accelerate the formation of a rapid response team that can be at any Alliance member city within 12 hours. He paused. We also need to discuss Protector Wu. Another silence. A different quality this time. What about Protector Wu? Liaison Advisor Lu Wei asked. He requested authorization to eliminate specific Jia Ma resistance elements following the Misty Cloud incident. That authorization has been pending the Hall's internal review for 6 months. Based on the acceleration in attack tempo, I believe the authorization has been granted. He met the room's collected attention. He's coming. I don't know when. I want to know that we know that. The session concluded with 3 formal resolutions: Qingyuan inclusion, partial patrol redeployment, and the creation of a Protector Wu response protocol that he was tasked with drafting. He drafted it on the carriage ride back, and gave it to Yanran to review before dinner, and she returned it at the end of dinner with the word adequate written in the margin and 3 suggested additions that were all improvements. He incorporated all 3 without comment. She didn't notice him noticing that she'd noticed he would. Chapter 83. 3 weeks after the defense session, the Hall of Souls struck Qingyuan. The attack was not the massive coordinated event he'd predicted, that, he thought afterward, was still coming. This was a probe, 8 operatives, targeting the city's cultivation community, using the soul harvesting technique on 7 mid-rank practitioners who were attending a monthly cultivation exchange gathering. The gathering was a regular event, publicly known, its attendees predictable. He received the alert from his advanced network 4 hours after the attack. He was at the Shen Family Valley compound when it came. Yanran was in the practice courtyard running forms that had gotten progressively more aggressive since she'd broken through to Do Ling 5th star the week before, a rhythm he'd learned to read as the sign of someone processing something large through motion. Qingyuan, he said from the courtyard entrance. She stopped. When? 4 hours ago. 7 dead. The 8 operatives are gone. He stepped into the courtyard. They used soul puppets for the entry, converted cultivators, walking dead, sent through the gate first to absorb the defense response. He'd been building intelligence on this technique for 2 months. The puppets were the key innovation. They were expendable, they felt like cultivators at range, and they were sufficient to commit the defense's first response wave before the actual operatives moved. Soul puppets. Her voice was flat. Not shock, she'd read his intelligence files. That's new for them. Not new. New to us. This is a technique they've been developing for some time. The intelligence I received from the turned operative last year, he mentioned alternative deployment vehicles. This is what he meant. He crossed the courtyard to her. We need to present an immediate counter-tactic to the Defense Council, or the Qingyuan raid will be used as evidence that the defensive perimeter is inadequate. Which will prompt either panic or overcommitment, and both serve the hall better than a stable defense. She looked at him for a moment. What's the counter-tactic? Poison detection formation. Soul puppets are converted through a specific technique that leaves a traceable energy signature, different from living cultivation, different from dead tissue. The little doctor can identify it in under a minute on a target she's tested. If we can extend that detection capability to the Alliance's advanced scouts, Yanran was already nodding. She's at the Valley's North compound. I'll go. She went. He sent the preliminary report to the Defense Council and started the counter-tactic documentation. By evening, the little doctor, Xiao Hua, though no one used her real name in official documentation, had confirmed that the detection signature was stable and teachable, and by morning they had a training protocol. The little doctor's capabilities had been developing at a rate that continued to be quietly extraordinary. She was Do Wang now. She'd broken through 4 months ago, with the woeful poison body's chaos energy sublimated enough by her advancing technique that the breakthrough had been managed rather than catastrophic. She moved with the particular carefulness of someone who had lived their whole life in a body that was as dangerous to themselves as to others, and the precision of that carefulness had translated directly into the finest granular control Xianxia had seen in any cultivator at her rank. She taught him things about control. He wasn't sure she knew she had. The detection formation will work, she said that evening, reviewing the protocol in his study. She had her hands wrapped, she always kept them wrapped in company, a habit so old it was structural. But teaching it to scouts who haven't developed the sensitivity baseline, she paused. It will require significant practice. A week minimum per scout. We have 12 who are candidates. Then start tomorrow. She looked up from the documentation. How many more cities are in the hall's targeting queue? Based on the Qingyuan selection criteria, size of cultivation community, distance from alliance response capability, predictable gathering patterns, I've identified 9 more that fit the profile. She looked at him. You've been sitting on that assessment. I've been building the response infrastructure before presenting the full threat picture. Presenting the full threat picture without the response protocol would have caused panic and poor decisions. She considered this for a moment. That's manipulative. It's sequenced. He met her gaze. There's a difference. She tilted her head slightly. Her eyes, which carried the particular quality of someone whose poison sense was always slightly active, were doing the thing she did when she was deciding how much of what she thought to say. The sequencing benefits from you being the person who controls both what information is released and when. That's a significant amount of power. Yes, he said. It is. He set down his brush. I don't know how to do this without holding that power, because the alternative is releasing information in the order it arrives and watching people react in ways that serve the Hall of Souls better than serving us. If you have a better method, I want to know it. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I don't. I've just been watching you accumulate authority and trying to track where the limits are. There aren't formal ones. That's worth being concerned about. She nodded slowly. Yes. It is. They worked until late. He found himself grateful, in the specific quiet way he'd learned to be grateful for things he hadn't expected, that someone was watching his limits. Chapter 84. The Do Wang assault on the Shen family valley came without warning, which meant his prediction model had a gap he hadn't identified. The sky reading sense detected Protector Wu's subordinate, a 4-star Do Wang designated in Hall intelligence as the Ashen Blade, at approximately 40 seconds out. Not enough time to establish a full defensive formation. Not enough time to get the valley's civilian residents into the sheltered passages he'd had installed 4 months ago as a precaution. Enough time to do 3 things: alert the defense network, position himself between the approach vector and the valley's main residence cluster, and wake Yanran. He was at the gate when the Ashen Blade arrived. Behind him, the valley was in controlled motion, Hai Badong with his cultivation suppressor temporarily inactive, finally operating at his actual Do Huang capacity, the little doctor moving through the civilian passages with her poison veil extended to mask their presence, Yanran somewhere on the high approach path, moving to flank. The Ashen Blade was 4-star Do Wang, considerably above him. The gap was not closable through technique. What he had was the ground, an unyielding stand, and the specific knowledge that Hai Badong's Do Huang response would arrive in approximately 90 seconds if he could hold the gate for that long. He held the gate. He took the first strike on his barrier and felt the unyielding stand ability activate, the cultivation amplification arriving as a physical warmth that settled into his meridians like something finding its right channel for the first time. Not comfortable. Not painless. The amplification required the impact to build. He was essentially a wall that got stronger the harder it was hit. The Ashen Blade was methodical. Professional. He recognized a trained operative when he was being struck by one, no anger, no emotion, simply applied force aimed at precise points in his defensive architecture. The second strike hit the barrier's edge and broke through. He redirected the impact rather than absorbing it, the canopy arch secondary technique, converting incoming force into a deflection that cost him less than a full stop would have. His left shoulder went numb. Third strike. His barrier was still holding at the core. Unyielding stand had built to approximately 2/3 of its maximum amplification, the third volume of the canopy art expressing something he could feel was extraordinary and was also reaching the edge of his current capacity to channel. He was 30 seconds in. 60 to go. Then Yanran arrived from the high path. A 5-star Do Ling dropping from height onto a Do Wang who had committed his positioning to a gate confrontation was not a balanced engagement, it changed the three-dimensional geometry of the fight in a way the Ashen Blade hadn't planned for. Her sword came down with the full weight of her descent behind it, struck a defensive burst he'd barely deployed, and drove him sideways. The Ashen Blade recovered. Fast. But the recovery took time, and Xianxia used the time to close the distance and deploy the Azure Prison, not as a trap but as a density constraint, the technique's field compressing the area around the blade's feet and making fast repositioning expensive. It was the moment that Protector Wu's subordinate made a calculation error, he turned toward the new threat instead of eliminating the current one first. Yanran was already moving. Chapter 85. What happened next was the most frightening thing Xianxia had witnessed in his time in this world. The Ashen Blade, recalculating the threat geometry, deployed a technique he'd never seen, a Do Wang offensive method that operated as a wide area pressure field, expanding outward from the user in a hemisphere of compressed force. It was a crowd control technique, designed to push multiple opponents away simultaneously. Yanran was in its range. She saw it coming. She did something he had watched her train precisely once, in a session 3 weeks ago where she'd been practicing her response to wide area techniques. She compressed her cultivation essence inward, making herself a point rather than a surface, trying to cut through the pressure field rather than resist it. The technique half worked. It broke her positioning. She landed badly, not catastrophically, but with the specific quality of a landing where something had gone wrong in the last moment. She was up instantly, but she'd absorbed a Do Wang's full output at close range, and the absorption had cost something. He saw it in the way she moved. The left shoulder, compensating. The way her sword hand was gripping slightly different. She burned her cultivation. He understood it the moment it happened. She pushed past her natural ceiling, accessing reserves that weren't meant for sustained output, spending future capacity for present performance. The strike she delivered from that burned position was something he had no category for yet. It drove through the Ashen Blade's defensive barrier and scored a real wound, energy disruption at the shoulder, the blade's own cultivation hiccuping on the compromised circuit. But burning cultivation was always a trade. Hai Badong arrived. The valley gate changed instantly, geometrically, in the way a room changes when the largest person in it decides to stand up. Do Huang was a category, not a rank. The distance between Do Wang and Do Huang was the same kind of categorical shift as the distance between being able to fight and being able to end fights. The Ashen Blade took one assessment of the ice signature radiating from Hai Badong's unsealed cultivation and made the only rational decision available to him. He left. The gate cleared. The valley's civilians were intact. The little doctor was already moving toward Yanran. Xianxia reached her first. She was still on her feet. That was the first thing. Her jaw was set in the specific way it got when she was managing significant pain through controlled expression. Her left arm was at a wrong angle, not broken, but the shoulder joint had been forced past its range, and the cultivation channels running through it were showing the specific shimmer of something that had been pushed too hard in the wrong direction. "I'm fine," she said. "You're not." "I'm standing." Standing and fine are different categories. He put his hand on her arm, careful, reading the energy distortion. The burned cultivation was going to take time to recover, weeks, probably, not days. The shoulder would heal faster than that with the right treatment. But the burned cultivation, the reserve she'd spent fighting above her ceiling, how bad? She asked. She was asking about what he was reading, not about what she felt. She could feel what she felt. The shoulder will be fine in 2 weeks. The cultivation, he looked at her directly. You'll need a month before you can train at full intensity. The burned channels need to reset. Her jaw tightened further. A month. Minimum. The hall doesn't have a minimum. No. He kept his hand on her arm. Around them, the valley was resettling, guards moving to defensive positions, Hai Badong speaking quietly to the little doctor about the blade's energy signature, the particular post-fight quiet that arrived when the outcome was known and the processing hadn't started yet. A month for you to recover. 6 months before their next major operation, based on current escalation tempo. You'll be ready. She looked at him for a moment with the specific expression she wore when she was deciding whether to say something difficult. I was scared, she said. During the pressure field. I was scared and I made the only decision I had time to make and I'm not. She stopped. Started over. I don't regret it. But I'm aware it was not optimal. It was exactly what the situation required. He was quiet for a moment. You held a Do Wang long enough for Hai Badong to arrive and you didn't die doing it. From my perspective, that's the definition of optimal. She made the sound she made when she was resisting the impulse to say something. Then the little doctor appeared at Xianxia's shoulder and took over the assessment with the brisk efficiency of a physician who had accepted that her patients were going to keep doing dangerous things and had arranged her practice around that fact. He stepped back and watched Yanran be treated and thought about burned cultivation and what the month of recovery would cost and how to use the time that the hall's operational tempo was going to provide. He had plans for that month. The Ashen Blade had provided, inadvertently, through the quality of the engagement, 3 pieces of information he filed immediately after the fight. First, the Hall of Souls had updated their assessment of his cultivation level, because the Blade's tactical approach had been calibrated for someone below Doshi, not at it. Second, the capture objective confirmed the Hall wanted intelligence on the Defense Council's structure, which meant their own intelligence picture had gaps they'd been unable to close through normal channels. Third, the Blade's withdrawal calculation had included Yanran's presence as a variable, meaning the Hall had updated her assessment too, and the update had included her as a genuine combat factor rather than a secondary target. He wrote up all 3 in the after-action file. Then he wrote something in a different section, not the intelligence file but the section he'd started labeling things I would have missed without the people I work with. Yanran had changed his threat assessment mid-fight by arriving from the high path. Not because it was the plan, he hadn't known she was there. She'd seen the engagement from her practice position on the valley's upper terrace and had made a tactical decision independently, without coordination, that was exactly the right decision for the geometry of the fight. She'd been paying attention to the same things he had, from the same angle of concern, and had acted on the same analysis. That was rarer than he'd understood before he had it. He wrote, Yanran's independent tactical assessment is at or above the level of my coordinated planning in real-time situations. Stop assuming that my plans are the ceiling of our combined response capability. They're the floor. He stared at the note for a moment. Then underlined the last sentence. It was the most important thing he'd written in 3 months. Chapter 86. Yanran's recovery became, unexpectedly, one of the most important periods of the preceding 2 years. Not because of what happened, because of what didn't happen, and what that absence created. The first 2 weeks were straightforward. The little doctor's treatments, cultivation rest, careful meridian work to repair the burned pathways. Xianxia structured his days around the valley's defense requirements and the Defense Council's ongoing needs, and visited the recovery chamber in the evenings when Yanran was alert and not in the specific kind of pain that made conversation impossible. He brought reports. She reviewed them. She had, apparently, excellent analytical judgment when she wasn't burning her cultivation on Do Wang combat. She caught 3 errors in his reasoning over the first week that he'd missed because he was too close to the data, and she was characteristically ungentle about identifying them. This assumption, she said on the 4th evening, pointing at a page with one finger, only holds if the Hall's Qinyuan attack and the Valley attack were planned by the same operative. What if they weren't? What if they're running parallel command structures? He looked at where she was pointing. Read the assumption again. That changes the timeline calculation entirely. Yes. Which means you have 11 weeks, not 16, before the coordinated event. She set the report down. You're welcome. He revised the timeline. It held. He sent the revised projection to the Defense Council the next morning and spent the following 2 days running the operational implications, which were not comfortable. But the evenings were different. The evenings were the unexpected part. They talked about things that weren't reports. He'd had very few conversations in the past 2 years that weren't functionally about the work, about plans, intelligence, cultivation, strategy. The work was necessary. It was also, he'd been avoiding noticing, all-consuming in a way that had been narrowing him. She talked about her father. About what she'd been told as a child, the stories that were more constructed than remembered, and what it was like to love someone you'd never really known. She talked about her training, not the facts of it but the experience, what it had felt like to be a Misty Cloud student, the particular loneliness of being the best in her cohort and having it create distance rather than closeness. She talked about watching him at the tournament and thinking, for the first time in her adult life, that she might be meeting someone who was going to be genuinely complicated. Complicated meaning difficult? He asked. Complicated meaning worth the difficulty. He told her things in return. Not everything. There were aspects of his self-knowledge that he wasn't sure how to express in this world's language, where the concepts didn't have clean equivalents. But he told her what the reputation system felt like from the inside, the particular strangeness of watching a number attached to things he would have done anyway, of feeling influence as a physical weight that he hadn't asked for and wasn't sure how to carry. He told her about the days when the intelligence work felt like building a puzzle where each solved piece revealed how large the unsolved remainder was. Is it worth it? She asked. He thought about that honestly. Yes. Because the alternative is people I care about being less safe. Me being less safe. You. Your grandfather. The little doctor. My father. The valley. The empire. He paused. In that order, honestly. She looked at him with the expression he'd come to think of as her real face, the one without any particular performance in it. I know the order. I've known for a while. Is that, don't ask if that's all right. Of course it's all right. I'm first. She picked up the report again. Now stop being sentimental and tell me about the Northeast Corridor patrol rotation. Something about it bothers me. The patrol rotation had a gap in it that she identified in 8 minutes. He revised the patrol rotation. He found he was smiling while he did it, which was not clinically relevant and which he chose to acknowledge internally anyway. On the 7th evening, she said something he hadn't expected. "You've been doing this alone." She wasn't looking at him, looking at the wall, the window, the general direction of outside. Not the network. The actual weight of it. The thinking. The decisions. The gap between knowing what needs to happen and getting other people to understand it enough to act on it. She paused. "That's a specific kind of alone." He was quiet. "I noticed it at the tournament, watching you manage the judge's attention while maintaining your actual fight. You were running 2 separate operations simultaneously and neither of them knew the other was happening." She turned to look at him. "You've been doing that for 2 years. Running the visible operation and the one underneath it. And the one underneath it is always about keeping the people in the visible operation safe." She paused. "When do you get to just be in the visible operation? When do you get to just be where you are?" He thought about the question with the seriousness it deserved. "I'm working toward a version of this where the infrastructure is established enough that I can be more present in the visible layer, the intelligence architecture. Once it's running at stability, the maintenance burden decreases significantly. I'm currently in the build phase. The build phase has been 2 years. Build phases have variable lengths." She shook her head slowly. "You're doing it again. Analyzing the question rather than answering it." He stopped. Looked at her directly. "I don't know how to be only in the visible layer. I've been aware of the layer underneath for as long as I can remember." He paused. "But I'm learning that awareness and presence aren't in opposition. You can see the structure of something and still be in it. He stopped. Started again. "I'm more present now than I was a year ago. You're part of the reason for that." She looked at him with her real face. That was almost a vulnerable answer. "I'm working on it." "Work faster," he laughed, not the controlled social laugh but the real one, which surprised them both. She was smiling in the specific way that meant she'd accomplished something she'd been aiming for. The patrol rotation sat on the table between them, revised and correct. He was, for once, entirely in the visible layer. It felt different than he'd expected. It felt like enough. Chapter 87. The little doctor's development arrived like a change in weather, gradual, then suddenly, unmistakably present. She had been working with her woeful poisoned body in the way she'd been working with everything, with the carefulness of someone who understood that her weapon was herself, and that carelessness about weapons you carried was the most dangerous kind. The cultivation advancement had continued steadily, Do Wang, consolidating, the poisoned body's chaos energy now consistently sublimated into the technique rather than operating against it. But what emerged in the 7th month was not cultivation advancement. It was something qualitatively different. She called it the poison veil first, and Shen-Tian had taken the name to mean a concealment technique. She'd been developing a method for masking biological signatures, which was the detection counter to the soul puppet detection formation. He'd been tracking it as a utility ability. He was in the Valley's northern practice field when she demonstrated what it actually was. The poison veil extended from her in a field of approximately 40 meters in every direction. Within that field, the air changed, not visually, not in any way that the eye could track. But every living thing within the field was connected to her awareness with a precision that made the sky-reading sense feel like a blunt instrument by comparison. She could read biological state, cultivation condition, emotional effect, injury status, all simultaneously, all in real time. "Show me the northeast corner," he said. 3 guards, Doshi, all healthy. Senior guard has a 3-year-old shoulder injury that he compensates for by favoring his left. Second guard ate something this morning that's causing gastrointestinal distress. Third guard is suppressing a cultivation leak in his 4th meridian. He needs to speak with a physician. He looked at the northeast corner. 40 meters away. "The cultivation leak," he said. "How long has it been developing?" 6 weeks, based on the scar tissue pattern." She was standing perfectly still, hands wrapped as always, eyes unfocused in the way of someone whose real perception was operating elsewhere. "The veil doesn't just read current state. It reads the history that built the current state." He was quiet for a moment. "This is the battlefield application you've been building toward." "Yes." She let the veil retract. The air returned to normal, or rather, returned to the version of normal that he now understood was considerably less complete than what she could access. "In a battle, I can know the real-time status of every combatant within 40 meters. Who is injured? Who is near their limit? Where the most efficient intervention point is." She looked at him directly. "I've been practicing extension. I can currently hold full resolution to 40 meters. I'm working toward 60. At 60 meters, you cover the Valley Gate's entire combat depth. That's why I'm working toward 60. He filed the capability with the specific label of strategic differentiator, category changing. "Does it hurt?" She considered this for a moment, the slightly longer consideration of someone for whom pain was such a normal background condition that specific additions required distinction. "Not more than usual," she said. He noted that and chose not to pursue it because she'd closed the subject with her tone and he'd learned to read which closures were invitations and which were boundaries. "The Valley's defense structure needs to be redesigned around this capability," he said instead. "If you're the center of a 40-meter awareness field, Then the optimal defensive geometry positions you at the point of maximum information value rather than maximum distance from threat. Which means near the gate, not behind it. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. I've been told my whole life to stay behind things. Your whole life was spent without the capability you have now. He met her eyes. The capability changes the optimal position. She nodded, slowly, with the specific quality of someone accepting a redefinition they'd been approaching for a long time. He redesigned the Valley's defense structure that afternoon. She reviewed it that evening. It was better than what had existed before, which was the only relevant measurement. Chapter 88. The Coordinated Hall of Souls attack arrived in the 11th week. His revised timeline had set 11 to 12. The actual number was 11.5, which he privately filed as an acceptable margin of error and chose not to congratulate himself on publicly, because the attack killed 7 people across 3 simultaneous strike points and congratulations were not the appropriate response to accurate predictions about things that killed people. Qingyuan bore the main assault. A coordinated force of 23 Hall of Souls operatives, 7 soul puppets, and what the Little Doctor's post-battle assessment identified as a modified soul harvesting array built into the city's water distribution infrastructure, something that had been installed over months, through the commercial access the turned accountant had described before he left the Empire. The array was designed to harvest ambient cultivation essence from the city's resident population without direct contact. The Hall had moved past targeted assassination toward area effect collection. He'd anticipated this. Not the specific method, the water infrastructure was innovative and alarmed him in ways he'd process later, but the conceptual shift from targeted to area effect. He'd been building the counter infrastructure for 3 months. The detection formation, which the Little Doctor had trained the advanced scouts to use, caught the soul puppet advance units before they reached the inner city. The rapid response team arrived from the Alliance's nearest staging point in 11 hours, which was 1 hour better than his 12-hour target. The city's cultivation community, following the defensive protocol he distributed through Alliance channels, had moved their primary practitioners out of predictable gathering locations and into the dispersed safehouse network he'd established with Qingyuan's commander. 7 dead was 7 too many. It was also significantly less than the Hall's operational planning had targeted. The array was destroyed before it could complete its collection cycle. The 23 operatives suffered 9 casualties and 12 withdrawals. 1 soul puppet was captured intact for analysis. He presented the after-action report to the Defense Council 48 hours later. Yi Chen read the full document before commenting. 9 enemy casualties, the commander said. First time we've inflicted losses on them rather than the reverse. The detection capability changed the engagement geometry. Credit for that goes to the Little Doctor's technique. It does. Yes. Hai Badong, who had been listening with the particular attention of a man who was always assessing whether the situation was moving toward or away from something he'd decided to prevent, spoke. Protector Wu wasn't in the Qingyuan assault. No. He's saving himself for something specific. Or someone specific. He met Hai Badong's eyes. I know. I've been building toward the conversation. The conversation about Protector Wu was the one he'd been preparing for since the Iron Lady's attack, since Shen Wei's interrogation, since the Valley assault. He had the best intelligence picture on Wu available anywhere in the Empire. He had Hai Badong's sealed Do Huang capability. He had Yanran, recovered and at full strength, now solidly at 5-star Do Ling. He had the Little Doctor's veil. What he didn't have was a plan that guaranteed survival. He was working on that. Chapter 89. The plan that didn't guarantee survival had 3 components. The first was strategic isolation. Remove Protector Wu from his operational support structure before the direct engagement. This meant making it impossible for the Hall to reinforce him or extract him once the engagement started. The mechanism was the Alliance's intelligence web, specifically, the ability to identify and neutralize Wu's communication channels and extraction protocols before he activated them. He'd been mapping those channels for 3 months. The second was capability mismatch. Wu was Do Zong and the Alliance had no Do Zong to answer him. The way you handled capability mismatch was not by finding matching capability but by changing what the capability was pointed at. If Wu arrived to eliminate specific targets and those targets weren't where he expected them to be, the mismatch was in the target finder's information, not the target's capacity. The third was the thing he'd been least willing to articulate even in his own journal: sacrifice geometry. The way you stopped a Do Zong without matching power was by arranging the situation so that stopping him cost him more than he was willing to pay. Not killing him. Costing him. Making every action he took produce consequences he hadn't planned for, creating a situation where continuing the operation became less rational than withdrawing. That's the plan? Yanran said, when he explained it. That's the framework. The framework assumes Wu calculates rationally under operational stress. Most professionally trained cultivators do. The exceptions are the ones who've suffered personal losses during the operation. They become irrational in predictable ways, which are actually more manageable than rational behavior. She looked at him. You're planning to make him angry. I'm planning to give him reasons to be angry. What he does with them is his choice. She shook her head in the specific way she did when she found him simultaneously correct and disturbing. What do you need from me? To be the sharpest Do Ling in the engagement and to trust my positioning calls even when the positioning looks wrong. When has your positioning been wrong? It hasn't been wrong in ways that cost us yet. That's different from it not being wrong. She accepted this. It was one of the things about her that he found continually valuable. She could hold the distinction between track record and certainty without collapsing it in either direction. But the plan's preparation required something else first: breakthrough. He was currently at 7-star to Doshi. Do Ling was within reach. He could feel the threshold in the way you felt a temperature change before your body fully registered it. The third volume of the Canopy art had been pointing toward this for months, building the architecture for the next stage. What it needed was the understanding that activated the breakthrough. He'd been waiting for that understanding for weeks. It arrived, as understandings tended to, from an unexpected direction. The little doctor had been working with rain. She'd started the practice as a sensitivity drill, extending her veil outward while precipitation was falling, trying to read the individual droplets' interactions with the environment as a calibration for her range extension. She'd described it to him as learning the silence between drops. He'd filed it and moved on. He was in the valley during a late-season rain, watching her work, when he finally understood what she meant. The silence between drops. Not the absence of sound but the complete presence of everything the sound wasn't covering. The gaps in the pattern that made the pattern legible. Mercy of rain. That was the Canopy Art's term for it in the third volume notation he'd been studying for months, a phrase he'd translated as compassion-based cultivation strategy, which was correct but completely insufficient. Mercy wasn't weakness. Mercy was the choice to leave space for what the other thing needed to be. The rain didn't fight the ground. The rain occupied the gap that the ground left for it. The cultivation that operated in the gap between force and resistance was a different thing entirely from either. Do Ling broke through the next morning. Not violently. Like rain finding the places it was meant to go. Chapter 90. 1-star Do Ling. 2-star, by the end of the second day. The fourth volume of the Infinite Azure Canopy art activated partially. The first layer, which he understood immediately was not combat-focused but architecture-focused. The fourth volume was building something. He could feel its structure emerging in his meridians like a scaffold assembling itself for a construction he couldn't yet see the full shape of. The Canopy art, he was increasingly certain, was not a cultivation technique in the conventional sense. It was a cultivation philosophy encoded as technique, a complete worldview made physical through energy work. Each volume didn't just teach you how to fight better. It taught you how to be differently. The first had been awareness. The second, reading. The third, presence. The fourth was beginning to feel like connection. He ran the new capabilities assessment and found 3 things. The sky reading sense had extended from 60 meters to approximately 200. Not full resolution at the edge of range, more like peripheral vision, presence aware rather than detail aware, but the qualitative change was significant. He could feel cultivation signatures from the outer reaches of the valley's perimeter without effort. The unyielding stand ability had evolved at the Do Ling threshold. The amplification mechanism was the same but the scale had shifted. Where it had previously activated only when he was actively under physical attack, it now activated on any deliberate choice to hold a position in the face of any kind of opposing force. Political pressure, emotional pressure, cultivator intimidation. The definition of standing had expanded. The Azure Prison Technique's compression field, which had previously required him to maintain active effort, had become ambient, a passive output of his baseline cultivation that he could enhance for specific applications but no longer needed to actively run. It was simply part of how he existed in space now. He documented these changes and then sat with them. 3-star Do Ling by the third day. The advancement was accelerating in a way that told him the Canopy art was in an active integration phase. The technique was using the breakthrough energy to build rather than simply progress. He felt simultaneously more capable and more aware of how much he didn't yet know. Yanran found him in the valley's upper terrace on the afternoon of the third day. She sat beside him without preamble, read his face with the practiced accuracy she'd developed over a year and a half of watching him think, and said, "You've broken through." 3-star Do Ling. She looked at him for a moment. He was at her cultivation level now, she was at 5-star, he at 3, but they were operating in the same category for the first time since before the Misty Cloud training period. How does it feel? Strange. Larger. And, he paused, looking for the right word. Quieter. Which I didn't expect. Every previous breakthrough felt like gaining volume. This one felt like the volume going somewhere I don't entirely understand yet. She considered this. My breakthrough to Do Ling felt like stepping outside a room. Does that match? Similar. Yes, then you've been inside a room for 2 years and I've been outside it. Now we're both outside. She looked at the valley below them, the training grounds, the civilians moving through afternoon routines, Hai Badong in conversation with 3 of the valley's senior guards near the gate. We're going to need to face Protector Wu. I know. When? Soon. My timeline says within the month. He paused. There's something I want to do before then. There's a situation at the Misty Cloud sect that can't wait for Wu to arrive. She looked at him. Yun Shan hasn't finished his plans, he said. He fled through the hall portal, but the coup structure he was building, the faction within the sect that supported him, is still in place. Yun has been managing it, but managing is different from resolving. And I've been receiving intelligence from Luo Feng that the hall has been sending instructions to the remnant faction through channels I haven't fully mapped. He met her eyes. I need to go to the sect. We need to go to the sect, she said. He didn't argue. Chapter 91. The Misty Cloud sect under Yun's leadership was a different institution from the one he'd petitioned to enter 2 years ago, not dramatically different, not transformed, but distinctly changed in the specific ways that accumulated when the person in charge actually wanted what was good for the institution rather than what was good for their position within it. The physical compound was the same. The political atmosphere was lighter in the way that spaces are lighter when the person carrying the heaviest weight in them has been removed. There was still tension, the remnant faction, still present, still organized around the memory of Yun Shan's certainty, but it was the tension of a scar, not an active wound. Yun met them in the sect master's formal receiving chamber, which she'd redecorated in the specific way of someone asserting occupancy without flamboyance. Simple furniture. Good lighting. No display of institutional power, which was itself the most effective kind of display. The remnant faction has been receiving instructions, Xianxia confirmed, when they were settled. 3 channels. A hawking relay through the Eastern Market, a merchant contact operating through the sect's supply procurement office, and a direct cultivation message technique through an elder whose loyalty was purchased before Yun Shan fled. He set the documentation on the table. The elder is Elder Wu Qi. Second from right on the council. Yun looked at the documentation. Her face was doing what his did when he was processing something he'd suspected but hadn't confirmed. I knew it might be someone on the council. I didn't have evidence. You do now. What did the instructions say? Specific disruption operations for when Protector Wu arrives in force. The remnant faction is expected to create internal chaos at the moment of external assault, preventing coordinated response, misdirecting defensive resources, and if possible removing Yun from command authority during the engagement window. He paused. Wu is expecting the sect to be compromised from within when he arrives. Which would turn the sect's own defensive capability into an additional attack vector. Yes. She looked at the documentation for a moment. Then at Shen Tian. Then at Yanran. What do you need from me? Yanran. She looked at him with slight surprise. He looked at Yanran. Yanran straightened almost imperceptibly, the specific movement of someone who has been waiting for the question she expected to be asked. The sect still knows me, she said to Yun. I trained here. The disciples trust me in a way that an outsider suggesting sect leadership decisions wouldn't be trusted. I can be the interface between your administration and the evidence Shen Tian has assembled, present the case against Elder Wu Qi to the council in a way that reads as internal accountability rather than external interference. Yun studied her. You've discussed this already. Last night. Yanran met her gaze directly. I'm not doing it because I was told to. I'm doing it because it's the right tool for the specific problem. Yun nodded, slowly. The Elder Council meets in 3 days. I'll arrange the session. She looked at Shen Tian. And you? I'll be in the East Wing. Available if needed. Not present, because my presence at an internal sect accountability session would be exactly the wrong signal. He paused. Unless Elder Wu Qi decides to contest the evidence directly, in which case I'll need to be available at short notice. Will he contest it? I'd estimate 40% chance. He's the type who calculates whether a bluff can hold rather than whether it's worth holding. It held for the first 3 minutes of the session. Then it didn't. Shen Tian arrived in the chamber at Yanran's call, presented the specific cultivation message evidence with the methodology for how he'd obtained it, and watched Elder Wu Qi's calculation fail in real time. The Elder Council voted 9-1 for removal, the one being Wu Qi himself, which was not a vote that counted in the context of the motion it was about. After the session, Yanran found him in the East Wing and sat beside him on the stone bench that he'd used during his training months, when the bench had been a convenient location for thinking that no one would disturb. Well done, he said. Don't compliment me. It was straightforward. Straightforward isn't the same as easy. She looked at the sect's practice grounds through the window. 2 young disciples were running forms, the same forms she'd been running when he first watched her from this window, 2 years ago, and she didn't know he'd been watching. Do you think about what this would have been like if none of this had happened? She asked. If the betrothal was just a betrothal. If the Hall of Souls wasn't a thing. If Yun Shan was just the sect's legitimate leader and grandfather wasn't sick. He thought about it honestly. Sometimes. But I don't think I'd be a different person in a world without those problems. I think I'd be a different problem, she laughed, the real laugh, the one without performance. That's probably true. They sat in the early afternoon light, and the sect was quiet around them, and Protector Wu was somewhere in the Empire writing their names in his operational log. The window was narrowing. Chapter 92. Protector Wu arrived in the valley on the first day of autumn. Shen Tian felt him coming for 3 hours. The sky reading sense at 200-meter range was not enough to track a dozong moving at full concealment through mountain terrain. Protector Wu was good, better than the Iron Lady had been, better than the Ashen Blade. What registered wasn't a presence so much as an absence. The way the bird stopped 300 meters out, the way the wind pattern on the valley's upper slopes shifted in a direction that didn't match the morning's weather logic. He had the valley on alert 2 hours before Wu arrived. Civilians in the sheltered passages. Hai Badong unsuppressed and positioned at the secondary gate. Yanran on the valley's high path, which was her preferred engagement terrain. The little doctor at the valley's center with her veil extended to full capacity, 58 meters, nearly at her 60-meter target. The valley's defense arrangement, which he designed specifically for this scenario, was in place. Wu came over the western ridge. He was larger than Shen Tian had expected, not physically, but in the cultivation sense. Do Zong felt different from the descriptions he'd encountered in intelligence documents. The presence was categorical, a weight in the air that the sky reading sense registered before the visual registered. Do Zong didn't just have more power than Do Wang. Do Zong operated in a different relationship to power entirely, not more of the same thing but a different kind of thing wearing the same name. His cultivation signature was cold. Not ice attribute, cold in a way that was philosophical rather than elemental, the coldness of a person who had been doing operational work for decades and had arranged themselves to not care about specific outcomes. He stopped at the valley's outer perimeter and looked at the defensive arrangement with an expression Shen Tian couldn't see from his position but could infer from the way the presence paused. Assessment. Then Wu spoke. His voice carried across the valley with the specific ease of someone who was used to being heard. Shen Tian. I'm told you're the most difficult young man in the empire. I'm here to assess that. Protector Wu. He spoke from his position at the valley gate, directly. No concealment. Unyielding stand already activating in his meridians, the ability's warmth settling into his channels in preparation for what was coming. I'd rather resolve this without fighting. I'm sure you would. A pause that felt like a smile that wasn't on the face. That's not the arrangement. Chapter 93. The arrangement, as Wu defined it, was specific. He had come for Shen Tian specifically. The Hall's operational objective was to eliminate the intelligence disruption represented by Shen Tian's network, not the network itself, which they'd assessed as survivable without its center, but the center. Remove Shen Tian, and the coordinated resistance the Alliance had been providing would fragment back into the disconnected family politics it had been before. The assessment wasn't wrong. That was what made it frightening. But the thing the Hall hadn't adequately accounted for was what 2 years of Shen Tian building infrastructure actually looked like when it was tested. We'll cross the perimeter. The valley's formation defenses activated. He'd spent 4 months installing them with Elder Qin's methodology guidance, layered barrier formations tuned to the valley's specific geography. Not stopping a Do Zong. Slowing one. Creating decision points. Every formation he'd built was designed not to block but to complicate. Wu moved through the first 2 formations cleanly. He was experienced and the disruption was minor. The third formation was different. It was built around the Canopy Art's Azure Prison principle, but scaled and re-expressed through Elder Qin's formation theory into something that created a field rather than a cage. When Wu entered it, the field's density changes altered his movement's energy cost in subtle ways, not resistance but friction, the difference between walking on smooth stone and walking on sand. It slowed him by approximately 15%. On a Do Zong scale, 15% was enormous. The little doctor's veil was reading Wu in real time. She communicated through the cultivation message relay Shen Tian had established, a simple system, 2 pulses for position confirmed, 3 for closing, 1 for anomaly, and her information was arriving faster than he could have obtained it any other way. He stood at the gate. Wu reached him. The first exchange was the one he'd been dreading since the Iron Lady. Do Zong's combat output was not a larger version of what he'd experienced before. It was a different category of physics. When Wu's opening strike hit his barrier, the unyielding stand ability responded, and what came back through the response was something that startled even him. The ability had been building since the valley went on alert 2 hours ago. The activation period had been long. The amplification was extraordinary. He held the gate. Not easily. Not painlessly. But the barrier held, an unyielding stand built on the hit, and the second strike hit a different kind of resistance than the first. Wu paused. That's not Do Shi, Wu said. His voice was less certain than it had been from the ridge. 3-star Do Ling. That ability. A pause. I've never seen that before. It's mine. He kept his voice level. His cultivation reserves were burning through at a rate that was sustainable for approximately 6 more minutes. Not winning. Creating time. The formation suite will hold you for another 40 seconds. After that, you're going to be in the valley's center, where my team is positioned. Your team isn't Do Zong. No. But one of them is Do Huang. Wu's presence shifted. The first crack in the operational certainty. A Do Huang where he'd expected Do Ling. Hai Badong stepped out of the shadows of the secondary gate. Chapter 94. The thing about a Do Huang appearing where a Do Ling was expected was not primarily tactical. It was psychological. Protector Wu had arrived with a complete operational plan built on a specific assessment of the valley's capabilities. That assessment had been built on intelligence that Shen Tian had very carefully arranged to be incomplete in exactly this way. Wu adapted. He was too experienced not to. But adaptation from a compromised plan under active engagement was qualitatively different from planning from correct information, and the quality of decisions degraded with the quality of the information they were built on. Hai Badong's ice cultivation at Do Huang level was a force of nature experience. Shen Tian had seen the older man unsuppressed once before, during the valley assault. At full engagement, it was different. The temperature dropped in a radius of 30 meters around Hai Badong, not gradually, but with the categorical shift of a climate changing. The ground iced in directional patterns that reflected Hai Badong's cultivation rather than the ambient temperature. Wu's movement paths, which had been optimized for his own cultivational architecture, suddenly had environmental factors he hadn't planned for. And Yanran came off the high path. She'd been waiting on the high approach, the specific position that had worked against the ashen blade, the height advantage that changed three-dimensional engagement geometry. But where the ashen blade had been a Do Wang she'd matched with burned cultivation, Yanran's approach to Wu was calibrated differently. Not a decisive strike. A positional disruption. She wasn't trying to injure him, she was trying to force him to use resources responding to her that he'd been saving for Hai Badong. It worked. Wu split his attention, and split attention on a Do Zong level was still Do Zong attention, but the formation friction was costing him, the ice formations were costing him, and Yanran's positional pressure was costing him, and the little doctor's veil was feeding all of this to Shen Tian in real time so that his positioning calls were actually positioning calls rather than guesses. Wu was losing the engagement. Not badly. Not conclusively. But losing. He broke off. Not fleeing. Do Zong didn't flee from Do Ling engagements in the conventional sense. He disengaged with the professional precision of a man who had recalculated the cost-benefit and arrived at a different conclusion. He stepped back to the valley perimeter with the specific movement of someone who had decided this wasn't the right engagement on the right terms. Impressive, he said. His voice was even, but something in it had changed. You've been constructing this for months. Over a year, Shen Tian said. Since the Iron Lady came through that gate. A pause. That's not a small investment for a cultivator your age. You're a significant problem. Significant problems require significant investment. Another pause. He couldn't read Wu's face at the distance. But the sky reading sense was registering something he hadn't expected. The aura of regard's emotional read on a Do Zong who had just encountered unexpected resistance was not anger. It was something more complex. Assessment. A recalculation that was running deeper than tactics. We'll speak again, Wu said. He left. The valley was alive with a specific quality of aftermath, not victory, not defeat, a different thing. Survival. The knowledge that the situation was not resolved but that it had moved. The little doctor appeared at Shen Tian's shoulder. He's across the valley perimeter. Moving east. Retreating to a report position. He watched the eastern ridge. He's going to tell the hall what he found here. What he found here is not what they sent him to find. He paused. Which means the hall's next response is going to be different from anything we've seen so far. Yanran landed beside him from the high path. Are you hurt? He assessed. Nothing serious. You? I'm fine. She looked east, where Wu had gone. He's afraid of us now. Not of you specifically. Of the structure. That's the goal. She looked at him sideways. You planned for him to leave like that. I planned for the engagement to make his continued operation in Jiama more expensive than he was authorized to spend. He looked at the valley gate, the formation matrices that had done their work, the ice on the ground that Hai Badong's cultivation was slowly retracting. Whether that's fear or calculation, from his perspective, doesn't matter. The result is the same. And what's the result? Time. 3 months, maybe 4. Before the hall's next authorization level comes through. He turned away from the eastern ridge. I need to use that time better than I've used any time before. Chapter 95. Xiao Yan returned 3 weeks after Protector Wu's withdrawal. He didn't announce himself. He arrived at the valley gate with the specific directness of someone who had always moved toward things rather than around them, and the guards, who had standing orders about unexpected cultivators at the gate, nearly deployed the formation before recognizing him. Nearly. Shen Tian was in the north courtyard when the gate notification arrived. He walked to meet Xiao Yan with the specific quality of calm he associated with encounters where he already knew the important parts. Xiao Yan looked different from the young man who had sat on the steps of the Misty Cloud Inner compound 6 months ago. The development he'd undergone since the Black Corner region, since whatever he'd been through in the places that had removed the softness from his judgment, had continued. Shen Tian assessed his cultivation and arrived at a number that took a moment to accept: Do Zun. Not Do Wang. Not Do Huang. Do Zun. The gap between where Xiao Yan had been 6 months ago and where he was now was a gap that would take most cultivators 15 years to close. He'd closed it in 6 months. You've had a productive half year, Shen Tian said. You could say that. Xiao Yan looked at him with the expression he'd worn on the road outside the Misty Cloud sect, that sharp, firelit assessment. You're Do Ling. 3-star, moving fast. The technique helps. A pause. How can I help you? Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment. He looked at the valley, At the defense infrastructure, the formation matrices embedded in the gate and walls, the compound's particular quality of ordered competence. You've built something real here, he said. We've built something. It's not mine. You know what I mean? He did. Yes. Xiao Yan turned back to him. Protector Wu. I heard about the engagement. The Hall's response to that disengagement, they've authorized an expanded operation. Not just Wu. Wu plus 2 additional Dozong level assets. He watched Shen Tian's face. I came because you're going to need a Do Zun when those 3 arrive, and you don't have one. I have Hai Badong. You have a Do Huang. Do Zong plus 2 against a Do Huang and a Do Ling defensive structure. He paused. The math doesn't work. I know. He'd known. He'd been building the contingency planning for this escalation for 2 months. I've been waiting to see whether you'd come back. Waiting. You've always come back toward problems rather than away from them. When I calculated the scenarios where you didn't return to Jia in time, he paused. They didn't end well. Xiao Yan looked at him for a long moment. You bet on me again. The data continued to support the bet. A brief silence. Then, what's the plan? Multi-phase. The first phase requires your presence at the Misty Cloud sect, which is going to be the Hall's preferred attack vector because Yun Shan is providing them the access intelligence on the sect's defenses. Phase 2 is the Valley defense, which, he stopped. Reorganized. Come inside. This is a long conversation. It was. They talked for 3 hours. Yanran joined after the first hour and added 3 things he hadn't thought of. The little doctor joined after the second and immediately identified the weakest point in the plan and proposed a structural fix that made the whole thing significantly more viable. By the end of the 3rd hour, they had something that was still not a guaranteed outcome but was the best available version of a survivable plan. That night, Shen Tian sat in the study with his journal and wrote a single line: the structure holds. The people in it are real. Whatever comes next, this was built. He looked at the line for a long time. Then he wrote what he hadn't allowed himself to write in months of careful operational documentation. I've been thinking about what this is, at its foundation. Not the network, the reason the network works. Not the cultivation, the reason the cultivation advances at the rate it does. Not the intelligence, the reason the intelligence is accurate where other people's intelligence isn't. The reason is that I'm building toward something real. The people in this are real to me. The Shen family estate, the valley's civilian residence, Nalan Jia in his garden, Yanran's shoulder against mine in the pre-dawn cold, the little doctor's wrapped hands and the specific careful way she moves through the world like someone expecting to be reminded at any moment that she's dangerous. These are real. Not assets. Not alliance members. Not cultivation resources. Real people whose continuing existence I care about in the way you care about things that are specifically yours. The reputation system measures something I've been doing for reasons that have nothing to do with a number. The number is the evidence that the thing is real. That's what the system does, it measures realness. And the reason the defensive architecture worked, and the reason the intelligence is accurate, and the reason the cultivation advances as it does, is that I'm not building a strategy. I'm building toward the specific outcome of the people I care about being safe. That's a simpler thing than strategy. It's also larger. He closed the journal. Slept. The next day was the Misty Cloud operation. He was ready for it because the thing behind it was real. In the morning, before dawn, he ran the Canopy Art's 4th cycle in the practice yard and thought about what the sky reading sense was showing him about the Empire. The cultivation signatures of 23 alliance families, distributed across the territory, each of them carrying a quality that the aura of regard registered as something he'd spent 2 years building one relationship at a time. Not loyalty in the transactional sense. Something more personal, the quality of people who had seen someone operate in good faith under genuine pressure and had decided the evidence was sufficient. He'd built a reputation. Not on purpose, in the sense that the reputation had never been the goal. But genuinely, in the specific sense that every piece of it had been earned through exactly what it described. Wisdom plus 15 RP. The final increment before the engagement. He filed it and went to wake Xiao Yan. The sect operation was going to work. He could feel the structure of it running correctly, the way the canopy art ran correctly when the technique was properly integrated. Plans that were built on real things had a different quality from plans built on wishful estimates. He knew because he'd built plans on wishful estimates early in his time here, when the data was insufficient and the relationships weren't yet real. Those plans had required more repair. This one would require less. He was counting on that. Chapter 96. The Hall of Souls moved on the Misty Cloud sect 12 days later. Not Wu. Not yet. The opening move was softer than that, a disruption designed to create chaos inside the sect before the main force arrived. The remnant faction, despite Elder Wu Qi's removal, still had members embedded in the sect's administrative structure who had stayed quiet through the transition specifically for this moment. The disruption manifested as 3 simultaneous events: a false emergency communication to the outer disciple core that sent 300 students into the wrong defensive positions, a temporary disruption of the sex formation matrix that left 3 gate sections unmanned, and an attempt to access the sex communication archives to destroy the evidence trail connecting Yun Shan to hall operations. Luo Feng's warning reached Shen Tian 2 hours before the disruption began. He moved immediately. The communication was already in place. Xiao Yan was prepositioned at the sect's outer boundary, Yanran was inside the sect with Yun's awareness, and the specific counter-protocols he'd established with the loyal elder faction were ready to activate. The false emergency communication was countermanded within 4 minutes of deployment. Elder Qin, who had been briefed on exactly this kind of scripted misdirection, activated the counter-signal with the efficiency of a man who had spent 30 years running the Alchemy Hall's crisis protocols. The formation matrix disruption was more difficult. The embedded personnel who'd sabotaged it were technically competent and had operated carefully. Fixing the disruption required Luo Feng's detailed knowledge of the sect's infrastructure and 20 minutes of hands-on formation work that Shen Tian had been preparing for, specifically by having Luo Feng walk him through the exact methodology twice over the past month. He fixed it with 3 minutes to spare before the main force's advanced scouts would have moved through the gap. The archives attempt was the one he let play out partially. He needed to know which individuals were involved. The attempt revealed 3 names he hadn't had before. He stopped it before completion, secured the archives, and filed the 3 new names. The sect was intact. The disruption had failed. The main force, arriving 2 days later, found a misty cloud sect that had not been softened. They also found Xiao Yan. Chapter 97. The battle for the Misty Cloud sect lasted 4 hours and was the single most significant military engagement in Jiama Empire's recent history. Shen Tian wasn't in the fight directly. This was not a choice he made comfortably, it was the operationally correct decision, and it was the choice he'd committed to in advance precisely because he knew that when the moment came he'd want to be in it and would need to have already decided against it. His role was coordination. The Valley's rapid response team positioned at the sect's outer boundary. The Little Doctor's veil extended to the maximum range she'd achieved, 61 meters, a new personal record, achieved in the specific urgency of a situation where extra meters mattered. Hai Badong at the Valley's primary defense position, protecting the civilians and the second line of the Alliance's defense network. Yanran inside the sect with the inner defense cohort, protecting Yun and the sect master's sanctum. And Xiao Yan, Do Zun, carrying the kind of capability that had been the ceiling of Shen Tian's planning since the moment he'd appeared at the Valley Gate, against the Hall's force. The force was 4 Do Zong level assets plus Protector Wu, plus a supporting contingent of Do Wang operatives. The 5 Do Zong together represented an attack designed to overwhelm any conventional defense the Empire could field. Against Xiao Yan's Do Zun, the calculation was different. Not easy, a Do Zun against 5 Do Zong was not a certain outcome. But viable, in a way that nothing below Do Zun would have been. He tracked the engagement through the Canopy Arch sky reading sense, reduced resolution at this distance, but Xiao Yan's cultivation signature was unmistakable even at 300 meters. He watched the battle's emotional residue through the aura of regard, the specific rhythm of an engagement where the outcome was genuinely uncertain, where things tipped and recovered and tipped again. Midway through the second hour, Wu broke from the main engagement and moved toward the sect's eastern wing, where the civilian evacuees had been positioned, where the sect's vulnerable residents had been sheltered. He moved toward Yanran's position. Shen Tian was already running. He arrived at the eastern wing gate in 40 seconds. Yanran was already engaged, holding the gate exactly as he'd held the Valley Gate, with everything the Canopy Arch defensive architecture and her own 5-star Do Ling capability could provide. Wu was testing her, not committing, looking for the angle that would break through efficiently. He stepped in beside her. "He's mine," she said, through gritted teeth. "He's ours," he said. "Position left." She shifted left. He took the right side. The formation he'd been developing since the first night he'd practiced with her, the complementary structure, the principle of moving with rather than against, activated as a physical reality rather than a training concept. They weren't fighting as 2 separate cultivators defending the same space. They were fighting as a single defensive architecture with 2 points of output. Unyielding stand built in as meridians. Wu's strikes were landing on a surface that got stronger with each hit. Chapter 98. Protector Wu, for the first time in the engagement, stopped being methodical. It was a small change, not dramatic, not visible to an observer without the aura of regard-specific sensitivity. But the assessment he'd been running since the Valley had shifted. Something in the coordinated response he was encountering, in the specific way Shen Tian and Yanran operated together, had moved his calculation past the professional assessment phase into something that registered differently. He was trying to break through. Not because breaking through was optimal, but because the alternative, acknowledging that the defense in front of him was solid, had become unacceptable. Shen Tian felt it and used it. He called Xiao Yan. The cultivation message was simple, a 3-pulse emergency that meant eastern wing, immediate. He had no way of knowing if Xiao Yan was in a position to respond. He'd been tracking the main engagement through the sky reading sense, and the main engagement was at a critical juncture. He might be pulling Xiao Yan at the worst possible moment. He sent it anyway. 13 seconds later, the battle in the main compound shifted. He could feel it in the sky reading sense, the specific quality of a major engagement's momentum changing. Xiao Yan had made a decisive move. And 30 seconds after that, he came over the eastern wing's roof with the specific arrival quality of someone who had been going toward things their whole life and hadn't stopped. The heavenly flame technique. Xiao Yan deployed it in a targeted application, not the wide area version he'd used in the duel with Yanran, but something focused, directed at the specific position Wu had committed to, arriving at the angle that Wu's current engagement posture couldn't fully respond to. The combined force of the incoming heavenly flame strike and Xianxia's unyielding stand defensive output, which had built through an extended engagement to a level that he could feel at the edge of what his current cultivation could channel, created something he hadn't planned for. Wu broke. Not injured, not killed. Broke from the position, from the operational commitment, from the rational calculation that had sustained the engagement. He disengaged with the full speed of a dozong moving at capacity, and he moved not east toward the valley or north toward the sect's outer boundary but up, over the mountain ridge, into the cloud cover, gone. The battle in the main compound concluded 10 minutes later. 2 of the 4 supporting dozong had withdrawn. 1 had been killed, by Xiao Yan, in an exchange that the sky reading sense had registered as brief and definitive. 1 had been captured by the Alliance's response team. Xianxia stood at the eastern wing gate and let the unyielding stand ability release. The warmth in his meridians dissipated in a long exhalation. The reserves it had burned were significant. He'd need 2 days of recovery before full training intensity was possible. Yanran put her hand on his arm. Not checking for injury. Just placing it there. He put his hand over hers. The gate was open behind them. The sect was intact around them. The sky over Misty Cloud Mountain was clearing from the battle-stirred clouds, moving toward the specific blue of late autumn that was one of the most beautiful things he'd found in this world. Valor plus 200 RP, the system noted. He filed it and paid attention to the sky instead. Chapter 99. The aftermath lasted 3 days. 3 days of after-action review, medical treatment, alliance coordination, Hall of Souls intelligence assessment from the captured operative, and the particular weight of decisions about what to do with information that couldn't be undone. The captured operative, Do Zong, designated internally as Reaper 4, provided significant intelligence under questioning. He was the type who calculated survival odds accurately and had arrived at the conclusion that cooperation was the better option. What he said about the Hall's operational structure added several pieces to the picture Shen Tian had been building for 2 years. The Hall had a hierarchy above Protector Wu. The authorization for Wu's expanded operation had come from that hierarchy, and the disengagement following the Valley and Misty Cloud engagements had generated an internal review that Wu was now navigating. Review in the Hall of Souls context meant, the operative under review had been provided an opportunity to explain why their operation had produced unexpected outcomes, and the outcome of the explanation would determine whether they continued operating or became a different kind of asset. Wu was under review. Whatever came out of that review would determine the next threat. The timeline to the next operational decision, 3 to 4 months. He documented this and added it to the Alliance's strategic planning file. Xiao Yan came to the study on the second day. He sat in the chair that Hai Badong had used, that Yanran had used, that the little doctor had used, the chair that had absorbed a significant portion of the past 2 years' worth of serious conversations, and said, "I know you've been helping me. Since the beginning. I know you know. I knew after Misty Cloud, when you told me about the routing message. But I knew before that, actually. I just couldn't prove it." He looked at his hands. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidence, and the specific nature of the interventions, always information, never direct action, always positioned so I could use the help without becoming dependent on it. He paused. That's a specific philosophy. Not everyone does it that way. The goal was your development, not my involvement in it. Why? He thought about this answer. Not the tactical version, that answer was available and he could give it in 30 seconds and it would be accurate. The real version. Because I saw someone with real capability and insufficient support, and I understand what that costs. And because I had the means to change the cost without changing the capability. He met Xiao Yan's eyes. You would have made it either way. The interventions made it less cruel, not less earned. Xiao Yan was quiet for a long moment. Then, I want you to know, when things get bad enough that I'm needed for something specific, ask me directly. I don't need to be managed. I know. The management was for the developmental phase. A pause. That phase is over. Good. He stood. I'm going to the Central Plains. There are things there that can't wait. He paused at the door. But I'll be back when Jiama needs me. I know. Xiao Yan left. Shen Tian sat with the quiet of the study and counted what had been built. 1 alliance holding, 1 sect intact, 1 operative network confirmed functional under maximum stress, 1 Dozun whose development had proceeded as hoped, 1 defensive architecture that had held a Dozong engagement without catastrophic loss. And the reputation system, which had been running its own tally through all of it, registered the threshold crossing with a quality he'd never felt before. Not the incremental warmth of individual gains but something larger, the specific feeling of a category changing, a tier shifting, a horizon reaching what had always been on the other side of it. Legendary tier. 50,000 RP. He sat with that for a long time. Chapter 100. The legendary threshold arrived not with fanfare but with the specific quality of something that had been inevitable from a long way out and was finally, simply, here. 50,000 RP. The aura of Regard's evolution notification was different from previous threshold crossings, not the incremental refinement of respected or the structural shift of renowned. This was a qualitative change in what the system was showing him, not a single ability unlocked but a gateway revealed. The system's notation read, Hidden Quest Unlocked, The Guardian's Path. He sat with the notification for 20 minutes before examining it. The Guardian's Path, as the system described it, was not a quest in the conventional Cultivation novel sense. It wasn't a location to travel to or an enemy to defeat. It was a choice, the fundamental path expression of what his accumulated reputation and method had been building toward. The system presented 3 options, each drawing from different aspects of what the 50,000 RP across its categories had created: Sovereign Path, Command Authority Amplified, Ability to lead and direct others with unnatural precision, Reputation used as force; Sage Path, Knowledge and Insight Amplified, Ability to understand and analyze at extraordinary depth, Reputation used as wisdom; Guardian Path, Protective Capability Amplified, Ability to preserve what matters against disproportionate threat, Reputation used as a shield. He knew, before he'd finished reading the third description, which one he was choosing. Sovereign and Sage had appeal. He was not entirely immune to the appeal of either authority or understanding. He'd spent 2 years building networks and analyzing information, and the Sage Path's promise was genuinely attractive. But what had driven every choice since the beginning, what had driven the defensive formation investment, the intelligence work aimed at protection rather than advantage, the positioning that put himself between threats and the people he cared about, was not authority and not understanding. It was the specific, quiet urgency of making sure the things worth preserving were preserved. He chose Guardian. The choice registered in the system with the sensation of something fundamental settling into place, a tectonic shift in the underlying architecture of what the reputation system was doing in his cultivation. The sky reading sense expanded immediately, 200 meters became 3, then 4, and stabilized at approximately 500, half a kilometer of ambient awareness, extending in all directions, calibrated to his specific sense of what was worth knowing. The unyielding stand ability evolved into its Guardian expression, no longer limited to physical combat position holding, but applicable to any chosen defense of any person or principle he'd consciously committed to protecting. And a new ability appeared in the system's catalog, unfamiliar and exact, Aegis of the Worthy. He read the parameters and then sat very still for several minutes. Aegis of the Worthy was a conditional ability. It activated when someone he had genuinely, consciously committed to protecting was in mortal danger, and when it activated, his defensive capability relative to that person's threat scaled with the full weight of the reputation he'd built with them and through them. Not his raw cultivation level. Not his training. His actual accumulated credibility with actual people. The operational implications were significant. The personal implications were larger. He closed the journal. He'd been writing for 3 hours. The dawn was beginning to register on the study's eastern window. Yanran knocked at the door, not on the frame, on the actual door, which meant she'd been awake since before dawn and had been waiting for an appropriate moment to check on him, which meant she'd been tracking the fact that his cultivation signature had changed in a way that was visible to a Do Ling in the same compound, and had been giving him time to process it. He opened the door. She looked at him. Her expression ran through its usual sequence, neutral, assessing, arriving at the specific warmth she kept behind everything else. The system did something, she said. A significant something. Are you all right? He thought about the question in the way she'd asked it, not asking about cultivation or tactical status, asking about him. Yes, he said. I think for the first time in a while, I'm actually all right. She reached out and took his hand. The eastern window was brightening. The valley was waking up around them. Protector Wu was somewhere in the Hall of Souls review process, and whatever came next was coming. But the structure was real. The people were real. The Guardian path was chosen. He had work to do. Chapter 101. The Jia Ma Empire celebrated its liberation for 3 weeks. Shen Tian allowed himself one of them. He spent the first day sleeping, 14 hours of dreamless unconsciousness that his body demanded with the authority of a creditor calling in debts. The battle against Protector Wu, the Misty Cloud defense, the months of strategic coordination at cultivation levels that had kept his meridians continuously near their operating ceiling, the accumulated exhaustion arrived with the full weight of everything he'd been postponing paying. He woke to the sound of Yanran in the practice courtyard. She'd been at it since dawn, by the sound of it, the specific rhythm of someone who processed victory through physical output rather than rest. He lay still for a while, listening, and found that the ability to simply lie still and listen without the background urgency of impending threat was something he'd forgotten the quality of. The legendary threshold had settled. The guardian path's expression was running in his cultivation's deep architecture with the stability of something that had been placed correctly, not foreign, not new, but foundational. What he was doing now was learning to live at a new altitude. 3-star Do Ling. Aegis of the worthy available. The sky reading sense extended half a kilometer in all directions, which meant the valley's entire perimeter was within his ambient awareness without effort. He lay in the morning light and felt the compound waking up. Hai Badong at the northern compound reviewing the formation matrices that had been damaged in the engagement, the little doctor in the medical ward treating the 3 wounded Alliance members still in recovery, his father's morning correspondence arriving by hawk at the main gate. He got up. Dressed. Ate a proper meal for the first time in 3 days. Went to find his father's correspondence before it accumulated into an obligation. The letter from his father was brief and characteristically honest. The Shen family had survived, the estate had not been touched during Wu's campaign, and the secondary branch was, in his father's understated phrasing, showing a degree of appropriate reticence that was refreshing. The no-confidence motion had not been repeated. Shen Liang had apparently developed a new perspective on what constituted poor leadership, and that perspective had been assisted by the fact that his son was now strategic advisor to the Defense Alliance and had just helped defeat a Do Zong. Reputation plus 40 RP from the letter itself, the system reading what the relationship represented, what the connection cost, what the acknowledgement meant. He filed it and wrote back. He wrote for an hour. To his father, to Elder Qin at the Misty Cloud sect, to Yun Yun, to Yi Chen at the Defense Council. The victory phase required its own correspondence, not the intelligence reports and strategy documents of the crisis phase, but the slower, denser communication of people who had been through something significant together and needed to account for it. By the time Yanran appeared in the study doorway, her practice clothes damp and her expression carrying the specific brightness that came after hard physical effort, he had finished 5 letters and started the 6th. "You're writing already," she said. "The correspondence waited while we were busy." "It doesn't wait indefinitely." She came to read over his shoulder. He was writing to the little doctor. She'd been in the valley's medical ward since the battle, immersed in treatment work and systematic processing, and he'd been careful about how much he asked of her in the immediate aftermath. The letter was asking how she was. Not reporting anything. Asking. Yanran read it and didn't say anything. She pulled the spare chair to the desk and sat beside him, and opened his intelligence file, and started reviewing the post-battle assessment without being asked. They worked side by side through the morning. The celebration outside the valley walls, the Empire's 3 weeks of relief and noise and the specific joy of threats removed, moved past them in the way that weather moves past a room with good windows. Present, acknowledged, not particularly relevant to what was being done inside. He found he was happy. Not triumphant. Not satisfied in the way of achieved objectives. Simply, present, and working, and beside someone who was also present and working. Happy in the specific quiet way that had become the most reliable version of it. The system noted, respect plus 25 RP. The category's steady accumulation was almost soothing at this point. He was becoming someone he hadn't originally planned to be. He found he didn't object. Chapter 102. Reputation, 52,340 RP. Legendary tier. The categories were running at a combined weight that had moved past the incremental tracking he'd been doing since the beginning. He'd stopped logging individual gains because the daily accumulation from the Alliance network's existence, from the ongoing relationships, from the reputation that had now acquired its own gravitational presence in the Empire's social landscape, was essentially continuous. He was famous. This was strange. He visited Nalan Jia on the 4th day of the celebration period, when the estate had quieted enough that the visit could be private rather than ceremonial. The old man was in the garden, the same ornamental pond where Yanran had kissed him for the first time, where the koi still circled in their lateral logic, where the jasmine still had an opinion about the evening. Nalan Jia sat in his blanket chair with the physician's approved cushion arrangement and the expression of a man who was comfortable enough to be comfortable, which was something different from comfortable. "The soul poison compound," Xianxia said, settling into the adjacent chair. "The jade root stabilization is still holding. 8 more months at minimum." "Your physician estimates," Nalan Jia said. "My physician estimates are different. He says 7. His baseline is the compound's manufacturer's specification. I'm working from the actual formation's current energy output, which is running approximately 15% above specification because of how Elder Qin restructured the circulation matrix last month." The old man looked at him. 8 months. Approximately. And after 8 months? There are materials in the Sky Pavilion's archive that can extend the stabilization indefinitely. I've been building toward that access for 3 months. The path is clear. It requires a cultivation threshold I don't currently have, but the trajectory is on schedule. He met the old man's eyes. "You will not die from this before I have a solution." Nalan Jia looked at him for a long moment. The koi circled. The jasmine was opinionated. "You're very certain," the old man said. "I'm working toward certainty. That's different from having it. Most people say things like I'll do my best and mean that as an acceptable outcome. You say I'll work toward certainty and mean something that sounds like certainty but has been constructed to remain honest. He smiled. You're a strange young man, Xianxia. I've been told. My granddaughter thinks you're the most interesting person she's ever met. He said it with the specific tone of a man relaying information that he considered entirely relevant and was choosing not to editorialize about. She doesn't tell me things directly anymore, she thinks I'm fragile. I'm not fragile, I'm ill. There's a difference. But I hear what's in her voice when your name comes up. A pause. I want you to know that whatever she has decided about you, I have decided the same. That matters to me, Xianxia said. More than most things, I thought it might. The old man adjusted his blanket. Enough sentiment. Tell me about the Hall of Souls review process. Yanran mentioned Wu was under internal review. He told him. Nalan Yanran listened with the sharp attention of a man who had spent decades in the empire's political structure and had opinions about how organizations managed accountability. Some of those opinions were relevant. He took notes. He visited the old man 3 more times during the celebration week. Yanran came with him on the 3rd visit and sat on the garden wall, not participating in the conversation, watching the koi with the expression she wore when she was allowing herself to want something she wasn't going to say out loud. He saw it. He filed it. He thought about what it would take to give her what she wanted. The answer was, more than he currently had. But the trajectory was on schedule. Chapter 103. The system evolution arrived without warning at the end of the 2nd celebration week. He was in the practice yard at dawn when the notification arrived, not the incremental RP gain he'd learned to register peripherally but something categorical, a shift in the underlying architecture of the system itself that felt like a season changing. The system's notation read, Legendary Tier Stability confirmed. Guardian Path Expression activated. System Evolution Phase 1, Path Expression deepening. And then, before he'd finished parsing the first notification, the second, Meditation Chamber encountered. Coordinates recognized, Deep Function Pathway at current Cultivation Integration Threshold. Proceed at will. He stood in the early light with dawn birds beginning and the valley waking up around him, and the system was showing him a door. The meditation chamber, as the system mapped it, was not a physical location in the conventional sense, it was an internal space access through a specific cultivation state, a deep function pathway that the Guardian Path's expression had opened at the intersection of his current cultivation level and the legendary threshold stability. He'd read about such spaces in the cultivation texts he'd absorbed over the past 2 years, internal cultivation realms, sometimes described as heart spaces, that existed as genuine domains accessible through the right meditative state. He sat down on the practice yard stone bench and went there. The chamber was constructed from the architecture of his own cultivation, everything he'd built and the principles it expressed, made visible in a form that was simultaneously internal and real. High walls of the specific blue-gray of the azure firmament art's original color, but deeper, denser. The canopy art's sky motif expressed as a ceiling that was open and infinite simultaneously, the sky reading sense present as a physical quality of light, coming from everywhere and nowhere. At the chamber center, a figure that was not a person but registered as a presence. The quality of an ancestor, or a principle, or both, the specific gravity of something that had been in the world long before he arrived and would be in the world after he was done. He understood, without direct communication, that this was the accumulated echo of the canopy art's original creator, not the creator themselves, but the resonance of their intention, preserved in the technique. 3 doors in the chamber's far wall. Not physical choices but cultivation expressions, 3 trajectories from where he stood, leading to 3 different expressions of what the Guardian Path could become. He read them with the same care he'd given the original path choice. The first door led to Sovereign Guardian, the guardian who commands, who directs others in defense, whose protection operates through authority and coordination. He would become the most effective defensive commander who had ever operated in this empire. The second door led to Sage Guardian, the guardian who understands, who anticipates threats through complete knowledge, whose protection operates through perfect information. He would know everything that was coming before it arrived. The third door led to Guardian Absolute, the guardian who holds, who stands between threat and the worth protecting with the full weight of every relationship and every choice and every RP ever earned. The protection was not strategic and not prophetic. It was personal. Absolute. The cultivation of someone who had decided that certain things were worth any cost and had built a self that could pay it. He already knew which door he was going to open. He stood at the sovereign door first anyway. Not to consider it, to understand what he was choosing against. The Sovereign Guardian's expression in the meditation chamber was visible as a landscape rather than a room, an elevated position, every element of the network arranged below and visible at once, the commander's perspective where everything could be seen and directed simultaneously. The appeal was real. He'd spent 2 years building a network and the single most consistent limiting factor had been his inability to be in all the places the network required him to be simultaneously. Sovereign Guardian would have resolved that. He would have been, effectively, everywhere in his network at once. He looked at it for 30 seconds. Then he stepped back. The Sovereign Path built protection through control. Control of what other people did, through the authority his reputation conferred. It was genuinely protective. People under that kind of guidance were safer than people acting on their own. But the specific safety it provided came at the cost of the specific strength the people in his network had been developing, the ability to act on their own judgment, from their own values, in the specific way that Yanran's independent tactical assessment and the little doctor's cultivation innovation and Xiao Yan's pathfinding had all been building. The sovereign path would have made them better components. It would have made them less themselves. He didn't want components. He wanted people. He stepped to the sage door. The landscape it showed was extraordinary, a web of knowledge so comprehensive that the world's events were legible before they happened, every threat predicted and preempted, the specific exhaustion of constant reactive improvisation replaced by the calm of someone who always knew what was coming. The appeal was even more real than the sovereigns had been. He'd spent 2 years working with incomplete information on tight timelines, making judgment calls under uncertainty, watching plans require improvisation because the intelligence picture had gaps. Sage Guardian would have closed every gap. He stood at it for a minute. Then he stepped back from that one too. Perfect knowledge wasn't the same as appropriate action. He knew this because he'd watched intelligent people with complete information make poor choices before, people who knew everything that was relevant but had aligned their knowledge to the wrong values. Knowledge without commitment was sophisticated helplessness. He didn't want to know everything that was coming. He wanted to be the kind of person who could meet what was coming with everything he actually was. The third door. The one he'd known from the beginning. Guardian Absolute. Chapter 104. The third door opened into a space that was not a room but a state. He was in the meditation chamber and he was also somewhere else, somewhere that existed at the intersection of every genuine decision he'd made about what he was willing to defend. The presence that had constructed this space, the echo of the Canopy Art's creator, was communicating in a way that bypassed language and operated directly on understanding. What he understood, the Guardian Absolute Path did not grant power in the conventional cultivation sense. What it granted was something more specific, the ability to make his protection real, in any situation, against any threat, commensurate with the actual worth of what he was protecting, as measured not by rank or bloodline or political value but by the genuine relationships he'd built and the genuine reputation he'd earned through them. The system's reputation mechanic was not the system doing something to him. It was the system recognizing something about how he operated that was real, and translating it into a form that interacted with the world's cultivation architecture. Aegis of the Worthy was not a new ability. It was the formal expression of something he'd been doing since he stood at the Shen Estate corridor with a toxin in his blood and shouted for witnesses. He made the choice to accept the Guardian Absolute Path. 3 new abilities registered, each expressed in the system's notation but each feeling, when he examined them, like the formalization of something he'd already been. Bond resonance, when in active cultivation contact with someone he had a genuine protective bond with, their combat capabilities were enhanced by the strength of that bond. Not by his power but by the bond's reality. The Aegis worked outward, bond resonance worked both directions. Voice of the Guardian, his presence in a situation created a specific environmental effect for those he'd committed to protecting, clarity of thought, steadiness under pressure, the ability to access the fullness of their own capability without the interference of fear. Not his capability amplifying theirs. His presence removing the obstacles that were preventing their capability from operating fully. Weight of Heaven, a final ability, listed with a notation he'd never seen before, reserved for the moment when the cost has been calculated and accepted. It had no passive expression. No parameters to examine. It was a sealed potential that the system would not describe until the moment it could be used. He examined Weight of Heaven's notation for a long time. The system had never shown him something it wouldn't describe. The opacity was itself information. He came back from the meditation chamber to the practice yard, where the dawn had fully arrived. He sat still on the stone bench for several minutes, processing. Yanran appeared at the practice yard entrance. She read his face with the skill she'd developed over 2 years of watching it process significant things. She said nothing. She crossed the yard and sat beside him and put her shoulder against his. He leaned into it. Just slightly. Enough to acknowledge without explaining. They sat in the morning light, and he thought about Weight of Heaven, and the fact that the system wouldn't tell him what it cost until the moment of use was information that he filed under. This will matter later. Chapter 105. Testing the Guardian Absolute Path's new abilities required care. He began with bond resonance, because it was the ability he could examine most directly. The activation condition was explicit, genuine protective bond, active cultivation contact. He knew who qualified. He knew who he'd have to ask. He asked Yanran. She listened to the explanation with the focused attention she gave technical cultivation questions, asked 3 clarifying questions that demonstrated she'd understood the mechanism completely, and said, "What do you need from me?" Spar. Full intensity. I'll activate bond resonance at the moment of genuine engagement, when I actually intend to protect, not when I'm performing protection, and we'll see what the enhancement looks like. She looked at him. If it enhances my combat capability through your protective intent, and my protective intent for you is real, he looked at her. Does it run in both directions? The description says the bond enhancement flows from my activation. But a bond that runs one direction isn't a bond in the relevant sense. It may be symmetric. Maybe. We'll find out. They sparred for an hour. At the 40-minute mark, When the session had moved past performance into the genuine intensity of two Do Lings who were no longer going easy, he activated bond resonance. The enhancement was extraordinary and immediate. Yanran's movement, which was already exceptional, gained a quality he had no technical description for, a depth of precision that went past technique into something that felt like the complete expression of everything she'd trained for, without the usual gap between intention and execution. She hit 3 positions in a 12-second sequence that he estimated she'd manage perhaps once in 10 tries at full intensity under normal conditions. She felt it happen. He could see it in her expression, surprise, recognition, then the focused brightness of someone who understands what a new thing can do and immediately starts using it. And he felt something coming back. Not the same ability, not bond resonance mirrored, but a quality of clarity in his own engagement that he traced, after the session, to the voice of the guardian ability operating in the reverse direction of what he'd expected. His presence was removing her obstacles. Her presence was removing his. They stopped by mutual acknowledgement when both of them were breathing hard. It runs both directions, she said. Yes. She sat on the practice yard stones, unceremonious, catching her breath. He sat across from her. The morning light was moving into afternoon. I've been fighting since I was 7, she said. And I've never felt like that. She looked at her hands. Like every decision I made in those 12 seconds was exactly the decision I meant to make. That's the voice of the guardian. My presence removes the interference between what you intend and what you do. In theory. In practice. In practice, he agreed. She looked at him with an expression he'd been learning to read for 2 years and still found specific instances he couldn't classify. Does it require you to be present? Physically? Unclear. I'd estimate that proximity amplifies it and distance attenuates it, but that genuine bond may sustain a weaker version at range. I'd need to test it. We should test it. Yes. She stood. Later. I want to train while I still have the feeling. It might be learnable. She picked up her sword. Come back in 2 hours and tell me what the Aegis can do against a Do Wang simulated strike pattern. He came back in 2 hours. They spent the afternoon mapping the Aegis's performance envelope against different threat levels. It was technically productive and also one of the most enjoyable afternoons he'd had in 2 years, which was a data point about what made afternoons enjoyable that he filed separately from the Cultivation documentation. Chapter 106. The little doctor's test of the Aegis arrived unexpectedly, in the form of a crisis rather than a controlled exercise. He was in the northern compound reviewing formation matrices with Hai Badong when the little doctor's cultivation message relay sent 3 rapid pulses, the signal for medical emergency. The little doctor is the source, not the recipient. He was at the medical ward in 90 seconds. The woeful poisoned body had been stable for months. The cultivation advancement, the technique integration, the systematic work she'd been doing with her cultivation to sublimate the chaos energy into the poison veils architecture had brought the most dangerous manifestations down to manageable levels. He'd filed this as controlled rather than resolved, which was accurate but which had not prepared him for what controlled could still mean in a moment of stress. She was in the center of the ward, standing very still, and the space around her had acquired the quality he'd learned to associate with the woeful poison body's maximum expression. A field of active poison essence that she was containing through pure concentration, visible to the cultivator's eye as a shimmering distortion in the air, and which contained enough lethality to kill everyone in the medical ward if her control faltered. The medical ward had 3 patients in recovery. None of them were capable of moving quickly. He walked in. I've got it, she said, through the stillness of someone using every available mental resource for a single task. I know. He walked toward her. The Aegis activated, not because he decided to activate it, but because his genuine protective intent for her was present and the system recognized the mortal danger and translated it. The Aegis field expanded from him in the specific direction of her and the patients behind her, covering the space between the woeful poison body's manifestation and the people who needed to not be in its path. What happened next was something he would spend significant time documenting afterward. The Aegis, in the presence of the woeful poison body's chaos energy, did not simply block. It created a boundary condition, a genuine barrier between the chaos energy and everything he was protecting, that also, unexpectedly, created a containment geometry for the chaos energy itself. The barrier was not passive. It was responsive. It recognized the woeful poison body's specific energy signature and created a structural frame around it that reduced the concentration requirement for her control. She felt it. He could see it in her face, the specific transition from maximum effort to something more sustainable, the quality of someone who had been holding a dam in place with their hands and felt the dam acquire a second structure. The Aegis is, she said. I know. I see it. It's compatible with my cultivation. It appears to be. That means, she paused. Her hands, wrapped as always, lowered slightly. The chaos field stabilized. It means when you're present, the woeful poison body's manifestations are safer. For everyone. For you too, he said. The Aegis stabilizes the containment requirement. You're spending less of yourself to hold it. She stood very still for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, she stopped. Started again. I've been wrapped since I was 4 years old. I've never touched anyone without causing harm. Another stop. With the Aegis active. Could you? He extended his hand, palm up. She took her wrapping off her right hand with the careful movements of someone doing something they'd never done in adult life. Her hand, unbound, was ordinary, slightly calloused from her practice. The same hands anyone had. She placed it in his. The Aegis was active. The woeful poison body's essence touched the Aegis field and was absorbed, contained, made safe. She felt it. The expression on her face was something he didn't have a category for, not joy exactly. More specific than joy. The recognition of something you'd believed was permanently impossible turning out to be merely difficult. He held her hand until the woeful poison body's acute manifestation subsided. He did not say anything. Some things were not helped by being said. She rewrapped her hand afterward, quickly, with the efficiency of deep habit. She looked at him with the expression she wore when she was deciding how much of what she felt to show. "Thank you," she said. "Yes," he said. The word contained everything he meant and nothing more. They stayed in the medical ward until the physician had checked all 3 patients and confirmed that the woeful poison body's manifestation had left no lasting harm in the space. The formation he'd established in the room, a basic energy clearing architecture he'd learned from Elder Chin for post-incident cultivation cleanup, ran for an hour after the acute event subsided and left the air clean. He walked back to the north compound with the little doctor. She was carrying herself differently, not dramatically, not in a way that most observers would have registered. But he noticed because he'd been paying attention to how she carried herself since their first meeting in the mountain valley, and the specific quality of her posture when she'd been through something she was still processing had a distinctive signature. "The Aegis compatibility," he said. "I've been thinking about it since you arrived." She was looking at the compound's pathways, the stones and the planet edges, the specific attention of someone who moved through the world paying close attention to where they put their feet. The woeful poison body's architecture it's not compatible with most external cultivation influence. I've had cultivators try to help before. Teachers, physicians, specialists. The attempts don't work because the poison body treats external cultivation as a threat and intensifies the manifestation. She paused. Yours doesn't read as external. The Aegis is conditioned on genuine protective intent. The poison body may be responding to the intent rather than the cultivation. Or both. The intent shapes how the cultivation expresses. She was quiet for a few steps. I've been building the veil as a way to make the poison body useful rather than only dangerous. Sublimating the chaos energy into something I can direct. But the containment overhead, how much of my cultivation capacity is spent just managing the baseline, that's been constant since I first manifested at 6 years old. She looked at him sideways. With the Aegis active, the containment overhead dropped by approximately a third. In real terms, that's a significant amount of capacity that I've never had available. He thought about the implications. If you can maintain the reduced overhead state over extended periods, your cultivation advancement rate would accelerate. Yes. She looked at her wrapped hands. I know. We'll need to test the range at which the Aegis's containment support effect remains active. And the effect under your veil's extended deployment. He stopped. Added, this wasn't why I built the Aegis. I want to be clear about that. She looked at him. I know that too. A pause. But it's why it matters that you did. They were at the north compound's entrance. The evening light was on the valley. Everything continued. Chapter 107. Yanran reached Do Wang 3 weeks after the celebration period ended. She told him at breakfast, the morning after the breakthrough, by setting down her teacup with a slightly different quality of movement, not dramatically, not with announcement, but with the specific grounded quality of someone who was carrying more of themselves than they had the day before. He read it immediately. Do Wang. Last night. Midnight. She picked up the teacup again. I couldn't sleep after. I tried to wake you and then decided you needed the sleep more. You should have woken me. She looked at him with her almost smile. You would have been awake for 4 hours analyzing the breakthrough event. That's exactly what I would have done, yes. Hence not waking you. She drank the tea. How does it compare to your Do Ling breakthrough? In terms of the qualitative shift? Do Ling felt like stepping outside a room, he said. Do Wang, he thought about it. I haven't reached Do Wang. I can infer from the canopy arts architecture what it should feel like, but I don't have personal experience. She nodded. Larger, again. And, she paused. My sword work. There's something that resolved in it. I've been reaching for a technique refinement for 4 months, something about the 6th form's extension, and overnight, the pathway clicked into place. Like the rank brought something that the training was pointing at. Do Wang unlocks a new category of technique integration. The cultivation architecture at that rank supports forms of combat coordination that aren't accessible below it. He looked at her. You're 2 ranks above me now. Temporarily. That's a charitable estimate of my advancement rate. She set the teacup down and looked at him directly with the expression that meant she was going to say something real. Your advancement rate has been extraordinary by any normal measure. You were Do J when this started. You're 3-star Do Ling. That's She paused. Don't qualify your development against me. We're not in competition. I know. I was noting the gap from an operational perspective. The operational perspective is that with bond resonance active, our combined effective capability is higher than the sum of our individual ranks. The gap matters less than the structure. He looked at her. She was entirely right, and she'd expressed it as an operational observation rather than as comfort, which was exactly how he would have needed to hear it to accept it. He had no idea whether she'd done that deliberately or whether it was simply how she thought. 3-star Do Ling, he said. I need to advance faster. Then let's train, she said, and finished her tea. They trained for 4 hours that morning. Bond resonance active throughout. The quality of the session was something he documented in the clinical section of his Cultivation journal and also in a separate section that was not clinical, a section he'd started 3 months ago and didn't show to anyone. The little doctor reached Do Huang 2 days later. He'd estimated another month. The Aegis-assisted stabilization of the woeful poison body's containment requirement had apparently freed enough cultivation resources that her advancement had accelerated significantly. He revised his advancement estimates for everyone in the valley. The Guardian Absolute Path's bond resonance and voice of the Guardian effects, operating continuously in a small group of closely bonded cultivators, were producing cascade effects he hadn't fully planned for. This was good. He adjusted the training protocols to take advantage of it. Chapter 108. The breakthrough to Do Wang arrived not during training but during the middle of the night, in the third week after Yanran's advancement, in circumstances that he would have considered embarrassing to describe to anyone not already present. He'd woken at midnight from a dream that he remembered only in fragments, something about standing on a high place with everything he cared about visible below, and the specific feeling of being sufficient for the position. He'd been thinking about Nalan Jia and the dream. About the 8-month timeline and what came after it. About the specific weight of a promise made to an old man in a garden. He was lying in the dark with that weight and the cultivation channels running through the meditation cycle he'd developed for the hours when sleep wasn't available, and the 4th volume of the Canopy art was doing something he'd felt approaching for weeks, building the final frame of the structure it had been assembling, click by click, since the Do Ling breakthrough. Connection. That was what the 4th volume was about. The cultivation of connection as a real, functional extension of the self, not metaphorical connection, not emotional connection, but the literal cultivation architecture linking of one person's energy field to another's in a way that was as real as the field itself. He understood this in the dark, in the middle of the night, thinking about an old man's grip on his hand and a promise he'd made with every intention of keeping. Do Wang opened. Not violently. Not with the crack and surge of previous breakthroughs. Like a door completing its arc, swinging all the way open. His cultivation architecture expanded into the new rank with the seamlessness of water finding the level it was meant to find. The 4th volume of the Canopy art activated fully. The connection quality he'd understood as an idea became a living part of his cultivation's expression, not that he was now connected to specific people, but that his capability for genuine connection had acquired a cultivation translation, and that translation was something the Canopy art had been building toward from its first page. He lay in the dark at Do Wang. The sky reading sense extended another calibrated expansion, half a kilometer to a full kilometer in all directions. The valley was enormous in his awareness, and beyond it the mountains, and somewhere in the mountains an old man was sleeping with a formation working in his chest and 8 months of borrowed time left. He got up and went to the practice yard and ran the 4th volume's opening forms in the dark, learning what his hands could do at the new rank. The forms were different, not the sky reading and presence architecture of the 3rd volume, but something that felt relational, each form designed for 2 rather than 1, each movement containing a space for where the other person in the cultivation connection would be. Twin forms. The Canopy art at Do Wang was built for collaboration in a way the previous volumes hadn't been. He practiced until dawn. By the time the light came, he'd mapped the 4th volume's initial sequence and had a preliminary assessment of what twin firmament dance, the technique the 4th volume was building toward, would look like when he'd learned it properly. He needed Yanran to learn it with him. She appeared at the practice yard as the dawn light arrived, already dressed, with the expression of someone who had felt a change in the valley's cultivation landscape and followed it to its source. He looked at her. Do Wang, she said. Do Wang. She was smiling, not the public smile or the amused smile but the real one, the small crooked one. I told you it was temporary. You did. She crossed the yard to him. He showed her the 4th volume's opening form. She learned the movement in 2 attempts because she was Yanran and that was what she did. She understood the relational architecture in 6 minutes because she'd been paying attention to how the bond resonance worked. This is a joint technique, she said. Twin firmament dance, the 4th volume's primary application. It requires 2 cultivators running the Canopy art's architecture in coordinated resonance. He paused. You'd need to learn the 4th volume's foundational structures. I can learn them. I know. They began that morning. They spent 3 weeks on the foundation before the first coordinated sequence was workable. The technique was extraordinary, not because of the raw power it produced, which was substantial, but because of the specific quality of the coordination it enabled. Two cultivators who knew each other well enough to run in genuine resonance created something that was qualitatively different from two cultivators fighting in the same space. It was, and he spent a long time finding the right word, symphonic. He filed this as primary application for the Nalan estate's final defense. The 8-month timeline was now 7. He had 7 months to prepare what was needed. The window was narrowing beautifully. The twin firmament dance's 3-week foundation period had its own quality, specific, contained, different from any other period of training he'd experienced in this world. The practice sessions were in the morning, 2 hours, when the light was clearest and the cultivation channels were most receptive. He'd been training with Yanran in various formats for 2 years, and joint training had always been good, productive, complementary, each of them improving through the combination. But this was categorically different. The 4th volume was built for this. The canopy art had been waiting for this application since the first volume's opening form, building the architecture in increments through the sky reading and presence and connection work, pointing toward the specific expression of genuine resonance as the technique's culminating application. Not two people fighting in coordination. Two people whose understanding of each other was so complete that the distinction between one person's cultivation and the other's became, not irrelevant, but secondary to the connection that the technique was expressing. On the 14th day, they ran the first full sequence together. He'd been expecting something technically impressive. What he experienced was technically impressive and also something else, a quality of rightness that he hadn't known was absent until it was present. The sequence moved through its positions with the specific inevitability of something that was true rather than constructed. When her movement led into the connection point where his response was required, the response arrived not because he'd memorized the position but because he understood, at a level below technique, what the moment required. She was doing the same thing. Both of them responding to the same thing simultaneously, from the same understanding. He stopped the sequence after the 3rd movement. She looked at him. "We're not performing the technique," he said. "We're expressing it." I noticed. She looked at her hands, then at him. "This is what the 4th volume has been building toward." "Yes. It takes two people who," she stopped. "Started again. You can't do this with someone you don't know." "No. The resonance requires genuine understanding of the other person's cultivation architecture. Which requires time and honest engagement and," he paused, "caring about the outcome that isn't yours." She looked at him for a moment with the expression he found difficult to categorize. Then she resumed the sequence from the 4th movement. They ran it to completion. Then again, and again, until the dawn had become morning. By the end, he understood something the documentation hadn't captured. The twin firmament dance was not a combat technique with cultivation theory attached. It was a statement about what cultivation was for, the expression of connection as something that could be made real enough to change the world. That was the canopy art's entire purpose, visible at last in its full form. Chapter 109. The Hall of Souls sent its message on the evening of the 4th month. Not Wu. Wu was still in the internal review process. Shen-Tian's intelligence networks confirmed he was being assessed, and the review's delays suggested the Hall was recalibrating their GMA operation more thoroughly than a simple operative reassignment would require. What arrived instead was a communication through the diplomatic channel the Hall occasionally used when they wanted something acknowledged rather than simply executed. The communication was addressed to him personally. It was from a Hall figure designated only as Elder Hunya, Senior Tier, Dozun at minimum based on the energy signature sealed into the diplomatic message. The content was precise and cold, the Hall's assessment of the GMA situation, which acknowledged that the current disruption to their operations represented an unusual level of coordinated resistance, and an offer, framed as a reasonable accommodation, 14 days to remove himself and his immediate associates from the Empire's defense structure, after which the Hall would resume operations with an escalation level calibrated to remove resistance comprehensively. 14 days. He read the message 4 times. Translated it from diplomatic framing to operational reality. The Hall was not actually offering accommodation. The 14 days was a deadline by which their next escalation level operation would be ready to deploy. They were informing him of the timeline in advance because knowing he was coming didn't help him stop them, and the knowledge would be usefully demoralizing. He set the message down. Nalan Yanran's soul poison. The 7 remaining months of stabilization. The Sky Pavilion's archive. The breakthrough he needed and the timeline he needed to achieve it. 14 days. And within those 14 days, Nalan Yanran's formation had to continue holding. He spent 6 hours on the problem before Yanran found him. "Tell me," she said, when she read his face. He told her. She read the message. Her expression moved through its sequence and arrived at the specific quality of controlled anger that she wore when the situation required anger to be useful rather than expressed. "They think the deadline will make you withdraw," she said. "It might be correct. The rational calculation says, the people I'm protecting are most likely to survive if I'm not visibly the target. But you're not going to do that." "No. Because stepping back from the defense structure doesn't make the people I'm protecting less visible to them. It just removes the defense." He met her eyes. "And because if I step back, the Alliance loses its intelligence architecture before the next engagement. The member families aren't protected by my absence. They're just less coordinated. She nodded. What do you need? Nalan Yanran needs to be seen as defended beyond the current formation. If the Hall's assessment is that the soul poison beacon is activatable from within the Alliance's perimeter, he stopped. Thought. The Aegis might cover this. If I can establish a persistent defensive bond with your grandfather that's strong enough to suppress the beacon's activation trigger, he hadn't finished the sentence before Yanran was already on her feet. We go tomorrow, she said. Tonight, you sleep. He slept, imperfectly, but enough. Before he slept, he spent 45 minutes with the message's physical object, the diplomatic communication itself, the jade and silk format the Hall used for formal correspondence. Not reviewing the content, which he'd already analyzed completely. Reading the message as an object, what it said about the people who had sent it. The Hall of Soul's senior leadership had composed this message deliberately. Hanya, or whoever had authored it, had chosen to send a formal communication rather than simply escalate directly, which meant the formal communication served a purpose beyond the content. It was an acknowledgement. A senior Hall of Souls figure was formally acknowledging that a network in one territory had created enough resistance to merit a diplomatic channel communication before escalation. That was unusual. He'd been researching the Hall's operational history since the turned operatives briefing, and formal communications before escalation were not standard. The Hall generally escalated without forewarning because forewarning gave resistance time to prepare. This communication gave him 14 days. He thought about why. Not the obvious answer, not because Hanya was being gracious or because the Hall valued diplomatic form. Because the communication served the Hall's interests in a way the obvious answer didn't capture. And then he had it, the communication was itself intelligence gathering. By sending the formal communication and waiting for the response, the Hall was watching how the defense structure reacted to the deadline. Did it panic? Disperse? Attempt negotiation? Hold position and prepare? Each response would tell the Hall something about the structure's stability, its leadership's judgment, its capacity to sustain coordinated response under psychological pressure. He was being assessed. He made a note, the 14 days is a test of whether we are who we appear to be. Respond as if the test is the point. He slept. Chapter 110. Nalan Yanran received them in the garden, at the koi pond, with the specific attitude of an old man who had been told significant news was coming and had decided to face it in his preferred location. Xianxia explained the soul poison beacon, not all of it, not the Hall's message, but the relevant mechanism. The woeful poison body research he'd accumulated through the little doctor's expertise suggested that the soul poison compound in Jie's condition included an activation trigger that could be remotely initiated by someone with the right technique. The activation would overwhelm the stabilization formation's capacity instantly. Nalan Yanran listened with the focus of a man receiving a medical diagnosis. Can your technique prevent the activation? He asked. I believe the Aegis can suppress the trigger. But it requires establishing a genuine protective bond. The ability operates on real relationship, not formal commitment. And maintaining that bond at activation suppression strength requires, he paused, proximity and sustained intent. I'd need to extend the bond through Yanran, using the bond resonance connection, because she's your granddaughter and the bond between you is deeper than anything I could build in 7 months. Nalan Yanran looked at Yanran. She was looking at the koi. Her jaw was set. What does it require from me? The old man asked. Nothing. The Aegis doesn't require the person being protected to do anything. It requires me to genuinely mean to protect you. He met the old man's eyes. I mean to protect you, Elder Nalan. That isn't in question. Jia looked at him for a long moment with the specific expression of a very old man who has lived long enough to recognize sincerity on sight. I know, he said. I've known since you told me everyone deserves time in this garden, which is not how ambitious young men talk to dying old ones. He paused. Do what you need to do. The Aegis extension through bond resonance was technically complex and took 3 hours of careful cultivation work, calibrating the chain link between his active Aegis, the bond resonance connection to Yanran, and Yanran's deep bond with her grandfather. The final structure, when it was established, felt like 3 nodes in a triangle rather than a single point of protection. When it was done, the soul poison beacon's activation trigger registered in his sky reading sense as suppressed. Not neutralized. The poison was still there. But the activation mechanism had no clear channel to operate through. He sat back from the cultivation work exhausted in the specific way of someone who had been doing fine work for too long. Nalan Yanran put his hand on Xianxia's arm. The grip was stronger than it had been since he'd first held it in this garden. Another year, the old man said. Not a question. A statement of what he expected. More than that, Xianxia said. I'm working on more than that. Yanran, sitting on the garden stones behind them, made no sound. But he felt the bond resonance carrying the quality of what she felt, and it was the specific weight of something that had been held for a long time and had finally, incrementally, been allowed to set down. Chapter 111. 3 days into the 14-day window, the Hall's escalation arrived early. Not the main force. A test, the specific kind of probe that a sophisticated organization sent before committing major resources, designed to assess whether the defensive structure held under pressure or whether the deadline psychology had already created cracks. The probe was a single operative, Do Zun, sent to Jade River City, one of the Alliance's eastern member cities, 300 kilometers from the valley. The operative's purpose was not harvest. It was demonstration, do something visible and costly in a city the Alliance was supposed to be defending, in the middle of a window where the strategic advisor had received a notice to withdraw, and observe whether the defense structure responded effectively or whether the morale damage had compromised coordination. He learned about it through the intelligence relay 6 hours after the operative arrived in Jade River. 6 hours was not enough time to move physical forces. The Rapid Response Team's 12-hour deployment target was for the valley-adjacent network. 300 kilometers was 36 hours under the best conditions. What it was enough time for was something he'd been building for a different scenario but which applied here with uncomfortable precision. He sent a message to Jade River's Alliance commander, a Do Wang named Cao Wei, who had been in the Alliance structure for 4 months and whom he'd assessed as competent and level-headed. The message contained 3 things: the operative's estimated position and approach vector based on intelligence, the specific technique he'd seen the Hall use for demonstration attacks, and 1 sentence: "You have everything you need to hold this. Trust the formation protocol. I'm monitoring." Then he activated the voice of the Guardian ability in the specific way he'd been developing since the meditation chamber, not the ambient field that operated within his direct presence, but the extended version he'd been testing with Yanran, where genuine bonds sustained a reduced but real effect at range. His bond with Cao Wei was not deep. 4 months of professional collaboration. Not nothing, but not what he had with Yanran or the Little Doctor. But the Alliance itself was the bond. The structure, the network, the investment of reputation and relationship that had built this connection, that was real, and real bonds carried voice of the Guardian, even attenuated. The Jade River defense held. The operative withdrew after 2 exchanges with Cao Wei's Do Wang force, not because the Do Wang matched the Do Zun, but because the defense was cohesive and the formation protocols held and the commander's decision-making was clear and unhesitant in a way that a demonstration attack wasn't designed to overcome. He received Cao Wei's after-action report 20 hours later. Defense held, was the entire report. 2 words. He found he appreciated the economy. He sent back, "Well done." 2 words. The Alliance understood each other. But what the probe confirmed was that Hunya, Elder Hunya, Do Zun, the Hall's escalation authority, was already in proximity to the Empire. 14 days from the message meant the main operation had been in preparation when the message was sent. 3 days into the 14-day window, 11 days left. He compiled the position assessment for the Alliance and called a defense session. Chapter 112. The defense session convened with 21 of the Alliance's 23-member families represented. The 2 absent were the ones whose territories were currently under the highest operational pressure from the probe's aftermath. He ran it efficiently: 45 minutes of current picture, 15 minutes of strategy options, 30 minutes of questions. The picture was clear. The Hall's escalation force would arrive within 11 days, 5,000 cultivation-capable operatives, 6 Do Zong assets, Elder Hunya Do Zun directing. The target architecture was the same as the original Phase 2 plan but scaled: simultaneous strikes across the 11 highest priority targets, with enough force redundancy that defending one location wouldn't free resources for another. The strategy options were 3. He presented all 3 honestly, including the one he was not recommending. Option 1: disperse. Move the Alliance's highest value personnel and cultivators to scattered locations that reduce the simultaneous strike efficiency. The Hall would have to spend more resources covering dispersed targets. Cost: loss of coordinated defense capability, likely heavy losses in the medium term. Option 2: concentrate. Bring all available capability to a central defense position and accept that the outlying targets would not be defended in the same period. Cost: significant casualties in undefended locations, high political and reputational damage, possible collapse of Alliance cohesion. Option 3: defend in depth through the existing structure, using the intelligence architecture and coordinated rapid response to make each individual engagement cost the Hall more than they'd planned, and maintain the central elements of the defense until the main force arrived. What main force? Grand Commander Yi Chen asked. Xiao Yan, Shen said. He's coming back. I've sent the message. He said he'd be back when Jiama needed him. Silence. You sent the message? Yi Chen asked. Yesterday. His response was, 7 days. The silence changed quality. Not hopeful, strategic recalculation. A Do Zun changed the engagement mathematics entirely. He let the silence run. Then, option 3, with the reinforcement, gives us a viable defense. Not a certain one. But viable. He met the room's attention. The structure we've built over 2 years was built for exactly this situation. The question is whether we believe in what we built. Hai Badong spoke for the first time in the session. I believe in it. One by one, around the table, the Alliance's member representative spoke. The words were different. The answer was the same. He thanked them and dismissed the session and went to find Yanran, who was in the practice yard running twin firmament dance forms alone, playing both parts in the sequence as a visualization technique until he arrived to run the real version. He arrived. They ran the real version. The technique was 3 weeks old and already extraordinary. He added the practice time to his mental inventory of what had been built and found, to his own surprise, that the inventory no longer felt like counting assets. It felt like counting people. That was better. The assembly had produced 3 practical outputs beyond the 6 formal resolutions. First, an updated mutual defense response protocol that reduced the mobilization time for the rapid response teams by 4 hours. Second, an agreement from Hai Badong to formally disclose his sealed cultivation level to the Defense Council, not publicly, but to the core command structure, which had been a pending question since Protector Wu's engagement and which now had the political support it needed. Third, a request from Grand Commander Yi Chen that Xianxia's strategic advisor role be expanded to include full operational command authority in the event of simultaneous multi-site engagement, which was a formal acknowledgement that the command structure had concluded he was the appropriate person to make real-time decisions when the alliance's response needed to be coordinated across multiple locations simultaneously. He'd accepted the expanded authority with the specific care he gave to all authority that arrived without his having requested it, with explicit conditions attached. The conditions were documented, formal, and essentially read as, the operational command authority applied only to coordination in response to confirmed Hall of Souls threats, was subject to review by the full council after each activation, and expired automatically if the Hall of Souls GMA operations were concluded without resumption for a period of 2 years. Yi Chen had looked at the conditions and then at him. Most people receiving expanded authority negotiated up, not down. Most people receiving expanded authority are seeking the authority. I'm seeking the capability to do a specific thing well. He'd met the commander's eyes. The conditions make the authority legitimate rather than political. That makes it more effective, not less. Yi Chen had accepted the conditions. He'd recorded them in the meeting's formal documentation and added a note in his personal assessment file. Strategic advisor's judgment on authority constraints is better than the council's default position. Consider his framework as reference for future authority allocations. He didn't tell Shen Tian about the note. Shen Tian would have been uncomfortable with it. That was part of why he wrote it. Chapter 113. 5-star Do Wang arrived in the second week of the 14-day window, which was not the timing he'd wanted but was the timing the cultivation provided. He'd been pushing his advancement with the specific urgency of someone who knew the exact date when capability would be tested. The 4th volume of the Canopy art was integrated fully now, the connection quality running in every meridian, the twin firmament dances architecture expressed at each rank as a new level of the same fundamental principle. At 5-star Do Wang, the technique's output was entering the category he'd been working toward. The breakthrough happened during a Nalan Yanran visit. He was running the Chainlink Aegis maintenance check, a daily practice since the connection had been established, and the accumulated weight of genuine protective intent, expressed through an active ability with the full cultivation integration of the Canopy Art's 4th volume, created a pressure point in his cultivation architecture that resolved with the specific quality of a lock turning. He knew, in the moment of breakthrough, that the timing was not coincidental. The Canopy Art was built from principles, and the principle of the 4th volume was connection. Connection required something real to connect to. The most real connection he was currently running was the 3-node Aegis structure with Nalan Yanran and Yanran. 5-star Do Wang. The sky reading sense extended to 2 kilometers. The Aegis's maximum activation strength doubled. The bond resonance's output increased to a degree that made the twin firmament dance, when he tested it that afternoon with Yanran, produce results that startled both of them. Yanran assessed the technique's new output in silence for 10 seconds after the training sequence ended. We're going to need an entirely different threat class to benchmark against, she said. The Hall of Souls has an entirely different threat class arriving in 4 days. Convenient. He almost laughed. She almost smiled. They ran the sequence again. It was better the second time. It was always better the second time. Chapter 114. Yanran broke through to Do Wang's 2nd-star threshold 1 day before the Hall of Souls arrived. The timing, again, was not coincidental. The bond resonance effect had been running continuously, and 2 Do Wangs operating in genuine cultivation resonance through a technique designed specifically for this kind of shared advancement created a feedback architecture that accelerated both of them. He'd been benefiting from her Do Wang's earlier advancement, she was now benefiting from his cultivation's bond resonance output. She told him at dawn, the morning before the arrival, with the same understated quality she'd used for every breakthrough she'd shared with him. A different quality of movement. The specific groundedness. 2nd-star Do Wang, she said. I know. I felt it at midnight. She looked at him. The bond resonance runs continuously when I'm sleeping near you, he said. Cultivation signatures I'm bonded to register in the sky reading sense even when I'm not consciously monitoring. You felt my breakthrough while you were asleep. Partially awake. It's not, he paused. The sky reading sense doesn't turn off. She looked at him with the expression that was specifically reserved for moments when she found something both slightly unsettling and somehow endearing. So you felt me break through. The cultivation signature change, yes. And you didn't wake me? I thought you probably wanted the sleep. She shook her head slowly. You're completely impossible. I've been told. By me. Specifically. They stood in the pre-dawn practice yard with the Hall of Soul's main force somewhere in the Empire's approaches, and she was looking at him with the expression that meant she was deciding whether to say something, and he was looking at her with the expression that meant he was already listening. Whatever happens today, she said, I want you to know that what I said in the garden was, I know, he said. Don't interrupt. I'm not interrupting. I'm confirming that I heard it and I feel the same way and I didn't want you to feel like you had to say it again. She looked at him for a long moment. You're infuriating. Yes. She kissed him, brief, fierce, proprietary, exactly the way she'd kissed him in the garden the first time. Don't die, she said. I won't. I have statistical concerns about that confidence. My track record supports it. Your track record includes a broken arm, 3 toxin exposures, and 1 near capture by the Iron Lady. And I survived all of them. Barely. But she was almost smiling. Stay close to me in the engagement. The twin firmament dance requires proximity. I know. That's the technique, not me being cautious. Xianxia. Yes? Stay close to me anyway. He stayed close to her anyway. That was the plan and also, separately, what he intended. The morning before the arrival he did something he rarely did. He spent an hour in the valley's small garden, sitting beside the herb beds the medical ward staff maintained, not reviewing documents or running cultivation cycles, simply present in the space without agenda. Nalan Yanran, who had been walking in the adjacent courtyard with his physician's approval and no physician in sight, found him there. The old man sat on the bench beside him with the comfortable authority of someone who had spent decades arriving wherever he wanted to arrive without needing to justify the arrival. He looked at the herbs. He looked at the morning light. He looked at Xianxia. How bad? He asked. Significant. Manageable with appropriate preparation. The preparation is in place. That's not an answer. It's an accurate answer. It's an accurate non-answer. The old man adjusted his position. I've been in politics for 50 years. I know what accurate non-answers sound like. He paused. I'm not fragile. I've been living on borrowed time for 3 years and I know it. Tell me what's actually happening. So he told him. Not everything, not the specific cultivation breakdowns or the tactical assessments. But the truth, a major Hall of Souls force was coming, and the defense was as prepared as it could be, and the outcome was uncertain in the way that all genuine engagements were uncertain. Nalan Yanran listened with the specific quality of someone who had heard difficult information before and had developed the capacity to hold it without collapsing. You're planning to stand out front, the old man said. It's the most effective position from which to redirect the command-level attention. That's a diplomatic way of saying you're planning to make yourself a target. I'm planning to use the attention I already have and use it deliberately. The old man was quiet for a moment. My granddaughter knows? She knows everything. Good. He put his hand on Xianxia's arm. The grip had acquired a new quality since the Aegis chainlink, not from the Aegis itself, but from the specific shift in a person who knows they're genuinely protected and has allowed themselves to feel it. Come back in one piece. That's not a request. It's not something I'm planning against. Xianxia. He met the old man's eyes. Thank you, Nalan Yanran said. For all of it. The borrowed time. The visits. The work you never told anyone was you. He paused. I know it was you. I've known for a while, he said nothing for a moment. Then, how long? Since the tournament's 4th round. The formation adjustment that let you access the correct treatment compound, that was yours. No one else in the Empire was thinking about the problem from that angle. He smiled. I've been waiting for you to tell me. I didn't want it to be, he paused. I didn't want you to feel obligated. I don't feel obligated. I feel grateful. The old man stood. Now go do the impossible thing you're planning. And come back. He went. He stood in the open ground outside the valley gate. He made himself very prominent. He did the thing that needed to be done. He came back. Chapter 115. The Hall of Souls main force arrived at the Empire's eastern boundary just before noon. The sky reading sense registered them at 1200 meters, not all of them. The force was too dispersed for individual resolution at that range, but the aggregate presence of 5,000 organized cultivation signatures moving in formation was unmistakable. The emotional signature of the aggregate, purpose. Cold, professional, collective purpose. He was at the valley with Hai Badong and the little doctor when the registration arrived. Yanran was already at the Misty Cloud sect, where Yun had positioned the sect's full combat-capable force. The Alliance's rapid response teams were pre-deployed at the 6 highest priority locations. The formation protocols were active at every member estate. The structure was ready. What he hadn't told the defense session, what he'd kept for last, was the specific plan for Elder Hanya. A Do Zun leading a 5,000-person force wouldn't personally engage in every strike simultaneously. Hanya would be directing from a command position, overseeing the operation, moving to reinforce wherever the defense proved unexpectedly strong. That was how Do Zun level leadership operated at this scale, strategic oversight rather than tactical immersion. Unless the tactical situation required personal intervention. Unless the thing Hanya had underestimated turned out to require the Do Zun to personally address it. Unless the most visible point of resistance in the Empire's defense drew enough attention to pull Hanya toward a direct engagement. Xianxia walked out of the valley gate and stood in the open ground between the valley's outer perimeter and the mountain's upper approaches, where the sky reading sense was clearest and the cultivation signature was most visible, and he made himself very prominent. He had 45 minutes before the main force's advance elements would reach their primary targets. He used the time to establish the most comprehensive Aegis structure he'd ever maintained simultaneously: the valley, the medical ward, the little doctor, Hai Badong, the distant chain link to Nalan Yanran through Yanran's bond, the Alliance's 6 rapid response positions through the attenuated voice of the Guardian connection. 45 minutes of standing in open ground with everything he'd built activated at full capacity, visible to every cultivator in range. Hanya felt it at 14 minutes. He knew because the aggregate cultivation signature of the approaching force shifted, the command level signature, distinct from the operational mass, moving toward him rather than toward the primary targets. He'd been right about pulling attention. He'd also been right about the cost. At 22 minutes, Elder Hanya arrived. Chapter 116. Hanya was everything the diplomatic message had implied and several things it hadn't. Do Zun. Not the low end of Do Zun, the middle register, the cultivation level of someone who had operated at that rank for years and had the specific quality of mastery that came from living at an altitude long enough to forget you'd ever been lower. His cultivation signature was complex in a way that the sky reading sense struggled to fully characterize, multiple attributes active simultaneously, the way a very senior cultivator's technique tended to operate. He was also, and this was the thing Xianxia had not expected, curious. "You're the strategic advisor," Hanya said. His voice was academic, the tone of someone who had been genuinely interested in something for a while and was finally having the conversation. "Yes. The intelligence architecture you built over the past 2 years represents the most effective counter-haul network we've encountered below Do Zun. In Jiama Empire specifically, but honestly in any territory." He looked at Shen Tian with the specific assessment of a very senior cultivator examining something genuinely unusual. "You're Do Wang. 5-star. Against my Do Zun. That's not a fight you can win." "I know." He kept his voice level. The Aegis was running at full capacity. Behind him, the valley's formation protocols were active. The chain link to Nalan Yanran was stable. The 45 minutes he'd needed were running to their conclusion. "I'm not trying to win a fight. I'm trying to hold your attention for a specific period." Hanya looked at him. Something in the Do Zun's expression shifted, not respect exactly, but the specific acknowledgement of a professional for another professional's methodology. "How long a period?" "Long enough for the rest of the engagement to reach its conclusions." A pause. "That's honest. Dishonesty with someone at your cultivation level would be pointless." Hanya looked at the valley's formation architecture, visible from here as a grid of contained energy working in the structure's walls and ground. "This is a remarkable construction for the resources available. The formation matrices." He stopped. "You worked with a Misty Cloud Elder?" "Jin Zhen." "Yes. He's one of the best formation specialists alive." An almost genuine pause. "I'd rather not destroy his work." "Then don't." The 3 bonus days offered by Protector Wu's original assessment had been a miscalculation. What Hanya offered was different, a genuine pause, the professional's specific calculation of what the engagement's destruction cost versus what the information value of watching this defense hold was worth. 3 days, Hanya said. "Show me what you've built. If it's as good as it appears to be, we can have a different conversation." He heard, in the back of his cultivation sense, the main force's deployment beginning to slow, the command level adjustment of a Do Zun recalibrating the operational tempo. He had 3 more days. He used every hour. Chapter 117. 3 days was enough to demonstrate the structure and not enough to resolve the conflict. He showed Hanya the intelligence architecture, the information networks, the formation protocols, the alliance's coordination methodology. Not the vulnerabilities. Not the personnel locations. The structure. The design logic. The principle that had built it. Hanya was a better audience than he'd expected. The Do Zun asked genuine questions, received genuine answers, and demonstrated the specific kind of intelligence that had built a senior Hall of Souls career: comprehensive, integrative, comfortable with complexity. On the second day, Yanran arrived from the Misty Cloud sect. She looked at Hanya, and Hanya looked at her, and the assessment that ran between 2 senior cultivators of very different affiliations was visible in the specific quality of the pause. "The Misty Cloud disciple," Hanya said. "4th rank in your defensive structure." "1st rank," Shen Tian said. Yanran's almost smile was briefly present. Hanya registered it and filed it. "Your engagement to her is," Hanya paused. "Not political." "Correct. Which means the Hall's assessment of the betrothal as a strategic arrangement was fundamentally miscalibrated from the beginning." He looked at Shen Tian with the expression of a professional doing a root cause analysis. If the original assessment had been accurate, if it had been accurate, I wouldn't have built this, Xianxia said. The accuracy of the assessment isn't the cause of the error. The error was in the model that produced the assessment. Hanya was quiet for a moment. You're saying the Hall's model for analyzing human motivation is flawed. I'm saying that treating motivation as primarily strategic misses the category of motivation that's most operationally significant. Another pause. Which is the motivation that comes from caring about specific people rather than about specific outcomes. The conversation that followed was the most unusual 2 hours he'd spent in 2 years of unusual conversations. Hanya was genuinely engaging with the argument, not performing engagement as a manipulation tactic, but actually thinking through the implications of a model critique from a cultivator 4 full ranks his junior who had just demonstrated that the model critique was operationally correct. On the third day, the main force's deployment window closed without activation. Hanya departed. Not concluding, more like taking information back to a conversation that would continue. He said, before leaving, "This is not finished. I know. But it's more interesting than I expected." A pause. "Don't die before we have the next conversation." He was not sure whether that was a threat or genuine. He filed it as operationally ambiguous, motivationally informative. The Hall of Souls senior leadership had spent 3 days watching the Empire's defense structure operate at full capacity, and at least one of them had come away with a different picture than they'd arrived with. 3 days. He'd needed 3 days. He'd gotten them. What he needed now was what had always been the end of this particular road, the Sky Pavilion, the 5th volume of the Canopy Art, and the cultivation level that would let him close out Nalan Yanran's soul poison problem permanently. He walked back through the valley gate. The formation matrices were still running at their full engagement specification. He'd left them active through the 3-day demonstration period because deactivating them would have sent a signal of concluded confidence that he didn't want to send. Hanya's departure was an opening, not a conclusion. He ran the 3-day assessment and produced a document that would become part of the Alliance's permanent operational archive. What they had learned about the Hall of Souls Do-Zun level command decision-making, Hanya's specific pattern of genuine intellectual engagement mixed with operational pragmatism, and the specific vulnerabilities in the Hall's model that the 3 days had revealed. The document's most significant conclusion, which he marked at the beginning, the Hall of Souls was not a monolithic organization. It had internal variation, intellectual diversity at the senior leadership level, and the specific tensions that all large organizations with competing interests and long histories developed over time. Hanya was not representative of the Hall's entire senior command. He was one data point, a particularly interesting data point, one whose genuine curiosity about the Empire's resistance structure suggested he was not fully aligned with the faction that had authorized Protector Wu's Jiama operations. That was a wedge. Not one he could use immediately. But wedges were for future use. He filed it. Moved to the next problem. The Alliance's member families needed a full debrief. The medical ward needed an operational status review. The little doctor had been running her veil at maximum extension for 72 hours and needed a recovery period. Hai Badong had maintained Do Huang capacity for 3 days without rest and was operating at approximately 60% by the second day. He handled each item in sequence. Efficient, thorough, unhurried. The urgency that had driven the past year had resolved into a different quality, purposeful without the particular edge of crisis management. It was, he thought, what the work was supposed to feel like when the infrastructure was right. He found he was good at this. Not just capable, genuinely, specifically good in a way that the past 3 years had built and tested until the building was real. That night, Yanran sat beside him on the valley's upper terrace in the dark, and they watched the stars, and he thought about what it meant to be at a threshold. The Sky Pavilion was next. Chapter 118. Hai Badong produced a jade piece at the defense session's conclusion. He'd had it, apparently, for several weeks, since before the 14-day window, since before the main force's arrival. He'd been waiting for the right moment, the right context. The definition of right, by his presentation, was after they'd demonstrated that the Alliance's structure could hold. The jade piece was a coordinate fragment, half of a 2-part access key for the Sky Pavilion's archive entrance. The other half was held by a specific cultivator in the Empire's eastern territories, whose identity Hai Badong confirmed with the specific gravity of someone conveying information that had personal weight. The Sky Pavilion. The place the Firmament Sovereign Art, the Canopy Art's complete version, was archived. The place where the knowledge that could treat Nalan Yanran's soul poison at the foundational level, rather than the maintenance level, was held. "You've had this for a month," Yanran said. She was looking at Hai Badong with an expression that was not quite accusatory. "I've had it for 3 months." Hai Badong met her gaze without flinching. "I was waiting to see whether the defense structure would hold before introducing an additional objective. If it hadn't held," he paused. "The Sky Pavilion's access key going into hostile hands would have been a significant problem." "And now?" Xianxia asked. "Now the structure has proven itself. The Hall's main force was held. Protector Wu is in review." Hanya left with questions rather than conclusions. He set the jade piece on the table. "Now the path to the Sky Pavilion is clear." The system registered something at the edge of Xianxia's awareness, a resonance notification. The jade piece's energy signature interacting with the Guardian Path's architecture in a specific way that he'd felt before, when the third volume had activated at a threshold crossing. The fifth volume of the Canopy Art. The jade piece was resonating with it. I need to go to the Sky Pavilion, he said. Yes, Hai Badong said. And based on the resonance I felt when I first handled this piece, you need to be at a specific cultivation threshold before the access will work properly. He looked at Shen Tian. How close are you to Do Zong? Not close. Do Wang, recently, still consolidating. Do Zong was a rank boundary that required a categorical shift of a kind he hadn't achieved yet. Not close. 3 months, with dedicated advancement and the bond resonance effects from continued joint training. Then you have 3 months. Hai Badong looked at the jade piece. The soul poison compound's timeline is 7 months. The Sky Pavilion access requires approximately 6. You have 1 month of margin. 1 month of margin. He looked at the jade piece. The resonance was real, the fifth volume was there, waiting, complete, accessible at the right cultivation level. I'll be there in 3 months, he said. He meant it as a practical statement. Looking at Yanran's expression, he thought she might have heard it as a different kind of promise. He wasn't entirely sure she was wrong to hear it that way. Chapter 119. The 3 months that followed were the most intensive training period of his life in this world. He'd trained hard before, the Misty Cloud months, the pre-tournament acceleration, the pressure periods before each major engagement. Those had been intensive. These were different, not driven by urgency but by a clear objective at a known distance, with the Canopy Art's fourth volume fully integrated and the bond resonance effects running continuously in a group that had been through significant things together and had emerged with the specific coherence of people who'd decided, collectively and individually, to trust each other. Deep mountain training. He'd identified a location 3 days' travel from the valley, a high-altitude site with unusually dense cultivation energy, the kind that formed at the confluence of multiple underground meridian channels in the way the Canopy Art described as a sky convergence point. He'd been monitoring it since the second volume activated. He hadn't used it earlier because its full value required the fourth volume's architecture to be established. He went with Yanran and the little doctor. The three of them in a cultivation environment optimized for the Canopy Art, with bond resonance and voice of the Guardian running continuously, with the fourth volume's connection principle operating in an atmosphere that amplified it. The advancement rate he'd been estimating conservatively had been conservative. By the end of the first month, he was 6-star Do Wang. By the end of the second, 8-star. Yanran was advancing at a comparable rate. The twin firmament dance, practiced daily with the sky convergence points energy density amplifying both their outputs, was reaching a level of refinement that he didn't have adequate language for. He documented it technically and let the technical language stand for what it was. The little doctor was advancing in a way that was entirely her own path. Do Huang, consolidating, expanding. The poison veil's range had extended to 80 meters now, the sky convergence points energy density amplifying her sensitivity as much as it amplified the Canopy Art structural work. She spent her evenings in the convergence point central clearing, running veil exercises alone, and sometimes he would extend the sky reading sense and watch the emotional residue of those sessions, the specific quality of someone learning what it feels like to be safe in their own existence. He told her this once, in passing, and she looked at him with an expression he filed under, things you receive instead of earn, and the disorientation of that category. On the evening of the 53rd day, sitting beside a mountain pool at the convergence point's lower edge, Yanran said, I love you. Not with particular ceremony. In the way of someone who has been thinking something for a long time and has decided it is more honest to say it than to not. He looked at her. She was watching the pool's surface, where the convergence point's energy density made the water slightly luminous in the dark. I know, he said. Then, because the moment deserved more than his habitual deflection of exactly this kind of weight, I love you. She turned to look at him. That was not elegant. No. But it was accurate. Yes. She leaned against him. He put his arm around her. The pool was luminous and the mountain was very quiet, and somewhere in the valley below them, a formation was keeping an old man alive on borrowed time, and the Sky Pavilion was 6 weeks away. The universe had a very specific schedule for everything. Chapter 120. The little doctor came to him on the 68th day of deep training. Not for cultivation guidance. For a different kind of conversation, the kind she'd been building toward since the Aegis had held her hand and changed what she believed was possible for herself. He was at the Convergence Point's upper platform when she arrived, reviewing the fifth volume's architecture from the resonance notifications that the Jade piece had been generating since the breakthrough to 8-star Do Wang. She sat beside him without ceremony and was quiet for a long time, in the way that was specifically her, not discomfort, but the gathering of a person who communicated with precision and was ensuring precision before speaking. When the Sky Pavilion is done, she said, and Nalan Yanran's condition is resolved, what happens to you? He looked at her. What do you mean? The defense structure was built in response to specific threats. Those threats are, not resolved, but diminished. The Hall of Souls won't simply stop, but the immediate crisis is past. She was looking at the mountains. Your father's estate is safe. The Nalan family is protected. The alliance is established. She paused. You've done the thing you built this to do. There are ongoing responsibilities, I know. That's not what I'm asking. She turned to look at him directly. The morning light caught her face, the specific quality of someone who had been very careful their whole life about what they asked for, because asking costs things. I'm asking what you want. When the obligation period is done. What Xianxia wants. He thought about it. Honestly. The way he'd learned, over 2 years, to think about honest questions by actually sitting with them rather than finding the nearest acceptable answer. I want this, he said finally. Not a version of this without the responsibilities. The responsibilities are the thing, the people in them are the thing. I want to be the person who keeps these specific people safe and who is continuously building toward whatever the next version of that requires. He paused. That's not an obligation. That's a preference. She looked at him for a moment. That's very much who you are. Yes. I wanted to know if you knew it. I'm learning it. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm going to be in this. The defense structure, the network, whatever comes after the Sky Pavilion. I wanted you to know I'm choosing to be in it. Not because I need the Aegis or because I don't have anywhere else to be. Because the people in it are, she stopped. Started again. The people in it are mine. He understood. He nodded. She reached out and touched his face, briefly, with the bare hand that the Aegis made safe, the first time she'd touched anyone's face in what he guessed was years, possibly decades. Then she took her hand back and wrapped it again with the quick efficiency of habit. 9-star Do Wang, she said. You're close. By the end of the week, he said. Then we'll be ready. They would be. The void Leviathan was somewhere in the deep world, and he could feel it at the edge of the sky reading sense's maximum range, not close, not immediate, but present in the way of something that had been sleeping for a very long time and was beginning to stir. 9-star Do Wang. The Sky Pavilion at the end of the week. The 5th volume waiting. He had everything he needed to do what came next. He just needed to get there. On the final evening before the journey, he sat with the Cultivation journal and wrote something he'd been circling for months without finding the right approach. I came to this world as someone who was used to operating alone. Not by preference, or not only by preference, but because the kind of thinking I do naturally is the kind that works best without interruption, and most people interrupt differently than they assist. I built the network because the problems were too large for one person. The network became real when the people in it stopped being assets and started being, he paused over the word. Wrote it. Mine. In the sense of, responsible for. In the sense of, bound to. In the sense of, genuinely attached in a way that makes their safety not an objective but a part of what I am. He read it back. Added, the system measures this. 207,000 RP, mythic tier, guardian absolute. But the number is not the thing. The thing is that every piece of the number is real. There's no gap between what the reputation says I am and what I am. I built the reputation by being the thing. I don't know that I was capable of that when I arrived here. I don't know that I believed it was possible. He closed the journal. He went to find Yanran. She was already at the door, with her travel pack and her sword and the specific expression of someone who had been ready to leave for 20 minutes and had decided to give him the 20 minutes he needed. Done? She asked. Done. Then let's go. They went into the final part of what had been building for 3 years, and the sky above the mountain was the largest sky in the empire, and it was exactly enough. 3 years of work, 3 years of building, 3 years of being the person the work required, and now the last threshold, the 5th volume, the Leviathan dormant but stirring, Nalan Yanran's borrowed time finally running toward its permanent resolution. The inventory was complete. The structure was real. The people in it were real. He had done, with the specific life he'd been given in this world, the thing worth doing. The mountain path descended. The valley was behind them. The Sky Pavilion was ahead. He walked toward it without looking back, because looking back was for people who weren't sure the thing they'd built was solid enough to hold without them watching it. His was. The little doctor, following in her careful way, fell into step at his right. Yanran was on his left. The mountain path was stone under their feet and sky above and everything that was going to happen next happening exactly when it was going to happen. He was ready. He had been ready for longer than he'd known. Chapter 121. 9-star Do Wang. Xianxia sat at the Sky Convergence Point's upper platform on the final morning before the Sky Pavilion journey, running the Infinite Azure Canopy Art's 4th volume in its full depth of expression, and took the last inventory of everything that had brought him to this point. 3 years. From Doji, a rank he'd occupied for less than a week before the first breakthrough, through the long patient climbing of the Doshi levels, the explosion of the Doshi period where the canopy art had first shown him its actual depth, the Do Ling breakthrough in the rain, Do Wang in the middle of the night with Nalan Yanran's borrowed time running in his chest. Now 9-star Do Wang, with the Do Zong threshold audible the way music is audible before you can distinguish the notes. The sky reading sense at 2 kilometers, resting. Yanran somewhere below on the mountain's middle terraces, running the twin firmament dance forms alone to refine her part of the sequence before the next joint session. The little doctor at the convergence point's east clearing, veil extended, practicing at 80 meters. Hai Badong sending his morning correspondence from the valley far below. The void leviathan. He'd been feeling it for 2 weeks now at the edge of his maximum range, not the creature itself but its dreaming, which was a phenomenon the sky reading sense registered as the cultivation equivalent of a deep ocean swell that had come from somewhere very far away. Something of Dosheng magnitude was in the world's deep structure, moving toward wakefulness in geological increments. He knew, from the Canopy Art's 5th volume resonance that the Jade piece had been transmitting since 8-star Do Wang, that the Sky Pavilion's archive contained information about the Leviathan. The technique's creator had known about it. Had built specific architecture for encountering something of that scale into the 5th volume's design. The path forward was clear. The timing was what it was. He stood, settled his cultivation, and went to find Yanran. She was on the terrace below, sword sheathed for once, sitting on the edge of the stone and watching the clouds below the mountain in the way she did when she was thinking rather than training. He sat beside her. She leaned against him without acknowledgement, which was acknowledgement. "Ready?" she asked. "I've been ready for a year. The cultivation just needed to catch up." Modest. Accurate. She was quiet for a moment. The Jade piece's resonance has been accelerating since yesterday evening. Whatever the 5th volume contains, it knows you're close. The technique is ancient. It was built to recognize its own threshold. The creator understood how it would feel when someone was about to access the final volume. He paused. They built it for someone specific, I think. Not a specific person they knew, a specific type of person. Someone who would arrive at the 5th volume having built what the previous volumes were building toward. Someone who chose Guardian. Yes. She turned to look at him. The morning light on the mountain did what it always did to her, found the angles in her face that were specifically her, the strong jaw and the sharp eyes and the mouth that had spent 2 years teaching him new categories for what expressions could mean. The Nalan estate needs us back in 3 weeks. Grandfather's compound, the chainlink Aegis will sustain through the Sky Pavilion journey. I've tested the range. The Canopy Art's 4th volume connection principle doesn't have a maximum distance for genuine bonds. I'll be maintaining the protective connection whether I'm in the valley or at the Sky Pavilion. You're certain? I tested it to 500 kilometers last month when I was away for the defense session. The Aegis held at full activation strength. He met her eyes. He'll be safe while we're gone. I promise. She studied him for a moment with the specific expression she wore when she was deciding whether to accept something or keep verifying. Then she nodded. 3 weeks, she said. Then we're back. 3 weeks, he agreed. They descended the mountain the next morning, collected the little doctor, gathered their travel preparations from the valley, and set out for the coordinates the Jade piece held. Chapter 122. The Sky Pavilion's location was not what the intelligence reports had suggested. He'd been building a picture of the Sky Pavilion from secondary sources for over a year, references in cultivation texts, mentions in historical records, the Jade piece's resonance confirming approximate coordinates. The picture was of a formal institution, a library archive with cultivator personnel, access protocols, a bureaucratic structure for managing the collection. What they found at the end of a 3-day journey into the Empire's eastern mountain range was a formation-sealed space that existed between conventional geography. Not a building. A domain, a self-sustaining cultivated space maintained by a formation array so old that its original energy source had become independent of external input, running on the accumulated cultivation essence it had been absorbing from the mountain's geological energy for centuries. The Jade piece activated at the domain's outer boundary. The formation array recognized the half-key's signature and waited for the second half, the one Hai Badong had said was held by a cultivator in the eastern territories. The second holder is already here, the little doctor said. He extended the sky reading sense. She was right, a cultivation signature inside the domain, waiting. Not hostile. Familiar, in the specific way of something he'd been approaching for a long time without knowing it. He presented both halves, the Jade piece to the formation and the second holder emerged from the domain's entrance to meet them, an old woman, Dadoshi, who carried herself with the specific authority of someone whose cultivation level was not the measure of their significance. She held the second Jade piece with the careful grip of someone who'd been holding it for years in precisely this expectation. "You're the one the first piece chose," she said, looking at him. Not at his cultivation. At him. "I don't know what that means." "It means the piece activated when you first touched it. I've been carrying the second piece for 20 years, waiting." She looked at the Jade fragments. "The Sky Pavilion's access is conditioned. It doesn't open for every cultivator. It opens for the one the first piece resonates with." She paused. "Your technique. Infinite Azure Canopy Art. 4th volume. The complete version is inside, along with the information about what you'll face." She pressed the second piece into the formation. The domain's entrance opened. The trials of the sky are not cultivation challenges. They're understanding challenges. Good luck. He stepped inside with Yanran and the little doctor. Chapter 123. The Sky Pavilion's interior was larger than the exterior geometry suggested, a standard feature of formation-maintained domains. The archive that the old texts had described was there, cultivation records, technique manuscripts, historical documentation organized in a system that was intuitive once you'd read 3 works because the organization principle was the same as the Canopy Art's own structure. Which was not a coincidence. The Sky Pavilion had been built by the same person who created the Canopy Art. He found the Firmament Sovereign Art, the Canopy Art's complete original version, in the archive's central section, inscribed in a JADE format that released the information directly to his cultivation sense rather than requiring text reading. The technique was what he'd expected from the 4 volumes he already held, deeper, more comprehensive, the 5th volume's content adding a final layer that made the full architecture visible in a way that none of the individual volumes had fully revealed. The 5th volume's central principle was the silence between stars. Not the void was absence. The silence between stars was the space that held things in relationship to each other without being either of them. The gravitational connection that kept systems coherent. He sat with this for an hour before he understood what it meant for the Guardian Path. The 4th volume had taught him connection. The 5th volume taught him the architecture of connection, how to hold multiple genuine bonds simultaneously in a structure that sustained all of them without subordinating any of them to the others. The Guardian Path at its full expression was not someone who defended a list of protected persons. It was someone whose cultivated connections created a field in which the protected persons were held in relationship to each other as well as to him. A network of genuine bonds. A system in which the bonds themselves were the protection. He spent 3 hours in the archive. When he emerged to find Yanran and the little doctor in the domain's secondary chambers, the 5th volume was integrated at the theoretical level. The actual cultivation integration would require the breakthrough that the volume's architecture pointed toward. 3 hours was long for theoretical integration of a cultivation technique. Typically, reading a technique and understanding it at the conceptual level required 30 minutes for something at his experience level. The extra time had been spent not on the technique itself but on the archive's surrounding documentation, the Sky Pavilion's records of the Canopy Art's deployment over the centuries since it had been placed here. The technique had been accessed 6 times before him. He'd read the records of each access. 5 of the previous accesses had involved cultivators who had reached the appropriate threshold and entered the archive. 3 of the 5 had completed the trials. 2 had completed only the first. None had reached the 5th volume's full integration before leaving. The 6th access was different. The records described it as incomplete. Accessor departed the domain without utilizing the 5th volume's primary application. No date, no names, just the notation and the quality of a history that was waiting for its conclusion. He thought he knew what the incomplete application was. The Void Leviathan. The Sky Pavilion's creator had built the 5th volume specifically for the Leviathan's eventual waking, and had been waiting for a cultivator who would come in time. The previous accesses had arrived before the Leviathan's approaching wakefulness had become urgent. They had taken what the archive offered and had not needed the primary application. He was the first one who needed it. He sat with that for a long time before emerging to find Yanran and the little doctor. The archive's air was dense with old cultivation essence, the ambient deposit of centuries of technique presence, preserved by the formation's perfect environment. He breathed it and felt the 5th volume's foundational structures settling into place in his cultivation architecture. Not the full integration, that required the breakthrough, which required the trials. But the architecture was there, waiting. He was ready. The trials, Yanran said, yes. The old woman said their understanding challenges. He looked at the domain's deep structure, where 3 separate pathways branched from the archive chamber. I think each of us has one. Separately? I think so. They're built for specific individuals rather than groups. He looked at her, then the little doctor. I don't know what yours will be. I know what mine is going to test. Which is? Yanran asked. Whether I know who I am without the system telling me. Chapter 124. The trial of resolve was a room. Not a room with external challenges or opponents, a room that showed him everything he'd built and asked him to locate himself in it without reference to any of the markers he'd been using. No reputation counter. No system notifications. No sky reading sense, which the trial's formation had suppressed. No cultivation advantage relative to the trial's internal architecture. Just Xianxia in a room with everything he'd done and the question of who had done it. He sat in the room for a long time. The trial was patient. Whatever it was assessing, it wasn't assessing speed. The honest accounting took 3 hours. Who had built the network? He had. Through specific choices that had specific costs, the ones he'd made toward protection when retreat would have been safer, the investments in infrastructure that had required believing in their value before they'd proven it, the relationships he'd maintained with people whose lives were not obligated to intersect with his and who were in those relationships because he'd specifically chosen to be the kind of person they could trust. Was that the system? No. The system measured it. The system didn't create it. What created it was the same thing that had made him stop at the Shen estate corridor and shout for witnesses instead of trying to survive quietly, the specific, quietly furious conviction that some things were worth standing in front of, regardless of what the standing cost. The room showed him the list of things he'd stood in front of. The list was longer than he'd realized. Some items on it were small: the decision to route Xiao Yan around a bandit position before he knew Xiao Yan's significance, the 3 hours he'd spent reviewing Yanran's intelligence reports when reviewing wasn't required, the choice to tell Hai Badong that keeping his cultivation level secret was worth maintaining even when transparency would have been more efficient. The list was longer and more expensive than he'd realized, and every item on it had been chosen freely. He looked at the list. He looked at the person who had made those choices. They were the same person. The trial accepted this. The room's formation changed, not opening, but releasing the specific quality of examination, the way a teacher releases the pen when the student has demonstrated the understanding. He stood up. The sky reading sense returned. He walked out into the domain's corridor. Trial of resolve, complete. He waited for Yanran and the little doctor. They emerged within an hour of each other, both carrying the specific quiet of people who had been through something personal. He didn't ask. They didn't tell. Some things were for keeping. What he did notice: the little doctor had removed her wrappings. She was holding her bare hands at her sides. She looked at them with the expression of someone doing something they decided to stop being afraid of. He said nothing. She noticed him noticing. She put her hands back in her pockets. Good enough. Chapter 125. The trial of sacrifice came for him 3 days into the Sky Pavilion domain, when he was running the 5th volume's foundational forms in the archive chamber. It arrived without announcement. One moment he was practicing, the next the system's architecture presented a choice that had no middle position. The fear category of the reputation system, 3,200 RP accumulated over 3 years of engagements, Hall of Souls confrontations, and the specific weight of being someone that powerful people took seriously. The category's resonance was not currently active. Fear had a different kind of threshold than the other categories. It didn't produce the warming enhancement quality of respect or valor's resonance. Fear RP generated a different kind of influence, the specific deterrence that made rational actors calculate against moving against him. It was useful. It had been useful in every engagement where the opponent's opening calculation had included him as a variable to be managed rather than eliminated. The trial's choice: surrender the fear category permanently. Not reduce it. Not pause it. Surrender it. The RP would not return. The deterrence effect would not return. The influence that came from being feared would be gone. In exchange, full access to the 5th volume's final architecture. The completion of the firmament sovereign art. The ability to run weight of heaven. He sat with the choice for 4 hours. The fear category was real. It had been earned. Losing it would change how powerful people calculated against him. The Iron Lady would not have withdrawn from the Shen estate wall if his reputation hadn't included a quality of unpredictable danger. Protector Wu's first engagement calculation had included a specific assessment of what it would cost to remove him. Hanya had stayed for 3 days partly because the structure he'd observed carried the specific gravity of someone who was not going to yield under pressure. Without fear, just respect, valor, wisdom, compassion. Still significant. Not the same. But weight of heaven was sealed. The system wouldn't describe it. The trial was telling him what it cost. 3 years of accumulated deterrence, for the ability to do the thing the system wouldn't describe until it was needed. He thought about the Void Leviathan. He thought about Dosheng magnitude. He thought about the specific architecture of the 5th volume's silence between stars principle and what the Guardian Path expressed at its absolute limit would look like. He surrendered the fear category. It left the system like something being exhaled. Not immediately felt as loss, more like the removal of a weight he'd been so accustomed to carrying that he'd stopped noticing it was heavy. The sky felt cleaner. His cultivation felt lighter. The 5th volume's final architecture opened. Weight of heaven unfolded in his awareness with the specific quality of something the system had been right to protect. It was not a weapon, it was the complete expression of every genuine bond he'd ever built, mobilized simultaneously in a single act of collective protection. Not his power alone. The power of every relationship, every reputation point earned with every person, every genuine connection, all of it translated into a single output of pure guardian force. It could be used once per engagement. The cost was the complete depletion of his reserves. It was the most extraordinary thing the system had ever shown him. He sat with it for an hour, understanding what it meant. Then he went to find Yanran. Chapter 126. The trial of unity was the last. It came for all 3 of them simultaneously, the domain's formation shifting on the 4th day to indicate that the 3 individual trials were complete and the 3rd trial was available. He'd been expecting something like it. The archive's documentation suggested a 3-phase structure, and the Guardian Path's architecture at the 5th volume level was specifically about collective expression. The trial room was larger than the individual trial spaces. It contained a construct, something assembled from the domain's formation matrices in the shape of a Dosheng class cultivation signature, not the real thing but a genuine simulation that tested response at that scale. The 3 of them versus a construct with Dosheng parameters. Not to defeat it. The trial wasn't a combat test in the conventional sense. The documentation, which he'd been able to read in the archive in the hours before the trial opened, described the objective as demonstrate the coordinated response of genuine bond. They had 40 minutes with the construct before it would register a completion state or a failure state. Failure state was defined as any member of the group operating in isolation rather than genuine coordination. We're not trying to destroy it, he said, when they entered the trial room. No, Yanran said. She was already reading the construct's architecture through whatever she saw with Do Wang perception. We're trying to demonstrate that we know how to work together against something at that scale without losing ourselves to it. The construct will test the bonds, the little doctor said. She was reading it through the veil. It'll expose weak points. Put pressure on connections until they either hold or break. He nodded. Bond resonance active throughout. Twin firmament dance from the start, don't wait for an opening, use it as the baseline framework. Xiao Hua, he used her real name for the first time in the trial context, because trials required real things. The veil gives you the real-time status. Call adjustments. I'll call them, she said. They engaged. The construct's opening pressure was specific, it targeted the gaps in the coordination. Not the individuals, the spaces between them, the places where their individual capabilities didn't naturally overlap, the micro-hesitations in collective decision-making. A Do Sheng class cultivator fighting 3 people didn't need to defeat each one individually. It needed to make them stop trusting each other. Twin firmament dance held. He felt it in the bond resonance's quality, the specific coherence of 2 cultivators running a resonance technique designed for genuine coordination, the mutual amplification that made both of them more precise than either would be alone. The construct's pressure on the coordination gap found the technique's architecture instead of a gap. The little doctor called 3 adjustments in the first 10 minutes. All 3 were correct. The construct adapted to each one and she called the adaptation. 22 minutes in, the construct tested the bonds directly, a technique that specifically disrupted the emotional resonance quality of bond resonance, trying to make the connection feel provisional rather than genuine. He felt it land and held the connection anyway. Not through force. Through decision. The bond was real because he decided it was real, and a Do Sheng construct couldn't make a decision he'd already made into something he hadn't decided. The construct registered it. The pressure changed. At 37 minutes, the trial room's formation shifted to the completion state. He was breathing hard. Yanran's sword arm was showing the specific tension of extended active cultivation output. The little doctor was standing very still with her veil retracted, the way she did when she'd been operating at maximum capacity and was restoring equilibrium. Complete? Yanran asked. Complete, he said. Trial of unity, complete. The 3 of them stood in the domain's silence and let the 40 minutes settle. Then the firmament sovereign art's full integration arrived, the 5th volume taking its place in his cultivation architecture with the specific quality of something returning to where it was supposed to be. Not new. Completed. Like a sentence with its final word. Do Zong was on the other side of this. The threshold was audible. Chapter 127. The breakthrough arrived on the journey back from the Sky Pavilion, not in a meditation session. Not at a significant location. On the second day of the 3-day return journey, mid-morning, while he was walking through mountain terrain with Yanran to his left and the little doctor behind and the sky enormous above them. The 5th volume had been integrating since the trial completion. He could feel the technique running at its completed architecture, circulating through every meridian in the specific wholeness of something that was finally fully expressed. And the cultivation threshold that had been audible since the trial was not a thing you crossed dramatically, it was a thing you arrived at, and the arrival was not different from walking. He stopped walking. Yanran stopped beside him. Do Zong. The sky reading sense extended. Not 2 kilometers. Not the measured distances of previous thresholds. The feeling was of a horizon extending outward past any horizon he'd previously understood as the limit of a horizon. He could feel the mountain range in its entirety. He could feel the city's cultivation signatures, 3 days away. He could feel, at the absolute edge of the sense's new range, the void leviathan in the deep world, no longer a distant swell but a presence, something with the quality of a very large creature becoming aware that something has changed in its environment. It felt him. The leviathan's dreaming shifted, a tectonic adjustment in a dormant consciousness, the way a sleeping person shifts when a sound registers below the waking threshold. Not waking. Not close to waking. But responding. He breathed. Settled. The Do Zong architecture was extraordinary and also, quieter than he'd expected. Every previous breakthrough had felt like gaining volume. Do Zong felt like the volume knowing where to go. You've broken through, the little doctor said, from behind. Yes. Yanran didn't say anything. She was looking at him with the expression that meant she was reading the change in his cultivation signature through her Do Wang perception and processing its implications. How far? She asked. 1 star. The integration is still settling. He paused. Xiao Yan is Do Zun. I'm at the beginning of Do Zong. The gap matters less than the alliance that built the structure, she said. It was exactly what she'd said when she reached Do Wang before him. The repetition was intentional. I know. He started walking again. We need to be back at the valley in 4 days. The Leviathan is stirring. How close to waking? Weeks. Maybe 2. Maybe 3. He thought about the Leviathan's dreaming shift. It felt me when I broke through. The scale of the breakthrough registered in whatever awareness it has. Which means it knows Dozong is in its environment. Which means it knows something with the capability to interact with it is in its environment. Whether that's a threat or not, from the Leviathan's perspective, he paused. I don't think it categorizes in threat terms. It's too old for that kind of local optimization. It categorizes in terms of scale. And at Dozong? I'm in its scale category. Barely. Not high enough to be a danger to it, but high enough to be perceived. Then it's going to take an interest. Yes. The little doctor caught up with them. She was, characteristically, not breathing hard from the mountain terrain because she was Do Huang and the terrain was not a relevant challenge at that level. The Void Leviathan. Tell me about its containment situation. He told her what the Sky Pavilion's archive had contained. The Leviathan was ancient, pre-cultivation empire, sealed in a formation structure built into the deep mountain's geological energy channels by cultivators who had not survived the sealing process. The seal was degrading, had been degrading for centuries, slowly enough that each generation had been able to treat it as future generations' problem. The recent cultivation activity in the region, specifically the high-level engagements, the breakthrough events, the Hall of Souls mass harvest operations, had been accelerating the degradation. The seal needs to be rebuilt, the little doctor said. Not maintained. Rebuilt. Or replaced with something more permanent. Yes. And the replacement requires Dozong-level cultivation to interface with the formation's geometric architecture. Yes. Then you're the only person who can do it. Xiao Yan could potentially do it, but the Void Leviathan would require him to not be simultaneously managing whatever else he's dealing with. And his method is fire attribute, which is, he paused, antagonistic to the Leviathan's energy signature. The canopy arch silence between stars principle is specifically compatible with the Leviathan's nature. It's not coincidence. The archive had been built for this. The technique had been built for this. The 5th volume's final architecture, the silence between stars, the connection that holds things in relationship without being either of them, was specifically the cultivation method required to interact with a Do Sheng class entity without triggering the entity's survival response. The Sky Pavilion's ancient creator had known the Leviathan was going to wake. They'd built the path for the person who would be there when it did. He walked faster. 3 days was going to feel long. Chapter 128. 3 Dozun from the Hun clan arrived at the empire's northern border on the first day of the final week. Not Hunya, 3 others, bearing the Hun clan's operational insignia, moving with the specific coordinated precision of a force sent to complete an objective rather than negotiate one. The intelligence relay caught them at 12 hours out. He was in the valley when the notification arrived. The sky reading sense reached them at 8 hours out, confirming 3 Dozun cultivation signatures moving at deliberate pace, not hidden, not attempting concealment. They wanted to be known in advance. The psychology of that was information. They're not here for the Hall of Souls operational objectives, he said to the assembled defense team, Yanran, the little doctor, Hai Badong. Hanya sent them specifically to force the Sky Pavilion entry. They know about the 5th volume. They know the timing. They're trying to use the Leviathan situation as leverage. What kind of leverage? Yanran asked. Either we deal with them and the Leviathan situation deteriorates while we're occupied. Or we ignore them and move to the Leviathan, leaving the Alliance's member families exposed to 3 Dozun without a Dozun level defense. He looked at the Sky Reading Sense's assessment of their approach vector. They've correctly identified the constraint. What's the counter-constraint? The little doctor asked. Time. He looked at his own cultivation state, 1-star Dozong, 3 days integrated, still not at the stability he'd want before a significant engagement. If I go to the Leviathan seal site and begin the reconnection work, I'll be committed for approximately 6 hours. During those 6 hours, the Alliance needs to hold 3 Dozun. Which requires, Yanran started. Xiao Yan. He paused. He said 7 days. He arrived in 7 days last time. I sent the message 2 days ago. Yanran looked at him. That's cutting it very close. Yes. You're betting on his timing. I'm betting on who he is. He met her eyes. The data continues to support the bet. She held his gaze for a moment. Then, what do you need from me while you're at the seal site? Hold the valley gate. The twin firmament dance with me is not available when I'm 6 hours away. But you have everything you need, your Do Wang 2nd star, you have the voice of the Guardian's ambient effect running, you have Hai Badong. He paused. The 3 Dozun will not engage all at once. They're here to create pressure, not to cause maximum casualties. Hold the engagement long enough for Xiao Yan to arrive. And the civilians? The little doctor's veil at 80 meters covers the valley's interior. The formation protocols are active. Every civilian in the valley has a sheltered passage. He looked at the little doctor. I need you here, not at the seal site. She nodded. No argument. How will we know when you've completed the seal work? You'll feel it. The Leviathan's dreaming will change quality, shift from stirring to something different. I can't describe it more precisely than that, but the sky reading sense registers it, and if Yanran extends her Do Wang cultivation perception, she'll catch the edge of it. He left within the hour. The hour between the decision and departure was used efficiently. He sent 3 messages through the Alliance's rapid communication relay confirming the defensive protocol activation, verified the valley formation matrices were at full engagement specification, and had a 10-minute conversation with Hai Badong about the Do Zun engagement parameters that was really Hai Badong confirming he was prepared and Shen Tian confirming he trusted the older man's judgment. The last 5 minutes he spent alone in the study. He wrote 2 lines in the journal. Not for posterity, for himself, in the specific way he'd always used writing, as a way of making a decision real by articulating it. The seal is the work I came to this world to do. Not literally, but in the sense that every choice I made, every person I chose to protect, every investment in the structure and the relationships, was building toward the moment when the Void Leviathan requires answering. The Guardian's path was never about fighting what was coming. It was about being the right kind of thing to meet it with. I am the right kind of thing. The 3 years built me into it. That is enough. He closed the journal. Left the study. The valley was behind him within 20 minutes. The mountain path ahead was stone and sky and the specific quality of a journey that had been prepared for and was now, simply, happening. He was not afraid. He hadn't expected that. He'd been afraid before large engagements, the Shen Estate corridor with Shen Wei's blade, the Iron Lady at the East Wall, the Valley Gate against Protector Wu. The fear had been useful, had kept him sharp and realistic. But what he felt on this path was not fear. It was the specific groundedness of someone who has arrived at the thing they were built for. The Leviathan was 3 hours away. He walked toward it. Chapter 129. The seal site was 3 hours from the valley at Dozong movement speed. He arrived at dusk. The formation's degradation was visible in a way that had not been visible at his previous cultivation levels. The geometric architecture of the containment structure, built into the mountain's deep stone, was showing the specific quality of something old and overextended. Not failed. Not close to failed. But past the threshold where maintenance was sufficient. The Void Leviathan, sealed in the formation's interior space, was not asleep. Not awake. Occupying a consciousness state he didn't have adequate language for, the dreaming of something so large and so old that consciousness operated at a different timescale from anything he'd experienced. He extended the sky reading sense into the formation's architecture and felt the Leviathan register his presence. The response was not hostile. It was geological. The way a mountain responds to something landing on it, not action, but a quality of awareness adjusting. He found a stable position at the formation's outer boundary and began the 5th volume seal work technique. The silence between stars principle in its active expression, finding the space that held the Leviathan and the formation in relationship to each other, and rebuilding that space's architecture without interfering with either. Not fighting the Leviathan. Not commanding the formation. Being the connection between them. The work was the most demanding cultivation effort he'd ever sustained. Not in raw output, the 5th volume seal work technique operated through precision and understanding, not force. But in sustained attention over a continuous period, maintaining the exact quality of non-interference while still actively rebuilding. 1 hour. 2 hours. The formation's degradation was responding, the seal architecture was accepting the repair in the specific way of something that had been waiting for the right cultivation method. Not any cultivation method. The specific compatibility of the canopy arch silence between stars with the original formation creator's intention. 3 hours. The Leviathan shifted again. The geological awareness adjusting to the fact that the formation was being rebuilt rather than degrading further. Not resisting. Not cooperating, it was far too old and large for anything so transactional. Simply, being present in a different way. He could feel the valley from here. 3 hours travel, but the sky reading sense reached it at 2-star Dozong extension, the breakthrough's new altitude expressing itself in range. He could feel Yanran at the valley gate. He could feel the specific quality of 3 Dozun approaching. He could feel the little doctor's veil active and constant, 80 meters of real-time awareness organized around the valley's vulnerable interior. He could feel, at the absolute edge of the sky reading sense's range, something moving toward the valley from the southwest at a speed that registered as extraordinary. Xiao Yan. 5 hours. The seal was 60% rebuilt. The weight of the work was significant but manageable, the 5th volume's architecture was exactly what this required, and the Dozong cultivation level was exactly the threshold needed. He heard the engagement at the valley gate through the sky reading sense, the specific emotional residue of a serious combat beginning. Yanran's cultivation signature, bright and steady. The 3 Dozun, enormous, overwhelming in scale but constrained by the valley's formation architecture. He worked faster. Not rushing, precision didn't improve under urgency, but using the full capacity of every moment. 6 hours. The seal was 80% rebuilt. The engagement at the valley gate shifted quality, a 4th cultivation signature had arrived, and it was enormous in a different category from the Dozun. Xiao Yan was at the valley. He had time. Chapter 130. He finished the seal on the 6th hour and 40 minutes. The final 20% of the seal work required the most precise application of the silence between stars principle, the specific moment when the new architecture had to interface with the formation's original geometric structure, and the interface had to be seamless rather than joining two separate things. He and the formation and the Leviathan's containment geometry all occupying the same architectural space at the same moment. The Leviathan felt the completion. It was not a dramatic response, nothing with the Leviathan was dramatic in the way of creatures operating at human timescales. It was more like a quality settling, the way a sleeping person settles when the source of the disturbance that was almost waking them has been removed. The dreaming deepened. The geological awareness withdrew from the formation's surface toward the Leviathan's interior. Not fully asleep. But no longer stirring. The formation sealed. He sat back from the work at the boundary stone and let his cultivation reserves assess themselves. 72% depletion, heavy, not critical. The seal work had been demanding, but he'd had 6 hours and the 5th volume's technique efficiency was better than he'd estimated. He extended the sky reading sense toward the valley. The 3-do-zun engagement had concluded, he could read the emotional residue of an engagement that had ended, the specific quality of aftermath where the immediate threat had been resolved. The cultivation signatures of the 3-do-zun were retreating, moving north. Not defeated entirely, but Xiao Yan's arrival had changed their calculation. Xiao Yan was still at the valley. Yanran was still at the valley. The little doctor was at the valley. Hai Badong was at the valley. Everyone was at the valley. He was 3 hours away. He moved. 2 hours and 40 minutes, at dozong speed, through the mountain terrain. He arrived at the valley gate to find Yanran in the practice courtyard with a bruised shoulder and 3 cuts across her left arm that the little doctor was treating with the brisk efficiency of someone who had been treating Yanran's combat injuries for 2 years and had developed a specific methodology. Yanran looked at him when he arrived. Her expression ran through its sequence and arrived at the warmth she kept behind everything, which was currently operating at a different intensity than usual. The seal? She asked. Complete. The Leviathan is resettled. He crossed to her. Are you? I'm fine. Sit down before you fall down, you're at significant depletion. She pointed at the bench beside her. He sat. The little doctor finished the treatment and looked at him with the specific assessment of a Do Huang physician. How much? 72% when I finished. I've recovered 4 points in transit. You need a rest period before anything else. I know. He sat on the bench in the practice yard while the little doctor completed Yanran's treatment and the evening came down over the valley and Xiao Yan appeared at the courtyard entrance with the relaxed quality of someone who had just done a significant amount of work and was at peace with it. 3-do-zun, Xiao Yan said, your valley held them for 6 hours. It was built for exactly that. Yes. He looked at the formation matrices, at the valley's architecture, at the people in the courtyard. It was. Chapter 131. The aftermath of the Leviathan sealing and the Do-zun engagement lasted 3 days of formal assessment and a longer informal processing period that Shen Tian suspected was going to take months to fully complete. The formal assessment was straightforward. The void Leviathan was resettled, the seal rebuilt to original specification plus the Canopy Art's 5th volume additions that would extend its stability indefinitely. The 3-do-zun had withdrawn to the Empire's border and not returned. The Hall of Souls operational structure in Jia Ma was sufficiently disrupted that no new major operation was expected within 6 months. Protector Wu's internal review had concluded, apparently, with a reduction in operational authority rather than a restoration of it. The informal processing was longer because it was personal. Xiao Yan stayed for 2 days. In those 2 days he said more to Shen Tian than he'd said in all previous encounters combined, not confidences, exactly, but the kind of direct conversation that two people have when they've been through enough together to drop the careful surfaces. I'm going to the Central Plains for real this time, he said, on the 2nd day. Not in a way that means I'm coming back in 3 months. In a way that means the business there is going to take years. I know. The Hall of Souls doesn't end here. What they've done in Jia Ma is part of something larger. You know that. I've been building toward that understanding since I read their operational documentation. He met Xiao Yan's eyes. The Jia Ma defense structure is established. It can sustain. What's in the Central Plains is, he paused. Different scale. Yes. I'm not coming to the Central Plains yet. My obligations here have a specific timeline. He thought about Nalan Jia's soul poison, the Sky Pavilion's archive solution, the months before the treatment compounds could be fully applied. When that's resolved, I'll be in the Central Plains, Xiao Yan said. If you come, the alliance you built here extends. It's worth knowing that. I know. He paused. Take care of yourself. The Central Plains has things I can't provide intelligence on yet. I know. A pause. You've been a guardian angel for 3 years. It's strange to not have that anymore. You never needed it. I needed it exactly once, Xiao Yan said. And it was there. That's what a guardian angel does. Once is enough. He left the following morning. The valley watched him go. Something about Xiao Yan's departure made the valley feel larger than it had the day before, not emptier, but more itself. He'd noticed this phenomenon with significant people. When they left, the places they'd occupied briefly reacquired their own shape. Xiao Yan had been a specific presence in the valley for 2 days, and his leaving marked an ending that was also a different kind of beginning. The Central Plains. The Hall of Soul's larger operation. The things he'd been cataloging as future intelligence problems for the past 6 months. He'd built the GMA structure for a reason, and one of the reasons was to free himself, eventually, from the constraint of GMA being the limit of the possible. The structure could sustain. The alliance could operate without him at the center. Not yet. 5 months. But, not yet was not never. He thought about what kind of person he would be in the Central Plains, if that was where the next phase led. He'd been building himself toward this specific expression for 3 years, the guardian, the network builder, the cultivator of genuine connection as the foundation of genuine protection. Those things were not GMA specific. They were methods, and methods traveled. He thought about Yanran in the Central Plains. About the little doctor, whose poison veil would be relevant in situations he couldn't fully map yet. About the specific quality of the team he'd assembled without intending to assemble it, and what that team would be capable of if they were pointed at problems of a different scale. Promising, he thought. The estimate was cautiously promising. 2-star Dozong. The breakthrough had happened during the Valley Defense, the 3 hours holding 3 Dozun with Yanran and Hai Badong and the Little Doctor's Veil, the specific combination of sustained high-pressure defense work and the emotional intensity of protecting people he'd explicitly chosen to protect. The Canopy Arts Guardian path didn't advance through training alone. It advanced through the thing being expressed. He was 2-star Dozong. The timeline to Nalan Jia's permanent treatment was 5 months. He was going to make it. Chapter 132. The battle plan for the Alliance's ongoing defense structure was finalized in the week after Xiao Yan's departure. He called the full assembly, all 23 member families, the Defense Council, the Misty Cloud Sex delegates, and presented the complete operational picture. Not the crisis picture. The ongoing picture, what the Alliance was now, what it had proven it could do, and what it needed to remain viable in the world that existed after the immediate Hall of Souls threat had been diminished. The presentation was 3 hours. He'd written it over 4 days with Yanran reviewing each section and the little doctor providing medical and intelligence intersection points that he'd been missing. The assembly voted on 6 structural resolutions. All 6 passed, 5 unanimously and 1 with 2 abstentions from families whose political positioning made full commitment difficult, which he filed as acceptable friction rather than opposition. What it established, the GMA Defense Alliance as a permanent structure, not a crisis response organization. With a formal intelligence sharing protocol, a standardized formation defense specification for member estates, a cultivator development program that specifically recruited and supported individuals who showed the kind of capability that the system had systematically undervalued, and a mutual aid structure for cultivation treatment that addressed exactly the kind of situation Nalan Jia had been in 3 years ago. The last resolution had been Yanran's idea. He'd implemented it. After the assembly, she found him in the study, the same study he'd used at the Nalan estate for 3 years, the room that had absorbed the entire intelligence architecture of everything they'd built, the desk with the brush marks from 10,000 letters and reports and analyses. She sat on the edge of the desk, same position she'd always taken because she preferred the higher point in conversation. He sat in the chair. The evening light came through the window. That last resolution, she said. Your idea, attributed to you in the assembly record. You could have attributed it to the council. It was yours. It goes in the record with your name. She looked at him for a moment. You've been doing that this whole time. The network gives you credit. The reports cite your analysis. The assembly documentation attributes the ideas to their actual sources. The alternative is that the documentation lies. Most people in your position don't worry about documentation accuracy when the inaccuracy benefits them. I'm not most people. He met her eyes. And it matters. The record being accurate matters because the people it's accurate about deserve the accuracy. She looked at him for a moment longer. Then, when grandfather is treated, when the Nalan estate situation is resolved, she paused. What do you want? He thought about the same question the little doctor had asked on the mountain, and the answer he'd arrived at then, and whether it was still the answer. I want to marry you, he said. Properly. On the misty cloud peak, where the sky is largest. I want your grandfather to be there, healthy. I want the people who helped us get here to be there. I want to be doing all of this, he gestured at the study, at the implied network beyond it, at everything they'd built and were building, with you as my wife rather than my betrothed. He paused. That's what I want. She was quiet for a long moment. Her expression had moved past all the layers of controlled presentation into the specific quality of the real one. When grandfather is well, she said. When grandfather is well. Then yes. The evening light was on the study. The koi were circling in the pond outside. The empire was as safe as they'd been able to make it, and it was getting safer. Yes was the right answer. Chapter 133. The twin firmament dance reached its full expression in the month following the battle plan assembly. They'd been practicing the technique for months, first the foundation, then the coordinated sequences, then the high-intensity applications. What emerged in the final month of that practice was something he'd understood theoretically from the fourth volume's architecture but hadn't fully realized in practice. The twin firmament dance was not a combat technique in the conventional sense. It was a cultivation technique, the specific expression of two cultivators whose bond was strong enough and honest enough to allow genuine resonance, translated into the physical architecture of coordinated movement. Combat was one application. The technique had others. The other applications were what the fifth volume revealed when integrated with the fourth volume's practice data. Joint cultivation sessions. Two cultivators running the resonance technique during meditation, not training, not sparring, but the specific mutual amplification of the bond resonance in its most direct form. The advancement rate under these conditions was something he'd been estimating conservatively for months, and the conservatism had been warranted because the actual rate, when both of them committed fully to the joint practice, was the kind of number that didn't appear in conventional cultivation documentation. 3-star dozong. 4-star, achieved at the end of the month. The technique's architecture at this level was beginning to interface with what the Sky Pavilion Archive had described as the outer edge of Dozun's approach, the cultivation state where the next categorical boundary was audible. Not audible yet, but present in the distance, the way mountains are present before they become close. He documented the advancement rate and revised his estimate for Nalan Yanran's treatment timeline. The permanent treatment compound required a specific cultivation application, a Dozong-level cultivation essence of the guardian attribute, stabilized through a technique compatible with soul cultivation medicine. He'd had Elder Qin consulting on the compound preparation for 2 months. The Elder's assessment, the compound was ready. The timing was ready. The cultivation level was ready. Nalan Yanran's soul poison could be treated permanently in 3 weeks. He brought this news to Yanran at dinner, the evening after the assessment arrived. She set down her chopsticks. Looked at him. Her expression was doing something complex, not surprise, because she'd been tracking the timeline, but the specific adjustment of someone who has been waiting for something to be possible and is now receiving confirmation that it is. 3 weeks, she said. Approximately. Elder Qin wants to run 2 more test preparations before the treatment application. The timeline is 3 weeks from today. She was quiet for a moment. And the treatment will resolve the soul poison condition permanently. Not maintenance. Permanent. The compound eliminates the poison's carrier structure rather than containing it. He met her eyes. He'll live. She was quiet for a longer moment. Yanran. I know. She picked up her chopsticks. Her hands were slightly unsteady. I know. I'm fine. You're fine. Don't push your luck. He didn't push it. He finished dinner and they sat in the study afterward with a particular companionship that had developed over 3 years, the working together that was also just being together, the documents and reports and correspondence that were also just the shape of 2 people who had chosen the same life. The koi were visible through the window. The jasmine was opinionated again. 3 weeks. Chapter 134. The treatment was administered on a morning in late spring. Elder Qin and the little doctor managed the medical side, which required the 3-hour preparation period and a specific formation structure that the little doctor had designed to interface with the soul poison compound's energy architecture. Hai Badong was present as the cultivation support element. Yanran was present because she was Yanran. Xianxia administered the guardian essence component, the Dozong level cultivation application that formed the compound's active carrier. He'd practiced the specific energy expression with Elder Qin for 2 weeks, refining the output to match the formation's geometric requirements with the precision that soul medicine work required. Nalan Yanran sat in the treatment chair in the prepared room and looked at the assembled team with the expression of someone who had expected to die and had been watching the path away from that expectation being built stone by stone for 3 years. Well, he said. I suppose you'd better get on with it. The treatment took 4 hours. The soul poison's response to the compound was vigorous in the first hour, the poison's carrier structure defending itself with the specific energy of something that had been established for years and didn't want to be removed. The little doctor called adjustments to the formation's pressure architecture. Elder Qin refined the compound's application rate. Xianxia held the guardian essence output at steady specification. The second hour, the carrier structure began to fragment. The third hour, the fragmentation accelerated. The fourth hour, the soul poison compound's remnant structure was being absorbed and neutralized by the compound's counteraction. At hour 4 and 20 minutes, the little doctor said, complete. Nalan Yanran's cultivation signature, which had carried the specific distortion of the soul poison for as long as Xianxia had been reading it, was clean. Not modified. Not treated. Clean. He sat back from the formation. The reserves were significantly depleted. 4 hours of precise Dozong level cultivation output was substantial. He was aware of this distantly, the way you were aware of being tired when the thing you'd been tired for had just been resolved. Yanran was beside her grandfather. The old man's eyes were open. He was looking at his own hands with the specific expression of someone doing an internal assessment and getting results they hadn't expected. Extraordinary, he said. How do you feel? Yanran asked. Her voice was steady with the effort of being steady. Like something heavy has been removed. He looked at her. I remember this feeling from 50 years ago. This is what being healthy feels like. He looked at Xianxia. Boy. Elder Nalan. I told you I had an accurate assessment of quality. I was right. He put his hand out. Xianxia took it. The grip was not the grip of a dying old man. You gave me time. 3 years of it. And now you've given me more than time. He paused. I don't have words that are adequate. You don't need words. You need to rest today and start the recovery protocol tomorrow. Don't be practical right now. Practically is how we got here. The old man laughed, the full laugh, not the careful laugh of someone conserving energy. Yes, he said. It is. He sat with Nalan Yanran for 2 hours after the rest of the medical team had cleared out. Not monitoring, not checking the formation's output, the formation was done, the treatment was complete, the monitoring period was over. Simply sitting in the room where an old man he'd come to care about was absorbing the fact that he was going to live, the old man talked. Not about the treatment or the soul poison or the 3 years of borrowed time. About the younger years, the Nalan family's position before his illness had constrained it, the things he'd built and the people he'd known and the particular quality of a life that had been fully lived before the illness had begun its slow traction on everything. He talked about Yanran's father, whom Xianxia had never met and whose shadow he'd been aware of since the first serious conversation in this garden. He talked about what it had felt like to watch his granddaughter grow into someone who could defend herself better than he could. She's been carrying too much for too long, Nalan Yanran said. The misty cloud training was for her cultivation, yes. But it was also, she needed to be somewhere that wasn't here. Where the weight wasn't visible every time she looked at me. He paused. You took that weight. Not by carrying it for her. By standing beside her while she carried it. Xianxia said nothing. The room was very quiet. That's a different thing from being useful, the old man continued. That's being present. Present for something specific, with specific people. He adjusted his blanket. I've been watching you for 3 years. You know what I see when I look at you? I expect you'll tell me. Someone who came here as one thing and became another thing without noticing the change. He looked at Xianxia directly. You started doing this because you're good at it. Because you're constructed to be good at it, in the specific way that some people are constructed to be good at certain things. But somewhere in the last 3 years, the doing became, not strategy. Not performance. He paused. Love. The specific kind that shows up at 3 in the morning when you're needed and doesn't ask for acknowledgement. Xianxia sat with this. You're going to be a good husband, Nalan Yanran said. Not because you're good at being a husband. Because you're genuinely here. He smiled. Rest today. Tomorrow, we start the 3 months of recovery protocol that your physician sent me, which I understand is the most important document I've received in my entire life. He went to find Yanran. Chapter 135. The Alliance's response to the Leviathan sealing arrived in the form of a formal commendation, which Xianxia read once, filed, and did not discuss further. What arrived unofficially was more significant. The Empire's cultivation community, practitioners from noble families, independent cultivators, city defense cohorts, Misty Cloud associated practitioners, began changing how they talked about the valley. About the network. About the specific quality of what had been built. The reputation system registered it as the final category thresholds crossing simultaneously. All 5 categories, respect, valor, wisdom, compassion, the space where fear had been, crossing their final major thresholds within the same week. Total RP, 207,000. Mythic tier. He sat with the notification in the study on the morning it registered and did not feel what he'd expected to feel. Not triumph, he'd stopped expecting triumph some time ago. Not the particular satisfaction of a completed objective. Something quieter. The specific quality of arriving somewhere real that he'd been building toward for a long time. The mythic tier notification came with an evolution option for the Guardian Absolute Path's expression at this tier level. He read it with the same care he'd given every previous system evolution. The evolution didn't grant new abilities. What it did was consolidate. Every ability that had been a discrete activation, Aegis of the Worthy, Bond Resonance, Voice of the Guardian, Weight of Heaven, integrated into the baseline of how his cultivation operated. Not abilities that required activation. States that were simply true. He was always the Aegis. Always the Bond Resonance. Always the Voice. Weight of Heaven was still a sealed potential, still the thing the system wouldn't describe until the moment it could be used, but the rest of it was simply who he was now. He closed the journal. Went to find Yanran. She was in the garden with her grandfather, who had been walking for 2 hours every morning since the treatment and had recently extended to 2.5. The old man was sitting on the stone bench by the koi pond with the easy posture of someone whose body was no longer engaged in the continuous fight of survival. Yanran was sitting on the pond's edge with her feet on the stone, watching him with the specific expression she wore when she was allowing herself to have what she wanted without qualifying it. Mythic tier? She asked, when he sat beside her. This morning. She looked at him. How does it feel? Like arriving somewhere real. He looked at the koi. I've been moving towards something for 3 years and I'm here. And here. The garden. The old man walking. You on the pond's edge. He paused. This is the thing the reputation was pointing toward. Not the number. The people the number came from. She leaned against his shoulder. He put his arm around her. Nalan Yanran completed his morning circuit and came to sit beside them. The old man looked at the two of them with the expression he'd worn in every iteration of this garden encounter for 3 years, the warm, clear assessment of a man who had always known exactly what he was looking at. When? The old man asked. The peak, Xianxia said. When the weather permits. Spring is good. The sky is largest in spring. He settled into his chair. And invite everyone. All of them. The people who built this deserve to be present. Everyone. He thought about who everyone was. Yes. That was the right list. Chapter 136. The battle was fought 6 weeks before the wedding, in the valley's upper approaches, against what turned out to be the Hall of Soul's final serious operation in Jiama territory. 3 Dozong level operatives, coordinated entry, timed to the specific period when the Alliance's command structure was occupied with the transition from crisis management to permanent institutional operation. Not Protector Wu was still in the Hall's internal process, and the intelligence picture suggested he was unlikely to be restored to operational authority. These were new assets, assigned by someone in the Hall's command tier who had not yet internalized how expensively the previous operations had run. He felt them coming for 4 hours. Legion's Heart, the ability had been registered in the Guardian Path's evolution at Mythic tier, not a new ability, exactly, but the full expression of voice of the Guardian operating at the scale of the Alliance's entire active defense structure simultaneously. Every cultivator in the valley, every formation-capable practitioner in the Rapid Response Network, every Alliance-committed cultivator within the Sky Reading Sense's 2-kilometer radius, voice of the Guardian applied to all of them at once, removing the interference between their intention and their capability. He'd been careful with it. Abilities that operated on groups of people rather than individuals required a specific ethical consideration. Removing the obstacles to someone's capability was different from directing that capability, but the line between those things required constant attention. He used it when the 3 Dozong breached the valley's outer perimeter. The valley's response was unified. Not in the way of a commanded military unit, which operated on order following. In the way of a group of people who had trained together and trusted each other and, in this specific moment, were operating without the interference of doubt. Every cultivator doing exactly what they were capable of doing, at exactly the moment it was required. 3 Dozong against Shen Tian at 4-star Dozong, Yanran at Do Wang, the Little Doctor's expanded poison domain, and the entire valley's defended architecture, plus Legion's Heart providing operational clarity to every participant simultaneously. The engagement lasted 40 minutes. The 3 Dozong withdrew at the 40-minute mark with the specific quality of operatives who had encountered a resistance level that their briefing had not prepared them for and were making the rational choice. He stood at the valley gate in the aftermath and listened to the settlement of the emotional landscape. The specific quality of a defended place after a serious challenge, not triumph, because triumph wasn't what the valley was built for. The quality of, this held, as it was built to hold. He sent a message to the Hall of Souls through the diplomatic channel that Hunya had established. If there's a next operation, the cost will be higher. The architecture will be stronger. Consider whether the objective justifies the cost. He didn't expect it to stop them entirely. He expected it to shift their calculation. That was enough. The calculation was enough. Chapter 137. Xiao Yan's letter arrived from the Central Plains 2 weeks before the wedding. It was long, longer than anything Xiao Yan had sent before, which registered as significant. The content covered the Central Plains situation in the careful shorthand of someone describing a complex strategic picture for an audience they trusted to fill in the specifics: the Pill Tower, the Gu clan, the specific form the Hall of Souls Central Plains operation was taking, which was both more organized and more desperate than the Jiama operation had been. The last section of the letter was personal. I used to think I was doing this alone, Xiao Yan wrote. 3 years in the Black Corner region, I believed the isolation was the price. That you couldn't build something real in a world where the powerful took everything and the rest survived on what was left. I built my cultivation to not need anything. I was wrong about what not needing meant. I wasn't not needing. I was not knowing what I needed. What I needed was what you built, people who chose to be in the same story, who didn't have to be there, who were there because they decided what mattered and acted accordingly. You did that without asking for credit. You did it for years before I knew about it. I want you to know that I know about it now, and that it changed what I believe is possible, and that whatever I'm building in the Central Plains, I'm building it differently because of what you showed me was buildable. Congratulations on the wedding. Tell Yanran she fought better than I expected. Tell the Little Doctor that the technique she developed for the veil detection protocol saved my life in the Central Plains and she deserves to know that. Tell Xianxia. He stopped. Reread. The letter had been addressed to Yanran, who had handed it to him at breakfast without comment because she'd already read it and knew what was in it. Tell Xianxia that brothers don't disappear. They just go different distances. He folded the letter. Sat with it for a long time. Then he wrote back. The letter he wrote to Xiao Yan took 4 drafts. Not because he couldn't find the words, he found words easily, had always found them easily, the training of a mind that processed everything through articulation. It took 4 drafts because each draft was accurate and none of them was enough. The first draft was strategic, it covered the central plane situation analysis, the intelligence picture he'd assembled from secondary sources, the operational recommendations for the pill tower relationship. Accurate. Completely insufficient. The second draft was personal, it covered what Xiao Yan had meant to him as a person to protect, the specific investment in someone whose potential had been clear before his value was obvious. Better. Still insufficient. The third draft was honest about the gap, it said directly that he was uncertain how to write what he wanted to say, which was true but was also a delay of the thing. The fourth draft said the thing. I watched you from the mountain road after the Misty Cloud sect grounds. You walked toward the city and you looked like someone who'd been carrying everything alone for so long that the alone part had become invisible to you, like background noise you'd stopped hearing. I recognized it because I had that quality for a long time and didn't notice it either, until the people in this network changed the noise to something with content. You're not alone now. Not in the way you were. You're building something in the Central Plains from a different foundation than you had when you were 17. The difference is the foundation. Guard it. I'll be in the Central Plains eventually. The GMA structure can sustain without me at the center, and there are things in the larger world that are going to require the kind of attention I've been developing. When I arrive, the network extends. The things you're building and the things I'm building are different shapes of the same work. Brothers don't disappear. I've been a brother since before I knew I was. The distance is temporary. The bond is not. Don't die before I get there. He sent the letter and went to find Yanran. 2 weeks until the wedding. He had exactly the right amount of time to do everything properly. He used every hour. Chapter 138. The wedding was on a morning in late spring on the Misty Cloud sect's highest peak, which was the largest sky in the empire at the height when the dawn light was just arriving and the clouds were below rather than above. The guest list was, as Nalan Yanran had specified, everyone. Yun, who had built the Misty Cloud sect into what it was becoming, performed the ceremony with the specific authority of a sect master in her element. Elder Qin, who had given him the alchemy knowledge that had saved Nalan Yanran, stood in the front row with the emotional restraint of a man who had decided to be moved and was doing it carefully. Luo Feng, who had been his first friend at the sect and who had opened more doors, literally and figuratively, than he'd ever been properly thanked for, was standing in the second row beside Wen Shu and Chen Yi from the inner disciple trial, because the list of people who had mattered had always been longer than the operational summary. Fei Lao, the information broker, attended in a personal capacity and wore the expression of someone who was surprised to be on the guest list and had decided to be honored by it. Hai Badong, whose sealed cultivation and long story had been one of the alliance's most significant assets, stood beside the little doctor, who had come down from the mountain in attire that had nothing concealing about it and whose hands, he noticed, were not wrapped. His father. The Shen family, primary branch, standing with the particular dignity of people who had been through a great deal and had come to be proud of what it had produced. Nalan Yanran, healthy, upright, with the specific bearing of a man who had been given more time than he'd expected and had decided to use every minute of it well. And Yanran, she came to the peak ceremony stone in the misty cloud blue that was her natural color, her hair with the silver cord that she'd never returned to the ornate box, her sword at her hip because she was Yanran and she brought her sword to dinner and she was going to bring it to her wedding, and the expression on her face was the real one, the small, slightly crooked smile that she'd been showing him in private for 3 years and was apparently deciding to show the assembled company on this specific morning. He stood at the stone and watched her walk toward him and did not try to manage his expression. The sky was enormous. The clouds were below. The dawn light was at the specific angle that made everything look like it had been designed for exactly this moment. Yun spoke. He heard the words as the ceremony required and also heard them as something beyond ceremony, the formal acknowledgement of something that had been real for years and was now being recognized as real by the world's institutional mechanisms. He'd spent 3 years building institutional mechanisms. He found he had complicated feelings about this one, which were not negative. When the ceremony required it, he looked at Yanran. She was looking at him with the expression he'd been learning to read for 3 years and still found specific instances he couldn't classify. This was one of the ones he couldn't classify. He was at peace with that. He'd learned a great deal in 3 years. He'd learned that some things were not for classifying. Chapter 139. 3-star Dozong. The breakthrough had come 2 days before the wedding, which was the universe's specific schedule operating with its characteristic timing. He'd been in the practice yard in the early morning, the same yard where he'd first taken inventory 3 years ago, the same stone bench, the same pre-dawn birds considering their options, and the Canopy Art's 5th volume had completed its final integration cycle. Not a dramatic moment. The closing of a long process. 3-star Dozong. The sky reading sense at 3 kilometers, the bond resonance constant and ambient, the voice of the guardian running as baseline reality rather than activated ability. Weight of heaven still sealed. He'd thought about the sealed ability many times in the months since the Sky Pavilion and hadn't found the moment that matched its parameters. The void Leviathan's condition had remained stable since the sealing. He monitored it in the weekly sky reading survey he'd been running on the formation's integrity, and the formation was holding. The Leviathan was deep in the dreaming state, the geological awareness had withdrawn from the surface. The seal would hold. Unless the Leviathan woke. He'd been thinking about the unless since the Sky Pavilion's archive had described the Leviathan's full nature. A Dosheng class entity, sealed rather than destroyed because destruction wasn't possible at any cultivation level currently existing in the world. The seal held the Leviathan in its dreaming state, and the dreaming state was safe. Waking was the problem. The archive had described one scenario under which the Leviathan would wake regardless of the seal's integrity, a sufficient accumulation of high-level cultivation energy in its vicinity, concentrated in a specific pattern, creating a resonance event that would reach through the seal's architecture and trigger the waking response. The high-level cultivation activity of the past 3 years, the battles, the breakthroughs, the Hall of Souls operations, the Alliance's formation work, had been creating exactly that accumulation. He'd been tracking it. The current level was at 63% of the threshold. At the current accumulation rate, 4 months, he'd been going to bring this to the Alliance's planning session after the wedding. Instead, he sat in the pre-dawn yard at 3-star Dozong and ran the calculation and arrived at the conclusion that the after the wedding timeline was fine. 4 months was 4 months. The wedding was in 2 days. 2 days was 2 days. He went to find Yanran. She was in the study, which was where she was when she was thinking about something she wasn't ready to say. He sat in the chair across from her. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had also been running calculations. The Leviathan, she said. 4 months. I know. I've been tracking the accumulation signature for 6 weeks. She paused. It's going to wake. The seal will hold the initial waking event. The first response window is approximately 40 minutes before the waking's full expression becomes uncontainable. He held her gaze. I think the weight of heaven ability is for this. The system wouldn't describe it. It's a sealed potential. The Leviathan is a sealed entity. He paused. I think what it does is use the full weight of every genuine bond I've built to reconstruct the seal, not through cultivation force but through the actual aggregate of real relationships translated into formation architecture. She was quiet for a moment. That's everything I've built. Used as material. All 50,000 bonds of trust. More, at this point. The mythic tier calculation. He met her eyes. If the ability works the way I think it works, the seal would be rebuilt with a permanence that individual cultivation maintenance can't provide. Not just repaired. Anchored in something real. And the cost? He was quiet. She looked at him. The system said, the cost will be calculated at the moment of use. He held her gaze. I don't know the cost yet. She studied him for a long time. The study was quiet around them. The koi were visible through the window. 2 days, she finally said. We have 2 days before the wedding. We have 4 months before the problem. Yes. Then right now, in this moment, the only relevant information is that we're getting married in 2 days. That is the only relevant information, he agreed. She stood. He stood. She took his hand. The study had absorbed 3 years of everything. It would absorb this too. 4 months was 4 months. Chapter 140. The void Leviathan woke on the 93rd day after the wedding. Xianxia felt it at dawn, not the gradual stirring of the previous months but a categorical shift, the geological awareness moving from deep to surface with the specific quality of something that had been sleeping for centuries and had decided, in a single moment, that it was done. He was at the valley when it happened, Yanran beside him, because Yanran was always beside him now in the way that the morning was always present. The sky reading sense registered the Leviathan's formation architecture beginning to expand, not breaking free, not immediately, but testing the seal's boundaries with the full weight of Dosheng cultivation pressing outward. 40 minutes. He sent the alert to the Alliance network, Leviathan event, all defensive protocols active, all cultivators to defensive positions, do not engage. The message went out to 23 member families and arrived with the specific clarity of voice of the Guardian operating at Mythic Tier. He looked at Yanran. She was looking at him with the expression she wore when she was running the full calculation and had arrived at the answer she'd always known was coming. I'll be back, he said. You'll be back, she said. Not a question. He went to the seal site. The Leviathan's waking was, not violent. Not in the way of an angry creature or a desperate one. It was the waking of something ancient, something that had been contained for so long that waking itself had become unfamiliar, something vast trying to understand where it was and what the world had become in the time it had been absent from it. He stood at the formation's boundary and felt the Leviathan's consciousness become aware of him. The awareness was geological. It recognized him not as an individual but as a pattern, the specific pattern of the canopy arch silence between stars, the cultivation signature that the formation's original creator had built into the technique specifically to be recognizable to the Leviathan's awareness. He reached for weight of heaven. The system opened. What weight of heaven was, the full translation of every genuine bond he'd built, every real relationship, every RP earned through actual connection with actual people, translated into the formation architecture of a permanent seal. Not a seal made of cultivation force. A seal made of reality, the reality of every moment he'd stood between a threat and someone worth protecting, every moment someone had trusted him and he'd been worthy of it, every moment the people in his life had been real to him and he to them. The cost was not his death. It was not his cultivation. It was what the system told him clearly, at the moment of use, as it had promised, the complete depletion of his cultivation reserves. 10% remaining. Not enough to fight. Not enough to run from a determined Do Wang. Enough to walk home. He used it. The seal assembled from the bonds translated architecture with the specific quality of something that had been waiting to be made, not built, because building implied effort and this was more like recognition, the formation's geometry and the bonds' reality fitting together in the way the silence fits between stars. The Leviathan's waking consciousness registered the new seal. Not the old formation's geometry, which it had been pressing against for 93 days. Something different. Something that was not merely a cage but a genuine enclosure, an architectural truth that said, you exist here, in this space, and the space is held by things that are real. The consciousness withdrew. Not into sleep. Into its own depth. The Leviathan did not fight a seal made of genuine connection. There was nothing to fight. Connection was not opposition. The seal held. He stood at the boundary stone for a long time, at 10% reserves, feeling the formation's new architecture settle into permanence. The seal would not need repair. It was not a maintained structure. It was a fact, the same kind of fact as every genuine bond it was built from. He walked back to the valley. 3 hours on 10% reserves through mountain terrain was a different quality of walking than 3 hours at full dozong capacity. He noticed things he usually moved past, the specific quality of the mountain light in mid-morning, the birds that had opinions about being walked through, the way the valley looked from the final approach ridge, the familiar geography of something that had been built and was real. He thought about the Leviathan as he walked. Not with fear, the fear had been before the sealing, the specific fear of something that couldn't be fully known or predicted, the operational anxiety of working with incomplete information on something of Dosheng magnitude. After the sealing, the Leviathan was a different thing, something he understood, however partially, because he'd stood at the boundary of its consciousness and found that consciousness operating on principles that weren't entirely alien to him, the silence between stars. The space that held things in relationship without being either of them. The Leviathan was not malicious. It was not cruel. It was simply so large and so old that its existence created gravitational effects on everything around it, and the effects became dangerous to small things not because the Leviathan intended harm but because small things were close to something very large and large things had effects. The seal held it because the seal was the specific kind of truth that even a Dosheng class entity couldn't argue with. Not force, reality. The accumulated reality of every genuine connection he'd built, translated into an architecture that said, this is what the world actually contains, and the world actually contains these people, and these people actually matter. And that is a fact as fixed as the mountains. The Leviathan had met something real and had withdrawn into its own depth. That was the Guardian's answer to a Dosheng. Not fighting. Not matching power. Being so thoroughly, genuinely real that the power had nothing to push against. He walked through the morning light with 10% reserves and the specific lightness of someone who has put down a weight they'd been carrying for a long time, and found the valley waiting. Yanran was at the valley gate. She'd been there since he left, probably. He didn't check the sky reading sense. He just walked toward her. She looked at him when he arrived, read his cultivation state, read his face, read the quality of the morning around him. Her expression moved through its sequence and arrived at the specific warmth she'd been keeping behind everything for 3 years. Done? She asked. Done. He stopped at the gate beside her. Permanent. The seal will hold. She looked at him for a long moment. You're at 10%. 10% was enough to walk home, she said nothing for a moment. Then she put her hand in his, the same way she'd done in the study, the same way she'd done on the mountain. The same way she'd done in every significant moment over 3 years where the gesture had said the thing that the words couldn't. Come inside, she said. Elder Chin has recovery compounds. The little doctor has a protocol. Grandfather is making tea because he said he'd know when you got back. He can feel it through the chain link aegis. He can feel that you kept your promise. She pulled him gently through the gate. Now come inside. He came inside. The valley was alive around them. The morning light on the stones and the formation matrices and the old estate wall that had been rebuilt after the Iron Lady and rebuilt again after time. The koi in the pond beyond the window. The jasmine with its permanent opinion. 3-star Dozong, legendary reputation translated into a permanent foundation. The empire defended, the Leviathan sealed, the people he'd chosen to protect safe and alive and present. And Yanran beside him, which was the thing that had always been the most precisely true measure of whether he was where he was supposed to be. The empire would have other problems. The Hall of Souls would have other operations. The world would continue requiring the kind of attention that he'd built himself to give. He was prepared for that. But this morning was this morning, and this morning was enough. He stood at the valley gate with Yanran's hand in his and the cultivation reserves refilling in their slow, steady way, The canopy arts architecture drawing ambient energy through the valley's formation matrices, patient, unhurried, the technique running exactly as it was designed to run. 3-star Dozong. The sky reading sense extending 3 kilometers in all directions, the valley and its people present and real in his awareness. The chainlink aegis running in its permanent, settled form, Nalan Jia and the Nalan estate garden, healthy, walking in the morning. Xiao Yan somewhere in the central plains, carrying a letter in his pocket and a different kind of foundation than he'd had 3 years ago. He thought about the reputation system's total. 207,000 RP, mythic tier, every category carrying the specific weight of things that had actually happened rather than things he'd performed for accumulation. The system had been measuring him since the beginning. He'd been paying attention to the measurement and then, gradually, more to what was being measured. The number was the evidence. The evidence pointed at something that was real. He was real. The people in his life were real. The work was real. That was what the Canopy Arts 5th volume had been teaching from its first page. In the language of cultivation, the silence between stars was the space that made the stars' relationship to each other visible and true. The Guardian's work was to be that space. To hold. To be present. To make the things worth preserving real enough that the world's inevitable threats had nothing adequate to push against. He had done the thing he came to do. He was still doing it. The work continued, which was the only thing that meant it had worked. Later, Yanran would ask him what it had felt like to use Weight of Heaven, not the technical experience, not the cultivation depletion or the formation architecture, but the actual felt quality of it. He thought about it for a long time before answering. Like being given everything back, he said. Every conversation that mattered. Every decision that cost something real. Every moment where the choice was to stay or to leave and I stayed. All of it, present at once, as something other than memory. As weight. As the specific material that the seal was built from. He paused. It felt like the evidence that it was all real. That none of it was performance. That I was actually there, in all of it, and the being there was, durable. Lasting. The kind of thing that doesn't disappear when the moment passes. She was quiet for a moment. That's what love is, she said. The evidence that you were actually there. He held that for a long time. Yes, he said. I think that's exactly right. The morning continued. The valley was alive. The work went on. 3-star Dozong. More than he'd been. Enough for what was needed now. Building toward what was needed next. That was the Canopy Arts' entire architecture, expressed in a life, each volume pointing toward the next, each threshold preparing the one that followed, the technique not a destination but a direction, an orientation towards something always slightly ahead of where you stood. He was oriented. He was moving. The direction was good. That was sufficient. The sky was clear over the valley. The bonds were real. The work continued. If this story moved you, if Xianxia's journey from a young man defending one family to a guardian who held an empire together resonated with you, then you are exactly the kind of reader this channel was built for. Stories like this one exist because you show up for them. Every listen, every comment that says what hit you hardest, every share to someone who hasn't found this kind of story yet, that's what makes it possible to keep building these worlds. So if you haven't yet, subscribe, so you're there when the next journey begins. Like this video, so the algorithm understands what it has. Leave a comment, tell us the moment that changed something for you, whether it was Xianxia standing at the gate or Yanran burning her cultivation or the old man in the garden asking for more time. Share this with the person in your life who understands why a good cultivation story is actually a story about what it means to choose who to be. The next cultivator is waiting. So are we. Thank you for being here.